Chapter 481 Night Vision. Following the dragon. We swam for thousands of miles. And we went deep into the deepest part of the South China Sea. The deeper we went, the lonelier we felt. Because there was no light. No brightness. And it was pitch black everywhere. If Lu Fangfei hadn't evolved the underwater night vision of aquatic creatures, she would have been blind. Finally, we swam to the bottom of the sea. After the dragon swam slowly, it coiled up a dragon and snake formation at a certain position. With its huge dragon head raised high, like a king of the sea. It would be great if it could speak. Lu Fangfei swam slowly over and hovered in front of it. The difference in size between the two made Lu Fangfei feel extremely small, like a floating creature in the water. A man and a dragon confronted each other. There was no communication. Lu Fangfei was a little confused. What does it mean? What on earth do you want to do by bringing yourself here? Time passed by. The dragon was quite arrogant. It coiled there, raised its head, looked at Lu Fangfei, motionless, and blinked its eyes from time to time. It seemed to be saying, "Little guy, you can have fun." Lu Fangfei was sweating. What to do? She began to look around. The seabed was relatively turbid. This was because the dragon was too big. When it came back, it stirred up the mud and sand on the seabed, so it became much more turbid. But as time went by, the mud and sand slowly fell away, and the visibility on the seabed began to gradually improve. Lu Fangfei looked around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She looked at a pile of ruins not far away in amazement. But those ruins did not look like the skeletons of marine creatures, but rather some metal fragments. There were words on one of them. It looked like the word Nan. It was a Chinese character. Lu Fangfei's heartbeat accelerated. Could it be that the dragon was guarding these things? Lu Fangfei tried to swim over slowly, watching the dragon's reaction while swimming. No reaction. The dragon had always been very arrogant. It just coiled there. His eyes moved with Lu Fangfei's movement. It felt like a primary school teacher watching the naughty children in the class playing tricks. Soon, Lu Fangfei swam to the ruins. She reached out and slowly brushed away the mud and sand on the ruins, and picked up the fragments below. Pieces of it looked like the shell of some kind of equipment. There were small square characters on it, but it was incomplete, and the whole picture could not be seen. So Lu Fangfei began to search for these fragments on a large scale. In the distance, the dragon was indifferent. In the end, it even closed its eyes and fell asleep. Lu Fangfei looked back at it, feeling both amused and sad. I don't know why, but I always feel that this dragon seems to be very familiar with humans. At least it was very friendly to me. Why? Time passed by. After 2 or 3 hours, Lu Fangfei had found a lot of metal fragments, which looked like the fragments of some aircraft or spacecraft. It seemed to have disintegrated in the air and finally fell into the sea. There were some words on the surface of the fragments. It means that these things came from the Xiaohua Aerospace Science and Technology Group. It looked like part of the space station. Lu Fangfei was even more curious. Could it be that the dragon was guarding these things? Isn't it a treasure? That's right. The group of superpowers in Yanshan mentioned that they had scanned some strange signals in the deep sea area with radar. So they suspected that the dragon was guarding something. What about the signal source? Keep looking. After trying for nearly 40 minutes, Lu Fangfei finally saw her target after she moved a heavy toolbox-like object with her violent strength. It looked like a black box. The sealed display screen on it actually had LCD data. All kinds of data. The cursor was flashing, indicating that it was still working. Maybe this thing was sending signals all the time? Suddenly, the ground shook behind her. Lu Fangfei was startled and looked back quickly. She saw that the giant dragon that had been sleeping for half a day had actually woken up, and the snake formation was also opened. The body stretched out in the seawater. It was simply magnificent. The dragon looked very pleased, nodded at Lu Fangfei, then suddenly turned around and fled away with a bang. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Fangfei was shocked, but she immediately realized that it might be guarding this thing. Now that she found it, it may have retired and returned to the deep sea. It must be like this. Lu Fangfei was guarding next to the black box. More than an hour later, when the surroundings became clear again, she quickly cleaned up the black box and prepared to take it out. At the same time, she looked around. As a result, it didn't matter when she looked at it, but her heart skipped a beat. It's bad. Without the dragon's deterrence, all the mutant sea creatures slowly gathered around. This is troublesome. Seeing that the surrounding ruins have not been searched yet, Lu Fangfei can't care about anything else. Even if there are other treasures, she has no chance to take them. She reached out and picked up the black box. Wow! It's quite heavy. If she didn't have a strong mutant body, she probably couldn't lift it. Lu Fangfei took advantage of the mutant creatures on the seabed before they formed a siege, and suddenly bounced and exploded, rushing to the sea surface in an instant. Behind, I don't know what creature roared. The dense army of mutant marine creatures caught up in an instant. Lu Fangfei's scalp was exploding. Quickly escape. She used all her strength to maximize her underwater swimming ability, constantly causing shock and explosion effects in the water, and rushed to the distant shore in a way that shrank the sea into an inch. On the coastline, Chen Yu, Lu Lin and other 3 women drove a yacht and waited above the coastline before the disaster. Unexpectedly, Lu Fangfei was gone for a whole day. No news at all. And her location had long been out of the range of Chen Yu's mental map. Can't see or hear. It's really worrying. If Chen Yu didn't have underwater combat ability, he might have gone into the sea long ago. The sun was setting. Liang Qiuying was somewhat anxious. Why hasn't she come out yet? Is something wrong? Probably not. Chen Yu was relatively calm. He looked at the sea in the distance and said softly, "She doesn't look like a person who is eager for success and is reckless. Moreover, she has a heavy responsibility and should not take risks easily. If there is danger, she will definitely retreat. It seems that nothing has been found. Or maybe the dragon has not been found at all. That shouldn't happen. Last time we drove the yacht near the coast. It ran out to save people. It must be near the coast too. It's out." Suddenly, Chen Yu was shocked. Then he widened his eyes in astonishment. Damn! She actually attracted so many marine creatures? Where? Lu Lin was astonished. I saw it on the mental map. Quick! Xiaoyun, prepare to attack. She attracted at least millions of marine creatures. Lu Lin and Qiuying, get ready for battle. Chen Yu immediately activated his level 3 supernatural power. The other 3 women also immediately prepared for battle. In the mental map, the distance gradually decreased. Chapter 482 Nan Tianmen Plan. Lu Fangfei's spirit body kept approaching the coastline in an almost weird way. But she shouldn't know that she is on the sea, right? Seeing that Lu Fangfei was approaching, Chen Yu shouted, "Xiaoyun, fire a telekinetic cannon into the water." Okay. Li Xiaoyun clasped her hands together. Boom! A violent telekinetic force turned into a giant cannon and smashed into the sea. Li Xiaoyun's telekinetic cannon is a spiritual energy, so it was not blocked by the seawater at all, and it blasted directly down at a speed close to the speed of light. Under the water, a simmering explosion. The terrible shock waves spread out, immediately alarming Lu Fangfei. She noticed that there was someone above. She was immediately delighted, because she almost instantly guessed that the people above must be Chen Yu and the 3 women who came to pick her up. Lu Fangfei felt warm in her heart, and she was really almost exhausted, so she used up her last bit of strength, suddenly turned her body, and exerted the last shock effect towards the sea. Boom! She accelerated again. 10 seconds later, she soared into the sky from the sea level. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. What was she holding in her hand? It seemed very heavy. Chen Yu immediately stepped on the side of the ship, suddenly soared into the sky, and grabbed Lu Fangfei in his arms in midair, while grabbing the black box with his other hand. When falling, Lu Fangfei shouted tiredly, "Run! There are too many mutant creatures underwater." Chen Yu shouted to the bottom, "Xiaoyun, prepare to scatter. Qiuying, start the boat and return to the shore." Everyone became nervous. When Liang Qiuying barely started the yacht, the sea level below the yacht suddenly bulged up. It was like a huge surge rolling out from the bottom of the sea, and it actually arched the yacht to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Then, countless mutant aquatic creatures burst out of the water. At the same time, Li Xiaoyun also gave it his all. The big move started again. Almost all of the mental power turned into telekinetic rays, densely shooting at the mutant aquatic creatures that hit them. Boom! Puff! Blood rained all over the sky. At the same time, Chen Yu also fell back to the yacht with Lu Fangfei in his arms. He casually threw the black box into the cabin, then rushed to the stern and stared at the sea. Damn! Tens of thousands of aggressive mutant fish rushed out of the sea like a blowout, smashing the yacht fearlessly. Li Xiaoyun couldn't hold on any longer. The attack just now exhausted her mental strength. And Lu Lin was a melee type. So she couldn't help. Liang Qiuying was even worse. Chen Yu thought about himself. What other abilities could he use? Suddenly, Lu Fangfei, who had just taken a few breaths, stood up again, rushed to the stern and said hoarsely, "Let me try. Do you have any other ideas? A way to escape." Lu Fangfei smiled tiredly at Chen Yu, then jumped into the sea again and came to the stern. Chen Yu was startled. "What are you doing?" "Speed up." Lu Fangfei took a deep breath. Her two long legs began to flutter in the water. Then, the speed of the fluttering became faster and faster, more and more terrifying. The yacht suddenly felt a huge inertial push, just like the push from a sports car, and rushed towards the coastline with a bang. The four people on the boat immediately grabbed the side of the boat. They looked at each other in surprise. Damn! This Lu Fangfei is simply a human motor. Her underwater ability is so cool. If the future is not going to be an ice world, she might become the overlord of the ocean. Too powerful. How can this swimming speed be abnormal? Half an hour later, Chen Yu and others returned to the shore safely. Lu Fangfei was exhausted, but she also got the corresponding compensation. That is, on the way back, Chen Yu carried her like a princess. Although her face was shy, but she was happy in her heart. She didn't dare to look at Li Xiaoyun and the others, so she could only lower her head, almost burying her head in her chest. The black box was carried by Lu Lin. She also has the ability to strengthen her muscles, so it was effortless to carry the thing. After the 5 people came ashore from the beach, they found a relatively intact building to rest, and did not return to the Shenlong cult's base, because the black box was a big deal. Something that could be guarded by a giant dragon must be extraordinary. This kind of secret must be kept away from as few people as possible. Besides, it is meaningless for ordinary people to know such things, and it only adds risks. After finding the shelter, Chen Yu did not care about the black box, but rearranged the shelter to make the environment inside more comfortable. It was almost dark. Let's get some food. Lu Fangfei was exhausted today, and Li Xiaoyun was also exhausted, so it was worth eating something good. So, this night was another feast of the century. Pure Western-style meal. Steak, pasta, mashed potatoes, fruit salad, lobster rain, bluefin tuna. Anyway, eat whatever is available. 2 bottles of iced white wine. The 5 people leisurely got a few large sofa bags and sat on them lazily. While eating, they listened to Lu Fangfei's story about the seabed. This seabed exploration was thrilling. Twists and turns. When he heard that Lu Fangfei was attacked by mutant creatures at the beginning, Chen Yu thought it was the dragon commanding the attack. Later, when Chen Yu heard that Lu Fangfei was taken away by the dragon, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This dragon seemed to be guarding humans. Moreover, it should be very familiar with humans. Could it be that humans made it? After telling everything, Lu Fangfei looked at the black box next to her and said, "This thing is not eroded by sea water and is always transmitting signals. There may be a very important secret in it. Otherwise, the dragon could not guard such a technological gadget. This is my doubt." Chen Yu frowned and said, "I thought that in legends, dragons guarded natural treasures. How could it guard a technological gadget?" "I don't know either." Lu Fangfei shook her head. "This giant dragon is very strange, and I feel that it is very familiar with humans. So familiar, like an old friend. Maybe." Chen Yu's expression suddenly changed. Maybe this dragon was raised by humans. "Ah?" Li Xiaoyun asked in confusion. "No way. When did humans have such means?" "Before the disaster. I didn't seem to hear that the spiritual energy was revived?" "No." Suddenly, Liang Qiuying shook her head solemnly. "Maybe. It was really created by our country." "Why? Have you heard of the Nanchaman project?" Liang Qiuying looked at everyone silently. Lu Fangfei frowned. "I have heard of that plan, but it is more of a rumor than a reality. At least the army department has no information on this." "No. The Nanchaman project is real," Liang Qiuying said seriously, "although I have not come into contact with it. I know that part of the space station I am in is for the Nanchaman project." "Ah?" Lu Fangfei asked in confusion. "What exactly is that project?" Chapter 483 Experimental Content. "I don't know the details, but I know that the Nanchaman project is definitely true. And it is an epic space project between the Earth and the moon of Xia Kingdom." After speaking, Liang Qiuying looked at Chen Yu and said, "Do you remember the nanotechnology in our bodies?" "Yes." Chen Yu nodded. I could almost conclude that my lifeboat must have hit something in the atmosphere. So it was damaged in advance. The nanotechnology in my body entered my body at that time. But, as we all know, there is no hovering object in the Earth's atmosphere, because that is not allowed internationally. What did I hit? Everyone. Liang Qiuying took a deep breath and said softly, maybe. That is the true face of the Nan Tianmen project. Whether the Nan Tianmen project is true or not, there is no way to verify it now. At present, we can only find a way to figure out what is in the black box. Everyone is not in a hurry. Let's eat first. Drink and talk while eating. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Lin couldn't bear it anymore. So he got up and walked to the side of the black box. He looked around carefully. It was made of all metal. There was a sealed LCD screen on the surface. It was full of incomprehensible data. The whole thing is sealed without any gaps. There is no connection point. Lu Lin stretched out her delicate hand, shook it slightly, and her nails stood out. Then she scratched it hard. A harsh and unpleasant scratching sound was heard. Everyone else was attracted by the attention. Lu Lin put away her claws and pulled the corners of her mouth. My God. This thing is really hard. My claws can't even leave a mark. What kind of metal is this? It may be tungsten steel alloy. Liang Qiuying walked over. The other 3 also stood up and came closer. Liang Qiuying squatted down and studied it for a while. Then looked up at Chen Yu and shook his head. I don't understand what this is. And it can't be opened at all. Chen Yu frowned, not knowing what was inside. He didn't dare to crack it violently. How to do it? Lu Lin casually pulled out her dagger. I'll try again. Try it. Be careful not to damage the things inside, Chen Yu reminded. There was no other way at the moment, so he could only hope for her magical dagger. So, Lu Lin sat cross-legged, holding the dagger carefully close to the back of the black box, and slowly cut it down. Squeak! A sharp sound. Everyone was shocked. The dagger really cut in. Chen Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lu Lin's dagger looked strange, and the tip of the blade looked more like a glass creation. But it has such high strength, and its sharpness is simply terrifying. Tungsten steel is already the hardest alloy in the world. I didn't expect that it could be cut. Lu Lin was also excited. Seeing that the dagger had already cut in, he immediately activated his supernatural power, and his arm joints cracked. The force gradually increased. As the dagger moved slowly, the iron plate on the back of the metal box was cut open little by little. A few minutes later, there was a bang. The heavy iron plate fell to the ground. The mysterious black box was exposed in front of everyone. Several people all came over. Their heads were squeezed together, looking inside the box. Inside, the upper part is a precision instrument box. The circuit part is densely packed, and various lines are neat and smooth. It feels indescribable to look at it. The lower part is a small collection box. There are several documents inside. Lu Lin took out the document and handed it to Chen Yu. But Chen Yu didn't take it and motioned her to give it to Liang Qiuying. Among them, Liang Qiuying has the highest academic qualifications, and the knowledge involved is also very broad. After Liang Qiuying took the document, Chen Yu squatted down, slowly reached out and carefully took out a test tube bottle from it. Inside, there is a dark golden liquid, very viscous. Gently shake it, and you can vaguely see that there seems to be a flash of light in the liquid, which is very magical. This test tube was fixed firmly by a tripod, so it didn't break even if it was shaken violently. What is this? Is it so well protected? Apart from that, there was nothing else in the black box. As for the circuit part above, no one could understand what kind of host it was. Everything depended on that document. Liang Qiuying looked at it attentively, and turned around and walked slowly to a distance, found a small stool, and sat down to read it attentively. Chen Yu casually stuffed the test tube into the space, and then waved his hand. Let's go. There's no surprise. Let Qiuying take a good look first. Okay. So boring. I've been curious about this. But this is it? It's quite boring. The key is, why is the dragon guarding this thing? Who knows? Everyone sat down at the tent. A few people continued to drink and chat. Liang Qiuying studied hard. After almost 2 hours, she finally let out a sigh of relief, looked up at a few people, and said with a strange expression, "Have you heard of Bureau 749? I've seen it in novels." Chen Yu replied casually, and then asked, "Why?" "The document mentioned Bureau 749? Yeah." Liang Qiuying nodded. This document is the original document issued by Bureau 749. Below are several research reports. As for the research object, it is even more bizarre. It is not the Nanchaman project at all. It is an investigation and research on the dragon falling incident in Inko, Gua in the summer of 1934. Do you know about that incident? Everyone nodded at the same time. The Inko dragon falling incident is not a secret, and it has been spread on the internet for a long time. But it is all some groundless information. There is no definite information, and no one knows how it was handled afterwards. Liang Qiuing put down the documents and let out a long breath. The skeleton of the dragon falling incident was taken away by an organization called Bureau 749 afterwards. In the following decades, they have been trying to study the skeleton. However, due to the limitations of the scientific and technological research and development capabilities at the time, this research was stopped after only 3 years. The skeleton was sealed. Later, due to the domestic war, the 749th Bureau was reorganized several times, dismantled and reunited and dismantled again. It was not until 2013 that someone officially started this research again. 9 years later, in 2022, the Tiannong space station of the Xia Kingdom was completed, and this part of the experimental content was secretly sent to the sky. Speaking of this, Liang Qiuing said with a strange expression, I always thought that the laboratory at the other end of the space station was about the Nanchaman project, because it's very mysterious. My level is not enough. I never thought it was a project experiment about the dragon falling incident. From this document, we can know that the people from the 749th Bureau have extracted activated DNA from the bones of that year and carried out live culture. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Live culture. So the thing on the seabed is really a dragon. No wonder. Chapter 484 Black Box. No wonder the dragon has been guarding the black box. No wonder it helps humans. It turns out that it was cultivated by humans. Perhaps due to the abnormal changes in the sun. Part of the structure of the space station was damaged, and that part happened to be the test area where the dragon was located. As a result, it fell down with the black box. Fell into the sea. However, it must not be so huge when it was in the space station. It must have slowly devoured the mutated marine life after falling into the sea. So it slowly began to develop and grow bigger and bigger. Thinking of this, Chen Yu took out the test tube from the space again. So, what is this? Dragon blood? Dark gold? Chen Yu put the test tube away. That thing must be a treasure. But the document didn't say what it was. Unfortunately, all other clues are gone. For now, we can only save it. According to Liang Qiuing's memory, although the staff on the damaged side of the space station were all dead, there seemed to be a small part of the experimental area that was intact. So, if we can find a way to return to the extraterrestrial space station, we may be able to check the experimental area again. Maybe there are some other secrets. The dragon incident is over for the time being. Everyone stopped thinking about it. After all, the dragon is gone. Now, 2/3 of the entire planet is ocean. That dragon might have gone somewhere. No one can find it. Chen Yu just hopes that it will not be frozen to death when the ice age comes in a few months. It shouldn't be. That's a dragon. After all, it's a creature in myth and legend. So it shouldn't be that bad. So, everyone stopped discussing it. Things here came to an end. Chen Yu planned to rest for 2 or 3 days, and then take Li Xiaoyun and the others to leave here, go west to southern Yunnan, and then enter Sichuan. Finally, go to Changcheng. Go to see the satellite launch center. All hopes are pinned on whether it can be protected there. Chen Yu is confident that he can survive the ice age. However, his life experience in the previous life only ended at the ice age. What about the future? 10 years later, 20 years later, or even 50 years later? What if the sun continues to weaken? In the end, there will be no light. Then the Earth will be really finished. Therefore, if there is an opportunity to launch a space transfer plan, it must be deployed in advance and prepared early. As for Lu Fangfei, she can only return to the main force and follow into Tibet. Although she is reluctant, she has a duty. She has to be loyal to her duties. In this way, everyone opened their hearts and drank and chatted until dawn that night. The next day, Lu Fangfei set off first. Chen Yu directly sent her an ordinary armed helicopter to facilitate her return to the base. After she left, Chen Yu stayed for 2 more days. After receiving the highest level of hospitality from the dragon cult, The day of departure finally came. Before leaving, Chen Yu and Chen Gui stood in a small square to say goodbye. Now, Chen Gui has started a family and has a beautiful wife. So it is impossible for him to leave with Chen Yu. Although the seaside is no longer blessed by the dragon, these people gather together and have enough survival ability. There are many mutant animals in the sea. You can try to hunt them. So, they will not starve to death. Chen Yu also revealed to Chen Gui the news that the earth might be frozen in a few months, and asked him to find a way to deal with it. Whether he went to find an underground space or thought of other means, he would not be able to survive on the surface in a few months. Finally, Chen Yu left him 10 crystal cores. If he wanted to try to become a superpower, he had to make up his mind. The road was paved for him. The rest depended on his luck. Then, Chen Yu drove a helicopter, took Li Xiaoyun and 3 others out of the city, and continued to fly to southern Yunnan, southwest Sichuan. On the Beijing-Kunming Expressway, a bus was speeding on the road. Music was playing in the car. Dynamic rock heavy metal music. There were 13 women in the car. 12 of them were having a blast. Only the woman driving the car had a smile on her face. She looked at the road ahead and occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, watching the sisters in the mirror letting themselves go. They were the 13 women gang. They rushed from Tibet along the inner-city highway to Sichuan. The target location was Changcheng. At this moment, Changcheng was already in sight. Continue driving south for more than 10 kilometers, and you can enter the city. Leaving the lakeside community, the 13 women seemed to have broken free from their shackles, and a wild emotion was involuntarily vented. Everyone was having a blast. It has been 3 days and 3 nights. Now, the 13 sisters are almost real sisters. Even closer than those sisters with blood relationship. Because of an accident, the 13 sisters absorbed and digested the fission energy of a nuclear bomb together. However, due to the mutation of the crystal core in their bodies, none of them died, and they successfully survived, and even absorbed the terrifying nuclear fission energy into their bodies. Horror! 13 terrifying women. How powerful their abilities are now. They have never had the opportunity to try. Why? Because there are no opponents. Along the way, they occasionally encounter some mutant beast hides, but they are all small-scale. Hot weapons were scared away. There is no room for them to play. As for people, there is no way to meet them. From Tibet to Sichuan, the road is full of mountains. There are not many people in peacetime. Not to mention that it is the end of the world now. So, there is no target. The 13 women don't know their own strengths. Let Chen Yu try it in the future. Only Chen Yu is qualified to test the strengths of all of them. Driving, Lu Shuyun suddenly started to slow down and slowly parked the car on the side of the road. Luo Yin saw it and quickly stopped the stereo. Sister, what's wrong? Luo Yin came to the driver's seat. Take a break. Lu Shuyun smiled faintly and pointed ahead. It's less than 10 kilometers away. Victory is in sight. I think the river water next to it seems very clear. Let's go over and take a look. Okay. Sun Mimi, the younger sister who had just glanced at the map, said excitedly, Sister, that's Anning River. We are very close. Hey, sister, there seems to be a manor by the river. It doesn't look damaged. Li Qiuyue, who was looking out with a telescope, looked delighted. When the others heard it, they hurried over. Wow, it's true. Sister, we have a place to live. It seems to be built quite beautifully there. It really didn't damage much. Let's go. Let's go and take a rest. With a fiery Chintingting shout, the door of the bus was pushed open, and the women rushed out and left in an instant. In the end, only 3 older sisters were left on the bus. The eldest sister Lu Shuyun, the second sister Deng Kaiyun, and the third sister Wang Lijuan. The 3 women gathered together. Lu Shuyun turned off the engine and laughed. They are so depressed. Sister, you are also depressed. Right? Chapter 485 The Charm of a Woman. Deng Kaiyun poked her waist maliciously, and said with a double meaning, If Ayu is here, I guarantee that no one will be in a hurry to go down. Go. Lu Shuyun blushed, waved her hand to slap her claws, and said unhappily, Hurry up and get your luggage. Big sister, Wang Lijuan asked in confusion, We are about to enter Changcheng. Why don't we go in first? Why do we have to stop here? Why are you asking? Smell me. What do you smell like? Lu Shuyun said unhappily, in order to hurry. The sisters haven't taken a shower for a few days. Aren't you uncomfortable? Have you changed your underwear? Wang Lijuan's face flushed immediately. And she said anxiously, Of course I changed it. Oh. What are you saying oh? I really changed it. That? I feel uncomfortable if I don't change it for a day. Hee hee. You know how uncomfortable it is. Lu Shuyun stood up and walked to the back. And waved, Hurry up. Take the luggage. We will spend the night at that farm tonight. That river is quite clear. Let's take a bath. Take a bath? In the river? Wang Lijuan was stunned. What else? You are going to take a shower? Okay. Wang Lijuan was helpless. Just take a bath. Although it is a bit strange to take a bath outside. At this time, there is no living thing around. Who cares about who? So, the three sisters carried everyone's backpacks and got off the car. The scene was a bit scary. Without fighting, the three women were more charming than the other. Each with their own charm. The charm of mature women. And their looks were online. Very interesting. However, once they started fighting, the style of the painting went off track. The three women carried more than a dozen huge travel backpacks, each of which looked heavy, and they might have been filled with dozens of kilograms of supplies. As a result, they carried them effortlessly. They were simply walking briskly. After the body mutation, the most obvious change was that each of these 13 women was extremely powerful. They could even split mountains and rocks. They were also drunk. When the three women arrived at the farm below, the 10 crazy women had already broken into the farm, laughing, screaming and playing. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. Lu Shuyun was very relieved. Although the process was horrible and almost brought Doomsday to the base. But after getting through it, everything was worth it. If they hadn't gone through this transformation, the 13 of them would have had to stay at the base forever, slowly becoming wives or waiting for their husbands. In the end, they would have to stay around the stove and survive with their children. But in this Doomsday period, that was not the life they wanted at all. It's not bad now. I can follow Chen Yu's footsteps. I can share his pressure. This feels so good. Lu Shuyun walked into the yard of the farm, threw all her luggage on the ground, then turned and walked out, all the way to the bank of the Anning River. Ahead, the river water is rippling. The river water here is thawed. Although it is still very cold, it is at least a flowing water source. The river water is quite clear. Reach out and try. Lu Shuyun smiled. This mixture of ice and water would make most people feel freezing cold. But for her now, she often feels manic and hot inside with a belly full of nuclear fission energy. And she wants to vent. Unfortunately, Chen Yu is not here. Then we can only rely on external conditions to cool down physically. This temperature is just right. Without saying a word, Lu Shuyun didn't care about other people's eyes. She took off all her clothes in a few seconds by the river, and then dived into the water. Behind him, all the sisters were stunned. They all turned around to look. There was a whoosh. Lu Shuyun emerged from the water. Her long hair swung, and a puff of water mist came up. The scene was beautiful. The black background, the cold river water, and her tender and fair skin made people crazy. The other sisters were instantly furious. Ah, sister, you are a fool. How can you go down first? I want to go too. I want to go too. Let's go too. Ha ha ha. Are we spider spirits? Bah. There are only 7 spider spirits. And there are 13 of us. Then we are fox spirits. Right? Hee hee. I think you look the most like a fox spirit. Come on. Come on. Show me if you have a fox tail. Go away. You gossip. I'm coming. Plop. 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 The sound of falling into the water was continuous. All 12 women jumped in. And they were all clean. So the scene in the river was really beautiful. It's hard to describe. Before the 13 hairpins women's gang mutated, they were all good-looking. Because the group of mercenaries in Jiangcheng originally picked the good-looking ones. So each one of them had their own unique characteristics. As a result, now, their bodies have mutated. Once humans open up their special powers and mutate, the genes in their bodies will have a self-repairing ability. Genes begin to improve continuously, including various functional indicators and physical fitness of the human body. Appearance is also among them. Therefore, from the time they absorb nuclear fission energy to the present, the appearance of these 13 women has more or less undergone some subtle changes. For example, the older ones are getting younger and younger. The younger ones are a little more mature. Some of the minor skin defects have gradually disappeared. Some of the crow's feet at the corners of their eyes have also been smoothed out and disappeared. The skin has become tender. The figure has become exquisite. The eyes have become charming. The character becomes tougher. The mind becomes smarter. Everything is evolving towards perfection. So, 13 elves that are becoming more and more perfect. It makes people's blood boil. After the sisters entered the water, they began to play and fight in the water. For a while, there was constant laughter. Except for their laughter, there was a dead silence around. There was no one at all. At a certain moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who looked pure and sweet, suddenly screamed, then bent over and entered the water. The other sisters hurriedly looked at her. After a while, she suddenly straightened up, holding a huge mutant black fish more than 1 meter long in her hand, and said angrily, "This bad thing actually bit me, PG? Puff. Ha ha ha. Wah wah. You are still the most charming. Hee hee. I won the prize. Wah wah. Check it out quickly. Is it a mutated man?" Zhang Xiaohua's face flushed. The huge mutated black fish was still struggling in her hand, and it looked very strong. And in its cracked mouth, it seemed to be surging with countless jagged fangs, and it made strange hissing sounds from time to time. It was almost a spirit. But Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and angry, and suddenly raised her delicate little fist and hit the head of the strange fish hard, and scolded in a delicate voice, "Let you do bad things." Bang! A muffled sound. The monster's head exploded in an instant. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that she quickly threw it out and quickly avoided the area of water. The other women also complained and swam upstream quickly. Otherwise, they would be contaminated by blood. Chapter 486. The mission is imminent. The petite Chu Dan swam over unhappily and knocked her head with her hand. "You lunatic. Why are you using so much strength?" I didn't." Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at her hands, "I just knocked it lightly. But I didn't expect to knock its head off." "Okay." Chu Dan reached out and rubbed her head, smiling and said, "It's not your fault. In fact, I haven't adapted to it either. Our strength has become a little too outrageous." "Yes." At this time, Lu Shuyan also swam over and smiled. "So sisters, now the problem comes. We really need to spend some time to exercise ourselves. You must control the strength." "Well, I accidentally crushed my water cup yesterday." "Me too. The last lipstick was crushed into noodles. I was talking about it. I was dreaming last night that I accidentally crushed my phone. Wow. I have kept that phone until now. There were photos of my parents in it. Now they are gone." Everyone started to discuss. Everyone has this problem, because it has only been a few days since the mutation. It is difficult for everyone to control their strength. Lu Shuyun is always careful when driving. I was afraid that I would accidentally pull the steering wheel of the bus down. Therefore, the mission was imminent. When we arrived in Changcheng, we must find time for relevant training. Before joining Chen Yu, the sisters must be able to perfectly control their own strength and become real combat power. Lu Shuyun silently made up her mind. At night, 13 women lit a bonfire in the farm. Some cooking tools for outdoor camping were placed next to the fire. They took a lot of seasonings with them. As for the staple food, they could just eat some compressed dry food used by the army. For the remaining meat and vegetables, they would go hunting directly. Just like the black fish that was punched in the head by Zhang Xiaohua before. Now it has been roasted into blackfish fillet. Others can have some ham and bacon. The food source of these people is not a problem. 13 women snuggled by the fire. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to chat. They didn't care about the increasingly quiet and gloomy night. After a simple meal, Lu Shuyun looked at everyone and said loudly, "Okay, sisters, we have been rushing all the way, and we have never really calmed down to summarize." As soon as she spoke, everyone was silent. 12 charming faces looked at her at the same time. Lu Shuyun herself felt warm in her heart. So many women. Each of them is excellent. But they all want to consume Chen Yu. That guy. Fortunately, this is the end of the world. Otherwise, so many women around him might have to be dealt with. But the end of the world doesn't matter. Admiring the strong is a complex that every surviving woman has. Even if she is gradually becoming stronger now, that doesn't prevent her from chasing Chen Yu's figure. Lu Shuyun took a deep breath, looked at the sisters and whispered, "Our women's gang has come to this point, and can be completely self-reliant. So in the future, we will not only follow his figure, but also become his absolute fighting force. After the incident at the lake, each of us has undergone changes. It's just that we ourselves are still a little vague. Tonight, I hope that the sisters will seriously summarize, or try to find out what their abilities are. Let me start first. Lu Shuyun slowly stretched out her hand, and suddenly a dark red light like lava flow surged under her skin, and instantly surged throughout her body. That was the energy of nuclear fission. Then, she stretched out 2 fingers. Crackling sparks immediately began to appear between the thumb and index finger. Lu Shuyun looked at the sparks between her fingers and said, "My ability may be related to the magnetic storm. I vaguely feel that I can control anything that is charged and magnetic. I can even change the direction of the magnetic poles in a small range." So when the big sister first started to change, she lost control and detonated the nuclear bomb. Right? Liu Yin on the side analyzed calmly. Yes. Lu Shuyun nodded. It was indeed me who detonated the nuclear bomb. I can directly control the detonation device inside the nuclear warhead without going through the detonation procedure. Good guy. Big sister. Your ability is super terrifying. It's exciting to listen to it. Hey. Ya. Your face looks like a terrorist now. Do you know? Go to hell. Everyone talked about it for a while. At this time, Lu Shuyun waved her hand. Kai-yun. It's your turn. Have you tried it? Have you figured out whether the supernatural power is activated or not? Ding Kai-yun is the second sister. Before the disaster, she was an auxiliary police officer with a sense of justice. She has been working hard to prepare for the exam. She plans to study in the police academy and become a formal police officer in the future. But before her dream is realized, the end of the world comes. She sat upright, her back straight, and said softly, "I have studied it, and my ability is more common. Look." After that, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. Then, she suddenly clenched her fist. Her muscles instantly bulged, and her forearms even began to swell as if they were blown up. Then, she picked up a metal box next to her and squeezed it flat like squeezing cotton. Ding Kai-yun laughed and said, "This should be what Ayu said. A physical ability. A relatively common ability that can control local muscles." Li Qiuyue looked at her and smiled maliciously. "Second sister. How much can your arm swell?" "I don't know. It's like this for now." "Oh. Then, can other parts swell?" "What do you mean?" Li Qiuyue hugged her with a smile. "I want to see your Ru Kiln." "Go to hell. You little idiot. You are getting more and more lecherous. I warn you. Don't let your excessive thirst change your orientation." Puff. Li Qiuyue's watery peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she said with a smile, "Don't worry, second sister. In my life, I only recognize Brother Yu as a man. But this doesn't stop me from seeing Riyao. If you say that again, I will remove your chin. You little idiot." Ding Kai-yun blushed and glared at her unhappily. At the same time, she sighed secretly in her heart. To be honest, she really tried, but failed. Why? Her ability expands muscles. Are there muscles in those 2 lumps? That's not the same thing at all. Lu Shuyun also waved at Li Qiuyue, signaling her not to make trouble. It may be that the sisters haven't been intimate with Chen Yu for too long, so these little sisters are all feeling uncomfortable, although they can be loyal to Chen Yu. But it is not ruled out that they will shift their attention to other sisters. Before going to bed every day, they find each other to sleep together. So the scene in the campsite every night is a little off. Dirty words continue. Tiger and wolf words are endless. Otherwise, why are these women's campsites always far away from the main group? Afraid of being heard. If those rough men hear it, who knows what kind of storm will be stirred up again? Too tempting. Including Lu Shuyun, who is actually getting more and more used to hugging her sisters to sleep. Chapter 487. My own changes. Without Chen Yu by my side, hugging my sister, I can feel comforted. We can also have a... Lu Shuyun suddenly looked at her hand subconsciously. Then she quickly looked up at Wang Lijuan. Third sister. It's your turn. Have you studied your changes? No. Wang Lijuan shook her head helplessly. I may not have any changes. Nothing strange? Yes. I tried it secretly along the way. I didn't feel anything in my body. I also asked other sisters, those who opened their superpowers. In fact, they didn't need to try. Basically, they had some feelings. But I really don't have it. At this point, Wang Lijuan sighed helplessly, except for absorbing the energy of nuclear fission. which made my physical fitness very terrifying. I really don't have any supernatural powers. Okay. Lu Shuyun nodded. Ayu also said that some people may have no reaction at all after swallowing the crystal core. This is also a phenomenon. So, if you don't have it, then don't have it. Yeah. Wang Lijuan could only accept her fate. Before the disaster, she was a project manager of a security company. Because she was exposed to sports since she was a child. And practiced free fighting and sanda under the influence of her family. She has been a martial artist since she was a child. She used to have short hair. She was heroic. She also had real kung fu skills. So even 3 or 5 men couldn't get close to her. She always dreamed of being a hero. Who says women are inferior to men? So she felt a little uncomfortable that she couldn't activate her special ability this time. At this moment, Chu Dan, the 9th sister in the team, and the most gentle and sweet-looking sister in the women's gang, suddenly said softly, "Third sister, you don't seem that simple." As soon as Chu Dan opened her mouth, everyone looked at her. What do you mean? Wang Lijuan looked at her puzzledly and said, "Ninth sister. What are you talking about? Let me explain my ability first." Chu Dan smiled sweetly. Let me explain my ability first. I seem to have activated a superpower, which should be a spiritual power. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Chen Yu had said before that spiritual powers belong to the magic and fairy arts. The probability is small. But once it is advanced, the power will become stronger and stronger. It can even perform large-scale and wide-range spell attacks, which is very powerful. Just like the ability of the eldest sister Lu Shuyun. It is actually a spiritual power. It can control magnetic storms. After the superpower is advanced, it may be able to control the Earth's magnetic field. Therefore, Lu Shuyun hurriedly asked, "Ninth sister, what is your ability?" Chu Dan blinked her beautiful big eyes and said with a little fascination, 743. My ability is not a combat type. It is a kind of, a remote sensing type. It is somewhat similar to Sister Linghua's ability. I can vaguely sense the energy in each of your bodies. Based on what I feel, I seem to have sensed that there is a very scary thing lurking in the body of the third sister. I don't know if it is a kind of superpower. But the third sister's ability is definitely not as simple as she said. Hearing this, Wang Lijuan became excited and went over to hug this sweet and lovely little sister and said anxiously, "Did you really feel it?" "Yes, 100%. Chu Dan smiled and said, "This perception ability is very clear. It should not be wrong. It's like I can sense that the energy in my elder sister's body is very complex. She can even use the power of magnetic storms in her body to create a miniature magnetic storm bomb." Lu Shuyun. Others. Wow. It's really good. Chu Dan's ability is so weird. Lu Shuyun was stunned. Her proposal was like opening the door to a new world for herself in an instant. A new combat mode has naturally formed in her mind without any argumentation. Everyone looked at Lu Shuyun. Lu Shuyun nodded slowly, feeling the energy in her body, and nodded slowly after a moment. Ninth sister is right. I think I can do it, but I need to train. Oh my god. Old 9. Your ability is amazing. Old 9. Look at mine. Look at mine. Okay. Sixth sister. Stop it. If you keep it up, you'll get into trouble. You silly girl. Shut up. Everyone was talking at once. Soon they were stopped by Lu Shuyun. Okay. Be quiet. Well, we believe what ninth sister said. Third sister's ability needs to be developed. In addition, ninth sister's ability is a mental ability, not a combat method. So, when the team fights in the future, the ninth sister is the one who needs to be protected. Everyone knows this. Next, the fourth sister. It's your turn. Everyone looked at the cold female president Liu Yen. She was a strong woman before the disaster. She had worked hard in the business world for many years, and had already embarked on the road to success. In Jiancheng, few people in the business world don't know Liu Yen. This beautiful iceberg beauty president, just like the heroine in the novel, has a cold temperament and disdains almost all men. She can go to nightclubs at night and enjoy the fireworks of the world. But absolutely no man can win her favor. She only drinks. But she never gets drunk. The people pursuing her can line up from the south to the north of the city. And there are even billionaires and powerful bosses among them. However, no one has a chance to get her. She seems to be living the life of the heroine in the novel. This is Liu Yen. She saw everyone looking at her, nodded, and said calmly, I should have activated a superpower. It looks like a spiritual magic superpower. After saying that, she stretched out a slender jade finger, put it directly into the wine glass. In an instant, a chill escaped. The glass of wine was frozen into ice cubes visible to the naked eye. Wow! Is it ice magic? This is so cool. Oh! What a pity. In the future, the whole world will be frozen. If the whole world is in flames, then the Four Sisters' ability will be even more amazing. Luo Yan retracted her finger and smiled faintly. It should be an ice ability. For the time being, it is level 1 supernatural power, and there is not much that can be used. But I have a hunch that if the earth is frozen in the future, maybe I can live on the surface. Everyone nodded immediately. This is not a lie. According to Chen Yu, when the ice age comes, the surface temperature will drop to at least minus 80 degrees. In some places, it can even reach minus 100 degrees. Ordinary people simply cannot live on the surface. However, Luo Yan, who has already opened the freezing ability, may not be subject to this restriction. Very good. Very powerful. Lu Xun smiled with satisfaction. She rubbed Luo Yan's face with both hands and said with a smile, "Four sister, if I feel hot in the future, I will hug you to sleep." Okay. Big sister. Luo Yan rarely smiled softly. Chapter 488 No Pulse. This smile made the other girl's eyes brighten. Wow. The Four Sister is coquettish. Look. The Four Sister also has a coquettish smile. Bah. Is that a coquettish smile? That's a seductive smile. Oh. I don't care about her. I want to sleep with the Four Sister tonight. Me too. I also. Stop. Lu Xuyun was so angry that she shouted and rolled her eyes at Luo Yan. Look at you. Don't be coquettish all the time. Your personality will collapse. And you will cause a commotion. Luo Yan. Blame me? Lu Xuyun quickly pointed at the fifth child, Xiaohua. It's your turn. Li Qiuhua smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I really don't have any special powers. Nothing has been activated. I've asked Dandan a long time ago. Right? She looked at Chu Dan. Chu Dan nodded and said with some regret, Fifth sister does not have any special energy form in her body. Only the energy of nuclear fission. So she may be the kind of person who failed to activate her special power. But what? Li Qiuhua was stunned and turned to look at Chu Dan. Dandan. What else did you see? You didn't tell me everything? Yeah. Chu Dan scratched his head. Actually, I didn't know whether I should tell you about this. What's the matter? Li Qiuhua looked suspicious, looking at your expression. Why doesn't it look like a good thing? Lu Xuyun also frowned and said, Old Nine. What's going on? Just tell me. If there is really a problem, let's solve it together. It's not a problem. Chu Dan let out a long breath, looked at Li Qiuhua helplessly and said, Fifth sister. Brother Yu has popularized science. There are 4 consequences of swallowing a crystal core. 2 failures. 2 successes. Let's not talk about the success. Let's talk about the failure. There are 2 possibilities. One is that there is no reaction after swallowing the crystal core, and the person is still alive. The other is that there will be a reaction after swallowing it, but the person is dead. You actually belong to the latter. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. Li Qiuhua looked at her in astonishment. What the hell? I belong to the latter? So, am I dead? Li Qiuhua was a little confused. She didn't understand what Chu Dan meant. How did she belong to the latter? Lu Xuyun also asked in confusion, Old Nine. What abnormality did you see in Qiuhua's body? I didn't see it. Chu Dan shook his head, except for the energy of nuclear fission. She has no other supernatural powers. I found that she was abnormal. Not by seeing, but by hearing. How did you hear it? Lu Xuyun asked in confusion. One night a few days ago, I slept with my 5th sister. She insisted that I slept with her in my arms. As soon as she said this, Li Qiuhua blushed. Chu Dan's face also blushed. Others. This girl. She really knows how to play. Among all the sisters, she is the most worried. Lu Xuyun is afraid that one day she will not be able to hold on and become a lesbian. That would be scary. Before the disaster, Li Qiuhua was a receptionist at a luxury hotel. She had a melon-seed face and willow-shaped eyebrows. She was tall and had an outstanding image. But she didn't have much education, especially in the environment of a hotel. She was used to big storms at a young age. Therefore, she knows a lot. People are also characters. Although she left her first time to Chen Yu, Li Qiuyue, who has a lively personality, is not like other women at all. She will feel anxious after a long time. They all miss Chen Yu like crazy. She was very playful. When Chen Yu was not around, she would hug different sisters to sleep every night. When sleeping, her hands and feet were not honest. Almost every sister had been harassed by her. There was nothing they could do. So after hearing Chu Dan's description, everyone understood. At the same time, they rolled their eyes at Li Qiuyue. This little pervert. That was enough. Maybe Chu Dan's gentle and sweet sister was the target she ravaged the most. Li Qiuyue smiled awkwardly. Chu Dan continued, that night, when the fifth sister fell asleep, I couldn't sleep either, and I accidentally discovered her abnormality. The fifth sister has no heartbeat. I listened to her chest for a long time, and there was no heartbeat at all. I secretly felt her pulse, and there was no heartbeat at all. So I guess the consequence of the fifth sister swallowing the crystal core may be direct death. But the situation was strange and complicated at the time. All of our bodies were penetrated by the nuclear fission energy and connected together. The power of the crystal core resonated. Therefore, the fifth sister did not die. She survived. Her current state is a bit similar to the lifeless sub-alien state mentioned by Brother Yu. It's just that the fifth sister is a sub-alien with all memories and thoughts. Li Qiuyue. Everyone. Subhuman? Li Qiuyue is already dead? Everyone slowly looked at Li Qiuyue. She has always been a happy person in the team. She is sunny and cheerful. Loves to laugh and make trouble. She once brought infinite joy to the team. Although everyone is afraid of being pestered by her to sleep at night, they also like her and pamper her. Therefore, no one has ever refused her rude request. As a result, she was originally a loser? Some sisters can't accept it. Fortunately, she is now sitting in front of everyone alive. There was a long silence. Li Qiuyue suddenly reached out and touched her pulse, carotid artery, and heart position. Half a day later, she looked miserable. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't feel anything. It seems that I really have no pulse. It seems that I am actually a dead person. You can't say that. Lu Shuyan suddenly asked in confusion. If I remember correctly, you asked me for sanitary napkins before you left. You still have your period. If you are dead, how can you have your period? Yes. Li Qiuyue nodded, except for my lack of heartbeat. Everything else seems to be the same. My period is also very regular. Chu Dan smiled and said, so I said that you are in a sub-alien state. Sub-alien is also a new species in this end of the world. I guess. The physiological functions of the fifth sister may now be supported by nuclear fission energy. That kind of energy forms a rare physiological system that replaces the function of the heart. Well, this explanation is reasonable. Luo Yan also nodded, except for the lack of heartbeat. The fifth sister's condition has not changed. Her face is still rosy. It means that her blood system is functioning normally. That's it. Li Qiuyue spread her hands and looked at everyone with a smile. Sisters, as long as I am still alive, I will always be your Qiuyue. Who cares about the heart or something? That's right. Chu Dan suddenly ran over and hugged her in his arms, smiling and saying, fifth sister, hug me to sleep next time. You said it. Li Qiuyue immediately looked at Chu Dan's naughty place with a beaming face and said excitedly, I wonder, how can a pale, thin and young girl like you grow to such an exaggerated F-cup? Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Hey. Restrain yourself. Chapter 489 Blow It Up. Lu Shuyun was very upset and said to Li Qiuyue, don't lead Lao Jiu astray. I warn you. If you really lead her astray, you will not forgive you. You said that Lao Jiu's pair is his. Ahem. Luo Yin on the side coughed hard and said helplessly, sister, you are almost led astray. Let's talk about business. Oh, right. Lu Shuyan patted her forehead quickly and looked at Lao Lu Chen Ting. It's your turn. Yeah. Chen Ting smiled and nodded. I also activated my superpower. And it's very ordinary. The same physical superpower. Not even a combat type. What type is that? Lu Shuyan asked in confusion. It's defensive type. Right? Chen Ting looked at her hand, then stood up and walked to the campfire, and put her hand in. Hey! Ting? Are you crazy? What are you doing? Chen Ting smiled and looked back at everyone, then retracted her hand and shook it at everyone. Look! There is no reaction at all. Everyone. What the hell is this? There is no reaction even when being burned by fire? Chen Tingting shrugged, sat back in her seat, picked up a dagger, and wiped it hard on the palm of her hand. But there was still no reaction. There was not even a white streak on the palm of her slender jade white hand. Chen Tingting smiled and said, "The defense is very high. It can be called ironclad. I haven't tried bullets, because I dare not shoot. But I vaguely feel that bullets may not penetrate my skin." "Good guy." Li Qiuyue looked at her and murmured, "Fortunately, you were taken away by a Yu before you got the superpower. Otherwise, he would." Hey. You are not done yet. You drive away when you don't agree with me?" Lu Xuyun got up and walked over in anger, grabbed Li Qiuyue to her side, and ordered her to shut up for a short time. Chen Tingting's face was also red. Ignored her. Before the disaster, she was just an ordinary girl. Except for her extraordinary appearance. Everything else was ordinary. She was an insurance salesman. With her beautiful and sweet looks, she could barely get by in the company. So she didn't have any big ambitions in her life. Unlike Luo Yin, who was a strong woman in the business world and could call the shots outside. Chen Tingting just wanted to be an ordinary little woman. When she reached the right age to marry, she would find an ordinary man to marry, have 2 ordinary children, and live an ordinary life. Later, the apocalypse came. She was lucky and satisfied to survive to the end and become a member of the women's gang. Now, she has activated her superpowers. No matter what superpowers it is, even if it is a simple defensive ability, she is very excited, very satisfied, especially this superpower, which makes her almost invincible. As long as she doesn't encounter other mutants, she is already invincible in the world of ordinary people. Therefore, Chen Tingting feels very happy. This Chen Tingting finished speaking. Then it was the turn of the 7th Fang Zihan. Fang Zihan is a girl with delicate looks and enchanting figure. Before the disaster, she was a home girl. She is a short video streamer. In professional terms, she is a socially anxious homebody. She stays at home every day. Even though she has a charming face, she is naturally afraid of the outside world and dares not interact with people, especially men. Therefore, it is also a strange phenomenon that Fang Zihan could endure and let Chen Yu climb onto her bed. It can only be said that socially anxious girls also look at the object. However, Fang Zihan also shrugged with disappointment. I should not have activated my supernatural power. In addition, I am a living person, not a sub-alien state. Old 9? Lu Xuyun quickly looked at Yu Dan. Because some people's abilities are indeed very strange, and it is not easy to test them out. However, Chu Dan also shook his head. Sister Han did not activate her abilities. She only has the power of nuclear fission in her body. Moreover, it seems that the energy state is almost exactly the same as that of the 5th sister. Okay. Lu Xuyun nodded and looked at Feng Zihan. Hanin will also be the focus of protection in the future. Feng Zihan immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry. Hua said that she will protect me for life." After that, he turned around and hugged Zhang Xiaohua beside him. Lu Xuyun, have you assigned these girls yourself? Zhang Xiaohua is the 8th one. Everyone had seen her performance in the river before. Needless to say, it was definitely a physical ability. She was incredibly strong. Lu Xuyun looked at her. Hua, tell me. I also activated a superpower. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, physical ability means great strength. No. Chu Dan suddenly shook her head and looked at her and said, Sister Hua, you don't seem to have a physical ability. Hua. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. No. What is that? I just feel that I have a lot more strength. I smashed the fish's head with one punch. No. Chu Dan looked at her carefully and said slowly, your strength may be related to nuclear fission energy. That is just basic strength. We are all the same. Then I don't know? Zhang Xiaohua was confused. But Chu Dan stood up thoughtfully, walked up to her and murmured, I think your ability may also be a psychic ability. How come? Why can't I feel it? Do you still remember the moment you blew up the fish head? I remember. Chu Dan took a can and said, you blow it up. But don't hit it. Just try the feeling of blowing up the fish head before. This? Zhang Xiaohua took the can curiously. How to blow it up without hitting it. You try it. This? Quick. Try it. Zhang Xiaohua stopped talking, holding the can. She looked confused. No one else spoke. Because Chu Dan was a superpower. She had the ability to see some clues of other people's superpowers. So, what she said must make sense. So, everyone stared at Zhang Xiaohua. And Zhang Xiaohua stared at the can in her hand. At a certain moment, bang! There was a bang. The can suddenly exploded in her hand. It even exploded into pieces. The people around screamed and were blown into pieces. A strange look suddenly appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. And she slowly looked up at Chu Dan. I found a secret. What is it? Chu Dan didn't care about the mess and asked quickly. My ability seems to be spiritual. But not entirely. It's like a spiritual ability that uses the body to complete. What's the specifics? Specifically, I want to imagine the scene of explosion. And then when I touch it with my hands, I will accidentally control the structure of the material to explode. It's like a structural bomb has been materialized. Chu Dan, a little confused. Although she can feel this strange phenomenon, she doesn't understand the principle behind it. It's too profound. Is this related to the concept of structure at the atomic level? Or is it a causal ability method? It's unknown. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua's explosive power is very strange. Ignoring the material structure, as long as it can be imagined, as long as it can be touched, it can make the target explode. This is her ability. So far, this is the first and most bizarre ability. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. So the abilities activated by the crystal core are simply bizarre. Chapter 490 Feeling weird. In addition, the crystal cores of their sisters all activated human superpowers in the energy flow of nuclear fission. So they may have greater potential and greater power. Zhang Xiaohua was satisfied. Before the disaster, she was a freelancer. Her family was from the countryside. Both parents were honest farmers. As you can see from her name, her parents were not well educated and gave her a very bad name. Zhang Xiaohua never went to college. She went to the city to work after graduating from high school, in order to supplement the family income and to allow her younger brothers and sisters to go to school. So she suffered a lot. Later, she accidentally came into contact with online literature and began to learn female palace fighting literature. She wrote novels online and achieved financial freedom. She has the ability to think abstractly, so she can understand her own abilities. Lu Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Very happy. This ability may be very scary when it is advanced in the future. Xiaohua is a main combat member. Then, she looked at Lao Shi. Luya. Before the disaster, she was still a college student and was still in class. Her family was considered a well-off family. Very happy. Unfortunately, she didn't even see her parents for the last time. Luya clapped her hands, then stood up, looked at the sisters and smiled. I have figured out my ability a long time ago. It seems to be a simulation ability. What do you mean? Lu Xuyun was stunned. Luya casually took out her cell phone from her pocket and waved it at everyone. I have a lot of kung fu movies on my phone. I often watch those movies to relax. Since I opened my supernatural power, I suddenly found that when I was concentrating on watching the moves in the movie, the moves of those people were deeply engraved in my mind. For example, like this. As she said that, Luya suddenly picked up a wooden branch from the ground with her toes, and then did a backflip to the outside. Then, the wooden branch swung. She actually performed a set of swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was agile and elegant. It looked pretty good. It felt like watching Ling Huchong perform due to 9 swords. Everyone looked at him in amazement. So handsome? At this moment, King Li's, Ya suddenly jumped up and shouted, sword swinging style. Suddenly, the breath exploded. All the women bent down at the same time. The next second, there were countless dark red lights cracking around. Sword breaking style. Luya flashed again. And the whole person was already flying across the sky. The broken wood branch in her hand made a hissing sound. And explosions continued around. Everyone could smell the energy smell of the terrifying explosion. That was the energy of nuclear fission. This guy actually used it as internal force? At this moment, Luya suddenly retracted her move and slashed. The branch swung. A stream of light shot towards the big tree in the distance. Bang! The flames exploded. The huge impact of the branch broke a big tree that one person could hug. The women were shocked, seeing Luya slowly walking back. They all felt weird for a moment. In the movie, they were hanging on wires and doing special effects. You actually simulated the effects of hanging on wires and special effects? Is this scientific? Luya's special ability is awesome. And it is unique. This simulation ability is too buggy. Lu Xuyun looked at her for a long time, and suddenly said, "Can you find a movie about Panga creating the world for her to watch?" Luya laughed and said, "Sister, stop making trouble. I only have a level 1 simulation ability now. I haven't tried Panga creating the world. But I have tried the 8 immortals crossing the sea. But it didn't work." Oh! Lu Xuyun suddenly realized. The activated ability level is too low. Now I can only imitate martial arts moves. The immortals moves? It's too early. But it's just a thought. What if the level is raised in the future? Will it really be able to create the world? Luya is the real bug. However, her ability should also belong to the spiritual type. The spiritual type has fewer crystal cores, which is slightly better than the space type. But it is extremely difficult to improve it. I don't know how long I have to wait. Next one. Lily. You come. Jolie, who ranked 11th, stood up immediately and said with a smug smile, "I should have activated my superpowers too. But I don't know if it's spiritual or magical." As she said that, she casually pulled a long hair from her head and threw it on the ground. The next second, the long hair seemed to come alive and began to twist and turn like a snake, and then swam around her body. Everyone. What is this? Illusion? Or spell? After a long time, Lu Xuyun looked at Jolie. Is this magic? No. Jolie shook her head. At first, I also thought it was a magical ability. But in fact, it does not rely on my spiritual power to move. How should I put it? It seems that once it leaves my body, it becomes an independent individual. I can just control it. You mean? Its actions do not depend on you? Yes. Lu Xuyun nodded and looked at Luo Yin beside her. They said at the same time, "This is the physical body." Deng Kaiyun also nodded. It should be. When a part of the physical body is separated from the main body, it becomes an independent individual and is controlled by the main body. Yes. Yes. That's what I feel. Jolie immediately smiled and nodded. Does she have any other abilities? No. Just this. Yeah. Lu Xuyun was helpless. It seems that Lily is also the one that BDCJ wants to protect. With her ability, she may be suitable for being a spy. I think it's pretty good. Jolie was very happy. After all, compared with those sisters who didn't activate their superpowers, she is special. It's not bad. She used to be a beauty blogger. She used to take great care of every part of her body, especially her hair. Unexpectedly, now that she activated her superpowers, her hair mutated first. Anyway, no matter what it becomes, hair is the most important. Jolie tapped the ground with her toes twice. The hair finally crawled back, quickly got into her thick long hair, and was connected again. This wave of operations surprised everyone. Can it go back? 666. Lu Xuyun then looked at Sun Mimi, who ranked 12th. Mimi. It's your turn. Sun Mimi pouted. I haven't activated my superpowers. Just like my 7th sister. In addition to the power of nuclear fission, there are no other abilities in my body. Chu Dan also nodded. Well, I can't feel anything abnormal in Mimi. Okay. Lu Xuyun sighed. Another one. Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if they don't have superpowers, the nuclear fission power in their bodies is quite terrifying. At least it can make them surpass ordinary people. Even surpass special forces soldiers. This can greatly increase the chance of survival. The last one is the younger sister Jiang Shanshan. When she was first arrested, she was only 16 years old. She was just in high school. Now she is 20 years old. She has grown into a big girl, and even a little woman of Chen Yu. Without waiting for Lu Xuyun to speak, Jiang Shanshan immediately stood up and turned around gorgeously, smiling mischievously at the sisters. I declare in advance that I have also opened my superpowers, and they are physical superpowers. Chapter 491 Confidence. What effect? Lu Xuyun smiled. This effect is a bit scary. I'm afraid it will scare you. Jiang Shanshan's smile was a bit devilish. Dexing. Let's see what kind of superpower it is. Wang Lijuan rolled her eyes at her and urged her. As a result, Jiang Shanshan immediately turned to her and smiled sneakily. Then I won't be polite. Third sister. I'm targeting you. Wang Lijuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. You have seen that I have no superpowers. Right? Do you want to bully me? Come on. Let me practice with you. She stood up directly. After all, She came from a security company and practiced free fighting and Sanda for several years. Just a little yellow-haired girl. Wang Lijuan took a free fighting stance. Then looked at Jiang Shanshan. She smiled triumphantly, then stood there proudly, and said in a sweet voice, "Third sister, you have seen clearly. I am going to do it. Come on." The atmosphere in the venue was full of gunpowder. Everyone's eyes widened. Let's see what kind of physical ability this youngest sister has activated to be so confident. The next second, everyone was suddenly stunned. They saw that Jiang Shanshan's figure seemed to be slowly wriggling, and that well-behaved and sweet face was quickly distorted. Damn! Transformation? Wang Lijuan was nervous. She doesn't have any special powers. She just relies on the energy of nuclear fission in her body. And to be honest, that energy is too huge. She hasn't mastered the trick of using it yet. So when she saw Jiang Shanshan transforming, she felt numb all over. It's coming. Nervous. After a moment. Huh? Wang Lijuan was dumbfounded. Jiang Shanshan in front of her turned into her at this moment, both in height and appearance. Even her chest became more majestic. What is this? Transformation? At this time, Jiang Shanshan laughed and said, "Ah ha 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 ha. Third sister, don't be too nervous. I won't fight. My ability is actually to change my body and disguise myself as someone else." Wang Lijuan. Sisters, this ability is a bit unfair. Right? She can imitate everyone? At this time, Li Qiuyu suddenly jumped up, rushed to her and said anxiously, "Imitate brother Yu for me." Okay. Jiang Shanshan squirmed without saying anything. A few seconds later, she really turned into Chen Yu, and her body shape also changed. This caused her clothes to shrink. The next second, Li Qiuyu had directly pulled off her pants and pulled them open a little. Ah! What are you doing? Fifth sister? Jiang Shanshan was so scared that she quickly dodged her clutches. Stinky girl. Don't run. Let me see what's going on. No. You slut. Don't come over here. Big sister. Second sister. Third sister. Fourth sister. Come and save me. Big sister. Second sister. Third sister. Fourth sister. None of the four women moved. They were all thinking about one thing. They wanted to know if the man Jiang Shanshan simulated was a real man. Seeing that none of the four sisters moved, Li Qiuyu, the fifth sister, was so bold that she suddenly accelerated and grabbed Jiang Shanshan, then threw herself down. The two figures laughed and made a scene. A moment later, Li Qiuyu jumped up in shock and screamed, "I declare that from now on, I will sleep with Shanshan." Seeing her reaction, the four sisters understood immediately. So, they stood up one by one, especially Luo Yin, whose aura of icy attribute exploded in an instant, and looked at her coldly. "What did you say?" Cough cough cough. Li Qiuyu immediately became timid and looked at Luo Yin with a smile. "Fourth sister. You first. You first. Who do you say first?" Lu Shuyun also looked blank. The magnetic storm between her hands flickered. Li Qiuyu was speechless. She could only look back at Jiang Shanshan, who was disheveled and full of resentment, and sighed, "An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Shanshan, thank you for your hard work. You sisters, what are you doing?" Jiang Shanshan suddenly looked at Lu Shuyun with a horrified look as she walked towards her with a kind aunt smile. "Come, little sister. I'll pull you up." Jiang Shanshan said in horror, "Sister, you won't do something crazy like the fifth sister?" "No, I won't." Lu Shuyun smiled kindly, patted Jiang Shanshan's pants, then pulled her to her side, and said with a smile, "You are also a protected object. I have to keep a close eye on you in the future." "Shanshan, does your ability have a CD time?" "No." "Oh. Yes, there is. After transforming once, you need to rest for at least several days." "Okay." Lu Shuyun touched her hair. "Don't worry. Big sister is not that crazy. However, Big sister will be responsible for protecting you in the future." Jiang Shanshan cried. "I believe you. Woohoo! Don't transform into brother Yu in the future. These sluts. It's too outrageous." At this time, Luo Yin suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, "Shanshan, when the superpower was just activated, the nuclear bomb exploded. How did you move all of us to the nuclear bomb?" I have another ability." Ah? Everyone was shocked at the same time. This youngest sister has 2 abilities? Lu Shuyan looked at her quickly. Little sister, what other abilities do you have? Jiang Shanshan stood up again, slowly opened her hands, and murmured, I am not proficient in this ability. The situation was urgent at the time, and I don't know how I did it. After that, her hands began to glow faintly. At the same time, a dark red light also flowed faintly under her skin, which was the ability of nuclear fission. At the same time, the wind began to blow around. A series of whirlwinds rose from under her feet. All the sisters regained their serious expressions. This ability seems to be quite powerful. A few minutes later, Jiang Shanshan, who was sweating profusely from exhaustion, suddenly made a buzzing sound on her body surface, and a circle of light shield visible to the naked eye appeared outside her body. Jiang Shanshan was panting from exhaustion, and said tiredly to others, this shield allows me to teleport at a certain distance and restrain the energy pattern of nature. For example, as soon as the voice fell, her figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, everyone found that Jiang Shanshan actually appeared in the middle of the bonfire. The sisters were shocked. Several of them exclaimed, but in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. Jiang Shanshan's protective shield was actually covered with raging flames. And those flames did not harm Jiang Shanshan, who was also in the shield. Surprising phenomenon. Jiang Shanshan played with the flames in the shield and waved to the people outside with a smile. Look. That's it. This thing is like a field. Anyway, I'm in it. I'm not afraid of any natural energy. Good. Awesome. Lu Shuyan let out a long breath and murmured, it's just that the space of the shield is a little small. It seems that it is not as big as the one during the nuclear explosion. Yeah. Chapter 492 intact. Jiang Shanshan jumped out of the flames, dispelled the shield, and pushed away the flames. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and said, the first time I used this ability, it was completely unconscious. Now that I use this ability consciously, the power is not as good as expected. Okay. I need to practice more. So far, the 13 sisters have confirmed everything. 4 of the sisters have no special powers. Namely the 3rd sister Wang Lijuan, the 5th sister Li Qiuyue, the 7th sister Feng Zihan, and the 12th sister Sun Mimi. In addition, there are 3 people with physical bodies. They are the 2nd sister Ding Kaiyun, the 6th sister Chen Tingting, and the 11th sister Zhou Li. The remaining 5 sisters all have spiritual abilities. Only one little sister, Jiang Shanshan, activated 2 abilities, both physical and spiritual. In general, the proportion of activated abilities is quite large. It was a great success. It can only be said that the women's gang has better luck than most people. After everyone showed their abilities, it was very late. The 13 sisters were excited and directly set up a big tent, spread moisture-proof mats all over the ground, and the 13 women squeezed together, enjoying the rare tranquility. After 2 days of rest, enter Changcheng. If the satellite launch center is really intact, it must be well protected. Wait for Chen Yu to come. This place is Chen Yu's last stop, and it is of great significance. No one knows whether the Earth can continue to allow humans to survive in the future. So when necessary, maybe we have to move to space. Alas, there is still no hope for the future. We can only live one day at a time. As long as they continue to improve themselves and become a firm fighting force, they will always have the belief to survive. That night, all the sisters slept soundly. In the next 2 days, the 13 hairpins women's gang rested comfortably in the farm for 2 days. Relax and play. At the same time, people with superpowers began to focus on training their superpowers, constantly improve their combat capabilities. Although they were somewhat lonely and sleepless without a man around them. However, the target was within reach, and they would soon see Chen Yu, which made them all eagerly looking forward to it. Just like that, 2 days later, the women helped the sisters to drive off again. A few hours later, they drove into Changcheng. This remote small city is famous all over the world for its satellite launch center. As soon as they entered the city, the sisters realized that the damage to the city was not too serious. In order to prevent the city from surviving and avoid unnecessary conflicts and troubles, the 13 sisters parked the car at the entrance to the city. Everyone brought their own travel backpack. Everyone has a camouflage hat, a comfortable outdoor camouflage outfit. These 13 women, with a strong deterrent aura, slowly walked into the city and entered Changcheng. None of the 13 sisters had been here before. and they didn't know where the satellite launch center was, so they could only look for it slowly. The city was very quiet. Occasionally, 1 or 2 roars of wild beasts could be heard. There are mutant beasts in the city, which means there are not many survivors in the city. It would be best if there are none. The sisters entered the city from the north and walked slowly along the main street. The broken walls and ruins on the roadside were in ruins. Due to the low temperature, many places in the city were covered with ice and snow, and they had not melted. Look up at the sky. Sichuan and Shu are covered with clouds and fog all year round, and the sun is rarely seen. Now the sun is almost gone, so the city is also desolate and cold, making people feel uncomfortable. Soon, the sisters stopped at a crossroads. Lu Shuyun and the other 4 sisters discussed and decided to split into 3 groups to explore the entire city. The first team, composed of Lu Shuyun, Li Qiuyue, Zhang Xiaohua and Jiang Shanshan, explored the east. The second team, composed of Deng Kaiyun, Chen Tingting, Feng Zihan and Lu Ye, explored the middle road. The third team, composed of Wang Lijuan, Liu Yan, Chu 487 Dan, Zhou Li and Sun Mimi, explored the west road. Each of the 3 teams has a big sister and a member who has not activated his special powers, so that the combination can balance the strength. Each team brought a radio. After everyone discussed the route and plan, they immediately separated at the crossroads. The 3 teams each went in 3 directions. From north to south, deep into the city, 3 flowers bloom. Single branch. There is a Qionghai scenic spot on the central line of Changcheng. It is the landmark of Changcheng. Deng Kaiyun, Chen Tingting, Feng Zihan, and Lu Ye walked along Nanshan Avenue. No living people were seen along the way. Now, for years have passed. Even in the megacities, the number of survivors has decreased. The rest are either cannibals, mutant monsters, or those half-dead subhumans. There are basically no large communities, because the community has no military protection. It can't even resist a small-scale beast tide. As for lone walkers, they are even rarer. The lone walkers who can survive are definitely superpowers. So, what everyone is on guard against are actually those wild superpowers. No one would have thought that ordinary people could still live to this time. Strictly speaking, Changcheng is quite beautiful. Next to Nanshan Avenue is the Haihe River, which has thawed at this time, and the river water is gurgling. Due to the backflow of seawater, almost all rivers in Xiaogua have surged upstream. The Haihe River was no exception. A lot of the city's land was flooded around. As they walked, there was no road ahead, because the road was flooded by the water of the Haihe River. The 4 sisters stood by the river and looked across. Second sister, shall we take a detour? No. Just cross the river directly. Deng Kaiyun had been observing the surroundings with a telescope. She was carrying a light sniper rifle. Chen Tingting and Feng Zihan were both carrying Type 79 rifles. Only Lu Ye didn't take anything. She did simulate a lot of scenes from movies and TV series. So strictly speaking, she was a martial arts master with unique skills. Picking leaves and flying flowers could injure people instantly. Of course, the most important thing was that her shooting skills were very bad. The aim is too poor. Everyone has a technical blind spot. Her blind spot is firearms, which she can't handle at all. Therefore, she doesn't use firearms at all when exploring on weekdays. She didn't use them before. Now there is no need to use them. After carefully observing the surroundings for a moment, Deng Kaiyun confirmed that there was no danger, then put down the telescope and said with a smile, "Just cross the river. Come. I'll throw you over." "I don't need it." Lu Ye shook her head quickly, and then suddenly rushed forward. She ran to the river and threw a few leaves out. When the leaves fell on the river, she tapped her feet lightly and jumped over the river like a light step. The remaining 3 girls looked depressed. This stinky girl. She loves to show off. Deng Kaiyun then clenched her fists. Her forearms began to swell. Her muscles bulged, and bursts of popping sounds came from her joints. Chen Tingting and Feng Zihan quickly prepared themselves. Deng Kaiyun came to the river, squatted, spread her hands, and shouted, "Come on." The 2 little sisters immediately accelerated and sprinted. When they reached the river, they stepped directly on her hands. Deng Kaiyun suddenly pushed out with force. The 2 little sisters jumped directly into the air, and this jump was more than 10 meters wide, and they landed safely on the opposite side. Then, Deng Kaiyun also jumped, easily crossed the river, came to the other side. On the right is Guanshan. Chapter 493 Ruins. The main city is on the left. The four people continued to walk south along the river. From time to time, they went into some rooms with intact doors and windows to search. In this way, time passed slowly. Soon, the four sisters arrived outside the Qinghai scenic area. If it was a peaceful time, the scenery here should be very beautiful. From the surrounding buildings of the scenic area, it can be seen that the construction here is good, and there must be many tourists during the peak tourist season. It's a pity now. It's a dilapidated and desolate place. Because the climate is getting colder and colder, there is no green in the midsummer. Just when the four sisters were about to enter the scenic area, suddenly a tired and dissolute song came faintly from the scenic area. My shoes are broken. My hat is broken. My cassock is broken. You laugh at me. He laughs at me. My fan is broken. The four sisters were stunned. They looked at each other. Someone. And they can sing this kind of song? Born in the 80s or 70s. They may be very old. Deng Kaiyun winked. And the four people immediately avoided the main gate, quickly went around to the side, climbed over the fence, and sneaked into the park. The singing inside was getting closer and closer. Unprepared? Could it be an ordinary person? Deng Kaiyun was a little surprised. There are roars of mutant animals in this city, which means that mutant creatures survive. How did ordinary people survive? The four sisters quietly came out from behind the ruins nearby. At this time, the singing man was almost at the door. Deng Kaiyun looked behind the ruins. A sloppy middle-aged uncle. He looked to be over 50. His beard was untidy. He was wearing ragged clothes. His hair was messy, and he probably hadn't washed it for a long time. His clothes were so dirty. He was wearing a pair of worn cotton shoes. He was holding a woven bag in his hand, and there seemed to be something in it. It was heavy. The water was leaking out when he was boiling water. Deng Kaiyun looked at him for a few times, but she didn't feel that he had any special abilities. He might just be an ordinary person. So she winked at the three sisters. For people suddenly rushed out from behind the ruins. Deng Kaiyun instantly dodged in front of the man, and the gun in her hand was directly against his forehead. The man was stunned. His eyes were wide open. Then, he began to twitch with excitement. He kept swallowing saliva. Later, he was in tears, and could not help but slowly knelt down, shouting hoarsely, "Stranger? It's a stranger. Ah! I finally saw a stranger. I finally waited until another living person came. Ah ha ha ha. Wuh. I'm so tired. Big sister. Oh! No. Little sister. Give me something to eat. Please. I don't want to eat fish anymore. Please. Do you have any dry food? If you can let me eat a little bit of dry food, I'll die immediately. Woo. Ha ha ha. I have a living person. God. You finally opened your eyes. Little sister. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm not crazy. I'm fine. Not crazy yet. But 5.8 is coming soon. Woo. The man was incoherent. He knelt on the ground, crying and laughing. His muscles were twitching, and after kneeling there for a while, his feet even cramped. So he grimaced in pain. He sat on the ground and started to stretch his feet. Deng Kaiyun frowned, slowly put away the gun, squatted down and looked at him. What's your name? My name is Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong. What do you do? Let me think. Zhang Yong scratched his head, feeling as if he was a little mentally abnormal. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. By the way, I am a math teacher. Have you lived here all the time? Yes. Deng Kaiyun asked in confusion. Just you? Why? There are roars of mutant beasts in this city. Can you hide from them? No. Zhang Yong shook his head and said anxiously, that roar is not wild, but domesticated by humans. There is a group of scary ghosts in the city. Deng Kaiyun was shocked. There is danger in the city. I got some information from Zhang Yong. There is a group of scary guys in the city, and they have been lingering in an industrial park in the west of the city. Those guys are neither human nor ghost. According to the description, they are like some kind of sub-alien. Strangely, these sub-alien people are able to tame mutant animals. Very similar to Zhang Lijuan's ability, those sub-alien people are very fierce. But fortunately, their IQ is not very high, and they hunt and act based on instinct most of the time. That's why Zhang Yong has been able to hide in the Qionghai scenic area. He cleverly got a barge from the original scenic area, which was quite large and floated on the water. There are many mutant fish in the water of Qionghai. When those subhumans passed Qionghai several times, they seemed to be very taboo about the things in the water. So they never attacked Zhang Yong in the middle of the water. Therefore, he has lived until now. Half a year ago, there were still companions. After the last companion accidentally fell into the water and was eaten by mutant fish, he was the only one left. He lived alone for more than half a year. He fished and ate fish every day. He was almost schizophrenic. So when he saw Deng Kaiyun and the others, he was ecstatic and cried excitedly. After asking about the group of subhumans in detail, Deng Kaiyun directly contacted Wang Lijuan using the intercom, because she was the leader of the Western team. There were 5 people in their team. Although Wang Lijuan and her younger sister Sun Mimi had no superpowers, there were also offensive superpowers like Luo Yin, and remote sensing detection talents like Chu Dan. So they should be fine. A certain block in the west of the city. After listening to the information, Wang Lijuan put down the walkie-talkie, looked at Luo Yin and whispered, "There is a heavy machinery park ahead. There may be sub-alien people there. My second sister met an ordinary survivor and got the news from him. Let's go and take a look." Wait a minute. My second sister said that the sub-alien people may have strange methods and domesticated a lot of mutant animals. So there may be danger. Luo Yin looked at the other 3 sisters and thought for a moment, then asked the eldest sister and the others to come over. Let's work together to deal with that place. Okay. Wang Lijuan contacted Lu Shuyun. At the same time, Luo Yin took Zhou Li and Chu Dan to a distance closer to the industrial park. As they walked, Chu Dan suddenly stopped. She whispered quickly, "I feel it. There are indeed a large number of strange guys in there. They should be subhumans. Also, the park is densely packed with mutant animals. There are so many, at least thousands of them." When Luo Yin heard this, she immediately looked at Zhou Li. "It's your turn to show your skills." "Yeah." Zhou Li's ability is very suitable for investigating the enemy. She stretched out her hand and circled the long hair behind her head, directly pulling off dozens of long hairs and throwing them away. The moment those hairs separated from the body, they immediately turned into snake-like forms and rushed towards the distant industrial park at an extremely exaggerated speed. The next time was waiting. Those hairs were Zhou Li's eyes, allowing her to sense the layout of the park. At the same time, Wang Lijuan also made contact. Eldest sister Lu Shuyun was rushing over with people. So, the sisters found a shelter on the side of the road and hid in it for a temporary stay. In the Qionghai Park. Chapter 494, Water Taboo. Deng Kaiyun and other sisters followed Zhang Yong to the seashore of Qionghai, looking at the large cruise ship moored on the water. The sisters couldn't help but sigh that Zhang Yong was quite good at hiding. According to him, those aliens were very taboo about water, so they never attacked him on the water. Therefore, Zhang Yong only needed to go to the land regularly to find some biological supplies and return to the boat when he encountered danger, and his life would basically be safe. On the lakeshore, Zhang Yong's mood had calmed down a lot. Sitting on the big rock on the shore and eating voraciously, he ate the food Deng Kaiyun gave him. Some biscuits and bread slices. He hadn't eaten this kind of thing for almost half a year. In the past 6 months, he only ate fish and meat, and only occasionally could he collect carbohydrates from other places. So his physical condition was very poor. If he continued like this, he would die in less than half a year. After Zhang Yong had almost finished eating and drank a few sips of water, Deng Kaiyun asked, "Mr. Zhang, I want to ask, where is the satellite launch center in Changcheng?" "Satellite launch center?" Zhang Yong was stunned, blinked and said, "Where do you want to go?" "Yes. The launch center is in the northern suburbs of the city." "North? Out of the city?" "Yes." Deng Kaiyun looked back at the 3 sisters. "We went the wrong way. We may have passed by the satellite launch center when we came here." At this time, Zhang Yong suddenly asked with concern, "Why are you going there?" "Nothing. Just go and have a look." "Can you take me with you? I know the location of the launch center. I can be your guide. You just need to provide me with a few meals." Deng Kaiyun shook her head. "I'm sorry. We are all female comrades. It's not convenient to take you. You, just treat me as a woman. Or, you can just castrate me." Deng Kaiyun was speechless. This man might have some mental problems. After thinking for a while, he said, There are still some people in our team. When they are all here, we will discuss your matter. Now, you tell me first. Do you know the situation there? Is the launch center well preserved? As far as I know, it should not be damaged too badly. Zhang Yong scratched his head and fell into memories. About a year and a half ago, there were still military troops stationed there. But since there were a few more, the kind of sub-alien people you mentioned in the city, the situation has gradually become worse. The sub-alien people ate almost all the survivors in the city. Later, these ghosts also discovered the garrison at the satellite launch center, and a tug-of-war that lasted more than a year began. At the beginning, the sub-alien people were almost wiped out. But as time went on, the number of garrisons at the satellite center became fewer and fewer, while the number of sub-alien people continued to increase. Finally, half a year ago, all the resistance forces at the launch center were gone. Since then, the sub-alien people have never been there again. I think the sub-alien people should not be considered human beings. They don't seem to have much reason. So they will definitely not destroy the launch center. Hearing this, Ding Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief. In theory, it should be like this. Although this man is a bit neurotic, his thinking is quite clear. Ding Kaiyun couldn't help asking, "What did you do before?" "Me? I'm a teacher. Teaching mathematics." "Oh, a mathematics teacher." Ding Kaiyun suddenly realized. No wonder his logical thinking is so clear. At this moment, a shocking roar suddenly broke out somewhere in the west of the city. Then, gunshots suddenly rang out. Zhang Yong was so scared that he bent down and slipped back to the boat like a mouse, and stood on the bow and shouted urgently, "Come up! Come up!" "No need." Ding Kaiyun looked into the distance and said solemnly, "It should be our people fighting with those aliens." The industrial park in the west of the city started fighting. The main combatants were Lu Shuyun, Liu Yan and Zhang Xiaohua. The most terrifying one among them was Liu Yan. Her eye's attribute was exerted by the energy of nuclear fission, which was simply explosive and invincible. In addition, Lu Shuyun supported her from the side. With her, any electronic equipment became a decoration. Zhang Xiaohua also became a master of blasting. When her sister restrained the enemy, she sneaked into the base camp of those sub-alien people and bombed them wildly, which was a great destruction. In addition, Jolie also played an unexpected role, because a large number of mutant animals were domesticated in the industrial park. There were thousands of them, and there were all kinds of animals. In order to restrain these mutant animals, Jolie directly cut off thousands of hairs. Before the battle started, those hairs quietly climbed onto the bodies of all animals. Once the battle started, all the hairs suddenly attacked almost instantly, strangling the necks of those mutant animals in an instant, killing them with one blow. Originally the biggest threat, but now they were killed instantly. It can be seen that the fighting power of the women's gang is getting more and more amazing. For the sub-alien, it was also the first time for the sisters to officially contact them, and even the first time to fight these ghosts. Their bodies can no longer feel pain. So if you want to kill them, you can only completely destroy their bodies. This kind of thing can naturally have the upper hand in a fight with ordinary people. But it is still not good enough to face the superpowers. The fierce battle lasted only 40 minutes. And more than 30 sub-superpowers were completely wiped out. All the sub-superpowers had their heads split open. Fortunately, the sisters also found 7 or 8 real crystal cores, and they were all comparable to the crystal cores of mature mutant animals. The sisters were intact. This battle completely stabilized the hearts of the girls. The combat power was off the charts. It was really cool to be a superpower. Even Sun Mimi and Wang Lijuan, who did not activate their superpowers, were excited to kill. And they could deal with the sub-superpowers with the power of the fission of their cores. Even a complete victory. To put it another way, the nuclear fission power in their bodies is no less than a superpower. After finishing the battlefield, the sisters looted the industrial park, packed up all the useful materials that could be taken away, and then hurried to Qionghai Scenic Area. According to Zhang Yong, there seemed to be no other survivors in Changcheng except the group of sub-alien people. He might be the last living person, because the sub-alien people have carried out a large-scale sweep throughout the city more than once. In this way, at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the sisters gathered in Qionghai Scenic Area. A group of people were noisy. The sisters who participated in the battle were excited and shared their combat experience with Ding Kaiyun and the other 4. Those who did not participate in the battle stamped their feet. Missed the opportunity. The sisters kept arguing. And Yong, who was standing aside, was already dumbfounded. All women. Moreover, all beautiful women. Such a group of beautiful, seemingly fragile, and unique women actually wiped out those subhuman ghosts. What kind of women are these? Rakshasas? Fortunately, Yong is already an old man and has no thoughts about women. Otherwise, seeing this scene, he might be even crazier. Chapter 495. No consent to take in. After more than 10 minutes, the sisters finally calmed down. Lu Shuyuan and the other 4 elder sisters came to Zhang Yong together. Mr. Zhang, please take us to the satellite launch center. You can come with us for the time being. When you get to the satellite launch center, you can decide whether to stay or go. Okay. I'll go. As long as you can give me some carbohydrates. I'll think about my problem when we get there. Okay. Let's go. Zhang Yong was stunned. Let's go now? Walk there? That place is actually quite far away. No need to walk. We have a car at the entrance of the city. Oh! Zhang Yong suddenly realized. And then asked tentatively, can I ask where you are from? Why, not only do you have weapons, but also cars? No comment. Lu Shuyan refused directly. Then she called all the sisters and set off. Target location: Changcheng Satellite Launch Center. On the suburban highway, Zhang Yong sat in the modified energy bus, looking confused. This car feels like the high-tech vehicles in science fiction movies. It looks so dreamy. Moreover, there are weapon systems in the car. There is even an audio and video system. Amazing. What on earth do these people do? The bus is driving very fast, following Zhang Yong's instructions. After leaving the city, we turned off the highway and drove along a mountain road into the deep mountains to the west. All along the way, it was all mountain roads. A road between 2 mountains. The sisters in the car were all very excited, because they were getting closer and closer to the goal. The satellite launch center was Chen Yu's ultimate goal. So we had to take this place first. Then we waited here for the man to come. Just like that. More than an hour later, when the vehicle passed Beijing and passed a collapsed Hope Primary School, we could see the original ticket office of the launch center from a distance. But it had collapsed into ruins. Everyone's heart tightened. The launch center must not have any accidents. Lu Shuyan stepped on the accelerator, and the bus accelerated instantly, rushing towards the launch center in front. Along the way, the closer to the launch center, the more obstacles there were on the road. The fortifications gradually became stronger. However, there was no one. There was dead silence everywhere. The temperature here was very low. It seemed that there was still snow between the mountains on both sides. In the car, Zhang Yong was thinly dressed and shivered with cold. Liu Yin glanced at him and turned on the air conditioning system in the car directly. Soon, the vehicle passed Dachio Bay and stopped in front of a fortification. We can't go forward, because the road is blocked. Everyone got off the car, looking around. There are rotten corpses and bones everywhere. The environment is very bad. They are probably the garrison soldiers who were killed by the aliens. There are many guns scattered on the ground. Lu Shuyan waved her hand. Sisters, put on gloves. Put away all the guns, and put them in the car first. For sister, and Mr. Zhang. The 3 of us will go in and take a look first, and the rest of us will stay outside. With an order, everyone took action. At this moment, Zhang Yong, who had been walking with a group of women, had long relaxed his emotions and gradually became cautious and rational. He admired these women. He felt that they were all capable people, so he followed them without hesitation. In this way, the 3 of them climbed over the fortifications and walked towards the launch center. From a distance, the launch silo could be seen. It was majestic and spectacular. It seemed that it had not been damaged. Lu Xun was happy. Perhaps this trip was not in vain. Ayu, come quickly. Your little women have helped you to deal with the satellite launch center. Success. The satellite launch center is fine. The launch silo and the control hall were not damaged, because the people left in Changcheng were a group of sub-alien people. They only had the most basic thinking and would not deliberately destroy the city buildings. Therefore, as long as it was not damaged during the war, it would be largely preserved afterwards. There were garrisons at the satellite launch center at the beginning. The soldiers have been protecting this place for several years. It even blocked many attacks of the Beast Tide until the last soldier was destroyed by the sub-alien. After the women's gang entered the satellite launch center, they quickly occupied the control room and sent people to check the launch silo. Basically, there was no major damage. So, this trip was considered a success. The sisters were very happy. So they directly cleared a space in the administrative building of the launch center to use as a rest area. Yong also stayed. He didn't leave for the time being, mainly because he had nowhere to go. Although the sisters didn't agree to take him in, he quietly cleaned up the guard room at the entrance of the launch center and settled down. Anyway, he was not a threat. Don't worry about him for the time being. He was able to survive until now. This person's mind and ability are extraordinary. And he is definitely not as weak as he appears on the surface. So the sisters kept an eye on him. In this way, time passed day by day. Almost more than a month passed. 663 Chen Yu finally arrived in Changcheng. Dust and dust. When he contacted Lijuan, all the members of the women's gang were excited. They got up early in the morning and dressed themselves up. They tried to make themselves look clean. The sisters had the same idea. So no one laughed at each other. They were all waiting for the same man. Soon, the sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Yong, who had been living in the guard room for nearly a month, was startled and ran out to look up at the sky with a confused face. Damn! Helicopter? It has been more than 4 years since the Doomsday disaster. And it will be 5 years soon. And the roar of the helicopter can be heard again. This is simply a miracle. Who is coming? Soon! A military-armed helicopter slowly flew over and landed slowly on the dedicated helipad of the launch center. In the distance of the helipad, 13 women were nervously waiting. When they saw Chen Yu jump off the helicopter, they cheered instantly. Then all 13 women rushed over. Chen Yu was also shocked. Oh my! These women looked like they wanted to eat people. In the blink of an eye, they hugged him. That scene was simply unbearable to watch. Li Xiaoyun, Lu Lin and Liang Qiuing on the helicopter were so scared that they didn't dare to get off the plane. They hid in a cabin and watched the scene in surprise. 13 women. Even more powerful than Tang Bohu. It's really spectacular. Lu Lin didn't know Chen Yu had this trick, and looked at Li Xiaoyu with suspicion. Ayuhi. Well, no doubt. Those 13 women are all his women. Lu Lin was stunned. Is this guy a stud? He has so many women. At this time, Liang Qiuing added, these are not all. There are several more in the Tibetan base. Lu Lin was completely speechless. Okay. Chapter 496 Trying the Crystal Core. It is the apocalypse now. Who lets them be strong? Even myself. It was not Chen Yu who forced her to stay. But I insisted on staying with Chen Yu. So many women. I am afraid there will be no repeats in a month? Shout. I will not compete with them for favor. And even if I compete for favor, they are not opponents. Huh? No. Lu Lin wrinkled her nose and sniffed, and actually smelled a terrifying destructive breath from the 13 women. So scary. I thought I was already a level 2 superpower now. And for ordinary people, that would be the same as God? But these 13 women seemed even more terrifying. They have an explosive power. Don't underestimate it. Not only her. Liang Qiuing also noticed it. She could feel it because Chen Yu was the first to sense the destructive power of the 13 sisters. So through the nano-machine, she also sensed it. It's really scary. These 13 women have not seen each other for a while. And they have become so scary. 10 minutes later, the women were finally satisfied. And Chen Yu was almost melted by their enthusiasm. It was hard to laugh or cry. But he was also moved. These 13 women were dealt with by him by accident. So he never expected these women to follow him forever. Unexpectedly, they became more and more serious. They were even willing to try the crystal core for themselves. Chen Yu was also moved by their willingness to die. Especially the unity of the 13 of them. Which was rare. This huge fighting force, both sincere and powerful, made Chen Yu sigh. Did he save the Milky Way in his previous life? Soon, everyone returned to the control building of the launch center. After figuring out everything here, Chen Yu was somewhat relieved. Now the conditions are in place. But if you want to go to the sky, you need a rocket. I don't know if there is any ready-made rocket. It would be best if there is. If not, Murongzheng can only find a way to get it. Or notify Lu Fanfei. Let her find a way to see if the scientists she is protecting can come up with it. But in this way, it is necessary to cooperate with the national officials. For the time being, Chen Yu does not want to be tied to them. So, Let's find a way now. There are so many research institutes under the Xiaohua Aerospace Group, and many of them can build rockets. We can spend more time to search and see. However, that will take more time. That is a long-term plan. For now, we can only find a way to protect the launch center. In less than 2 months, the sun will completely lose its heat, and the world will fall into an ice age. If we take action later, the degree of danger will increase significantly. Therefore, Chen Yu thought for 2 days and 2 nights and decided to let the 13 women's gang take root in the launch center and guard here. Each of them has a very terrible energy system. It has exceeded the scope of superpowers. In the previous life, Chen Yu had never seen such a phenomenon. Therefore, according to the energy in their bodies, these women should be able to withstand the severe cold on the surface. Moreover, Chen Yu is relieved to let them stay here to guard. As for Chen Yu himself, he has to go back to Tibet. Winter is coming. Tibet is the base camp. Chen Yu has to make sure that the underground community by the lake can operate normally. 2 months later, there will be no people on the earth. At that time, it became a truly desolate planet. Chen Yu told the plan to the 13 women. All 13 women had no objection. But there was a prerequisite. That is, Chen Yu had to stay here for at least half a month. The purpose of his stay? Needless to say, the lice on a bald head are obvious. It would be strange if these 13 women let him go. So, Chen Yu immediately made a plan. Liang Qiuying took Lu Lin and Li Xiaoyun to fly the helicopter back to Tibet. Chen Yu stayed for a while. First, to search the entire Changcheng. After all, he had a portable space. Second, to spend some time with the 13 women. For ordinary people, the land of gentleness may be a hero's grave. But for Chen Yu, no pressure at all. The crystal core of the golden monkey was too domineering. Until now, he is still the record-breaking man. In this way, the two sides parted ways. Chen Yu stayed alone. And with 13 women, he began to live a shameless and happy time. 2 months passed in a flash. Originally, Chen Yu planned to stay for only half a month or a month. After all, the Tibetan base also needed him to make decisions. However, the 13 women were too cruel. They entangled him. The steel that was tempered by hundreds of times turned into soft silk. He really couldn't leave. So, it dragged on day by day. Day by day, day by day. 2 months passed like this. In these 2 months, he paid public taxes almost every day. Even though he had the golden monkey crystal core to protect him, he was almost sucked dry. However, these 2 months were also the happiest and most comfortable time. Forgot about fighting, killing, responsibility, and the Doomsday world. Forgot everything. Just cool and carefree. More cool and carefree than Tang Bohu. 13 women. Each woman is different. And each has a unique personality. This made him completely open his heart. After 2 months of running in, Chen Yu and the sisters of the women's gang have formed a real emotional connection. It was no longer a physical relationship of gratitude. Just like that, that day finally arrived. Early in the morning, Xiao Qi was in Chu Dan's tent, hugging her and falling asleep. Suddenly, the person in his arms twisted restlessly. Soon, she was heard to exclaim softly, "Huh? Why is there blue light everywhere outside?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu, who was still in a daze, woke up instantly, jumped out of bed, rushed to the window and looked out. Damn! The whole world turned blue. Moreover, there was no sound of wind, and it was dead silent outside. It's coming! This is a precursor. In 3 days, the temperature of the sun will completely disappear. The global temperature dropped sharply, falling off a cliff. The temperature will drop to more than 80 degrees below zero in 3 days. By then, without super protective measures, ordinary people will basically be doomed. Even the mutant animals and subhumans. Most of them will be frozen to death. It's finally here. The 5th natural disaster. The Ice Age. From now on, humans will completely enter the winter. A new era begins. In the future, except for a very small number of ordinary humans, there will only be mutants, subhumans, mutant animals and cannibals on the earth. Chen Yu immediately turned around and waved at Chu Dan. Dandan, put on your clothes quickly. Within 3 days, the underground space here must be arranged. The Ice Age is coming soon. Oh, I see. Chu Dan quickly got up from the bed. Her getting up made Chen Yu feel excited again. This girl is a typical pale. thin and young girl. She is the kind of girl that makes people love her. Even Chen Yu can't let go of his love for her. It's a pity that the good days are over. Chapter 497 Electricity Demand. The two of them quickly put on their clothes and called up the women's sister group as quickly as possible. There is an underground air raid shelter here. When the troops were stationed before, the underground air raid shelter was actually already complete. Everything is ready. Only the heating equipment is missing. Chen Yu happened to come over, and he had several sets of crystal core energy converters that had been made. So he just left 2 sets here. There are plenty of crystal cores anyway. 2 sets of energy converters are enough for all the electricity needs of these 13 women. During these 2 months, Chen Yu also took the time to take the 13 women to Changcheng and surrounding cities to plunder countless electric heaters and various heating equipment. As long as there is enough energy, these equipment can be used for 10 or 8 years without any problem. It took a whole day. Chen Yu and others completely arranged the underground air raid shelter. Then, they spent another 2 days storing the collected daily necessities underground and storing all the weapons in different categories. Even though these women actually didn't need weapons anymore, it was better to be prepared. At dusk on the 3rd day, the temperature had already begun to drop sharply. Chen Yu and the 13 women had already hidden in the underground air raid shelter. He had to confirm that there was no problem here before he could leave. It would be even more perfect if these 13 women could withstand the extreme cold weather by relying on the nuclear fission energy in their bodies. So Chen Yu had to stay for another day. As the sky outside was getting darker and darker, the air raid shelter had already lit a fire, and even set up 5 or 6 electric heaters. Everyone was very nervous. Suddenly, Lu Xuyun screamed, turned her head and looked at Chen Yu in surprise. Oh no! We forgot someone. Who? It's the math teacher Zhang Yong. He's still living in the guard room outside. Chen Yu frowned slightly. Chen Yu had also come into contact with that person. For a while, he didn't know who he was. It was a miracle that he could survive to this day with the will and physique of an ordinary human being. Such people are rare. So Chen Yu did not expel him and let him live in the guard room outside. Occasionally, he would go over to take a look and bring him some food. Chen Yu would not easily accept survivors. Everyone who is accepted must pass his observation and test. He would never show mercy to those who failed. But recently, because he was busy playing poker with the 13 hairpins and building an underground air raid shelter camp, he forgot about that person. If he was left alone, he might not survive tonight. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu turned around and put on his coat, picked up his hat and whispered, I'll go see him. The girls nodded at the same time. Chen Yu rushed out of the air raid shelter quickly and ran outside. At this moment, the temperature outside had dropped to about minus 35 degrees. It was already very cold. White air came out of his mouth. That guy didn't have any heating facilities. Could he have frozen to death? Strange. I didn't take care of him for a while. And he didn't come to ask these people for help. Could he have died a long time ago? Chen Yu was suspicious. He rushed to the guard room at the gate as fast as possible. When he got closer, there was still fire inside. It seems that he is not dead yet. He is really persistent. Chen Yu approached quietly, but didn't go in. He just listened quietly at the window for a while, and used the mental map to observe his actions. There was a faint coughing sound inside. He was walking back and forth. He was mumbling something in his mouth, but I don't know what he was mumbling. After listening for a long time, Chen Yu looked suspicious. This guy was actually deriving a formula. Is he crazy? It was so cold outside. And he didn't even say he was going inside to ask for help. He was actually deriving some damn formula in such a ghost place? This is really a math teacher. He was crazy. However, the more he was like this, the more Chen Yu was assured of him. For people like this, his energy has been infinitely magnified in a certain field, even beyond the shackles of the flesh. So he can live until now. In other words, he is actually a lunatic. Usually such people are very safe. At least for Chen Yu. So, Chen Yu turned and walked to the door, gently turned the door lock, and went straight in. The guard room is quite large. The guard room of the satellite launch center is at least a standard 1-bedroom and 1 living room. The front is the living room. The back is the rest area. A bonfire was lit in the middle of the living room. Zhang Yong was still alive. He was wrapped in a tattered, ridiculously thick military coat, and I don't know how many layers of clothes were stuffed inside, making him look bloated. Moreover, He might stink. The whole room was filled with a sour smell. But what surprised Chen Yu even more was that almost all the walls in this room were covered with mathematical formulas, densely packed like a heavenly book. Shit! Who is this guy? What math teacher? A math teacher from university? Yong was stunned when he saw Chen Yu coming in. It was as if he didn't recognize him. He stared blankly for more than 10,033 seconds. Then he came to his senses and blurted out, "Mr. Chen? You're here again? Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm fine." "Are you really fine?" Chen Yu looked at him in confusion. "Really fine. Teacher Zhang. What are you doing?" Yong looked at the walls around him and smiled innocently. "Oh, I'm deriving some formulas." "Are you deriving these formulas because you're bored? Or you?" "No, I'm not bored." Yong's expression immediately became serious. And he said seriously, "Mr. Chen, I've seen a movie before. It was made abroad. And it's about an old mathematician who has been proving that there is an integer between 3 and 4. I've seen it too." Chen Yu nodded. "It's best if you've seen it." "Really? That movie is true. There should be a positive integer between 3 and 4. Once this positive integer is found, we can find the portal between the 3-dimensional world and the 4-dimensional world." Chen Yu was speechless. But Yong seemed to be possessed, standing there and began to explain the relationship between numbers to Chen Yu. He talked from one wall to another, from the floor to the ceiling. When he was explaining, his eyes were shining. Chen Yu believed that he really believed that there was a positive integer between 3 and 4. Moreover, he believed that he could deduce it. After listening for a long time, Chen Yu couldn't help interrupting him and asked, "Teacher Zhang, wait a minute. I want to ask you, which university are you a math teacher from?" "Ah?" Yong was stunned. "I want to ask you, which university do you teach at?" I am a village teacher." "What? Village teacher?" Yong smiled awkwardly. "I teach in elementary school." Yong saw that Chen Yu had a black line on his face, and hurriedly explained, "Although I teach in elementary school, I graduated from university. I graduated from the Department of Mathematics at Peking University." "Oh! Chapter 498 What Hope Is There?" Chen Yu suddenly realized. No wonder. The Mathematics Department of Peking University is so awesome. It is well known throughout the country. Is it Wei Shen there? This Yong actually graduated from the Mathematics Department of Peking University. But how did he end up teaching primary school students in a village-run primary school? This is not a waste of talent. This is like using a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito. Just then, the glass in the room suddenly began to crackle. The thick white frost on it was already very scary. And before you know it, the temperature in the guard room has been dropping. Yong's hands and feet were numb from the cold. Chen Yu looked back, hurried to the door, and stretched out his hand to test it outside. After a moment, he retracted his hand, looked at Yong seriously and said, "The temperature is dropping faster and faster. It's at least minus 45 or 46 degrees outside." Alas! Yong sighed dejectedly. The pen in his hand also fell to the ground. And he stood there muttering to himself, "It seems that there is really no time. My hope is also shattered." "Your hope?" Chen Yu asked in confusion. "What other hope do you have?" "My only hope is to deduce that mysterious number and find the portal to the 4th dimension. Perhaps the future destiny of mankind is not on this planet." "Huh?" Chen Yu was stunned. "What the hell? This guy is not crazy. He seems to be very clear-headed. He deduced these things not because of his occupational disease, but because he wanted to find the ultimate solution to the end of mankind. Doesn't this coincide with his own thoughts? Because no one knows how long the Ice Age will last. Now, the sun has no heat, but it can still emit a strange blue light for the time being. This blue light can also provide photosynthesis. If Dong Zhou thinks of a way, he can still cultivate green plants and provide vegetables for everyone. But how long can this blue light last? What if the blue light disappears in a few years? Or more than 10 years? And the sun completely turns into an ice ball? Then the earth will definitely be finished. No creature can survive. The fate facing mankind is only space transfer. Chen Yu's idea is to use the space station as a springboard and then find a way to develop in outer space. Although time is limited, it is still an idea. And now there are more and more superpowers around. There will always be a way to make it happen. If it can't be done by then at worst we will all die together. If we are lucky, what if we can be reborn again? However, This Zhang Yong seems to have found another way. A portal to the four-dimensional space? It sounds more sci-fi. But is there really a number between 3 and 4? Isn't that just the imagination of foreigners? It's just a movie. Can you take it seriously? Chen Yu looked up at the derivation formula on the wall. He originally felt absurd, but slowly began to half believe and half doubt. In this Doomsday world, miracles are the most abundant thing. If Zhang Yong can really do this, really find the mysterious number, and really open the portal to the four-dimensional space, wouldn't it be easier to leave the Earth? Even if he enters another space, he may face a more terrible disaster. But that is better than dying in outer space. Right? Chen Yu took a deep breath and made a decision. Protect Zhang Yong. Let him continue his work. The future has infinite possibilities. No matter how absurd what you hear now is, you have to treat it as a possibility. So, Chen Yu suddenly reached out. Teacher Zhang, I invite you to join my team. I will be responsible for finding a safe and stable place for you. And you will continue your mission. Zhang Yong was stunned, looking at Chen Yu for a long time. He murmured, do you believe me? Believe. But, can you survive? Didn't you say that the temperature outside will drop to more than 80 degrees below zero tomorrow? Yes. Zhang Yong said helplessly, that temperature is fatal to me. I am not a superpower. I can't survive. Teacher Zhang. Believe me. Chen Yu smiled faintly. I will find a way to let you survive. /n/in Chen Yu took Zhang Yong out. Took him to the underground air raid shelter. A separate space was set up for him, as a living room and studio. Although it was a bit awkward for a man to live with the women's gang. But fortunately, Zhang Yong was already in his 50s, and was considered an elder. In addition, the women's gang members were all mutants. And even one hand without superpowers could crush him to death. So it was no big deal. The sisters of the women's gang did not reject this teacher. After all, they had saved him collectively. So, Zhang Yong was temporarily placed here. After one night, the world was frozen. Tomorrow, Chen Yu could leave. But Zhang Yong could not go out anyway. Even if he died, he could only die in the air raid shelter. Zhang Yong was already grateful for this arrangement. He had never thought that the underground air raid shelter of the satellite launch center had been arranged so safely. Especially the conversion of crystal core energy. This advanced technology stunned him. So, he stayed with all his heart. He could survive and continue to study his own topic. So why not? When he couldn't hold on any longer, he could only kick his legs. It would be worth it then. In this way, Zhang Yong escaped. Midnight. The temperature outside dropped drastically. The freezing ground creaked in the rapidly falling temperature. No one slept that night. Everyone stared at the wall of the air raid shelter nervously. There were more than a dozen radiators arranged inside to work together. Fortunately, the crystal core energy was sufficient. So there was no need to worry about power consumption. And there was no power outage. Therefore, the temperature in the air raid shelter was always maintained at around 10 degrees above zero. However, the walls of the cave were completely frozen with white frost. And it was a thick layer. Everyone's tent was far away from the wall. And they didn't dare to get close to it. In this way, the terrifying night slowly passed. The next day, Chen Yu slowly walked to the door of the air raid shelter, reached out and gently pressed against the door. A biting cold immediately spread to his palm. Chen Yu frowned. Level 1 superpower was activated instantly, controlling muscles to achieve a protective effect. Once the superpower is activated, the activity of cells throughout the body will increase exponentially. It won't feel so cold this way. Sure enough, as long as the superpower is activated, even without the insulation effect, it seems to be able to resist the severe cold. That's reassuring. At this time, a group of women gathered around. Lu Shuyun also slowly reached out and pressed against the door of the air raid shelter. Huh? How is it? Chen Yu looked at her quickly. Lu Shuyun said with a strange expression, it seems, it doesn't feel very cold. Under the skin of her palm, there seemed to be a faint flash of dark red light. That is the power of nuclear fission. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief again and couldn't help laughing. You have a blessing in disguise. Maybe the ice age outside is not a forbidden area for you. It seems so. Sister, let me try it too. I'll try it too. Yeah. It doesn't seem that cold. What is the temperature outside now? It must be at least minus 80 or 90 degrees. Good guy. I just feel a little cool. Oh my god. Then we don't have to hide under here. We can go out at any time. Right? Yes. It's so cool. Chapter 499. Close and lock the door. The 13 women chattered excitedly. Chen Yu was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They were too terrifying. The power of nuclear fission, combined with the crystal core, allowed the 13 of them to evolve in another direction. It seemed that they were more resistant to cold than me. I had to activate the level 1 supernatural power to resist the severe cold. In this regard, I was completely defeated. Awesome. Chen Yu also got excited. He reached out and touched the head of Luya, who was laughing happily next to him, and said casually, "Okay, get out of the way. I'm going to go out and take a look. If you want to go out too, decide for yourself. A few of you will follow me, and the rest of you will stay. Someone has to watch over teacher Zhang." When the girls heard this, they all looked at Lu Shuyun at the same time. Lu Shuyun spread her hands helplessly. "Okay. I'll stay. Whoever wants to go out can go out. Ayu, don't worry. I'll stay. I'll stay too." Deng Kaiyun smiled and took Lu Shuyun's arm. "I don't have any thoughts about the outside world. Let's stay here for the winter." "Okay." Chen Yu nodded and went over to kiss the two of them passionately, until the two elder sisters blushed. They turned around and waved to the other girls. "Let's go out for a walk." After that, he directly grasped the handrail of the door and pushed the door open. Whoosh! A gust of cold air rolled up. Everyone rushed out quickly. Then, Lu Shuyun quickly closed and locked the door. Just now, the cold air that came in almost froze the radiator. However, the outside of the door was not on the ground. The underground air raid shelter here is at least 15 meters underground. There is a corridor that slopes upward after the door. The corridor is 80 meters long. There are 3 closed doors on the way. Therefore, the cold air coming in has weakened a lot. It can also easily freeze people to death. It can be seen how terrible it is outside. Lu Shuyun shook her head and pulled Deng Kaiyun back. Back to the tent. The two women huddled together and chatted. The days ahead will be boring again. Outside, after passing through 3 portals, everyone finally felt the horror of the Ice Age. The further they walked to the ground, the colder they felt. When they reached the end, the girls no longer felt that it was a slightly cool feeling. It was really freezing cold. However, when they felt the freezing cold, the nuclear fission energy in their bodies would automatically run in their bodies. Under each of their skin was the dark red energy flowing. It looked a bit weird. As long as the energy flowed a circle, the coldness disappeared immediately. It was very magical. Chen Yu couldn't stand it anymore. When he came to the last door, he immediately activated the level 2 supernatural state. The bones in his body turned outward. A layer of periosteum formed on the surface of the body, completely wrapping the body. Fortunately, finally, I feel better. With such a terrible low temperature, most mutant animals would probably be frozen into popsicles. This is the real Ice Age. As Chen Yu pushed hard on the outermost door, the heavy metal door did not move at all. Damn! It was frozen. That's normal. Chen Yu signaled the girls to move away, then condensed the full power of the level 2 supernatural state and slowly pushed it out. Gaga gaga, followed by a sharp friction sound. The heavy metal door was finally pushed open. However, the 5-centimeter thick metal door actually cracked into countless gaps under his thrust. Scary. As soon as the door opened, the outside showed a strange light blue color. Everything was still. There was no wind flowing in the air. It was as if even the air was frozen, dry and cold. There was no blizzard seen as imagined, because the oceans around the world were frozen into solid ice in a very short time, and no water evaporated. The whole world pressed the pause button. It was terrifyingly quiet. It was terrifyingly blue. When Chen Yu walked out, he looked up at the sky. There were no clouds in the azure sky. The sun hanging in the sky had completely turned into an ice blue color, emitting a soft and cold blue light. Everyone was stunned, although Chen Yu had already told them about this ending. However, seeing the sun that had shone on the earth for billions of years now become like this, anyone would feel a sense of fear. Doomsday. This is the real Doomsday. 573 Underground Lake Community Success. Chen Yu did not have a temperature measuring device to detect the current temperature, but relying on the feeling of the flesh, he roughly estimated that the current atmospheric temperature outside was about -85 or 86 degrees. Everything was frozen. The same goes for steel wrapping. The whole city was silent. No sound could be heard. This was a very bad feeling. A group of people in the city felt like they had walked into a huge soundproof box, which made people panic. The earth seemed to have pressed the pause button. There was no wind at all. The airflow did not exist. After walking 1 or 2 kilometers from the satellite launch center, the girls could not stand it anymore. Panic. A desperate panic spread from the bottom of my heart. Especially the whole world was a light blue tone. It was impossible for people to adapt to it at all. After a long time, I felt my eyes were blurred. So, Chen Yu took the sisters back to the underground air raid shelter. Back underground, my eyes felt better. And I heard each other's voices, and the electrical noise below. And finally felt like I was back in the human world. At noon, a group of people had a simple meal. Everyone was in a bad mood. Before the Ice Age came, the sisters didn't take it seriously. Because everyone has a mutant physique. They all have the power of nuclear fission. At least they can withstand the freezing cold. Therefore, they are still very relaxed. They feel that the future is promising. However, after the real Ice Age came, everyone felt a sense of suffocation and depression. Even if you have infinite power, you still feel depressed. In front of nature and the universe, human power is too small. Now, how many people can survive on the entire Earth? Humans have been gregarious creatures since ancient times. But now, almost all of their kind are gone. Which is really despairing. Too lonely. Chen Yu is still normal. After all, he has lived a life. As long as he is alive, everything is possible. While eating, he tried to encourage the members of the sister group and cheer them up. Because the situation outside will only continue to deteriorate and will never get better. If they don't get out of this mood, they will drive themselves crazy sooner or later. Fortunately, the 13 sisters are of one mind. They are a kind of comfort to each other. Afternoon. After Chen Yu confirmed that there were no major hidden dangers here, he met with Zhang Yong again. Seeing that he was normal, he hurriedly left. He wanted to go back to Tibet. Go and see if the underground project in the lakeside community has worked. There are mostly ordinary people there. If the underground project has not worked, who knows how many people will die in this wave of cooling. So, Chen Yu left. It is no longer possible to fly a helicopter outside. And even the modified energy vehicles cannot be used. At a low temperature of -80 or 90 degrees. Ordinary electronic components have long been frozen and scrapped. And there is no way to work normally. So, Chen Yu can only run. Chapter 500. The base is in normal use. Fortunately, when he fully activated the level 3 supernatural power, his running speed was even faster than the speed of the helicopter at full speed. At most, it consumed some physical strength. So, in the wilderness outside, a figure was seen running wildly on the empty and desolate land. 3 days later, Chen Yu returned to the lakeside of Tibet. From a distance, he saw the sentry box next to the entrance of the lakeside base. Chen Yu was happy. It seems that the underground base is in normal use. However, in the original lakeside community, there are still many frozen corpses around the mobile houses and tents. A rough count showed at least 20 or 30 bodies. Some people still hadn't been able to move in time. Chen Yu shook his head. Arrived at the sentry post. When the guards inside saw Chen Yu, they were immediately overjoyed. So, one door after another opened. Chen Yu passed a full 21 checkpoints before entering the core area of the underground base, and officially entering the lake bottom world of the Moon Lake. The construction below is really beautiful. The ice layer of the entire Moon Lake is equivalent to a huge natural ice wall, which isolates the cold air and preserves the warm air below. The various vents opened by professionals are also very scientific. Not much cold air was brought in, but the air circulation in the underground base is still very fresh. Chen Yu's return made the lakeside base boil. Most people came out. They welcomed Chen Yu's return in a way that they welcomed the leader's return. There is no doubt that Chen Yu is the leader. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, Chen Yu met Zhang Yang and others. Everyone was inexplicably excited. If Chen Yu hadn't reminded them in advance, it is estimated that 90% of the people here would have frozen to death outside. Chen Yu walked in front of everyone. Zhang Yang immediately rushed over, hugged him tightly, and patted each other on the back. Then Su Jian and others. Finally, Dong Qiulei and other little women. They hugged Chen Yu tightly and sobbed softly. They were so angry. And the horrific scene outside made everyone worry about Chen Yu's safety. They were afraid that he would have an accident. Now seeing that he returned safely, they were completely relieved. Everyone was noisy for an hour. and Chen Yu followed Zhang Yang and others to the core area of the underground base. There was Chen Yu's residence there. It was a very luxurious residence, and the area was the largest. It was located almost in the center of the Moon Lake, where it was the deepest and the most open. Chen Yu's room was there. It covered an area of about 1,000 square meters. Super big. Chen Yu was a little amused. Is it good to make your residence look like a palace? But everyone else didn't care. Even Zhu Hao and the others didn't care, thinking it was natural. Leader. Everyone has already tacitly agreed that Chen Yu is the absolute, only, and well-deserved leader here. And he is the only leader with the power of life and death. No choice. Chen Yu can only accept it, although he still walked the old path of the previous life. In this life, he believed that these people would not betray him and would not become traitors. Besides, Chen Yu in this life actually doesn't care about traitors. On the road of evolution of superpowers, he has surpassed all surviving humans. Kill after returning to the room. Chen Yu rested for 2 hours. He also consumed a lot of energy in this crazy run. After resting, Chen Yu called Zhang Yang. He needed to know the situation here as soon as possible. And the most concerned thing is actually Dong Zhou's experimental base. Can green vegetables succeed? That is a big deal that concerns the fate of everyone. In the small living room, Zhang Yang and Dong Zhou are both there. After a series of understandings, Chen Yu has more or less a clue in his mind. According to Dong Zhou, so far, the cultivation of green plants has still failed. But he hasn't given up yet. Moreover, he said he has figured it out. The blue light waves emitted by the sun outside are not enough for photosynthesis. He tried many methods, but none of them worked. There is no way. But Professor Zhang has been busy with an experiment recently, which is the experiment of artificial sun. Artificial sun is no longer a scientific and technological problem. Especially now there is crystal core energy as a conversion energy, which is cleaner, more stable and more massive than nuclear energy. Therefore, artificial sun is not a dream. Although the existing conditions are not enough to truly create an artificial sun that can illuminate the earth, it is still possible to realize a miniature artificial sun that only provides light and heat energy to the lake bottom community. Therefore, Dong Zhou said there is still hope. As long as Jang's artificial sun experiment is successful, as long as it can simulate 80% of the sun's spectrum range, the experiment of green plant cultivation can continue. Hearing this answer, Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not despair yet. There is still hope. Ordinary people can't live without green plants. 857 Therefore, all hopes are placed on Zhang. Fortunately, he and Liang Qiuying were rescued and brought back to the base. Otherwise, this community may not last long. Now, the entire underground community is running well. The most important contribution is the popularization of crystal core conversion energy. This thing is so fucking awesome. The energy of a crystal core can provide the entire lake bottom community with full operation for more than 10 or 20 years. This full operation includes all heating and energy equipment needs, and even includes the support of energy defense weapons. That is still an ordinary low-quality crystal core. There are countless low-quality crystal cores in Chen Yu's personal space. There are tens of thousands of high-quality crystal cores. So, energy is not a problem. In terms of food, the temporary food reserves are enough to last at least 10 months. This does not count the food in Chen Yu's personal space. No one knows how much food he has stored. At the same time, the Moon Lake is frozen, and the rich mutant aquatic fish in the lake are basically all frozen in the ice. When there is no food in the end, these fish are well-preserved stored food. At least it can last for 2 or 3 years. After that, no one knows. Even Chen Yu doesn't know what the Earth will look like in 2 or 3 years. So no one plans for 2 or 3 years. One day at a time. In addition, the community near the lake also knows that the Xia country's official and the last army have successfully arrived in Tibet and entered the uninhabited area in northern Tibet. Presumably they also have the ability to keep warm. There are still surviving leaders there. Maybe they will formulate some plans, guidelines and policies for human rejuvenation in the future? If not, then I can only follow Chen Yu all the time. In addition, the mental state of the survivors in the base is pretty good. Basically, they are all stable. There are no people who are desperate to the point of mental disorder, hanging themselves or committing suicide. There are doctors, soldiers, and superpowers in the base, which can basically stabilize the morale of the army. In particular, The current members of the underground base are actually mostly family members of the Sunlight City garrison. How many couples have officially formed a family and started living? Although there are no pregnant women yet, because no one dares to get pregnant. But the family atmosphere can make people feel spiritually happy. That's enough. After listening to Zhang Yang's brief report, Chen Yu nodded silently. Chapter 501 Hot Weapons. Then, he followed Zhang Yang and began to inspect various places in the underground base to familiarize himself with the structure of the entire underground base. The structure of the underground base continued the structure of the previous lakeside community as always, and was still arranged in the Bagua formation. The core area is where the leaders live. Chen Yu's residence is in the Yin-Yang fish in the center. There is only his residence there. The periphery is where Zhang Yang and others live. Ordinary families are all in the outermost area. At the same time, a total of 9 crystal core energy stations were built in the underground base. 7 of them are temporarily idle. Using only 2 is enough to support the energy consumption of the underground base. The remaining 7 are all backups. In case of future emergency. The defense weapon system has basically been replaced with the pulse energy cannon developed by Murong Zheng. This thing is powerful, but it is convenient and simple to launch, and has completely replaced mechanical thermal weapons. There is also a radar station in the underground base, although it has no practical significance. After all, it is impossible for enemies to invade here, let alone aircraft to pass by. So the radar station is just a symbolic meaning. Because of the sufficient energy, every family has electricity and fluorescent lights. Every family can watch mobile phones, tablets, or TV. Of course, you can only watch some movies and TV documentaries stored before the disaster to review them. Remind yourself that you once lived in that green era. Busy all day. When it was completely dark outside, Chen Yu returned to his residence. In the evening, Fang Jing asked people to prepare a welcoming banquet in the cafeteria. Some green vegetables that you can't eat on weekdays, as well as the best meat dishes, were all prepared today. Even a lot of good wine was prepared, just to welcome Chen Yu. Chen Yu was not pretentious. After arriving, he ate, drank and talked with everyone, and brought peace of mind to everyone with his extremely powerful calmness and composure. This is the temperament of a leader. Unconsciously, Chen Yu already had the aura of a king. He is the king of this underground world. Dinner lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. Finally, Fang Jing took the initiative to help Chen Yu back to his residence. Those who wanted to continue chatting and talking were finally scared away by Fang Jing with a Gatling gun. Little guy, it's not over yet. If anyone dares to think about Chen Yu tonight, I will fight you. Fang Jing put the Gatling gun at the door, locked the door directly, went into the house, and drew the curtains. In the room, Fang Jing's heartbeat accelerated. Boom boom. It kept beating wildly. It's been too long since I had sex with Chen Yu. Other women always took the lead. This is because she doesn't have a strong sense of competition and always likes to compromise and give in. But if she continues like this, she will be depressed. So, this night, Fang Jing bravely occupied Chen Yu. When she slowly walked in front of Chen Yu and took off all her clothes in front of him, Chen Yu's eyes sparkled and he smiled, gently reaching out to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Looking at her perfect figure that was still the same as 4 years ago, Chen Yu smiled softly. This moment seems to have brought me back to Jianbei Hotel. Sometimes, I even fantasize about how nice it would be if I could stay in Jianbei Hotel forever. Fang Jing reached out to touch Chen Yu's cheek and whispered emotionally, "Ayu, I really miss you so much. So, tonight, you are mine. I don't allow you to think about any other woman. Don't worry. I am yours. And you are mine tonight too." Chen Yu whispered softly in her ear, and then slowly laid her down. At the end of the world, there is still love. The next day, Chen Yu woke up early, looking at Fang Jing who was still sleeping soundly beside him. He smiled. This is the potential? After all the trouble last night, she must have slept for 24 hours. Fang Jing still has the body of an ordinary person. But what about Chen Yu? He originally had the physique of a superpower. And with that abnormal golden monkey crystal core, he was so powerful that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The 13 women's gang is almost torn apart by him. A mere Fang Jing? She probably won't get up for a whole day. Chen Yu quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and simply wiped his face. The water resources in the underground community are relatively easy to solve. After all, The entire Moon Lake is a freshwater lake. If you want to get some water, you can directly melt the ice. This is the only way to use it for the time being. In the end, Chen Yu will use the 3 freshwater lake resources in his space only when it really doesn't work. Walk out of the room. It's still pitch black outside, but there are night lights on every small road in the community to show the way. Chen Yu walked out and stretched his muscles a little. Take 2 deep breaths. It's pretty good. At least the air is fresh. He walked around, shuttling back and forth on the small paths in the community, walking around to see the situation of the entire community. He met some guards on the road, and they all stood in front of him and saluted. Chen Yu also nodded. Most of the rooms in the community were dark. Occasionally, the lights in some rooms were on. This feeling was like watching a science fiction movie. Who would have thought that in a world under the lake, there could be such a large community hidden, and even energy to use? Slowly, Chen Yu walked out of the community, came to the sentry post near the lakeshore in the distance. Chen Yu greeted the guard and went straight into the sentry post. The sentry post in the underground community cannot directly reach the lake surface, and it has to go through several portals. The observation equipment in the sentry post is an observation window created by the effect of optical reflective mirrors. Chen Yu came to the observation window and looked out for a while. It was still dead silent outside. It was all blue. It gave people an extremely depressing feeling. After observing for a while, Chen Yu walked out. The guard at the sentry post stood at attention solemnly, and then asked politely, "Mr. Chen, will we live down there forever in the future?" "Maybe." Chen Yu glanced at him and asked casually, "What's your name?" "Wang Ren." "Brother Wang. The outside world has been completely destroyed." Chen Yu sighed, sat on a chair beside him, and said helplessly, "No matter how it changes, it will not return to its previous state. It will only get worse or maintain the status quo." "Alas." Wang Ren sighed. There was endless helplessness on his face. Chen Yu looked at him. "Have you found a partner?" "Thanks to Mr. Chen, I have found one." "The original female soldier stationed in Sunlight City?" "Yes." Chen Yu smiled and said, "How can you say it's thanks to me? Aren't you all comrades? If Mr. Chen hadn't provided this underground base, if Mr. Chen hadn't had a wild idea and gathered so many talented people to build this underground community, we would have died long ago." Wang Ren smiled naively. "My wife and I have set up a longevity hall for Mr. Chen at home. We will worship him every day in the future." "Forget it." Chen Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "What are you worshipping?" "It's all superstition. It's the end of the world." "And you still believe in that?" "God has abandoned us long ago." "You're right. I worship Mr. Chen not because I believe in superstition, but just to find some comfort for myself." "Okay." Chapter 502 Searching for Supplies. Wang Ren suddenly asked again, "Mr. Chen, given the current situation, can we still go abroad to collect supplies?" "Not for the time being." Chen Yu shook his head. "Ordinary means of transportation cannot operate outside. This requires Zhang to find a way to solve this problem. As long as it can be solved, we can still go out." "Great. Why? Why do you suddenly ask such a question?" Wang Ren shook his head and said nothing. Chen Yu felt that he had something to hide, and asked in confusion, "Just say it if you have something to say." "It's okay. You don't have to hide it from me." "Okay." Wang Ren sighed. "There are not too few people in our underground city. Although we have stored a lot of supplies, we use them very sparingly every day. I am afraid that these supplies will not last long. So I want to ask when we can go to search for supplies." Chen Yu asked in confusion. "The current supplies will last at least half a year. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Mr. Chen, the premise for the current supplies to last for more than half a year is that many of us only have 2 meals a day. It's a bit hard." "2 meals?" Chen Yu was stunned and frowned and asked, "As far as I know, everyone has 3 meals a day for more than half a year. Plus the frozen fish in the lake. It won't be a problem to live for 2 or 3 years." "Mr. Chen, this is our situation. I don't know if your information is wrong or the statistics are wrong." Wang Ren spread his hands. "Anyway, many of us only have 2 meals now." Chen Yu's face slowly became expressionless. For something like this to happen, either someone is fooling him or someone is withholding the food of ordinary people. How dare someone in this team do such a thing? They are courting death. Chen Yu's face sank, and the pressure on his body naturally rose. Wang Ren on the opposite side felt a trembling sense of oppression spreading out, and was so scared that he quickly stood up and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cause trouble. I just said it casually. 2 meals a day is enough for us. After all, we even had 1 meal every 2 days in the army before. Wang Ren, do you know how many people have 2 meals a day? Chen Yu asked lightly. Mr. Chen, forget it. /n/n Wang Ren said with a stiff face. I have no intention of destroying the unity of the community. Nor do I want to cause trouble at this time. Really. I am grateful that this place can accommodate our garrison soldiers. It doesn't matter. Even if it's 2 meals a day, we are satisfied. I'm just worried that the remaining food won't last too long. So I'm anxious to go out and search for supplies. It's okay. Just say what I ask you to say. Chen Yu had no expression on his face and said lightly, I haven't been here for too long. And many of the rules are not set by me. But there is one thing I can guarantee. As long as you stay here, there is no distinction between high and low. And everyone gets the same resources. The premise is that everyone has to work. Everyone has to contribute to this group. No group will support idlers. Not to mention in the Doomsday period. So, those who work don't get. It doesn't work here in my Chen Yu. Whoever dares to cross the red line, get out of here. At this point, Chen Yu looked at Wang Ren and said, You speak boldly. Wang Ren hesitated for a moment, and finally whispered, Mr. Chen, I don't know exactly how many people have 2 meals, but most of our comrades have 2 meals. Chen Yu was silent for a moment. After more than 10 seconds, he nodded, patted Wang Ren on the shoulder, turned around and left the sentry post. After Chen Yu left, Wang Ren slapped himself hard on the head. Damn! Talk nonsense. Now I've made a mess. I'm afraid Chen Yu will definitely get to the bottom of it. In fact, these soldiers really don't care about eating only 2 meals a day. In difficult times, they can even not eat. Distribute all the food to the people. Wang Ren didn't really want an explanation. But now he only had 2 meals a day, which made him worried that the food in the base would not be enough. That's why he was anxious to go out and search for supplies. Unexpectedly, he got into trouble all of a sudden. Looking at Chen Yu's face when he left, he would definitely kill him to warn the rest. Alas, he got things done wrong. In this Doomsday environment, it's rare that this community has no hostility, no tyranny, no intrigue, and is as warm as a big family. Such a group is really hard to find. So everyone cherishes it. What to do? Wang Ren thought about it and felt uneasy. So he simply picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Zhu Hao and political commissar Sun Ying. I hope they can stop Chen Yu. For a little food, it's not necessary. Chen Yu walked back slowly. He walked all the way to Zhang Yang's residence and stopped at the door. He reached out and knocked on the door. Soon, the light in the room came on. After a while, the door opened. It turned out to be Xiaoling, who was wearing pajamas and sleepy. Her hair was disheveled, and she was wearing very thin clothes. When the door opened, Xiaoling didn't even open her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and murmured, Husband, you're back. Chen Yu. Xiaoling didn't hear a response, so she opened her eyes quickly. When she saw that it was Chen Yu, she subconsciously protected her chest with her hands, and her face flushed instantly. Oh, sorry. I thought it was Zhang Yang who came back. Haha. It's okay. Chen Yu laughed and asked casually, Is Lao Zhang not at home? Well, he didn't come back last night. Chen Yu was stunned. Didn't come back last night? What did he do? You don't know? Xiaoling said in astonishment. A few days ago. In the southwest of the lake. In the area we haven't developed yet. We found a large school of frozen fish. After Professor Murong's scan, there may be nearly 800 million kilograms. He said it was called plateau naked carp. Although it is mutated, we can eat it. So many? Chen Yu was stunned. Well, it's a very large school of fish. So these few nights, Zhang Yang has been meeting with Professor Murong and others to discuss how to get that batch of fish. Chen Yu blinked and asked in confusion, Are we short of food? It's okay. How many meals a day do you have now? 3 meals a day. Chen Yu nodded. Who is responsible for the food? Oh, that. Zhou Qing. Yes, Zhou Qing. It's Zhou Qing, the squad leader of the kitchen team from the Sunlight City military region. Is it him? Chen Yu was stunned. If he was in charge, how could he withhold the food of Wang Ren and others? This made Chen Yu a little confused. Seeing Xiaoling hugging her arms with both hands, she seemed to be a little cold, and her body was shaking all the time. Shaking Chen Yu's eyes. She really deserves to be a mother. The powerful emperor is so terrifying. Chen Yu was embarrassed to look at it. Quickly waved his hand. Okay. You go in quickly. Oh. It's okay. Then I'll go back. Yeah. Chapter 503 2 meals a day. Xiaoling turned and went in, closing the door. Chen Yu looked suspicious. Shou Qing was in charge of the food, which was appropriate. However, why were Wang Ren and his fellow soldiers arranged to have 2 meals a day? They started with their own people? Why did Zhang Yang and his men have 3 meals a day? Chen Yu turned and walked towards the residential area of the garrison area. Just after walking a dozen meters, he met a group of people. He hurried over. It was Zhu Hao and Sun Ying, and several military personnel, including Wang Ren and Zhou Qing. Chen Yu stopped. What a scene! They are all here? That's good. So I don't have to look for them myself. Chen Yu was intercepted by Zhu Hao and his group. Without saying anything, he was taken to a small meeting room not far away. After everyone sat down, seeing Chen Yu's gloomy face, Zhu Hao hurriedly smiled and said, Xiao Chen, you misunderstood. Our little soldier didn't understand the situation clearly, and he complained to you. Commander, this is not a complaint. This kind of problem is a big problem in the community. Chen Yu said coldly. Okay. Don't call me Commander. I told you a long time ago. Just call me Lao Zhu here. Zhu Hao smiled and said, listen to my explanation. The meal reduction for some of our soldiers was actually formulated by me and Political Commissar Sunday. What? Chen Yu was stunned. Sun Ying on the opposite side also smiled and nodded. We made it. It has nothing to do with others. Why? Chen Yu said puzzledly. No one here is superior to anyone else. In fact, everyone's food has been reduced a lot compared to before the disaster. You cut down on the food. No. Zhu Hao said seriously. No one here is superior to anyone else in terms of personality. But there is status. Status? Yes. Status. Zhu Hao said solemnly. For example, Dong Zhou or Dr. Li. Their status is more important than ordinary people. Even Professor Murong Zheng and Director Zhong of the Institute of Virology. They are all more important than ordinary people. Chen Yu didn't say anything. He already knew what Zhu Hao meant. Sure enough, Zhu Hao said seriously, those people's meals are prepared 3 times a day. We need their work support. For the rest of the people, those who have children at home, they are prepared 3 meals a day. After all, children need nutrition. As for us, 2 meals a day are enough, including ourselves. At this time, Wang Ren also explained with a guilty face, Mr. Chen, I have to apologize. I complained to you without understanding clearly. This is my dereliction of duty. No, it's my fault. Zhou Qing said quickly, I didn't do my job carefully, and many people didn't have time to notify them. Looking at the self-blaming faces of the people in front of him, Chen Yu suddenly laughed. Sure enough, the people's soldiers are still the most reliable. No matter when, you can always trust them. So, Chen Yu smiled and nodded. Okay. I misunderstood. I thought someone was a privileged class. It seems that I am superficial. This can't be blamed on you. Mainly because I haven't had time to report these things to you. Zhu Hao smiled. Forget it. No need to report. I believe in your decision. In addition, I heard from Xiaoling that you found a large number of frozen fish. Right? Yes. Zhu Hao immediately said excitedly, those frozen fish are gathered together, which makes it easier for us to harvest. In less than 2 months, those frozen fish should be able to be collected. In the short term, our protein source is definitely enough. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. If you need my help, feel free to find me. Hee hee. I won't bother you with this. Zhu Hao smiled and said, although we don't have superpowers, Professor Murong has created more and more tools based on energy crystal cores. For example, the energy cutting knife may be more useful for cutting ice than your superpowers. Chen Yu was speechless. The power of the old Professor Murong Zhen gradually emerged. It became more and more exaggerated. He was almost like Doraemon. However, he had to keep eating corpses, which was not easy to do. At present, there should be frozen corpses stored in the base for him to eat. But once the inventory is used up, he must go outside to find corpses for him as soon as possible. This is a difficult problem. Maybe I can only find a way myself. After all, I am the only one with a portable space now. Going to a large city may help me collect more corpses. This matter is on the agenda. After returning this time, I should be able to live a stable life for a while. Many problems need to be solved urgently. When the world enters the Ice Age, life in the future will be like crossing the river by feeling the stones. Because Chen Yu has no relevant memories. Afterwards, everyone talked for a while, and Zhu Hao led the people away. Before leaving, Sun Ying stayed alone and said a few words to Chen Yu, and then left in a hurry. Chen Yu was a little confused, because Sun Ying told him to find a time to come to her dormitory alone, and come at night. What's going on? This political commissar asked me to go to her place in the middle of the night? I don't want to find me to relieve the boredom at midnight. Right? That's outrageous. This charming elder sister seems to have never exchanged glances with me. It's outrageous. Chen Yu shook his head and put it aside for the time being. Then he returned to his residence and saw Fang Jing had woken up. She was wearing his coat and standing in the kitchen making breakfast. Huh? You got up quite early. Chen Yu walked over with a smile and hugged her waist from behind. You got up so early? I didn't want to. Fang Jing rubbed her waist bitterly, turned her head, and gave her a sweet kiss. Then whispered, I regret it a little bit. What do you regret? I regret not trying to use the crystal core. Uh-huh. You're still laughing. I can't stand it now. Fang Jing turned around and threw herself into Chen Yu's arms, looking up at him and saying infatuatedly, I am increasingly afraid that one day I will grow old and completely lose you. No. Chen Yu pinched her chin, smiled and said, You have a different meaning to me than all other women. Strictly speaking, I regard you as my wife. But you also know that I can't have a wife in the true sense. Because I can't stop. I know. Fang Jing smiled sweetly. So I am very satisfied with the current situation. It's just that I have random thoughts occasionally. Don't worry. With your words today, my life is enough. Fang Jing. Thank you. Thank me for what? Chen Yu hugged her tightly in his arms and murmured, Thank you for your silent support by my side for more than 4 years, and for helping me take care of this big family. I should. You forgot that I am a public servant. Hee hee. I really want to turn you into a maid now. Ah? No. Fang Jing was startled and shook her head quickly. You should find someone else to be a maid. If I continue to be a maid, I might be broken. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Hate it. You just know how to tease me. Chapter 504 Such a Choice. Fang Jing bit Chen Yu's arm in anger. The two of them joked and played, and the atmosphere was more relaxed than ever before. It seemed that the feeling between the two of them was really like that of an old couple. Chen Yu's feelings for her were indeed very special, because Fang Jing was the first woman who insisted on not using the crystal core. She insisted on accompanying Chen Yu with an ordinary body, which was a kind of courage, because sooner or later, she would grow old and die. But she still made this choice. She just wanted to accompany Chen Yu more in her lifetime. For this reason, Chen Yu admitted it. Fall in love with her. The more I love her, the less I can bear to hurt her. In the following period of time, Chen Yu began to live a dull life in the lake bottom base. Due to the global freeze, there was no fluctuation in the whole world during this period of time. The whole earth seemed to be still. Whether it was mutant animals, subhumans, or cannibals, all species were shrinking during this period of time. Therefore, both the lake bottom base and the Changcheng Satellite Launch Center were safe for the time being. The base was operating normally. Zhang was the busiest person. He switched different personalities every day, and sometimes assisted Director Zhang in researching gene suppression drugs, which was also a top priority. Otherwise, the person who opens the supernatural power will be in trouble sooner or later. Sometimes, he has to develop an artificial sun, because Dongzhou's cultivation base still needs normal sunlight to work. At the same time, he has to develop various tools. He even has to remodel transportation tools such as helicopters and armored vehicles so that these transportation tools can withstand ultra-low temperatures of -80 to 90 degrees. All the work is very difficult. Originally, even if he had countless personalities and all kinds of talents, that was just the wisdom of mortals. Some things were too advanced for him. However, as time went on, Chen Yu slowly discovered something. That is, Jang's head is getting bigger and bigger. He also mutated. At first, Chen Yu didn't figure out what was going on. But later he remembered one thing. That is, he let Jang eat the body of the Sakurajima kid in Hanzhong City. That kid was a superpower. The brain was slowly evolving. Unfortunately, Chen Yu didn't know it at the beginning. So he exploded his head. wasted the brain. So later Fang Jing ate his flesh and blood. And there was no reaction for a long time. So Chen Yu didn't take it seriously. I thought there was no change. But now it seems that even if he only ate the flesh and blood, Fang Jing seems to have inherited the special superpowers of that kid. His brain also began a slow evolution process. Therefore, Fang Jing is getting smarter and smarter. He actually calculated many mathematical model formulas that require supercomputers to calculate with his human brain. It's simply exaggerated. Therefore, his research and development speed is quite fast. He switches different personalities every day and has a full work schedule, which does not delay his research and development speed in various fields at all. This makes Chen Yu a little worried. Let him continue to evolve like this. One day, when his brain evolves to 100%, will he lose control? Will he be like the heroine of Lucy? Will he destroy the few remaining humans? That would be funny. Or maybe he exploded before his brain evolved to 100%. Because his head seemed to be really growing. This is a difficult problem. Unfortunately, Chen Yu was not omnipotent and had no idea how to confirm his danger. He could only observe for the time being. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Although the survivors still habitually looked at the calendar every day, there was actually no alternation of 4 seasons outside. In 3 months, some people couldn't stand the loneliness and gave birth to babies. Therefore, the lake bottom community was still growing slowly. Thanks to the birth of crystal core energy, these people felt that there was still hope for survival. On this day, people were working as usual. Some were relaxing. Some were making food. And some were keeping watch. At a certain moment, the underground community suddenly shook slightly. Everyone froze in an instant. What happened? It seemed that there was a vibration under my feet just now. This feeling is not good. Chen Yu, who was making a plan for the next 6 months in the room, suddenly jumped up. And his mental map expanded instantly. There was nothing abnormal outside. Why did the ground shake? An ominous premonition gradually came to his mind. Just as Chen Yu was observing the mental map, a group of people hurried to his residence and broke in directly. The leader was Fang Jing. He looked grim, grabbed Chen Yu's arm and said anxiously, "It's bad. We are finished." "What did you say?" Chen Yu was shocked. If others said that we were finished, he could just treat it as fart. But Fang Jing's words were not fart. Chen Yu asked anxiously, "What's going on? What do you know?" "Xiaochen, we overlooked a problem." Fang Jing's face was pale. And he said quickly, "Now the world is frozen. The entire Earth's plate and the ocean are frozen. But what is the core of the Earth?" Chen Yu was shocked. Fang Jing said quickly, "The core of the Earth has a lava layer. The Earth's geothermal heat is a force that cannot be ignored. Now the Earth is frozen, and the geothermal heat cannot spread out. Over time, it will inevitably cause the entire Earth's crust to crack." Chen Yu's head buzzed. Fuck. The entire Earth's crust cracked? That's scarier than a super tsunami. Fang Jing stamped his feet. Today's tremor is just a precursor. According to my reasoning, it may not be long before the entire Earth's crust will break. By then, even the Himalayas may collapse. Everyone in the room was terrified. This is fucking. How can anyone survive? We have been working so hard for so long. And we haven't even had a good year. And we are faced with such a terrible disaster? The Himalayas collapse? The entire crust breaks? That's it. No one can survive. At that time, it will be the moment of real species extinction. Plop. Someone fell to the ground next to him. Others could only barely hold on. Those who have families, and even those who are pregnant, can't accept this kind of blow. All this time, why have people been struggling to hold on until now? Just to witness this hellish doomsday? Instead of facing the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, it is better to go out now and freeze to death instantly. There is no pain yet. For a moment, many people were discouraged and even had the urge to commit suicide. Only Chen Yu took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. He had never heard of such a disaster in his previous life. Nor had he experienced it. So, this might be the 6th disaster. Chen Yu looked at the others, and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone go out. Don't spread the news. Don't create panic. Just live a normal life. Professor Fang, stay. Let's talk about pie." Chapter 505 The Real Leader. Others saw this, and hurriedly left the room. Chen Yu was the spiritual pillar of all of them. As long as he hadn't fallen, there was still hope. So, everyone went out. Zhang didn't leave. He saw that Chen Yu was still able to give orders calmly, and his attitude was calm and his eyes were wise. And he couldn't help but calm down slowly. This man in front of him was a real leader. Everyone went out. Only Chen Yu and Zhang were left in the room. Outside, it was already crowded at this moment. Most people ran out because everyone felt the slight earthquake just now. No one dared to ignore this situation. Why? Now, everyone is at the bottom of the lake. Above is the solid ice of the entire Yandrok Lake. If there is an earthquake, once the ice layer above collapses, millions of tons of ice will fall directly. At that time, everyone will die. Therefore, the survivors of the entire underground community are nervous. Zhang Yang, Xiao Ling and others stood at the front. The two of them hugged their son, who was only a few years old. For this son, Zhang Yang did not try to use the crystal core in the end. So until now, he is still an ordinary person. Just for his son. If the disaster is inevitable, he doesn't know what's the point of working so hard until now. There is a lot of noise outside. Now the only hope is placed on Chen Yu and Zhang. In the room, Chen Yu poured a cup of hot water for Zhang. Zhang calmed down a little. After drinking 2 sips of water, Chen Yu suddenly asked, Professor Zhang, can you roughly estimate how long it will take for the Earth's crust to completely collapse? It's impossible to estimate. It requires extremely large amounts of measured data to support it. It even requires monitoring of abnormal data around the world. Is that so? Chen Yu frowned. Not knowing the remaining time is the most troublesome thing. After thinking silently for a moment, he suddenly asked again, what if we find a way to vent the geothermal heat under the crust in advance? Zhang was stunned. After a long time, he murmured, the project that needs to be consumed is huge. But what? Chen Yu asked hurriedly. But this is the only way to avoid mass extinction of species. Is it possible for us to do it? Zhang pondered for a long time, and said solemnly, in theory, yes. But if you want to drill through the crust, you need a complete set of drilling tools. Moreover, you need a very hard drill bit. But you don't have to worry about energy, because we have crystal core conversion energy, which is enough to support drilling through the crust. Okay. Chen Yu slapped the table, make a plan immediately. Whatever you need, I will find a way to get it for you. Professor Zhang, there is no time to lose. Find a solution quickly. Okay. I'll go back and think about it carefully. Zhang opened the door and went out in a trance. Outside, it was quiet in an instant. Everyone stared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu walked out slowly, looked at everyone and said loudly, although I really want to say something to comfort you, I can't find a suitable reason. In short, everyone go home first and wait for news. At the latest tonight, you will know all the information. Okay. Let's go. Zhang Yang believed what Chen Yu said. So he turned around and helped drive everyone back home. After everyone left, he came to Chen Yu. What's going on? The Earth is frozen, and the heat from the core can't be dissipated, which may cause the entire Earth's crust to crack. If it comes true, it will definitely be a mass extinction. No one can survive. Zhang Yang took a breath of cold air when he heard it. Questions came one after another. From 5 years ago to now, how many natural disasters have we experienced? Is it not over? Does God really intend to make humans extinct and reproduce again? The key is that the sun is cold. How can we have a chance to breed life in the future? Is this really the end? Seeing his ugly face, Chen Yu reached out and patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, don't lose heart. We still have a chance. What do you mean? I asked Professor Zhang to make a plan to see if we can drill through the Earth's crust first and release the geothermal heat in the core. If it works, we still have hope of survival. Good guy. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and said, I think your idea may be able to be thought of in times of peace and prosperity. There will be manpower and material resources at that time. Now, what can we use to drill the Earth's crust? Trust Professor Zhang. Chen Yu sighed. I won't hide it from you. Professor Zhang should have mutated too. His brain may be evolving without limit, and he will slowly surpass everyone and become a super intelligent creature. Have you seen the movie Lucy before? It's that kind of situation. Really? Zhang Yang was shocked. He has actually seen that movie. And the imagination is so big that it's unimaginable. If Zhang also evolves to that level, it will still be a super big trouble. At that time, he can destroy the remaining humans. But that's a story for later. Let's not talk about whether Zhang has the opportunity to evolve to that level. Now, it's uncertain whether he can survive this disaster of crustal collapse. Let's focus on the present first. Yong knows Chen Yu. As long as he doesn't see despair in his eyes, he shouldn't be desperate. Now we can only wait for news. So Yong also took Xiaoling and his son back to their residence. Chen Yu returned to the room, sitting on a chair and thinking silently. What if the method of drilling through the Earth's crust doesn't work? Is there any other means? Chen Yu doesn't want to give up just like that. After finally living a new life. Is it just a year or two longer than the last life, and that's it? What's the point of living a new life? Think about it carefully. What other means are there? After thinking about it, it seems that the only thing left is to go to the sky. However, even if a rocket can be obtained, even if Zhang has the means to improve the cold resistance of the rocket, even if it can be successfully launched into the sky, how many people can be saved? There are nearly 1,000 people here. There is no way to transfer them all. Yong probably hasn't made any progress either. And that method is even more fantastic. Finding the portal to the four-dimensional space may be more difficult than going to heaven. Damn! Oh! There is another way. Chen Yu suddenly slapped his head. Maybe there is another way to go. That is his own portable space. If the portable space can be improved to the level of level 2, maybe living people can be put in it? At that time, as long as I don't die, these people will not die. It's easy to live by myself. Even if the Earth's crust really breaks, it theoretically won't kill me. If it doesn't work, find a way to go to heaven first. Yes, this is a method. However, there are no space-type crystal cores on hand now. I can only go out and look for them. Space-type crystal cores are rare to begin with. And coupled with the desperate situation outside now, it is too difficult to find crystal cores. Unless I upgrade my mental map first. If I can improve my mental map to level 2 or level 3. If I can use my mental map to spread around the world in a short period of time, then I can search for mutant animals or sub-alien people. Chapter 506 Spreading Around the World. Chen Yu slammed the table suddenly. That's it. Facing an unprecedented disaster, Chen Yu can only take multiple approaches. First, Zhang will come up with a plan to drill through the Earth's crust. This method must be tried. If it works, it will be the simplest and most practical means. Second, I have to contact Lu Fengfei and finally communicate with the country to see if there are any ready-made manned rockets that can be used and slightly modified to prepare for emergencies. Because even if his space can evolve and can take everyone in, if the Earth's crust really collapses, then Chen Yu will have to escape. We have to go to the sky first. Therefore, the manned rocket must be done. Even if we have to find a way to search in other countries in a short time, we have to try. Third, Chen Yu must concentrate all the spiritual crystal cores of everyone. He must expand his spiritual map in a short time. At least it must cover the whole world. The current level 1 spiritual map has a diameter of only 20 kilometers. If you want to spread it around the world, you may have to reach level 3. It is also not a small difficulty. But after all, there is a goal to strive for. These 3 things must be done at the same time. After formulating a strategy, Chen Yu immediately walked out of the room and found a contact point where he could use a satellite phone. Now, satellite phones can only be used in fixed places. After all, they are under the ice. In addition, the sunlight is getting weaker, and the efficiency of the devices that rely on solar power generation on extraterrestrial satellites has deteriorated, and the signal communication has become intermittent. Therefore, it can only be used in special places. It can barely contact Lu Fengfei and others in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet. Arrived at the contact station, Chen Yu picked up the satellite phone and dialed the number left by Lu Fengfei. It was very difficult. He dialed more than 10 times before he finally got through once. After the call was connected, Chen Yu quickly said, "Lieutenant Lu, I'll make it short." He quickly described the cause of the crustal vibration, and at the same time talked about his countermeasures, and then asked if the authorities knew where there was a manned rocket that could be used. In the past, such things were confidential. It was absolutely impossible to tell the outside world. Now it has come to a matter of life and death, and they have no choice but to tell it. Sure enough, after listening to Chen Yu's words, Lu Fengfei sighed and said, "It coincides with our speculation. Alas, mankind should have reached the last moment." Chen Yu said solemnly, "So, Lieutenant Lu, let's share information. Well, the manned rocket you mentioned actually has one in the base in northern Tibet. This is the last secret of our country. A base built to deal with global catastrophic crisis and nuclear crisis. If there is no danger of crustal collapse, it is actually safer here. We are nearly 100 meters underground, which can completely isolate the cold air of the frozen earth. What a pity. We have the manned rocket you want. But the temperature outside is so low that once the rocket is transported out, it will inevitably be scrapped. So, do you have any plan? Chen Yu was relieved immediately. It's good to have one. I believe Professor Zhang can solve the problem of manned rockets keeping warm. Okay. How do we make a plan? Chen Yu hesitated for a moment. I'll find a way to send Zhang to you. Let him modify the manned rocket at your place. At the same time, if the terrain there is very low, you can consider asking Zhang to try to find a place to drill underground at your place. As for the drill, I have to find a way. In addition, I need to collect spiritual energy crystal cores to expand my spiritual map. I want to search for the remaining mutant animals and subhumans worldwide. I need to collect all the space crystal cores to improve my portable space capabilities. If I can successfully advance to level 2 or 3, maybe my space can accommodate living creatures. On the phone, Lu Fangfei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are here. With you here, it seems that there is always a way to deal with the Doomsday deadlock in front of us. Well, you come and send Zhang over. I have also collected a lot of crystal cores here. Take them if you need them. That's it. Chen Yu let out a long sigh. I will send someone over in 3 days. Goodbye. Well, I'll wait for you. Lu Fangfei's words of waiting for you were so tender that Chen Yu was slightly distracted. He knew what Lu Fangfei was thinking, so he could only hang up the phone silently. The two of them. One is a leader, and the other is the last powerful warrior of the national team. The two of them can't get away, unless the Lake Bottom community is completely under the control of the national team, or the national team is completely destroyed, and only the Lake Bottom community is left. Otherwise, the two of them have no chance to be together. The manned rocket issue is settled. As for the drill bit, Chen Yu thought of one thing. It's Lu Lin's dagger. That dagger is too weird. The tip of the dagger has changed its shape, making it indestructible. And its hardness is extremely high. So high that it's scary. How did it change? If you get that method, just get an oil well drill bit and change its properties, and you will definitely be able to drill through the Earth's crust. Go find Lu Lin and ask her clearly. Chen Yu turned around and hurried to Lu Lin's residence. When they arrived, they found that Lu Lin was not in the room. Where is she? Chen Yu went to find Liang Qiuying again. This time, Lu Lin had just joined a new group, and the ones she had the best relationship with were Liang Qiuying and Li Xiuyan. So she should be with them. When they arrived at Liang Qiuying's residence, they found that she was gone too. When they went to find Li Xiuyan again, she was gone too. Where is she? Chen Yu picked up the intercom and started calling Lu Lin. After a while, he finally heard Liang Qiuying's answer. Ayu. We are here at the general. Xiaobai gave birth to a baby. Ah? Chen Yu was shocked. Give birth to a baby? Why didn't anyone tell me? Alas, there are so many things going on recently, and you are so busy. So Xiaoya said not to tell you. Anyway, she is taking care of the general and the white wolf. Nothing to worry about. It just so happens that Xiaobai is going to give birth today. So we all came here. Chen Yu was helpless. He sighed in his heart. Even the general has become a father. Alas, I really don't pay much attention to it recently. Firstly, it is also getting older, becoming more and more stable, and more human. So it rarely comes to bother me. Secondly, these few months are really busy. Busy dealing with the coming of the Ice Age. Forget it. I won't go today. I'm really not in the mood. With Xiaoya accompanying the general, it shouldn't be lost. Chen Yu took a deep breath and said quickly, Qiuying, ask Lu Lin to come back. I have something important to ask her. Well, I'll ask her to go back. After that, the two hung up the phone. Chen Yu wiped his face vigorously. I hope she will have a good result here. Lu Lin is back. Chapter 507 Heartbeat Acceleration. Chen Yu took her back to the room and asked seriously, Lu Lin, I want you to think carefully. How did your dagger become like that? Crystal core. Lu Lin said without hesitation. When Suya threw this dagger, it directly pierced the head of a mutant black cat. I also ate the brain of a black cat to produce mutations. So, the dagger must have become like that because it was contaminated with the liquid of the crystal core. Are you sure? I am sure. Chen Yu frowned and thought about it. Then casually took out a 3-edged military bayonet from the space and put it on the table. Use your blood to try to see if this military bayonet can change. My blood? Lu Lin didn't know what he was going to do. But he basically wouldn't resist what Chen Yu said. So he immediately stretched out a finger. The nail popped out, and then quickly cut his palm. As the skin and flesh broke, blood dripped down and flowed onto the 3-edged military dagger. Chen Yu held his breath and concentrated. His heartbeat accelerated a little. After a few drops of blood dripped on, Lu Lin whispered, "Is it enough?" "Enough? Just an experiment." Chen Yu stared at the 3-edged military dagger for a long time. But there was no change. "It's over. It seems that after the original liquid of the crystal core was absorbed, it has lost that kind of transformation ability. There is no other way. I can only think of another way." Chen Yu sighed. Lu Lin hurriedly asked him the reason. Chen Yu told Lu Lin what he speculated. Lu Lin couldn't help scratching her head when she heard it. Could it be that my brain has that effect? Even if it does, it's useless. How about digging out a little of your brain? Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and directly hugged her in his arms and rubbed her cat ears. "Don't talk nonsense. You're finished if you dig out your brain. I'm a mutant. What if I can't do it? That's useless." Chen Yu said helplessly, "How big is your brain? You have to know that if you want to drill through the crust, the drill head you need must be big. It's not enough to cover your brain." "Okay. Let's end this. I'll think of another way." Chen Yu hugged Lu Lin and walked out directly. He left the 3-edged military bayonet on the table without paying attention. 10 minutes later, the blood-stained area began to slowly become translucent and completely turned into glass crystal. No matter how the drill bit problem is solved, Chen Yu must send Murong Zhang to the uninhabited area in northern Tibet. He must find a way to solve the problem of manned rockets keeping warm. Then send the manned rocket to Changcheng. That is the last means of saving lives. As long as he can upgrade his portable space to level 2 or 3, he will have the opportunity to take everyone away from the Earth and live in the space station. That was already the last resort. For now, I have to find a way to collect spiritual crystal cores. In the next 2 days, Chen Yu picked out almost all the crystal cores in his space that could be detected and confirmed to belong to spiritual abilities. These things must be used at a certain time. Maybe the consequences will be exaggerated, because after using them, who knows how many spiritual abilities will be activated. Whether I can bear it or not is unknown. But no matter what, I have to try it. The specific time of the Earth's crust cracking cannot be calculated, but there should be at least 10 days and a half months. Try all the methods you can think of. If it still doesn't work, then there will be no regrets. After all, I have tried my best. 2 days later, Chen Yu took Murong Zhang and set off, because there were no suitable tools. And Murong Zhang was not like a superpower who could resist the cold. He could only wrap him in layers of electric blankets. After countless attempts, he found the thickness that could roughly balance the temperature outside. Then he tied him to the general. The general's current evolutionary state is one of the few mutant animals on Earth that can completely resist the cold. So for the time being, it can only be used as a means of transportation. Before leaving, everyone saw the 2 people off at the lake bottom community, because everyone knows that the 2 of them are risking their lives to solve the problem of everyone's survival. Now, Chen Yu has become the savior. Outside, the sky and the earth are like a huge ice cellar. There is no cold air flowing. It is just dry and cold. Chen Yu ran all the way in the mountains with the general, and rushed to the uninhabited area in northern Tibet as fast as possible according to the route map given by Lu Fangfei before. Although there is a barren desert there. But now, the desert has become frozen soil. The vast sea can no longer be called the vast sea. Murong Zhang, who was wrapped up, shivered with cold. Although he was wrapped in more than a dozen layers of electric blankets, all of which gave enough temperature, he still couldn't stand the extreme cold outside. The cold air was slowly invading. As time went by, the electric blanket was also scrapped bit by bit. Chen Yu was extremely anxious. He could only keep urging the general to speed up. In this way, 1 man and 1 dog ran wildly on the vast frozen land for 6 hours. And their speed was faster than the fastest high-speed train before the disaster. Finally, before dark, Chen Yu rushed to the marked place. That was the secret military base in the no man's land. When he arrived, someone under the base had already monitored his whereabouts. So, the entrance to the base slowly opened. Chen Yu and the general rushed directly into the portal without any hindrance, and then began to disinfect, slowly warm up, and after passing through a series of 12 portals, they finally entered an isolation room. After entering, Chen Yu frantically tore open the electric blankets. At this moment, Zhang was almost frozen, and he had to move quickly, otherwise his old body could not hold on. Just as he pulled Zhang out, Lu Fangfei also hurried over. Without saying a word, she went up and held Ning's hands tightly, and then saw waves of strange green light from her arms into Ning's body. Chen Yu was surprised. It seems that this woman has gained new superpowers. She really doesn't care about her life. As strong as Chen Yu is, even if he has the power of annihilation and protection to protect his brain, he dare not activate his superpowers too much, because the more superpowers he has, the heavier the burden on his brain. But the feeling of this woman is getting more and more scary. Doesn't she have more than a dozen superpowers now? Has their inhibitor been developed? Or has her superpower not been upgraded? Soon, Zhang calmed down and regained his consciousness. Lu Fangfei then let go of her hand. A sickly blush flashed across her face. Chen Yu frowned and looked at her. How many more superpowers have you added? 4. One of which is a very magical recovery ability. But it will consume my vitality as a price. Although it is useless, it can save lives at critical moments. Lieutenant Lu. Stop it. Chapter 508 predicted everything. Chen Yu said solemnly, even if you have all level 1 abilities, there are too many of them, and your brain will still be overloaded. I think you are in danger now. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Lu Fangfei smiled at Chen Yu gently, and she no longer treated Chen Yu as an outsider. Then, she patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Let's go. I'll take you to see the chief. That's the last old chief of national defense. Okay. Chen Yu met the last old chief of Xia country, the national defense general. His name is Lu Yunfeng. He is already over 60 years old, still wearing a camouflage uniform, sitting steadily in the conference room. The underground base here is really big. It may be larger than the area of Yandrok Lake. Moreover, there are already garrisons here. People who can be stationed here basically have no worries outside. At the beginning of the disaster, the garrison here received an order, and all the soldiers retreated to the base and never went out again. Therefore, there are almost no casualties here. There are also the most advanced instruments and nuclear energy here. The number of people is about 70,000. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. I haven't heard of so many people for a long time. When I saw Lu Yunfeng, there was a row of strong men standing behind him, and everyone was wearing a black uniform. A very strange uniform. Chen Yu noticed that it was the same uniform that Lu Fangfei was wearing now. So, it is not difficult to guess. These people are all superpowers. They are specially used to protect the leader. After all, 17. Chen Yu's threat is too great. In the conference room, in addition to these people, there are several people wearing white coats, who look like scientific researchers. Maybe they are here to verify Jing's ability. After both parties sat down, Chen Yu was not polite and directly gave a brief report on the current situation and Jing's situation. After listening to the report, Lu Yunfeng did not speak. He just looked at Chen Yu silently. After looking at him for a few times, he smiled softly and said, Comrade Chen Yu, I want to ask a question off topic first. Chief, please go ahead. Chen Yu nodded. Okay. I've heard of you a long time ago. Before the disaster, you posted a post online that predicted all the disaster contents. Right? Yes. Lu Yunfeng asked calmly. Did you predict it? Or did you see it? What do you mean? Chen Yu looked at him in confusion. This old chief didn't ask about the business at the beginning, but asked me this. What does it mean? Did he guess that I was a reborn person? Lu Yunfeng smiled and said, no meaning. I just want to know that you predicted the Doomsday disaster. And it was so accurate. At least until the arrival of the Ice Age. There was no deviation at all. Why? No reason. I just dreamed about it. Chen Yu replied casually. Really? Really? Uh-huh. Chen Yu blinked. Chief, I'm not here to discuss these things with you. Some problems are imminent. I'm not exaggerating. If they are not solved, the Earth will usher in a real mass extinction of life. Comrade, let's leave this issue to Professor Murong and those experts. Lu Yunfeng said, stood up and smiled. Come with me. Let's go to another place to talk. Let the scholars discuss here. Anyway, we can't get a word in. Chen Yu frowned. I always feel like something is wrong here. I turned around and looked at Lu Fangfei. She didn't seem to be abnormal. And nodded at Chen Yu. Okay. Chen Yu is nothing to be afraid of. Just let the general stay beside Murong Zheng. For this huge three-eyed mutant black dog, ordinary people really don't dare to touch it. So, Chen Yu followed Lu Yifeng and left. The group walked through a long corridor, entered an elevator, and then began to descend. Chen Yu looked at Lu Fangfei again. She just smiled slightly and shook her head to indicate that there was no need to be nervous. Chen Yu's mind moved. The mental map expanded. The underground base within 20 kilometers is in full view. It is very deep down here, and it can be detected that the energy system relies on nuclear energy. Now, there are spirits of mutant animals in many rooms. It seems that they are doing research. When did these people start? Soon. The elevator stopped. After Chen Yu followed the group out of the elevator, he passed through several gates in a winding way. Each gate is guarded by a special person, and a special access card is required. 10 minutes later, everyone finally came to a place similar to a restaurant. Chen Yu was stunned. Lu Yifeng laughed and said, Why? Are you nervous? Do you think we will catch you and slice you for research like the villains in those science fiction movies? Don't worry. Young man, you are the hope of the future, and we are not villains. So don't be so nervous. Hearing this, Chen Yu was in tears and laughter. This old chief is quite humorous. To be honest, the tense atmosphere before really made him a little confused. What is this? Old naughty boy? Are you making fun of me? Forget it. Facing the end of the world, this old chief can still be so relaxed. Which is also precious. Lu Fangfei smiled and patted Chen Yu's arm. Sit down. The chief actually wants to treat you to a meal. We have a lot of vegetables left here. So, you are in for a treat. Hey. Don't. Chen Yu shook his head quickly. You should all know that I have a portable space. I really don't lack food. So I'll keep the green vegetables for you to eat. Don't worry, young man. At least before the earth completely destroys all mankind, our food reserve should be enough. Lu Yifeng smiled and then motioned Chen Yu to sit down. Others also sat down around. Soon, the canteen chef began to bring dishes here. Chen Yu took a look and saw that it was true. They were all the simplest big pot dishes in the canteen before the disaster. The kind of big pot dishes that most people would not touch. But now, these are treasures. Because there are green vegetables. Since the old leader is so confident, Chen Yu is too lazy to be polite. Eat it if you want. It's a waste if you don't eat it. So, after the food was served, everyone started eating. For the first time, Chen Yu felt like he had returned to a civilized society. The main reason was that the construction below was much more advanced than the lake bottom community. It felt like he had returned to a civilized society. After eating a few bites to satisfy his craving, Lu Yifeng asked in a low voice while eating, Xiaochen. Allow me to be generous and call you Xiaochen. Okay. Xiaochen. Tell me, why did you have the ability to have a portable space before the disaster? At that time, the animals did not mutate. So how did you activate the ability? Chen Yu looked up at him and said, Chief, is it meaningful for you to ask this now? Of course it is. Lu Yifeng looked at Chen Yu seriously and said, Our think tank has carefully analyzed you. Everyone has come to a conclusion. What conclusion? Lu Yifeng stared at Chen Yu and said word by word, You may be a time traveler. Chapter 509 Project. Chen Yu said nothing. He continued to eat. Lu Yifeng said softly, You didn't deny it. Which means our speculation is true. You are indeed a time traveler. And you carry a space with you. Haha. Chief, you use the word time travel well. Chen Yu laughed. Lu Yifeng also laughed. Don't look at my age. I also read online novels. So I naturally know what a time traveler is. So, this leads to another project. What project? How did you travel? Is it the theory of time? The theory of wormholes? Or the theory of four-dimensional space, or even high-dimensional space? Chen Yu asked in confusion, What is the use of studying such a project? Of course it is useful. Lu Yifeng said calmly, If we study your appearance thoroughly, we may find the key to lead all the survivors out of this doomsday. Chen Yu couldn't eat anymore. So, they still regarded him as a research target. Chen Yu didn't like being regarded as a research target. So, even if the person in front of him was the last leader of Xia country, Chen Yu ignored him, just wiped his mouth silently, and then stood up. Old leader, please forgive me for speaking frankly. Don't waste time on me. No matter what my situation is, I will not be your experimental subject. In addition, my situation cannot be replicated. If you can really figure out my situation, would I come to you? Thank you for the dinner. Is there a place for me to rest? If not, I can leave and find a place to rest by myself. Once Professor Murong solves the problem of keeping warm for manned rockets, I will naturally take him away. Lu Yifeng frowned. Lu Fangfei on the side quickly got up and came to Chen Yu, looking at Lu Yifeng and whispered, Old leader, let him rest first. Okay, take him to rest. Lu Yifeng sighed and waved his hand. Lu Fangfei directly pulled Chen Yu away. Walk out of the cafeteria. Lu Fangfei didn't say anything, just held Chen Yu's hand tightly, passed through several security doors, and then stopped at the door of a small room. Chen Yu looked suspicious. Did those superpowers in the cafeteria want to attack me just now? Yes. Lu Fangfei stretched out her hand to open the door, dragged him in, turned around and closed the door, and then walked around the room. Soon, several monitoring facilities in the room were turned off by her. Lu Fangfei returned to Chen Yu and said helplessly, This is not aimed at you. All rooms have monitoring facilities. After all, it's the end of the world now. There are more than 70,000 people in this underground base, and we can't help but defend. I don't care about this. I just want to know. Do you really want to keep me here as a guinea pig? Chen Yu had no expression on his face. He was already faintly emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Lu Fangfei was also a powerful psychic. She naturally sensed it. So she rushed forward and subconsciously hugged Chen Yu with her body, trying to use her moving body to calm Chen Yu down. Fortunately, Chen Yu was still a little rational about her. He just frowned, then pushed her away, turned around and said indifferently, Lu Lieutenant, you'd better communicate clearly with your leader. Calling him the chief is for your face. Don't force me to do anything. I know. Don't be anxious. Lu Fangfei's face turned red with anxiety. She carefully pulled the corner of Chen Yu's clothes like a young wife, and whispered, Don't be so angry. And don't be angry with me. Just listen to my explanation first. Ayu, this is an extraordinary period. Especially the last surviving human beings have reached the critical point of life and death. Therefore, no one can remain completely rational, and even treat others objectively. The leader is the same. However, he doesn't want to slice you up like a guinea pig for research. He just wants to find out your experience. Perhaps, that is the only way for the remaining survivors to survive. Of course, I objected. But since the secret of the crystal core was known, the old leader has sent people to search for the crystal core in Tibet and along the way in various forms. Therefore, over such a long time, a large number of superpower warriors have been trained in the base. To be honest, the superpower level of some people has been upgraded to level 2. Ayu, although I have the ability to stop them. But the consequence is that we fight against our own people and eventually die from internal consumption. So, I didn't stop it forcefully. At least so far. My words still carry some weight. Ayu, give me some time. Believe me, the old leader won't really do his best to move you, because doing so is not only unwise, but also ineffective. Chen Yu didn't say anything, but looking at Lu Fangfei's anxious face and slightly red eyes, Chen Yu knew that she was really anxious, because she was caught in the middle. So, Chen Yu smiled casually, Okay, you don't have to be so anxious. I just want you to warn your old leader not to lose your temper with you. Hate. You make me so nervous. Lu Fangfei was so angry that she slapped Chen Yu hard, and her aggrieved little mouth flattened, and she actually squeezed out a few tears. What are you doing? Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only reach out and wipe away the tears from her eyes. It didn't matter if he wiped it away. Lu Fangfei suddenly grabbed his hand and kissed it with all her strength. Chen Yu looked at it. Forget it. Damn it. I'm already entangled with this woman. Why do I care so much? I just got angry. So I let this little woman comfort me. I don't know what it feels like to combine with the most powerful superpower warrior in the previous life. Chen Yu directly reached out and hugged her by the waist. With Lu Fangfei's exclamation, he hugged her and rolled into the bed. Lu Fangfei screamed in shock. What are you doing? I'm not mentally prepared yet? What mental preparation? To sleep with you. You need to be mentally prepared for this kind of thing. Chen Yu grinned, If you dare to kiss me, you are doomed to end up like this. Lieutenant. You are in trouble. Enjoy it. Lu Fangfei was speechless. She never dreamed that it was just a passionate kiss just now, and thought that was all. She never thought that it would provoke such a strong resistance. It's over. She felt just like that. In the lounge, Lu Fangfei is trapped in her own trap. On the other side, Zhang has finished discussing with the few remaining dozen old experts in the base. He successfully convinced those old experts. In fact, those technical experts are also academician level, and each of them used to be the kind of person who looked down on others and never admired others. Chapter 510 High IQ. As a result, today, everyone was convinced. They also found that Zhang's head seemed to be abnormally swollen. It was a bit scary. I knew that this was the result of mutation. Although it looked a bit scary, Zhang's IQ was simply scary. After he learned about manned space rocket technology in a very short time, he quickly found a technology that could transform rockets. Not only can it keep out the cold, it can even convert energy cabins. But it takes time. Zhang knew that his condition was not very good, because as the brain continued to evolve, he felt that the countless personalities in his body were slowly becoming stronger. Every personality seemed to be about to become a superpower. All people's spirits were expanding infinitely. Sooner or later, he might lose control. So, before that, the task assigned by Chen Yu must be completed. So, the transformation plan was immediately implemented. The next day, Chen Yu stayed in the northern Tibet base temporarily. It was more than 100 meters underground. And it was a very good underground base, very safe. In order to ensure Zhang's safety, and to get the manned rocket as soon as possible, he did not leave the base. Anyway, if the military really dared to touch him, they would have to kill him. Chen Yu was always reluctant to conflict with the military. But that also has prerequisites. Just like the garrison troops in Sunlight City. They are truly protecting the people. But if you want to coerce with force, that won't work. After rebirth, Chen Yu has only one rule. No one can threaten his life. Anyone who touches the red line must die. No one is an exception. Because of rebirth, Chen Yu just wants to live. Everything else is secondary. Including women. All are secondary. In the morning, Lu Fangfei blushed and took Chen Yu to the cafeteria. Have breakfast. Although the two of them are still very serious on the surface. From Lu Fangfei's awkward walking posture, it can be seen that she 577 had a miserable last night. Very miserable. But she is happy with it. In this life, maybe the remaining wishes are gone. What's left is to fight for the belief. If possible. She also hopes to follow Chen Yu and be a pair of lovebirds with the same fate. If they can't live together, they can die together. No matter how many women are around him. At least she is not weak. It's a pity that as long as the old leader is still there, as long as her military rank is still there, she must strictly carry out her mission. Lu Fangfei is a person with a sense of mission. This is also the reason why Chen Yu likes her. After breakfast in the morning, Lu Fangfei took Chen Yu directly to the laboratory. There are hundreds of crystal cores on display there. Chen Yu was a little confused. Logically speaking, the old leader shouldn't be so generous and let him take their crystal cores casually. As a result, Lu Fangfei understood it after explaining it. The main problem is the crisis at hand. That minor earthquake has already caused a lot of trouble to this underground base. So when it was speculated that there might be a sixth natural disaster and the Earth's crust would crack, Lu Yifeng had already completely collapsed. He couldn't hold on. What else could he do? Not to mention the Earth's crust cracking. Even if there were a few more large earthquakes, the underground base here would not be able to withstand it. So they are actually more dangerous than Chen Yu's lake bottom community. Most people here are ordinary people. There is no ability to walk out of the base. Once outside, they will be frozen into sticks in an instant. Therefore, when they heard that Chen Yu had a way, as long as they were not fools, they would definitely support him with all their strength. No matter how whimsical Chen Yu's method was. Improve the level of the portable space? Put all humans into the space? This idea sounds scary, but it is indeed feasible. Therefore, as long as Lu Yifeng is not a fool and not old and confused, he will definitely support Chen Yu with all his strength. After listening to Lu Fangfei's explanation, Chen Yu nodded. The old guy is not confused yet. This saves trouble. Chen Yu immediately felt it and took away all the spiritual crystal cores inside. Now, He has gathered almost all the spiritual crystal cores that can be obtained, and there are no more in other places. So the remaining work is to devour the crystal cores. But is it safe here? Chen Yu always has a little doubt about this place. Although Lu Fangfei is definitely safe. If there are more than 70,000 people here, can Lu Fangfei ensure that everyone is safe? She doesn't have this ability. So, Chen Yu decided to wait one more day. Sometimes, potential dangers can't be calm. So, after Chen Yu collected the crystal core, he followed Lu Fangfei around the underground base. A day passed quickly. It was evening. Good news has come from Zhang. He has already touched the main body of the man rocket and started the transformation plan. There are many people in the underground base, and the work is also going smoothly, so it shouldn't take long. Chen Yu was a little relieved when he heard the news. At dinner time in the evening, he and Lu Fangfei were eating in the corner of the cafeteria. The two of them smiled softly and talked about this and that, which felt like a secret date between lovers. While eating, there were suddenly footsteps approaching, and there was murderous intent. The smile on Chen Yu's face disappeared instantly. Lu Fangfei also frowned and looked back. Then he saw three strong men in camouflage uniforms striding over. The leader had triangular eyes. His eyebrows were splayed. He looked like a jinx from his face. But he had a strong sense of oppression, and was definitely a supernatural person. The man walked closer to the two of them, looked at Chen Yu and said coldly, "Mr. Chen, I want to talk to you. Is it convenient?" "Not convenient." Chen Yu refused without even thinking. "Stupid? Didn't you see that he was having dinner and chatting with a beautiful woman? How could it be convenient? Why ask?" Lu Fangfei also frowned. "Liang Feng, what are you doing?" "Fangfei, I don't accept it." The man named Liang Feng suddenly had an extremely annoyed and unwilling look on his face, and said excitedly, "I have been chasing you for 2 months, and you have always ignored me. In the end, you actually told him. I don't accept it." "Liang Feng, stop talking nonsense." Lu Fangfei's face instantly turned red, and she stood up in anger. Chen Yu was also stunned. What's going on? Is this guy Lu Fangfei's pursuer? Huh? I was scared. I thought there was really a ghost in this base. He came to provoke me. After all this time, it was because of feelings. That's really ridiculous. This soldier really wants to teach me a lesson for Lu Fangfei. The murderous aura on his body is very strong. The fighting spirit is high. Liang Feng seems to be too embarrassed to face Lu Fangfei, and he is quite shy. He just stares at Chen Yu. "Mr. Chen, do you accept the challenge or not?" "What if I don't accept it?" Chen Yu smiled. "You are not a man." Liang Feng cursed angrily. But judging from his reaction, it seems that he can't do anything to Chen Yu. Chapter 511 Farce. Lu Fangfei stamped her feet in anger. "Liang Feng, are you done yet? Get out of here right now. Stay away from me. Do you hear me?" She was so angry that the whole cafeteria could hear her. So, all the people eating looked over here. This time Liang Feng lost face even more. His face turned red, and he glared at Chen Yu with gritted teeth. "Chen Yu, a man can't hide behind a woman forever. Remember? I will compete with you sooner or later." After saying that, he turned around and left angrily. Chen Yu was speechless. But it was also good. It was just a farce. As long as it wasn't a conspiracy. Chen Yu really didn't care about the rest. If he wasn't afraid of breaking his legs, Chen Yu really wanted to play with him. After Liang Feng left, Lu Fangfei sat down angrily, muttering, "Psychopath. I told him countless times that I have a lover, but he just won't listen. Stubborn." After saying that, she suddenly remembered something. "Huh? That's not right. How did he know that you and I clearly turned off all the monitoring in the room. I don't need monitoring." Chen Yu smiled and said, "When we were together last night, someone passed by outside." Lu Fangfei's face flushed. Chen Yu continued, "Your voice. Hateful. Stop it." Lu Fangfei waved her hands in shame and anger, then covered her face with her hands and said depressedly, "Oh my god. It's so embarrassing. What's there to be ashamed of?" Chen Yu smiled and said, "It's the end of the world. Who still cares about those secular etiquette, ethics and morals? Actually, I care." Lu Fangfei slowly put down her hands, looked at Chen Yu and said softly, "Our family is a very traditional family of doctors. And our ancestors were all doctors. Actually, I originally studied Chinese medicine. There are a lot of rules in our family. especially for girls. My grandfather warned me when I was very young that I should not have sex with men without a marriage contract. At the same time, he told me a lot of things to be wary of men. I never dated since I was a child. I only studied. I never dated even when I went to college. When I joined the army, I was even more focused. At that time, I thought that when I was about the right age, I would find a man who was compatible with me, get a marriage certificate, and be done with it. When I reached childbearing age, I would have a child. That might be the end of my life. I never thought that the world would end. Then, I suddenly met you again. At this point, Lu Fangfei looked at Chen Yu with doting eyes and whispered, if he was in peacetime, you would not be able to pass my grandfather's test. Okay. Chen Yu smiled and said, if it was a peaceful time, I wouldn't have known you. That's true. As soon as Lu Fangfei finished speaking, there was a loud rumble somewhere under her feet, followed by the roar of wild beasts. It seemed like chaos down there. Lu Fangfei's face changed, and she stood up suddenly and said in surprise, it seems that something happened in the animal warehouse. Let's go and have a look. Chen Yu also opened the mental map immediately. He saw the place where the accident happened. It was not far from the restaurant. That area happened to be the experimental area. There were many ferocious mutant animals locked up there. In one of the rooms, a huge mutant animal seemed to be running wild. Already out, going crazy in the corridor. Many people were wiped out by that thing in just a few breaths. The situation is urgent. Chen Yu and Lu Fangfei activated their superpowers almost immediately. In the restaurant, there was a loud bang. The air waves from the two people overturned the tables and chairs around, and the two people disappeared from the restaurant in an instant. Only two afterimages were left. Those soldiers, who had not yet run out, were horrified. The superpowers are so powerful. The place where the accident happened, people and horses were thrown to the ground. What ran out was a mutant giant bear. An extremely terrifying brown giant bear. At least 4 or 5 meters tall. All the hair on his body fell off. His muscles were bulging and covered with cracks. And waves of terrible red steam were spreading from his body's surface. Any ordinary person he touched would immediately have broken bones and rotten flesh. At this moment, more than a dozen superpowers had also arrived. Among them was the Liang Feng from before. As soon as the two sides met, Liang Feng suddenly pulled his coat, revealing his well-dressed upper body, and then roared, Chen Yu, compete with me. Let's see who can subdue the mutant beast first. Lu Fangfei scolded angrily. What are you competing for? Liang Feng. Are you crazy? Are you playing with our lives? After that, she also took off her coat. Then his body suddenly grew in size. He became a sturdy figure over 2 meters tall. Liang Feng on the other side said with disdain, you are not needed. Just look at me. Let that outsider see that he is invincible. Not because he has superpowers. After saying that, Liang Feng suddenly jumped up. His figure suddenly flashed twice in the crowd, and he rushed to the front of the violent giant bear in an instant. Roar. The violent giant bear was already in the mood to kill, and suddenly saw someone approaching actively, and blood-colored steam burst out all over his body. Then he raised his fists and smashed down fiercely. Liang Feng seemed to deliberately want to show his strength in front of Lu Fangfei. So he didn't dodge, stretched out his arms, and directly carried it up. Danger! Lu Fangfei's face changed drastically with fear. The next second, boom! The violent collision shook a huge dent in the ground of the base. The surrounding rooms were all cracked. Liang Feng actually smashed into the ground with one blow. Blood spurted out. Chen Yu was stunned. He could sense that Liang Feng was at least a level 2 mutant. Generally, people with this level of strength would not be afraid of mutant animals, even a mutant bear. But the situation in front of him surprised him. The mutant bear was ridiculously powerful. It actually smashed a level 2 mutant easily. Liang Feng's lower body was embedded in the ground. His hands were severely deformed, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. It looked like he was about to die. The giant bear succeeded in one blow. Its eyes glowed red, and its 2 huge claws smashed down again. Get out of the way! Lu Fangfei shouted angrily, and stood out from the crowd, rushing ahead of everyone, and directly blocked the giant bear's claws in midair. Bang! The impact was deafening. The scene was too scary. However, Lu Fangfei still stood firmly. Her physical ability must have been promoted to level 3. But Chen Yu's face became more and more solemn. Roar! 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 The giant bear's attack was blocked, which made it extremely angry. Its cracked mouth showed countless jagged fangs, and its back was wriggling violently. Puff! Two sounds of tearing cloth. Two bloody arms stretched out from its back again. The two new arms smashed down on its head before anyone could react. Lu Fangfei was shocked. It's over. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How can I block it? Seeing the pressure as heavy as a mountain coming down, Lu Fangfei felt cold in her heart. Suddenly, her eyes blurred. Chapter 512. Activate Level 3 Superpower. A figure stood proudly in front of him. Chen Yu flashed in front of Lu Fangfei. For the 2 fists that felt like a mountain, he did not hesitate and directly activated the Level 3 Superpower, stimulating 180% of his strength. Then he kicked the ground hard and soared into the sky. Bang! Chen Yu's 2 fists flew out in the air and collided fiercely with the giant bear's new claws. Ah! The giant bear was in pain and screamed miserably while pulling its neck. The claws that had grown with great difficulty were directly shaken into pulp by Chen Yu. Lieutenant, lock its hands. Chen Yu was in midair, stepped on the broken arm of the giant bear, and then he rose up in the air and grabbed the giant bear's eyes. Paw! 2 loud bangs. The spatial attack ability exploded the giant bear's 2 scarlet eyeballs without any hindrance. This time it was really painful, howling wildly. But when 963 wanted to pull out his 2 claws, Lu Fangfei pulled him back with all her strength. Then, Chen Yu rushed to its neck at a strange speed and wiped its neck casually. Puff! Blood splattered. A huge bear head fell to the ground with a plop. Its body also slowly collapsed to the ground. Chen Yu jumped to the ground. Lu Fangfei also breathed a sigh of relief, let go of the giant bear's claws, and slowly recovered. The surroundings were in a mess. In just a moment, at least 20 to 30 people died around. Level 2 superpowers, like Liang Feng, were also scrapped. Everyone looked at Chen Yu in surprise. At this moment, everyone realized that the fighting power of this young man was so strong. It was simply terrible. Looking at Chen Yu again, there was a fierce, murderous look in his eyes. His expression was very solemn, because he smelled a familiar smell from the bear. The smell of cannibals. How could there be such a smell? How could a mutant animal have the smell of cannibals? Moreover, the fighting power of this mutant violent giant bear obviously exceeded its level, and was even more terrible than the beast kings he had seen before. However, its degree of mutation is not that exaggerated. So this increase in combat power has nothing to do with the degree of mutation. It is another reason. Chen Yu slowly turned around and looked at Lu Fangfei behind him. What kind of experiments are being conducted in this underground base? An hour later, the turmoil in the base has subsided. The bodies have been cleaned up. All the research laboratories of mutant animals have strengthened their protection measures and guards. Chen Yu and Lu Fangfei are in the medical room. The man named Liang Feng has saved his life. However, his lower body is finished. The lumbar vertebrae are completely broken. There is no feeling below the waist. He was lying on the bed, wrapped in bandages. After the medical staff treated his wounds, Liang Feng looked at Chen Yu weakly and finally said, You are very strong. I am different from you. Chen Yu did not have any hatred towards this person. At best, he just thought he was a little in love. In that situation, no fool would rush forward alone. How confident was he in himself that he dared to fight against the violent mutant beast alone? Alas, I'm done. Liang Feng sighed, closed his eyes, and murmured, You guys go out. Don't worry about me anymore. The best outcome for me is to be sent directly outside to freeze a little. Maybe I can still keep my body intact. Lu Fangfei sighed, said nothing, turned around, and pulled Chen Yu out of the infirmary. Outside, Lu Yunfeng was already waiting outside with his men. As soon as he saw Chen Yu coming out, he immediately came over and held his hand. Xiao Chen, thank you for your help. This time it was too dangerous. If it weren't for you, this underground base might have been destroyed by a giant beast. Chief, Chen Yu asked expressionlessly, What are you researching? What? Lu Yunfeng was stunned. That giant beast is not right. Chen Yu said coldly, What research are you doing? Why did you turn an ordinary mutant giant bear into that state? A level 2 mutant can't even withstand a blow. This is unreasonable. This? Lu Yunfeng was about to speak when a middle-aged man in camouflage uniforms, and about 40 years old, interrupted him directly. Sorry. This is our confidential information. You don't have the authority to know it. Chen Yu slowly looked at him. Do you have the authority to interrupt the chief? The middle-aged man choked. Lu Yifeng then laughed. Xiao Chen. He is our chief engineer here. And he is an academician of the two academies. And he studies genetic engineering. His name is Song Jin. You two should get to know each other. No need. Chen Yu said lightly, Chief. If you are not a technician, I advise you not to do those experiments anymore. Otherwise, you give the order 1. And the order they execute is 2. Or even 20. 200. 2,000. And you have no idea. The only consequence of this is destruction. Lu Yunfeng frowned. What do you mean? It means that the state of the giant bear is definitely not conducting any genetic research, but stimulating its ferocity. It is violently out of the circle, which is not its ability. So someone tampered with your experiment. Lu Yunfeng immediately looked solemn and turned to look at Songjin. Dr. Song, do you agree with what he said? It is possible. Songjin said calmly, after the incident. I immediately went to find the person responsible for the giant bear. But the engineer is dead. Dead? Yes. He died at the hands of the giant bear. Let's check again. Lu Yufeng waved his hand. Yes. Chief. Songjin turned and left in a hurry. Chen Yu looked at Songjin's back, his eyes slowly turning cold. Xiao Chen, maybe things are not as serious as you think. Each of these mutant animals is different. And there may be exceptions. How about this? I'll let Dr. Song take you to our experimental area this afternoon, so you can learn more about it. Chen Yu said nothing. No comment. Whether you see it or not, something has finally happened in this underground base. When he first came here, Chen Yu always felt uncomfortable down here, and couldn't tell what it felt like. Now I finally know. There's a smell of cannibals down here. If Suya is strong enough to leave an undercover here, that would be terrible. Although Songjin has problems, he is definitely not a cannibal. Based on the strange telepathy with Suya, Chen Yu can actually feel the smell of cannibals. Just like that giant bear. The key is, why does a bear smell like a cannibal? Also, if Suya's power infiltrates here, where is she? What does she want to do? Does she want to destroy this place? Or does she want to stay here and turn everyone into cannibals? Chen Yu frowned. Perhaps this place will also become a battlefield. Midnight. Chapter 513 Unbelievable. In the room, Lu Fangfei snuggled in Chen Yu's arms, looking worried. Chen Yu told her all his speculations. Cannibals? That newly emerging race has extended its claws here? It's simply unbelievable. However, cannibals are indeed a terrible race. The best among them can hide their cannibal attributes and hide in human society without any clues. It would be too easy for such people to subvert the human community. The most terrifying thing is that cannibals have all human memories and knowledge. But they don't have the laziness and bad habits of humans. From the perspective of biological evolution, they are indeed more suitable for survival than humans. What to do now? Lu Fangfei was at a loss. Although she was powerful, she was just a warrior. She was not a decision maker. Not a leader. So facing this situation, she really didn't know what to do. Chen Yu remained silent, while monitoring the surrounding situation with a mental map. He was thinking about countermeasures. The highest decision maker here is still Lu Yunfeng. And there are more than 70,000 people here. If one thing goes wrong, the consequences will be very terrible. Chen Yu didn't want those innocent soldiers to die in this base. Then, we can only find a way to catch the lurking cannibals. Songjin? He should not be a cannibal. Although his behavior is suspicious, he does not have the smell of a cannibal. He is just an ordinary person. Forget it. Let's wait and see. Although I can smell the smell of cannibals, it is still because of my telepathic relationship with Suya. So I have not really come into contact with them. So it is still not possible. Wait a minute. After all, Murongjum also needs time to complete the transformation of the rocket. Chen Yu gently stroked Lu Fangfei's hair and whispered, Fangfei, stay put for the time being and wait and see. After what happened today, the lurking dark ghost will definitely be quiet for a few days. Let's observe for a few days first. Okay. That's the only way. It's okay. Don't worry. Chen Yu let out a long breath and said calmly, the cannibals sneaked in here, conducted experiments on mutant animals, and intensified the ferocity of mutant animals. They must have their own purpose. It's more important to find out their purpose than to catch the traitor. What other purpose can they have? They just want to get in. Right? You're wrong. Chen Yu shook his head and frowned and said, based on my understanding of the cannibals, They may not be afraid of the ultra-low temperature outside. Or at least most of the cannibals should not care. So, it's too easy for them to attack here. As long as they find the door, and slightly damage the antifreeze layer here, most of the people here will be frozen to death. Their purpose should not be to capture this place. I guess they just want to borrow the instruments and experimental conditions here to carry out their experimental purposes. Lu Fangfei nodded. That makes sense. So, let's wait a little longer. Okay. Lu Fangfei looked up at Chen Yu and murmured, "It's just that I feel like there's something stuck in my throat if I don't find this traitor." Hee. The traitor may be very depressed these 2 days. A mistake exposed his purpose. And he might be more anxious. Yeah. Go to sleep. Yeah. Lu Fangfei fell asleep comfortably in Chen Yu's arms. In the next few days, Chen Yu did not leave, and followed Lu Fangfei to wander around the entire underground base, except for several sensitive heavy weapons warehouses, some core energy rooms, and the central control room. Chen Yu visited all other places. He also roughly knew the layout here. 3 days later, a satellite call suddenly came from the lake bottom community, looking for Chen Yu. When Chen Yu rushed to the contact point and answered the call, he unexpectedly heard a good news. The three-edged thorn that was stained with Lu Lin's blood also underwent a qualitative change, and the whole thing turned into an ice crystal. Lu Lin had tried it. It was exactly the same as her dagger. It was hard, indestructible, and could cut gold and jade. Chen Yu was overjoyed. In this way, the drill bit problem was solved. Although it might be hard for Lu Lin, and she would lose a lot of blood, as long as the modification of a drill bit was completed, it would basically be able to drill through the Earth's crust. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu immediately met with Zhang. He told him about this. Zhang was also quite pleased. Looking at Chen Yu and sighed, "You are indeed an omnipotent person. I find more and more that the new world of the future may be opened by you." Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yu smiled and said, "There is a leader here, so you should be careful about what you say and do. Xiaochen, if possible, I hope the drilling site is set at the bottom of this base. The deepest part of this base is more than 100 meters. Although it is nothing compared to the thickness of the Earth's crust. 1 meter less is 1 meter less. Okay. I'll talk about this matter." Okay. Zhang wiped his tired face and murmured, "It will take at least half a month for the manned rocket. I hope we have good luck. Just go all out for 927. There is no other way now. We can only try our best." Yeah. The two finished talking. Chen Yu went directly to Lu Yifeng and told him about drilling. For such a thing, Lu Yifeng did not hesitate at all and agreed directly. Just kidding. If the problem can really be solved by drilling through the Earth's crust, then it will be over. Who would refuse? In particular, once the Earth's crust is drilled through, geothermal heat will pour out. If this kind of thing is used well, it will also be a very huge resource. At least, this underground base does not have to consider the heating problem. After all, nuclear energy is not a clean energy. It is even more unstable. And there are many additional problems to be solved. If it goes wrong, there will be a nuclear leak, and everyone will be taken away by nuclear radiation without the low temperature outside. So, drill if you can. In this way, the drilling is decided. Once the decision is made, Chen Yu may have to go out again. You have to get a set of oil well drilling equipment, and you have to let Zhang modify it so that it can drill through the Earth's crust. Before leaving, Chen Yu decided to take action. Find a way to find the cannibal lurking here. If he doesn't eliminate the traitor, he won't feel at ease to leave. So, go meet Songjin. I always feel that this guy is hiding something. In a laboratory, Chen Yu met Songjin. He was very defensive. Even if Lu Fangfei came with him, he was still worried, and directly called 6 superpower warriors to guard here. However, everyone knew it well. Are these 6 superpower warriors Chen Yu's opponents? 3 days ago, Chen Yu smashed the head of the violent mutant bear by himself, and everyone was shocked. They are not in the same league at all. Chen Yu must be a level 3 superpower user, and he is in peak condition. The highest superpower user in the base is only level 2. The most powerful one is Lu Fangfei. Chapter 514 Transforming Mutated Animals. Even she herself admitted that she was no match for Chen Yu. What else could the others do? So, they were just here for show. Chen Yu looked at Songjin and asked directly, "Don't beat around the bush. This is not a peaceful time, and I don't have that much time to waste with you. Just tell me, Why do you use the genes of cannibals to transform mutant animals? Songjin was obviously shocked. Looked at Chen Yu in astonishment. You, no? Guessed it. How could you guess it? How did you guess it? Seeing that Songjin did not deny it, Chen Yu was relieved. Which meant that Songjin should not be a traitor. No need to explain how you guessed it. You also know that I am a superpower. But you don't know how many superpowers I have. So, tell me, why do you do this? Okay. Songjin sat down helplessly and said softly, we want to study the weaknesses of the cannibals. Study weaknesses? Chen Yu asked in confusion. You use the genes of the cannibals to strengthen the mutant animals. Is this called finding weaknesses? Yes. This is finding weaknesses. From a genetic point of view. Find out which gene can restrain the cannibals' emotions. Restrain the emotions of the cannibals? Chen Yu knew as soon as he heard it that this must be Su Ya's suggestion. In the entire cannibal tribe, she is probably the only one who has emotions. That is, emotions for Chen Yu. She wants to restrain herself? So, is she ready to take action? When Lu Lin came before, she said that Su Ya's cannibals would sweep the entire land, including Tibet. The reason why she has not taken action for a long time is because of Chen Yu. Once she finds a way to restrain herself, it is estimated that it will be the time for the cannibals to sweep Tibet. Chen Yu immediately asked, who gave you this topic? The deputy commander of the base's garrison. What's his name? Lu Yin. Songjin asked in confusion, any questions? This research has a positive and active effect. As long as you overcome. Dr. Song. As long as you overcome this problem. I guarantee that within a month, this underground base will be destroyed by the cannibals. Songjin frowned and asked, why do you say that? Do you know the cannibals? Chen Yu looked stern. I know a little bit. How many people are there in their tribe? About 100,000. What has their tribe been doing? Songjin blinked, sweeping major cities and looking for supplies. Why haven't they come to Tibet? Because of me. Songjin was stunned. What? Because of you? Why because of you? Because the cannibal leader Suya was once my woman. Songjin was stunned. This was the first time he knew this information. Chen Yu looked at him and continued. Suya still had a trace of emotion deep in her heart. So she never touched Tibet. She found someone to sneak in here and start the project just to cut off her feelings. Once her feelings for me are cut off, I guarantee that the cannibal army will immediately sweep the entire Tibet. Songjin sat down on the chair. This matter. It's too outrageous. Chen Yu turned around and said lightly, immediately destroy all experimental data. Dr. Song. I hope your research has not yielded much results. Songjin murmured. I actually have succeeded. Chen Yu froze and suddenly turned back to look at him. When did it happen? Yesterday morning? Oh no! Chen Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. And he suddenly turned around and roared, Fang Fei. Go find Liu Feng. He may be finished. Okay. The two people activated their abilities almost at the same time and rushed out frantically. Songjin looked dazed. He sat dejectedly in the chair. And he could never have imagined that his research was for this purpose. He was being used to death. However, he didn't know this information. Who knew that the leader of the cannibal tribe still had an old relationship with this unknown Chen Yu? This is simply unbelievable. Cannibals have no emotions at all. Or rather, they don't have the emotions of ordinary people. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the door. A figure appeared in front of Songjin. Tall. Cold face. There was no trace of human emotion in his eyes. Songjin looked miserable and murmured, Commander Liu. So you are a cannibal. Right? You use me? Yes. A dark flash passed through Liu Yan's eyes. He slowly pulled out a saber with his right hand. Then he flashed and slashed at Songjin's neck. Clang. There was a sound of metal colliding. Liu Yan was stunned. He retreated like lightning and retreated directly to the corner of the house. A figure walked from Songjin's side to the front. It was Chen Yu who had just left. He looked at Liu Yan with a sneer on his face. Do you really think I can leave so easily? Chen Yu. Liu Yan slowly clenched his fists, as if facing a great enemy. He raised the saber in his hand again. Chen Yu completely ignored his actions and just said coldly, Where is Suya? Humph. Okay. I don't believe I can't find out her whereabouts if I catch you. After saying that, Chen Yu rushed up instantly. Liu Yan also rushed out frantically. Boom! The two figures collided with each other. The huge explosion directly knocked Songjin out and hit him hard against the wall. The whole basement was immediately alarmed. Bang 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 bang. The violent forces collided with each other. After more than 10 seconds, the collision stopped. The power of the cannibal's evolution shocked Chen Yu. They actually withstood his heavy blows for more than 10 seconds after he activated his level 3 superpower. Without superpowers, they have achieved this level with just their physical strength. So, can humans evolve to this extent by eating their own kind? Is this also related to the Doomsday virus? Chen Yu was full of murderous aura. He picked up Lijuan and said with a cold look, "In my eyes, no matter how strong you are just an ant. Where is Suya?" Ahem. 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 You can't find her. You will never find her. Lijuan showed a miserable smile on his face. His eyes were full of mockery. But Chen Yu suddenly showed a fierce light in his eyes, grabbed Lijuan's head, then turned around and rushed outside, roaring to the sky. "Suya, you come out." /n/in Chen Yu's violent roar spread throughout the underground base. Everyone was shocked. Someone could spread to every corner of the base with his voice. This is too outrageous. And who is Suya? Everyone was confused. Except one person. A woman. A woman who was standing guard outside the material warehouse. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her body did not move at all. Chen Yu shouted for a long time, but there was no response. Damn it! Suya must be here. For Lijuan to be so confident that he could not find Suya, then Suya's hiding place must be very clever. If it was in the city outside, Lijuan would not have to show such a mocking look. Only here. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Only here can you mock Chen Yu the most. Suya is here. She is hidden. If Songjin's research results came out yesterday, they must have been in Suya's hands now. She will use it. Once she successfully cuts off her feelings for Chen Yu, the cannibal army will definitely sweep across the entire Tibetan area. No one can stop it. Chapter 515 Spiritual Power. I might be able to escape unscathed, but almost everyone in the lake bottom community will die. Chen Yu gritted his teeth. Now, there is no way out. Let's go all out. There is one last way to find Suya. That is to communicate with her telepathically. Chen Yu has always relied on this method to communicate with her. But this communication has a disadvantage, which is that Suya can unilaterally cut off this telepathy. But telepathy should also be a kind of spiritual power. So as long as I can improve my spiritual power enough, I believe I can turn the tables. Go find Lu Fangfei. Let her protect me. Now, we must do our best. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Chen Yu turned and ran. 10 seconds later, he found Lu Fangfei. And Lu Fangfei also found Lu Yunfeng's body. The leader is finished. As expected, once the matter of the cannibals is exposed, they will inevitably advance the pace of action. Kill the leader first, then kill the superpowers. Finally, destroy the ammunition depot and transform all ordinary people into cannibals. There are more than 70,000 people here. If all of them are transformed into cannibals, it will be a huge and terrible enemy. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment and asked Lu Fangfei to cover up the news of death first. Then he asked people to gather Murong Zhang and others around him. Now, it's not safe down here anymore. All work is suspended. Then, Chen Yu found a quiet secret room and asked Lu Fangfei and a dozen psychics to guard outside while he made a last-ditch effort. Swallow the crystal core. This time it might be a little crazier, because there's no time to waste. It's been a long time since yesterday. No one knows how long it will take Suya to completely cut off contact with him. So let's race against time. Chen Yu sat in the room and directly grabbed a handful of crystal cores from the space. Although there are few spiritual crystal cores, there are at least hundreds of them in his space. There were at least a dozen crystal cores of top quality. It can always upgrade your spiritual abilities. Right? Chen Yu gritted his teeth and swallowed a handful of crystal cores directly into his stomach. As soon as those crystal cores entered his stomach, they instantly turned into energy flows. Chen Yu's heart jumped. Damn! It feels wrong. His face changed drastically. Why did it feel so strange when the crystal cores entered his stomach this time? It felt different from the previous ones? It seemed that the energy of the crystal cores had been absorbed by something before it could be exerted. Chen Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Here it comes! It worked after all? Of that handful of crystal cores, only a few of them worked successfully, and most of the others had been absorbed inexplicably. Chen Yu had no time to pay attention to the changes in his body, because he had a splitting headache. His mental power began to grow wildly. Swish! The mental map emerged on its own. The area of the map began to expand rapidly in all directions as if it was alive. The speed was extremely fast. While Chen Yu endured the tingling pain in his brain, he was also ecstatic. It can be applied to the mental map so quickly. But the expansion only lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. In the end, the mental map only expanded by hundreds of kilometers. No, it was far from enough. And in just a short while, my whole body relaxed. It seemed that all the discomfort disappeared, including the tingling in my brain. Chen Yu was sweating profusely and felt it in surprise. Damn! I just swallowed a handful of crystal cores, but only upgraded my mental map. Nothing else changed. However, he finally figured out that all the energy of those crystal cores was swallowed by the nano-machines in his body. That thing can actually swallow crystal cores directly? Chen Yu was shocked. If he continues like this, how can he upgrade his gear in the future? Wouldn't it be all the nano-machines? No! I have to find a way. Chen Yu pondered carefully for a moment and suddenly thought of a problem. The handful just now were actually all low-quality small crystal cores. Although there were many of them, the energy was not too huge. But even so, although the nano-machine swallowed most of it, a small number of crystal cores still successfully increased the range of the spiritual map. It can be seen that there is a limit to the nano-machine swallowing crystal core energy. Beyond this limit, the remaining crystal cores can normally increase their own ability level. Phew! If this is the case, it's not bad. Fortunately, I have a rich reserve of crystal cores. Come again! Damn! I don't believe that this damn nano-machine can swallow all the energy of the crystal cores. So, Chen Yu began to stuff crystal cores into his mouth frantically. The terrible bloating and pain came again soon. But Chen Yu also gave it a try. Anyway, he has an immortal body. He didn't care at all. Just devoured like crazy. After swallowing handfuls of crystal cores into his stomach, his body slowly began to feel strange. A gray smoke began to slowly spread from his body. And those smoke were actually nano-machines. There were more and more of these nano-machines spreading out. Slowly, a huge cocoon formed on the surface of his body, completely wrapping him up. The moment he was wrapped up, all of Chen Yu's fluctuations and breath disappeared. Outside the door, Lu Fanfei, who had been guarding the door, felt a jolt in her heart. What happened? From that moment on, Chen Yu's feeling completely disappeared. Something happened? She quickly turned around, opened the door and rushed in. But when she saw the huge gray cocoon in the room, she was so scared that she blurted out, Chen Yu. You? Boom! As if it was invaded, the huge cocoon suddenly burst into a grayer wave, and in an instant formed countless gray needles, which shot out. Lu Fangfei was startled. She quickly dodged and retreated directly to the door. And those gray needles just stopped at the door. It was like it had life. Seeing that Lu Fangfei didn't come over again, it slowly began to transform at the door. In the blink of an eye, those gray substances actually formed another portal at the door. Lu Fangfei stared at the scene blankly. What on earth is this guy doing? What on earth are these ghost things? In the underground base, the woman guarding the door of the material warehouse remained silent. No one disturbed her, because there are very few people who can approach the material warehouse. And the door of the material warehouse is only opened in the evening every day. So she chose to hide here. She is Suya. Before the Ice Age came, she had already lurked in. Her only purpose in coming here is to eliminate the trace of emotion she has for Chen Yu in her heart. As Suya's evolution speed becomes faster and faster, her mind becomes more and more split. She was on the verge of collapse, but her instinctive desire to survive made her not want to collapse. So, Suya sought a breakthrough. She wanted to find the genetic weakness of the cannibals, and try to use the genes of violent mutant animals to smooth out the weaknesses of the cannibals. After all, the cannibals evolved from humans. So in the past few years, she has found several cases similar to hers. This situation is a fatal weakness for the cannibals, especially since she is the leader. Therefore, Suya urgently needs to solve this problem. The underground base in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet has the most advanced research and development equipment, as well as a group of senior scientific research engineers who are the last remaining in the country. So, Suya made the right bet. Songjin, this genius, really found the defect in the cannibal genes and used the genes of the mutant giant bear to smooth out the defect. The potion has been given to Suya. Chapter 516 Kill all living things. She also injected it into the body without hesitation. This period of time is when the potion takes effect. And Suya has already noticed it. The potion is effective. According to her previous state, she would definitely show up when Chen Yu roared before. And she might even surrender to Chen Yu again. But this time, she held back. As time passed, her heart became colder and colder. She became less and less concerned about Chen Yu. At a certain moment, Suya shuddered all over. A feeling of comfort surged throughout her body. The last trace of human emotion in her heart completely disappeared. Instead, it was an extremely violent murderous thought. Kill! She wanted to kill people. She wanted to kill all living things. Suya's eyes slowly turned red. As red as gemstones. Blood-colored light swirled in her eyes. Her face, which had evolved to be absolutely beautiful and flawless, began to slowly show strange green veins. Like a totem. It's finally possible. It's time to start. Suya showed an evil and sinister smile and slowly took out a satellite phone from her body. She dialed a number. After trying several times, the satellite phone was finally connected. Suya picked up the phone, slowly put it to her lips, and said in a voice full of evil charm, "Get ready to start." After that, she hung up the phone. Outside the lake community, at a certain moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the dense forest. The figure was tall and strong. He was wearing a black robe. His face was ferocious and fierce, and his fangs were protruding from his mouth. He looked like a ghost. He squinted his scarlet eyes, looked at the lake, looked at the situation on the lake carefully, and finally waved his hand behind him. In an instant, countless figures rushed out of the dense forest. These people were all wearing strange robes, and their bodies were blue-black. They were not afraid of the severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees, and quickly covered the lakeside for at least 2 kilometers. Then, everyone took out a kind of homemade bomb from their bodies. It is similar to a biological bomb. It is also not afraid of ultra-low temperatures. Just as the cannibal leader was about to take action, a slight sound suddenly came from behind him. It sounded like the sound of feet stepping on the snow. The cannibal leader looked back suddenly. "Hi!" The person behind him actually waved at him. Roar. The cannibal leader felt something was wrong and roared to the sky. However, before the people he brought could start the bomb, hundreds of mechanical spheres suddenly ejected from the lake. These mechanical spheres ejected in the air and exploded with a bang. Dense and endless metal needles instantly exploded from inside. Puff, puff, puff. The cannibals who were about to attack by the lake were blown into hedgehogs in an instant, and they all collapsed on the ground. They were all dead. Instant kill. The cannibal leader was stunned. What happened? Why did these people take precautions? The person standing in front of him was Liang Qiuying. At this moment, she seemed to have changed into a different person, wearing only a very ordinary camouflage outfit and a camouflage hat. And she didn't care about the cold and severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees. There was a trace of disdain on her face. Looking at the cannibal leader, he said lightly, "Are you surprised? Didn't expect that we had taken precautions? Humph. Do you think your queen is omnipotent? I tell you, in front of Chen Yu, anyone is an ant." Roar. You are also an ant. The cannibal leader roared and pounced on Liang Qiuying. Looking at Liang Qiuying again, she didn't even move. When the huge body had already fallen above her head, a gray smoke suddenly spread out from Liang Qiuying's body. Those were synchronously evolved nano-machines. These things exploded and formed a protective barrier above her body, and countless spikes burst out outside the barrier. Puff! The cannibal leader was directly stabbed into a hornet's nest. Swish! The nano-machine returned to the body. The body of the cannibal leader also fell to the ground. He was trembling all over. He looked unbelievable. All the damaged parts were instantly frozen into ice crystals, and his eyeballs also slowly crystallized. Finally, he died completely. Liang Qiuying slowly walked over, picked up the satellite phone on his body, and looked back at the number of cannibals. She shook her head slightly. I'm afraid the cannibals also suffered heavy casualties. There were only a few hundred people who came to attack the lake bottom community. Before the Ice Age came, it was said that the cannibals had reached more than 100,000 people. Liang Qiuying slowly closed her eyes. She already had the ability to communicate with Chen Yu over long distances. It was all thanks to the evolution of the nano-machines in her body. And the reason why the lake bottom community was able to take precautions in advance was because Chen Yu tried every means to use the nano-machines to send her messages during his evolution. Once Suya cuts off all emotions, the cannibals will definitely attack the lake bottom community. Now, the crisis is over. In the underground base in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet, Suya has been standing silently in front of the material warehouse. She must guard here, because the material warehouse here is a place she values very much. The storage materials here are simply unimaginable, because this was originally built as the last refuge to deal with the global nuclear crisis. So it is conceivable. She must guard the material warehouse. The base must also be preserved as much as possible. Cannibals are not omnipotent. Only a small number of veteran cannibals can withstand the ice age outside. And the remaining ordinary cannibals have also frozen to death one after another. Therefore, Suya needs this place. She needs the 70,000 plus garrison troops below. If she can take care of this place, her tribe will expand again, and eventually become the last surviving victor on the land of Xia. As for the future, Suya is confident. As long as 100 or 80 years pass, I believe their cannibal tribe will definitely evolve to adapt to the severe cold weather outside. By then, won't they still rule the earth? Just as she was silently thinking about the future cannibal empire, footsteps sounded in the corridor in front. Suya was stunned. Then those eyes slowly turned cold. The footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Each one seemed to step on her heart. Is it him? How did he find her? Suya saw Chen Yu. Chen Yu also saw Suya. The two looked at each other. A group of people had gathered around, and those in front were all superpowered people. Suya felt cold in her heart. Something was wrong. Why did Chen Yu notice her existence? Why was Chen Yu so calm? Why couldn't she sense his death? Suya's hands slowly clenched. She looked at Chen Yu standing in the front, and Lu Fangfei, who was only half a step behind Chen Yu. You ruined my plan? Chen Yu didn't say a word. He just looked at her coldly. This woman, with the body of a cannibal, evolved into a ghost-like state, which was simply exaggerated. Why did she walk ahead of all the cannibals? Is it because of the long time? Not likely. She may have some secrets. Maybe the evolution of the cannibals and the ancient virus changed her 167 gene at the same time, which made her an extremely special individual. What a pity! Chapter 517 completely wiped out. If she hadn't happened that year, if she hadn't left me, she would never have fallen to this point. She might have become a very powerful superpower. Finally, Chen Yu looked at Suya coldly and said, You know what? You also helped me. What? Suya frowned slightly. Do you think that the reason why our Tibetan community has not been swept by the cannibals is because you, the leader, still have feelings for me and can't bear to do it? Isn't it? Suya's eyes were cold and without a trace of human emotion. Even what was brewing in her pupils was an extremely violent and murderous emotion. Ordinary people would feel chilled to the bone when they saw this look. Even Lu Fangfei's scalp was numb. But Chen Yu was completely indifferent. The murderous aura on his body suddenly began to surge. He stared at Suya with a pair of cold eyes and said word by word, Suya, you think too highly of yourself. Do you know that I can completely wipe you out several times? No matter how many people your cannibal army has, no matter how much you have evolved, you will always be like an ant in front of me. The bond between you and me is not just a bond for you. It is also a bond for me. But you have cut it off with your own hands. I didn't kill you. Not because I don't have the ability, but because I still have a little thought about you, and I have fantasized about turning you back to a normal person. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu laughed wildly, and his body began to wriggle wildly. A body of blue-black bone armor emerged from his body, forming a periostem to protect his body. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand. There was a bang. An extremely terrifying red-black flame floated in the palm of his hand. He stretched out his right hand. A black glimmer that made people's skin tremble formed a large ball of light. His spiritual power expanded overwhelmingly. At that moment, everyone looked up at the top of their heads in horror, as if there was a huge monster on their heads that was about to fall down. That was spiritual pressure. A spiritual pressure that was as real as substance. Suya's face changed drastically, and her whole body was shocked. So, exaggerated? How did he become like this? Moreover, the ferocious murderous aura on him was never seen before. So, he was telling the truth. In the past, it was not that he was afraid of his own strength, but he was also affected by that trace of emotional entanglement, and never killed himself. Unfortunately, now, he destroyed his own amulet with his own hands. Suya's heart was cold. The next second, she heard Chen Yu roar, "Suya! Go to hell and regret it. Let you see what a real superpower is." Boom! Chen Yu's speed broke through the sound barrier. A huge sonic boom sounded at the spot, and it instantly hit Suya. A shrill scream sounded. Everyone avoided his eyes because of the dazzling black light on Chen Yu's body. Horror! Black light. A black light can actually make everyone's eyes hurt. When everyone closed their eyes, they only heard shrill screams and the terrible explosion sound. After a few seconds, the terrible sound finally disappeared. Chen Yu was surrounded by black light, standing in front like an evil ghost Shura. On the ground, Suya's body had been completely deformed. A big hole appeared in her chest, and Chen Yu held a bloody heart in his right hand, which was connected to several blood vessels and connected to Suya's chest. This scene looked extremely bloody, even a little cruel. For a moment, there was a dead silence around. Chen Yu looked at Suya on the ground with cold eyes, and his hands were slowly exerting force. As Suya's heart was squeezed, her body was slowly rotting, just like a corpse. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, Suya coughed violently, spitting out countless black liquids from her mouth. And then her eyes suddenly regained clarity, bright and clear. There was no trace of scarlet color. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes. His hand stopped moving. Suya panted, looked at Chen Yu and murmured hoarsely, "Thank you, Yu. I finally got rid of it." "Yu, I am still ashamed of you after all." "What do you mean?" Suya showed a sad smile on her face, and said in a hoarse voice, "Our child was lost by me." "What?" Chen Yu was shocked. Suya's face flashed a bright red, as if she was in the end, took a deep breath, and murmured, "Our daughter. I have always raised her as an ordinary girl. She doesn't need to eat human flesh, just ordinary food. She grew up slowly, becoming smarter and more clever. She has the shadow of you and me in her. I love her even more than everything else. But before the Ice Age came, she disappeared. Without her, the darkness in my heart slowly overcame my reason, and I made the final choice. Unfortunately, I was still wrong. Yu, our child is not a cannibal. She doesn't need to eat people. Her name is Chen Yao. She also has space." Suya's voice stopped. Her eyes also lost color. The speed of rotting was getting faster and faster. In less than 10 seconds, the body that was originally beautiful and breathtaking rotted into a pile of rotten meat. The heart in Chen Yu's hand also turned into a pool of pus and flowed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. The leader of the cannibals has been wiped out, and the cannibals outside will die out soon. Chen Yu looked at the dry bones on the ground silently. Is he still got a daughter? Could it be the little life he felt when he went to Shanxi 2 years ago? Is that his daughter? Chen Yu slowly clenched his hands into fists. It's too late to say anything now. Such a young child. Even if she inherited the dual genes of himself and the cannibals, can she withstand the low temperature of -80 or 90 degrees? She disappeared? Did she get lost or was she kidnapped? If it's the latter, the murderer who could kidnap his daughter under Suya's nose must be a very scary guy. Alas! Chen Yu sighed and slowly released his supernatural power. In any case, the last enemy is gone. What remains is how to fight against the sixth disaster. I hope everything goes well. The cannibals are finished. The main reason is that the cannibals have evolved into a matriarchal social structure. Once Suya dies, the remaining cannibals outside will immediately fall into chaos. It will take a very long time to pick another female leader. If it is a peaceful period, maybe they will continue to grow slowly, and sooner or later they will come back. It's a pity that it's the end of the world now, especially in the severe cold of -80 to 90 degrees outside. Not all cannibals can withstand it. According to Liang Qiuing's information, the cannibals sent to sweep the lake bottom community are at most a few hundred people, which means that the cannibal group has also been hit hard by the Ice Age. A lot of people died. Chapter 518 Spiritual Power. So, there is nothing to worry about. If Chen Yu cannot solve the problem of the Earth's crust cracking later, all creatures will die. Who will care about the cannibals? After dealing with Suya's body, Chen Yu hid in an empty room. He told Lu Fangfei not to let anyone disturb him. Chen Yu had to find a way to figure out the secrets of himself. Now, Chen Yu's spiritual power is extremely terrifying. After swallowing the crystal cores in a cramming way, 70% of the energy of those spiritual crystal cores was swallowed by the nano-machines in the body. This led to the evolution of the nano-machines to a very terrifying state. At the same time, the mental map was upgraded to level 3 as expected. Once expanded, it can already sweep the world. This is his goal. It has been achieved. But the changes in other aspects should not be underestimated. If he doesn't figure it out, Chen Yu doesn't even know how many mental magic abilities he has opened. After locking himself in the secret room, Chen Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, silently feeling the changes in his body. Before swallowing the crystal core this time, he had a total of 3 mental abilities. 1 is the mental map. Level 1. 1 is the power of annihilation and protection. Level 1. 1 is the ability to control fire. Level 1. First of all 3 powers have been upgraded. The mental map has soared to level 3. The map can sweep the world. At the same time, the depth capability has also been greatly enhanced. From this base, it can explore at least hundreds of kilometers below. In addition, the power of annihilation and protection has also been upgraded. Successfully advanced to level 2. That kind of power is increasingly powerful in protecting the brain and heart, ensuring that Chen Yu's ability can easily break through the shackles of level 3. In addition, the annihilation power has also undergone a deformation. It is no longer limited to the surface of the body, but can change its shape at will. It can even extend nearly 10 meters outside the body. When facing Suya before, the black ball of light condensed on one of his hands was the power of annihilation. The reason why he was able to kill Suya in an instant was largely due to it. With the existence of this annihilation power, Suya's powerful power that evolved from the cannibals had no chance to be exerted. It was directly annihilated. The last power of controlling fire was also upgraded to level 3. So the flame wrapped in black outer flame in his body has become extremely fierce now. It seems to be able to burn everything, including metal. In addition to these 3, Chen Yu carefully felt that he activated at least 4 more spiritual abilities this time. These 4 abilities are hypnosis. Currently level 2. Water control. Currently level 2. Lightning control. Currently level 3. The same as Lisa's ability. The last one is a very rare mental direct attack method, called mental piercing. It is to use mental power to condense into a needle-like thing to directly attack the enemy's mental body. A very terrifying ability. And it has also evolved to level 3. When facing other psychics, Chen Yu is almost certain that even a level 3 psychic like him can use mental piercing attacks to kill the opponent unexpectedly. These are the 4 newly added mental abilities. Hypnosis is an auxiliary ability, which is similar to Lu Lin's hypnosis method, and both rely on eye contact to hypnotize. Water control and lightning control are both elemental mental abilities. Mental piercing is the most direct attack method. This method requires the user's mental power to be extremely powerful to be effective. In addition, there is the evolution of the nano-machine in the body. This is what really shocked Chen Yu. Even though he has several abilities that are close to the limit of level 3 and are almost about to break through to the level 4 level, Chen Yu didn't feel how terrifying it was. But this nano-machine really made him a little worried. This thing has devoured too much energy from the crystal core. And now it has evolved to the point where it has merged with Chen Yu's cells and DNA. Because Chen Yu's physical body has the attribute of immortality, all the cells in his body can be destroyed and reborn. So, this time, after the nano-machine devoured a lot of crystal core energy, it directly merged with his cells and genes. It formed a new thing. Chen Yu couldn't tell what this thing was. Anyway, according to his current understanding, he might not die even if he was bombed by a nuclear bomb. His body can instantly split into nanoparticles, then reassemble. This situation was quite terrifying. He appeared unconsciously in the huge cocoon formed by the nano-machine while swallowing the crystal core. His whole body broke into nanoparticles. Then it was reassembled. At first, Chen Yu thought he was occupied by the nano-machine. However, he later found that this nano-machine had no self-awareness at all and was purely operating with the help of his consciousness. Moreover, the nano-machine in his body evolved to this state, and the nano-machine in Liang Qiuing's body, who had the same origin, also evolved. Exactly the same ability. Even the 2 people can now ignore the distance and space to transmit information. It's like souls are connected. Chen Yu locked himself in the secret room. But the main reason was to study this nano-machine, to see what it is. With such advanced properties, it is almost certain that it is not made on Earth. If this thing comes from outer space, doesn't that mean that there were alien civilizations in the atmosphere before the Earth's catastrophe? What's the purpose? To destroy? Or to monitor? Could it be that the drastic changes in the sun were caused by this civilization? The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. Moreover, Chen Yu has studied it for a long time, but still can't figure it out. This thing doesn't even have an interface. Let alone an interface. What is the point of research? After a whole night of tossing and turning, there is still no way. Chen Yu had no choice but to give up. For the time being, this thing only has benefits for Chen Yu, and no negative effects. At least it gives Chen Yu a real immortal body. So, that's it. Go out and continue to the next step. He can live forever. But once the Earth's crust collapses, the other partners will die. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out a new piece of clothes from the space and put them on. Then opened the door and walked out of the room. Outside, Lu Fangfei had been waiting nervously. Until he came out, Lu Fangfei breathed a sigh of relief and hugged his waist. Huh. You finally came out. Are there any side effects? Not yet, Chen Yu said solemnly. Fangfei, this underground base belongs to me. Okay. Lu Fangfei nodded without hesitation. Because Lu Yifeng is dead. The highest commander of the underground base was killed. This also means that the last little symbol of the Xia country's officialdom has disappeared. Without national power, the only thing left is the concept of struggling for survival. For Lu Fangfei, Lu Yifeng has been kind to her, and she can always protect this old leader and keep this base. It's okay until death. Chapter 519. No one dared to resist. However, the old leader was gone, and her heart was instantly liberated. A few hours later, the entire underground base was directly taken over by Chen Yu. No one dared to resist. No one wanted to resist. They were all tired. Almost all those who could survive to this point today had struggled all the way through. And none of them had not experienced the moment of life and death. So they were mentally exhausted. Once the big leader collapsed, everyone almost lost their spiritual support. Therefore, Chen Yu took control of this place. And no one refused. Besides, if you don't know Chen Yu, then don't you know Lu Fangfei? The most powerful warriors trained by this country are already standing beside Chen Yu. Who dares to say anything? Therefore, Chen Yu had tens of thousands more people in his hands. Especially the huge material warehouse in the underground base. There were also advanced instruments and equipment and a few old experts. The next goal was to drill the crust. 3 days later, another extremely slight crustal tremor occurred globally. In terms of magnitude, it was indeed very slight. But in terms of the destructive power it produced, it was too terrible. The underground base in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet is more than 100 meters deep. Although the entire underground structure is very cleverly constructed, it can withstand a certain level of earthquake. But the key is that the energy source of the underground base is nuclear energy. The core of nuclear energy is located at the bottom. When the vibration is transmitted from the lava layer in the center of the earth to the top, the destructive power actually increases exponentially. Therefore, the closer to the edge of the crust, the greater the destructive power. Once the nuclear energy fails and a nuclear leak occurs, the entire base will die without a natural disaster. Therefore, in Chen Yu's opinion, although this place is very advanced and the conditions are very comfortable, if the problem of crustal vibration cannot be solved, this place is 10,000 times more dangerous than the lake bottom community. Maybe before the crust collapses, the nuclear energy below will not be able to withstand it. Therefore, the people here must be transferred in advance. There may be casualties during the transfer process, but that is better than staying here and waiting to die. Let the people here decide whether to go or stay. At the same time, Chen Yu also called Lu Lin to the underground base. Get ready. He went out to find the drilling head and drilling equipment. This is relatively easy to find. Before the disaster, a huge natural oil field had actually been discovered on the Tibetan plateau. And even the National Energy Administration was planning to mine it. Chen Yu had already found the specific location from the decrypted National Energy Archives. So, his goal was there. After Lu Lin arrived, Chen Yu left the underground base as soon as possible, took the general, used it as a mount, and rushed all the way to the Tibetan plateau oil field. At the same time, in the south, north of Guangdong and Guangdong, Lijuan, about 2 kilometers away from the ice layer at the seaside, a huge shopping mall was shining with dark red light. The outer wall of the mall had long been sealed by a thick layer of ice. The door of the mall was opened by humans. You can see that there are still people living inside. Very strange. Under normal circumstances, Even if this ordinary large shopping mall is built in a sealed manner, it cannot withstand the global extreme cold. The temperature of -80 or 90 degrees would have frozen the wall cracked long ago. But this shopping mall was completely unaffected. It was warm inside, but extremely cold outside, which led to a huge temperature difference between indoors and outdoors. So the outer walls were all covered with thick ice, and the original appearance could no longer be seen. It was like a frozen building. In the mall, there were about 200 people living there. All of them were members of the dragon sect. These people were all ordinary people, with strange totems painted on their faces. There was no light of beasts in their eyes, only devout faith. In the center of the mall, in a huge bronze container, there was a burst of red light. It was this thing that provided a very strange temperature, blocking the extreme cold outside. At a certain moment, a bell rang in the mall. Then everyone came out from each floor and each room one after another, and slowly gathered around the bronze tripod in the hall on the first floor. 256 people. No one was absent. After everyone gathered around the bronze tripod, they began to kneel down on the ground in all directions under the leadership of a young man. They prostrated themselves on the ground. They prayed devoutly to the bronze tripod. Everyone was chanting a strange language, like a monk chanting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After praying for about 20 minutes, everyone stood up. They scattered again. In the front, the young man wearing a dragon-tooth mask slowly took off the mask, revealing his dark and thin face. It was Chen Yu, Chen Yu's college roommate. When Chen Yu and others left the Shalong sect's base, none of them were willing to leave with them, and they all decided to stay at the seaside, because they believed that the dragon would never give up on them. With this belief, they carried on until the night before the Ice Age arrived, when the temperature of the entire Earth plummeted to more than 50 degrees below zero. A large number of the dragon sect members had already been killed or injured. Seeing that the temperature could not be stopped at all, Chen Yu finally realized that what Chen Yu said was not alarmist. And the Ice Age really came. They had nowhere to hide. There was no time to hide. So, they could only wait to die. So, all the dragon sect members made up their minds to die. And everyone came to the beach, knelt on the shore, and looked at the sea devoutly. At this moment, they still believed that the dragon would save them. But, the waiting time was too painful. People around me froze to death one after another. Some people were still trembling and talking in the last second, and they were already frozen in the next second, when there were only about 200 people left in the huge Shalong sect. A miracle finally happened. A huge dragon roar suddenly came from the seabed that was about to freeze in the distance. Not long after, a giant dragon broke through the thin ice on the sea surface, rushed up from the water, and slowly crawled to the shore. The giant dragon stood with its head held high. A pair of dragon eyes stared at the believers on the seashore. It seemed that it also felt the devout faith. So the Shalong spit out a light, Xiao's, golden bead from its mouth, the size of a basketball. As soon as the bead was spit out, the temperature around it instantly rose. The bead seemed to carry a flame, warming the space of about 100 meters in radius. After spitting out the bead, the dragon looked up to the sky and roared, turned around and plunged directly into the depths of the sea, never to appear again. And the followers of the dragon sect were saved because of this. The bead was called the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was very strange. The followers could touch the Dragon Ball with their hands and would not get burned. But the Dragon Ball clearly emitted high heat, and could even dispel the severe cold weather in the surrounding space of several hundred meters. In this way, the devout followers of the dragon sect became more and more devout, because the dragon sect saved them all. Finally, Chen Yu and others took the Dragon Ball back to the city, found a large shopping mall that was still intact, and took root in the mall. Until today. Chapter 520. The Price is Life. After the service, Chen Yu took off his mask and looked outside. He made a decision today. He wants to devour the crystal core. He wants to try to become a superpower. There are still more than 200 people left in the Shalong sect, although they can live in the mall for the time being. Food is becoming increasingly scarce. Before, the Shalong had sent a lot of aquatic creatures, various large marine fish and mollusks. Everything, even an octopus monster that looks like a small house. All of them were sent ashore and became food for everyone. But since the Ice Age, the Shalong sent the Dragon Ball back to the sea again, and it has never appeared since then. Moreover, the extremely cold weather froze the entire sea. Everyone speculated that the dragon might have given the Dragon Ball to these humans. but it itself was frozen in the sea. People were worried. But there was nothing they could do. Whoever went out would die. The only way to survive was to stay in the mall. Unless they became a superpower. But from the information obtained from Chen Yu, there was a high probability that they would fail to become a superpower. The price was life. Therefore, they were in a dilemma. If they continued like this, the food would run out sooner or later. At that time, who could go out to find food? What about the crystal core? As long as they were not at the end of their rope, it was actually difficult for people to gamble with their lives. Many people even firmly believed that when they were at their wits' end, the dragon would come to save them, as long as they prayed devoutly every day. There were many people who had this belief. So, Chen Gui decided to take the risk. On the day when the Ice Age came, the great elder son Tai Bin did not survive and froze to death. As the only son-in-law of the great elder, Chen Gui deservedly became the new leader of the dragon cult. At the same time, his wife Sun Ling unexpectedly became pregnant. This was also an opportunity for Chen Gui to make up his mind. Now that the little life has come, no one can bear to send him away. Come if you want, then try to keep him alive. So, become a superpower. Bet on fate. Prayer finished, Chen Gui returned to her loved nest with a solemn expression. On the floor, Sun Ling was lying quietly. It was obviously not appropriate to get pregnant at this time, so her fetus was not stable. She could only lie on the floor every day to rest. At this time, there was almost no medicine. The end of the road. But in Sun Ling's own words, if she hadn't suddenly gotten pregnant with this child, she might have given up long ago. This child might be a lucky star. Entered the room. Sun Ling looked up and said, Gui, are you done praying? Yeah. Are they still very pious? Yes. Chen Gui let out a sigh of relief. Poured a glass of water for Sun Ling, and brought it to her. Drink some water. Forget it. I won't drink it. I'm not that thirsty yet. Our fresh water is running out. Let's save it. It's okay. Drink it. Chen Gui patted her arm. You are not thirsty. But the baby may be thirsty. Besides, if you don't drink, others are also desperately drinking. Now, you are more important than others. Gui, have you really decided? Sun Ling looked at Chen Gui, her eyes a little red. Yeah, I've decided. But if you fail, what will happen to us mother and daughter? Chen Gui pondered for a moment and said softly, Lingzi, if I don't try, all supplies will run out in 2 months at most. At that time, if the dragon doesn't appear, do you know what will happen? Sun Ling didn't say anything. Chen Gui said lightly, at that time, people's faith will collapse. Some people will go to extremes and become cannibals who eat people. Sun Ling's face turned pale. It's not that she can't think of it, but she doesn't want to think about it. So, I must try it before the most difficult time. If I fail, you can find a way to abort the child. There is no hope. You decide what to do when the time comes. Woo 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 woo. Sun Ling cried softly. Chen Gui felt sorry for her. But he had no choice. This is the end of the world. Not a time of peace. Chen Gui took a deep breath, turned around, took out a gun and 5 magazines from his backpack, and gently placed them next to Sun Ling's pillow. I'll find a place to devour the crystal core. You keep these weapons for self-defense. Don't tell anyone, because there may be only this gun in this mall. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. Sun Ling grabbed Chen Gui's sleeve tightly and buried her face in his arms. Chen Gui gently held her shoulders. After a moment, Chen Gui hardened his heart, broke free from Sun Ling's hand, turned around and walked out resolutely. Outside, many people were walking around in the corridor. Some were even talking and laughing. It is undeniable that they were all very pious. But Chen Gui felt more and more disappointed, because these people were so pious that they were stupid. No one was worried about the future. No one tried to solve the hidden dangers. Every time Chen Gui called the main responsible persons to discuss future plans, these people stared at the dragon ball outside and then began to pray. After praying, the meeting was adjourned. They lived happily every day. Some eat, some drink. Although no one in the mall has selfish intentions, no one has bad intentions, and it is as harmonious as a communist society. However, Chen Gui just feels flustered, and he is getting more and more scared. He himself doesn't know why only he and Sun Ling didn't enter this state. Others seem to have entered an extreme state of self-hypnosis. It is almost foreseeable that when the faith collapses, These extreme people will definitely go to another extreme and completely lose their humanity. It's a pity that ordinary people can't get out now. You can't avoid it even if you want to. This is why Chen Yu left the only hot weapon to Sun Ling. He had kept the gun and magazine for years. He had never used them. Now, they might finally come in handy. As soon as he went out, he met a few old women. These old women all had mysterious and terrifying smiles on their faces. And they nodded politely to Chen Yu. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Where are you going? Grand Elder. During today's prayer, my son seemed to have auditory hallucinations. He said he heard the dragons roar. Do you think my son will be the next elder? Grand Elder. You don't look very good? What are you talking about? The Great Elder had a spiritual communication with the dragon. That must be the case. Right. Great Elder? Great Elder. Is it time for the dragon to come? Chen Yu's scalp tingled when he heard the words Great Elder. He resisted the urge to vomit, and said a few perfunctory words, pushed everyone aside, and hurried upstairs. There is an attic on the top floor of the mall. That is the Great Elder's private space. It is closest to the rooftop. It is also the farthest from the Dragon Ball. So, it is the coldest there. Chen Yu needs to lock himself there. Once there are signs of mutation, the skylight must be opened, and he can freeze into a human stick in just a few minutes. This is his plan. Chapter 521 Signs of Mutation. Chen Yu entered the attic's secret room. He locked the door. He locked himself with a chain, and then stood in front of the skylight, because the entire mall was protected by the Dragon Ball. Even though this was the outermost area, and there was only a skylight, the attic was not cold. It was a pity that the view outside was not very clear, because of the huge difference in temperature. A thick layer of ice formed on the skylight, and Chen Yu had to clean it every few days. Otherwise, the ice outside would become thicker and thicker, and it would be impossible to open it after a long time. At this moment, the skylight was blurry. The outside world was dead silent. There was a faint blue light. This world is suffocating, and there is no thought of living at all. If the dragon had not sent the Dragon Ball, the people of the dragon sect might have frozen to death on the beach. Chen Yu looked at the ice outside. It can basically be broken. So, as long as he shows signs of mutation, he must break the skylight immediately. In this way, the cold air will come in, and he will freeze to death soon. There is no need to endanger his wife and children. After getting ready, he leaned against the wall under the skylight and looked up at the ceiling tiredly. At the age of 20, his face is close to that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. Think about this life. Originally, he was studying in college at school. Although there was no social interaction, he went to self-study every day and secretly looked at girls. His life was quite comfortable. Very comfortable. But suddenly that day, everything changed. Disaster struck. First it was extremely hot. Then the seawater backflowed and the city was flooded. Then the virus spread to the world. Humans died in large numbers. Then, mutant animals rushed out of the wilderness like demons and monsters, sweeping the world. Until now, the whole planet seems to be frozen. Even the air is not flowing. The earth is like a huge freezer, and the few remaining humans are sealed inside, dry and cold, and can't see the future. If it weren't for Sun Ling and the children, Chen Yu would also like to end this rotten life early. It's painful to live. It's better to end it all. Die early and be free. Alas, I can't hide anymore. Come on. Chen Yu sighed, picked up the crystal core that Chen Yu left for him, and swallowed it without hesitation. A moment later, he was shaking all over. A terrible feeling seemed to stretch his body apart. Chen Yu knelt on the ground with a thud, and his skin cracked inch by inch. It was so uncomfortable. Is he going to mutate or open his superpowers? Chen Yu's heart was pounding, and he endured the inhuman torture. Slowly got up, picked up a hammer in his hand, and stood in front of the skylight. After a while, he felt something was wrong and committed suicide immediately. But when he just stood in front of the skylight, he suddenly saw something outside from the corner of his eye, and turned his head to look over. This sight frightened him so much that he gasped. Outside, on the rooftop, a huge monster had landed at some point. It was a huge black giant eagle-like mutant bird, as big as a human fighter jet. The weirdest thing was that there seemed to be a person sitting on it. A child? Chen Yu's heart was shocked, because in the direction the child's face was facing, he actually saw a lot of huge monsters parked outside. They were all strange and terrifying monsters. However, these monsters were surprisingly quiet. No sound was heard at all. It's over. There are monsters. Chen Gui completely forgot that he was still changing. He turned around and rushed to the door frantically, wanting to go back to protect his wife and children. As a result, he was grabbed by the chains on his body after just a few steps. There was a loud clang. Chen Gui roared wildly and struggled hard. Fine scales began to appear strangely on his body, and his eyes were slowly stained with bloody red. Chen Gui was desperate. He was going to fail, because he clearly felt that his mind was slowly disappearing. A crazy killing instinct was bubbling out from the depths of his soul. He was going to mutate. It was over. There were monsters everywhere outside. But he mutated at this critical moment. Chen Gui completely collapsed. He howled to the sky, and his rationality disappeared in an instant. At the same time, there was a crack. The skylight was smashed. Outside, a disheveled little girl squatted on the skylight, staring at Chen Gui with a pair of lavender eyes. And below, after a violent beast roar, the whole mall seemed to be blown up. In a blink of an eye, screams and screams came from downstairs. A bloody massacre began. The little girl squatted on the skylight, staring at Chen Gui. At this moment, Chen Gui seemed to have failed to mutate, and the scales that had just grown on his body began to rot and turn green. At the same time, the cold air outside blew in. His body grew white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly hardened. He was about to die. Suddenly, the little girl jumped down from the skylight, slowly walked to Chen Gui's side, tilted her head to look, then wrinkled her nose and sniffed again. She seemed to smell a familiar smell. Then, she stretched out her hand and grabbed in the void, and suddenly grabbed a test tube. There was red liquid in it. She pulled off the stopper of the test tube and slowly poured the red liquid inside into Chen Gui's mouth. After a few seconds, seeing that Chen Gui was about to die, his whole body trembled violently. The scales on his body grew again, and the frost and coldness on his limbs quickly disappeared. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Gui mutated. He mutated into a humanoid creature, with scales all over his body, a pair of dragon-like pupils, and a huge tail behind him. His hands turned into claws. 2 long whiskers grew on his lips. Fangs intertwined in his mouth. He looked like a crocodile that could walk upright. Chen Gui roared at the little girl, but the little girl was indifferent and just pointed casually. Chen Gui immediately turned around, easily broke free from the chains, smashed open the door of the attic, and rushed down. A few minutes later, the whole mall was dead silent, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Countless mutated monsters squatted quietly around, surrounding the dragon ball in the middle of the mall. The dragon ball is in the bronze tripod, and in the bronze tripod, there is one last survivor. That is Sun Ling. She escaped from the room as soon as the mall was destroyed, and took advantage of the chaos in the hall to escape into the bronze tripod very calmly. This is almost a mother's instinct. She tried her best to save the fetus in her belly. Soon, the little girl also went down to the hall, standing in front of the bronze tripod. She didn't dare to go over again. The things in the bronze tripod are very scary. No monster dared to go over easily, including her. After watching silently for a while, the little girl turned around and waved her hand, and the mutant monsters immediately scattered. They began to devour the corpses in the mall. That was their food. It was also a reward. Chapter 522. Unable to leave. The little girl sat on the steps, enjoying the rare warmth. As for the woman in the tripod, the little girl completely ignored her. Can she survive? One day and one night. Sun Ling has been lying in the bronze tripod for a day and a night. She dared not move, nor did she dare to go out, because there were monsters everywhere outside. She was desperate. Although she escaped into the bronze tripod and survived by chance with the dragon ball. But how many days can she live? These monsters seemed to be planning to settle here, and would not leave at all. So she could not leave either. She had not eaten for a day and a night. If she continued like this, she would die sooner or later. Sun Ling wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knew that her husband must have failed. Either he was dead, or he had turned into a mutated monster. What should I do? Sun Ling asked herself again and again. Her hand touched her lower abdomen. Is the child still alive? If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. What should I do? In despair, Sun Ling sobbed. Outside the bronze tripod, The mutated 830 Chen Gui suddenly heard the crying. And suddenly roared uncomfortably, turning around and around. Turning around again and again. At a certain moment, he suddenly picked up a piece of human flesh, came under the bronze tripod, looked back at the little girl sitting on the steps. The little girl sat there like a statue for a whole day and night, and didn't eat. Just sitting there. No one knew what she was thinking. The mutated Chen Gui tried to climb onto the bronze tripod, and when he saw that the little girl was still indifferent, he immediately climbed up. Sun Ling inside was startled and looked up in horror. Oh my! A terrifying monster like a crocodile man climbed onto the tripod. But the weird thing is, once these monsters get close to the Dragon Ball, they will be burned by the terrifying high temperature and make a hissing sound. The skin will soon become fuzzy. The other mutant monsters are very scared and almost dare not come over. Why is this crocodile man? Suddenly, Sun Ling was sharp-eyed and was surprised to find that the crocodile man was wearing a necklace around his neck. Is it my husband? Is it Chen Gui? Sun Ling blurted out. A Gui? Is it you? A Gui? Roar! The mutated Chen Gui had lost his mind and came here only by instinct. Now his skin and flesh were roasted by the Dragon Ball. He quickly spit out the meat in his mouth, then turned around and jumped off the bronze tripod. When he went down, he fell to the ground. He didn't get up for a long time. The little girl in the distance was indifferent, as if she didn't see it. Chen Gui on the ground was shaking constantly. His body was also slowly recovering. If he was a little later, he might have been roasted. In the bronze tripod, Sun Ling frantically called Chen Gui's name, but unfortunately, there was no response. She finally burst into tears, looking at the pieces of meat on the ground. She knew that Chen Gui hoped that she could survive. But in this situation, how could she survive? It was a dead end. Sun Ling cried for a long time and finally calmed down slowly. Chen Gui hoped that she would live. So she should live. She must live. She must give birth to the baby in her belly. So, Sun Ling picked up the human flesh like crazy and ate it in big mouthfuls. At this time, the little girl who had been like a sculpture finally showed a hint of smile at the corner of her mouth. That smile was unexpectedly sweet. At this moment, Chen Yu had successfully found the drilling equipment on the Tibetan plateau, packed it all up and stuffed it into the space, and successfully brought it back to the northern Tibetan base. In the deepest part of the base, Zhang directed the workers below to set up all the equipment. Under normal circumstances, such heavy equipment cannot be moved without a crane or a railcar. But under the base, there are dozens of superpowers. Some are strong and some are weak. Most of them are physical, and they are the type that manipulates muscles. So, the originally most difficult job has become the easiest job. Especially with Chen Yu. He usually carries the heaviest equipment. Sometimes, the scene is just like the scene in the anime where Toguro carries the venue of the Dark Martial Arts tournament. So far, Chen Yu's reputation has been deeply rooted in everyone's heart. The end of the world is disorderly, and the strong are respected. After 2 days and 2 nights of rushing work, the drilling equipment was completed, and Lu Lin, under Chen Yu's guidance, spent a lot of blood and changed the properties of a huge drill head. Very scary. The changed drill head looks like a crystal handicraft, but the texture is so hard that it is terrifying. Even the laser cutter can't cut it. If you use this to drill the crust, you don't have to worry about wear and tear. Just keep drilling down. As for energy, Zhang has already used the crystal core to convert energy. The work here is urgent, because there have been 3 or 4 small earthquakes in the past few days. The nuclear energy area of the underground base has been alarming for several days. Several nuclear technology experts are helpless. They all accept their fate. However, they don't want to leave even if they are asked to move, because once they go out, there is a 99% chance that they will be frozen to death. Either way, they will die. Why bother? So everyone pinned their hopes on Chen Yu's plan to drill through the Earth's crust. Finally, in the morning of that day, the roar of a huge drilling machine was heard in the underground base. Drilling work began. After finishing the drilling project, Chen Yu also began to prepare to go out. He was going to go out to search for space-type crystal cores. Improving his portable space is the best way, as long as it can be upgraded to level 3, or perhaps level 2. Living things can be put into the space. His space has expanded several times the size of the Taklamakan Desert. It is not a problem to accommodate millions of people. Especially there are 3 freshwater lakes in the space. Can I build a small world in my own portable space in the future? By that time, wouldn't Chen Yu become the creator? So, the emergence of superpowers and the collapse of the world may really be the beginning of another reincarnation. Chen Yu began to use the mental map to search the world. At this moment, his mental map has covered the entire world. And the level 3 mental map can even let him distinguish which mental bodies are human, which are subhumans, which are monsters, and which are superpowers. The distinction is very clear. What's more, even some energy weapons of humans can be seen. So, Chen Yu sat there for a whole day. He started with Xiaohua. When the mental map swept across the Guangdong-Guangzhou area, a wonderful mental body was instantly captured by him. Chen Yu was shocked. It was that little life. It was the one who was with Suya before. Is it his daughter? Chen Yu's heartbeat accelerated. Suya said she was missing? How could she appear in the Guangdong-Guangzhou area? Moreover, she was surrounded by the spirits of mutant monsters. Chen Yu's heart moved. He remembered the mutant monster army he encountered when he entered Shanxi City for the second time. At that time, the monster army was only a small group. It was led by Li Zhongjuan. But the main force and the mysterious creature behind it that could drive the monster army were never known. Now, that little guy was with such a group of monsters. So, was she surrounded? Or was she the mysterious creature that could drive the monster army? Chen Yu couldn't sit still. He suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He had to go there. Chapter 523 Weird. Because there seemed to be followers of the dragon cult in that place. Where is Chen Gui? Isn't he dead? Chen Yu plans to go to the beach. He wants to see that child. The child's spirit body makes him feel very warm and excited. It is the little life he felt in Shanxi City before. Always following Suya. If what Suya said before her death is true, that child is her daughter. No matter what she looks like now, Chen Yu has to see her. What's more, Suya said that the child also has a space. It should be a portable space. This is weird. The child must not have eaten the crystal core and has not activated any special powers. So her portable space can only be inherited from herself. Can this thing be inherited? Moreover, will this innate space be more advanced than his own? Chen Yu had a faint expectation in his heart. Go find her. But he couldn't fall behind in his mission. Now was the time to race against time. No one knew how long the Earth's crust could last, nor whether Zhang could drill through the body layer before the Earth's crust collapsed. So, along the way, wherever there were space-related mutant creatures, he would go and take a look. So, Chen Yu set off. This time, he didn't bring anyone with him. He set off alone. It didn't matter if he didn't have a means of transportation. Among the white wolf's race, a three-headed wolf with unparalleled strength was summoned by the white wolf. Became Chen Yu's mount. The three-headed wolf was a blue wolf, firmly sitting in the second-in-command position in the wolf pack. The degree of mutation and evolution was very thorough. It could even spit out black smoke from its mouth, which was a kind of poisonous smoke, which also opened Chen Yu's eyes. After getting the means of transportation, Chen Yu left the northern Tibetan base under the eyes of everyone and rushed all the way to the south. At the seaside, in the big shopping mall, the light of the dragon ball and the bronze tripod was getting weaker and weaker. More and more places in the mall were frozen. The little girl who had been sitting in the mall without eating or drinking had a more and more solemn expression, and her pink and jade-like face was tightly stretched. She was restless. From time to time, she looked towards the deep sea in the south. She seemed to be waiting for something. In the bronze tripod, Sunling had been hiding in it for a few days. Every day when she was too hungry, the mutated Chen Gui would throw human flesh in irritably. And Sunling survived by relying on human flesh. However, meat can only provide protein, and water is not enough. As a result, by chance, when Sunling was holding the dragon ball, she murmured for water, and water droplets slowly condensed on the dragon ball. With these water droplets, Sunling survived. What's even more weird is that her physical body began to slowly become stronger, and even her pupils were transforming into the characteristics of a cannibal. One day, a faint roar suddenly came from the deep sea in the distance. The little girl in the mall stood up suddenly, rushed to the gate quickly, and looked towards the deep sea. Her eyesight was excellent. So she saw a nuclear bomb? Boom! The dazzling white light shone in the sky. The little girl's eyes went black due to the strong white light, and she lowered her head quickly. The huge roar was deafening. The terrifying shock waves spread in all directions from the distant sea surface at a speed of 200 meters per second. The long frozen ocean was shattered by the terrible explosion, and huge ice blocks were blasted into the sky, and then fell like cannonballs. Soon, the shock waves swept to the seaside. The light radiation melted the surrounding ice. The violent shock wave mixed with ice fragments, easily blowing away the buildings on the shore. Wherever it went, there was a mess. The little girl was immediately thrown under the two mutant monsters without hesitation, blocking the terrible shock wave, and all the other mutant monsters surrounded them, forming a monster wall. When the light radiation swept over, many mutant monsters could not withstand the scorching heat and were burned to ashes. The huge nuclear explosion sound continued. The earth trembled. The ice sea shattered. The mountains shook. The sky was filled with haze. The terrifying destructive power lasted for more than 20 minutes. And the power finally gradually decreased. After nearly 40 minutes, the shock wave finally disappeared. The little girl struggled to get out from under the protection of the mutant monsters and tried to look into the distance. Oh my god! The ice layer in the distant sea was completely deformed. A huge gap was formed. The surrounding buildings disappeared. It was bare. There were hundreds of mutant monsters following her, each powerful with various superpowers. But now only 20 to 30 of the strongest ones were left guarding the surroundings. The others were either killed by the shock or burned to death. There were corpses everywhere, and it was a horrible sight. The little girl was startled and quickly turned her head to look at the original bronze tripod in the center of the mall. Oh my god! The bronze tripod didn't move at all. The little girl quickly jumped onto the bronze tripod and looked inside. The woman inside was stunned. But she didn't die. She wasn't even affected by the radiation. The dragon ball in the tripod was emitting a faint light. Unfortunately, this light seemed to be like a candle about to go out, flickering slightly and about to disappear. A flash of anger flashed in the little girl's eyes. In anger, her dark red, ruby-like eyes began to emit a strange red light, and she turned and looked into the distance. But the next second, her face changed drastically, and she suddenly jumped into the bronze tripod, because she saw that another nuclear bomb seemed to fall from the sky. Boom! The earth shook again. The shock wave, which was more violent than before, spread in all directions at several times the speed. This time, a trace of fear flashed across the little girl's face. Chen Yu, who was still on his way, was shocked. Although he was still far away from the southern coastal city, his keen intuition had already made him feel the nuclear explosion in the distance. 2 nuclear bombs, and they were extremely powerful. In the mental map, there seemed to be a group of spiritual bodies thousands of kilometers away from the nuclear explosion. It's a Westerner. Damn! There are still white pigs alive. They even have the technology to use nuclear bombs in the severe cold weather of -80 or 90 degrees? Is it supernatural power or advanced technological means such as crystal core transformation? Chen Yu was anxious. He had no expectations for Chen Gui and his followers of the Dragon Sect. Those people must have died under this kind of nuclear attack. But what about the little girl? Also, the location of the nuclear attack was obviously in the deep sea area. What are those people doing? Are they trying to hunt dragons? Chen Yu was anxious, while frantically urging Qin Lang to hurry up. He used the nano machine to contact Liang Qiuying and asked her to try to use the satellite phone from the base to contact the women's gang in Changcheng. Notify the women's gang and send a few people to the beach to meet up. The sisters of the women's gang can not only live outside, but they are not even afraid of nuclear radiation, so they are more suitable for activities in that environment. There are still survivors of the white pigs. They even reached out to the south. Want to hunt dragons? CNM? You have to ask me if I agree first. Chen Yu's face was filled with unprecedented ferocious murderous intent. In the underground air raid shelter in Changcheng, the nuclear explosion in the south also scared the 13 sisters. Such a long distance actually affected Changcheng? The underground air raid shelter was shaking non-stop. Chapter 524 Support. Even though the nuclear explosion in the distance has ended, there is still a slight vibration underground. Chu Dan, the 9th sister with the strongest perception ability, notified everyone with a serious expression. Due to the nuclear explosion, the slight vibration of the oceanic plate triggered a chain reaction. So, the speed of crustal collapse may have accelerated. The more time passes, the more frequent the earthquakes will be. The sisters were speechless at the same time. Doomsday. It's too difficult. When will the surviving humans be able to rest and recuperate? At this time, Lu Shuyun finally received a satellite call from Tibet. On the phone, she learned about Chen Yu's actions, and also learned that the Southern Sea area was indeed bombed, and a group of surviving white pigs have already reached the south. Chen Yu ordered the sisters to go to the beach with a few people. Because of their special physique, they are not afraid of nuclear radiation, or even the severe cold outside. Lu Shuyun did not hesitate. After hanging up the phone, she quickly made arrangements. In view of the situation at the beach, Lu Shuyun decided that the people who would go to support were herself, the fourth sister Luo Yan, the ninth sister Chu Dan, and the youngest sister Jiang Shanshan. Lu Shuyun's ability is to control magnetic storms, and Luo Yan is a spiritual power of ice attribute, equivalent to magic attack, suitable for use in ice and snow. Chu Dan has the ability of mental remote sensing, and with her, it is convenient to detect those white pigs. Those who can survive until now should basically be superpowers, so the enemy should not be underestimated. The last Jiang Shanshan is the only one with dual superpowers. She can simulate character behaviors, use mental power, teleport to a certain extent, and even constrain energy patterns. With these 4 people going to the seaside for support, it should be safe. The rest of the people stay in Changcheng. No matter what happens outside, the Changcheng Satellite Launch Center must always be protected. What's more, the news from the Tibetan North Base is that Murongzheng has completed the project of transforming man rockets and is sending people to Changcheng to transport them. In this way, the 4 sisters of Lu Shuyun simply packed their luggage and set off immediately. Leave the satellite launch center. The 4 sisters had no means of transportation and could only run all the way. But just after running a few kilometers, Jiang Shanshan suddenly grabbed her sisters again. She had a strange expression on her face. Lu Shuyun looked at her puzzledly. What's wrong? Shanshan? We have to hurry up. Otherwise we may not make it. Wait a minute. Jiang Shanshan looked up at the southern sky, closed her eyes, and felt it for a moment, and suddenly said in shock, Sister, I seem to be able to feel the radiation energy of the nuclear explosion at sea. Ah? You can feel it so far away? Lu Shuyun was shocked. The youngest sister's evolution speed is really fast. In fact, the sisters benefited from the energy of nuclear fission in their bodies. So after opening their superpowers, they have been evolving continuously. Unlike ordinary superpowers, they need to swallow crystal cores to evolve. They are constantly evolving. It's just that the speed is relatively slow, not as direct as swallowing crystal cores. After feeling it for a while, Jiang Shanshan suddenly called the 3 sisters with excitement. Come on. Maybe I can teleport directly from here to the center of the energy field over there. Ah? Really? Oh my god. Shanshan, it may be thousands of kilometers from here to the beach. Can you really do it? The 3 sisters were all shocked. Jiang Shanshan took a deep breath and said seriously, in theory, as long as I can feel the energy field, I should be able to teleport there. But I can only try it specifically. Anyway, no matter whether it works or not, let's try it first. Okay. Lu Shuyun also gritted her teeth. Let's try it. What if it works? Wouldn't they get there faster than Chen Yu? It is said that there are still Chen Yu's classmates at the beach, although there is a great possibility of death. He is also anxious. If they can get there earlier, they can help Chen Yu solve the trouble there first. So, the 4 sisters stood hand in hand. Jiang Shanshan closed her eyes silently. The energy in their bodies began to surge wildly, forming gusts of wind that surrounded them. When the energy was activated to the extreme, Jiang Shanshan's long flowing hair was blown up. At a certain moment, a transparent protective shield suddenly formed around the 4 of them. Then, whoosh, the 4 figures disappeared in an instant. South, deep sea direction. Above a huge black hole in the middle of the ocean ice, a light shield flashed strangely. 4 figures were suspended in the light shield. At the same time, on the vast ice of the western Pacific Ocean, there was a white tent station near the Fiben Islands. Inside the tent was a group of white people wearing white down jackets. On the 4 corners of each tent was a small instrument, which looked like a crystal core device. The instrument emitted a microwave in the direction of the 4 corners surrounding the tent. This microwave produced a thermal effect. It was cleverly controlled by 4 sets of instruments and radiated only inward. This simple set of instruments brought a warming effect to the tent that could resist the severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees outside. Very clever advanced technology. There were people in more than a dozen tents. Many white people were born in strange shapes. In the huge military tent in the middle, there were more than a dozen instruments and equipment. There are staff members who have been monitoring the equipment. Behind the tent, there are many modified vehicles, and some of them have huge missiles hanging behind them. There are nuclear symbols on them. The missiles on 2 of the vehicles are empty. There are at least 6 super large missiles left. At a certain moment, in the central military tent, a staff member who has been monitoring suddenly shouted in surprise, "General Mike! General Mike! Come and see!" Behind him, a tall and strong man at least 2.45 meters tall strode over and frowned. "What's wrong? What happened?" "General Mike, look!" In the scanned image, good, of the center of the nuclear explosion, 4 humanoid creatures suddenly appeared. "What?" General Mike hurried over to take a closer look. On the scanner, at the center of the nuclear explosion, the concentration of nuclear radiation is simply terrifying. And because there were 2 consecutive nuclear explosions in the middle, a very strange magnetic storm phenomenon occurred. And there was always a very high nuclear magnetic oscillation phenomenon. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Even if a superpower went in, it would probably be crushed by the twisted nuclear magnetic oscillation. But at this moment, there were suddenly 4 more figures in the middle. The scan results looked like human figures. But these 4 figures were different from ordinary people. The energy scan spectrum of the 4 of them was even more intense than the magnetic storm at the center of the nuclear explosion. Even more unstable. It was like a super nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. What the hell? Is it a person or something else? Is it a superpower? Are there such exaggerated superpowers in Xia country? Nuclear Explosion Center. The 4 sisters Lu Shuyun appeared. Chapter 525. The meter exploded. Strangely, when Jiang Shanshan felt the terrifying nuclear magnetic shock effect around the nuclear explosion site, she was not surprised but happy. Her energy circle began to absorb the nuclear explosion energy flow like a sponge. And then the energy circle began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The more the energy circle expanded, the radioactive dust and nuclear magnetic shock energy flow at the center of the nuclear explosion continued to pour into the energy circle. The 4 women in the circle closed their eyes. They could feel the huge nuclear radiation and energy constantly being transmitted into their bodies. It was like replenishing nutrition in the western Pacific Ocean, in a tent thousands of kilometers away. General Mike was stunned. The monitoring equipment clearly showed that the radiation level there was falling off a cliff. The energy turbulence was also disappearing at a very fast speed. All of it was absorbed by the 4 women. Baby! This is definitely a baby. I don't know where these 4 women came from. But the energy in their bodies is too terrifying. If used properly, these are no less than 4 reusable mobile nuclear warheads. General Mike's eyes flashed with madness. It has been more than 5 years since the apocalypse, and the world is paralyzed. However, the Eagle Sauces still retain a strong military combat capability. Because the Eagle Sauce is the first country in the world to come into contact with alien civilization, they had a plan in place. At the moment, the Eagles also predicted that the Earth's crust would crack, which was a natural disaster that all survivors could not accept. Once it came, the bald eagles could not bear it. So, they were eager to break through. On the one hand, they tried to find a way to solve the problem of crustal cracking. And on the other hand, they were looking for the few remaining energy sources on the Earth. Finally, one day, they detected that there seemed to be a huge monster hidden under the southern waters of Xia country. The energy of that thing had already made the Eagle's energy meters explode. So, the surviving superpowers set their sights on that huge monster. After finally solving the problem of the nuclear bomb's outer belt and ensuring the power of the explosion, they finally officially started bombing the hiding place of the mysterious creature today. After 2 nuclear bombs were dropped, the ice surface was completely blown down. However, the energy at the center of the explosion was unstable, and the radiation was very serious. So General Mike had prepared for long-term stationing. Even people with special abilities could not easily go there. They had to wait for the radioactive dust to dissipate. Unexpectedly, 4 magical women were discovered unexpectedly. The radiation concentration in the distance was getting lower and lower, and it was almost low enough for ordinary people to pass through. General Mike suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Owen! Owen!" Soon, a tall figure hurried in. General Mike. The man who came in was about 1.9 meters tall. Short hair. Wearing a black mask on his face. Only a pair of dark eyes were exposed. Without pupils. As if he was possessed by evil spirits. General Mike called him to his side, pointed at the scanner and said, "Take your team and go there. Bring those 4 women back to me. And they must be alive." "Yes." Owen glanced at the screen, then turned around and strode out. A few minutes later, a modified snow canoe quickly drove towards the target location. Extremely fast, it rushed on the ocean ice, reaching a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. At the center of the nuclear explosion, the light ring in the air flickered twice and disappeared in an instant. The 4 women inside landed easily on the broken ice next to them. Chu Dan suddenly turned his head to look towards the deep Pacific Ocean and whispered, "Someone is coming over there." "How far is it?" Lu Shuyun kept staring at the exploded ice. "About 3 or 4 hours. There's still time." At this time, Chu Dan looked towards the coastline again and frowned. "Something is coming over there. Like a mutant monster. And there's also a child." "Child?" Lu Shuyun was stunned. Liu Yan and Zhang Xiaohua also turned their heads to look towards the coastline. "There are children here? How did they survive the shock wave of the nuclear explosion? A superpower?" Lu Shuyun looked at Liu Yan. "For sister, you and Dandan stay here. I'll take Xiaohua down to have a look first. There seems to be something down here." "CCBF? Yeah." Liu Yan nodded gently. Lu Shuyun reached out and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and the 2 of them jumped into the huge ice cave that was blown up by the nuclear bomb without hesitation. It was bottomless down there. But Lu Shuyun seemed to feel that there was something down there. The white pigs bombed here with 2 nuclear bombs. Definitely not without purpose. Besides, Chen Yu once mentioned it. It seems that there is a dragon hidden under the southern sea. A real dragon in the legend of Xia country. Maybe there is a dragon down there? Those white pigs have been eyeing it. Since ancient times, the dragon has been a spiritual belief and a symbol of the nation for the Xia people. How could they allow others to get involved? So, Lu Shuyun decided to go down and take a look. On the ice, the radioactive dust and energy turbulence have almost disappeared. Liu Yan, wearing a snow-white down jacket, stood on the ice. Her hair was scattered, and she had an awe-inspiring and inviolable quality. Her awakened ability was originally of ice attribute. It fits well with such an end of the world. It can be said that the environment outside increased her power by at least 120% out of thin air. Therefore, it is safe for Liu Yan to stay on it. With Chu Dan, she can sense the energy forms around her, including superpowers and mutants. The 2 sisters work together perfectly. At this moment, a group of things rushed over from the southern coastline. Most of them are mutant monsters, among which there is a little girl. Very strange. And a group of people also dared to come from the depths of the ocean. They are white-skinned pigs. They came quite fast. Chu Dan weighed the current situation and finally focused her attention on the group of mutant monsters. They are close. They must have arrived first. Dandan, get ready for battle. Soon. Liu Yan felt the fierce murderous aura coming from the coastline. The mutant monsters are not easy to deal with. Some even have strange abilities. Chu Dan looked at the black shadow that was slowly growing in the distance and whispered, "That little girl seems to be able to drive these mutant monsters. Well, stand behind me." Liu Yan turned and walked in that direction. When she came to the top of a cracked and arched ice block, Liu Yan's eyes slowly turned milky white. A terrifying aura spread out to the distance. On the ground, all the cracked ice blocks were silently changing their shapes, basically turning into ice cones. They were scattered on the ice surface. Under the cover of the university, they disappeared completely. More than an hour later, the mutant monster finally arrived. Flying in front was a huge half-eagle, half-human monster, with its huge wings spread. A strong wind blew. It screamed at Liu Yan in the sky. The next second, a flash of murderous intent appeared in Liu Yan's eyes, and she waved her hand gently. Boom! Ice cones burst out from the sky. The monster flying in the sky was instantly pierced into a hedgehog, fell to the ground, and was killed instantly. The group of monsters behind suddenly stopped. Liu Yan established her prestige with one blow. She directly shocked the mutant monsters. They stopped in the distance. It was even colder around. The cold breath made Liu Yan's pressure stronger and more terrifying. She stood high on the top of the ice, like a king who looked down on all living beings. Chapter 526 Kill Without Mercy. But at this moment, Chu Dan suddenly jumped onto the ice, leaned close to Liu Yan's ear with a surprised look and whispered, "For sister, there seems to be a familiar feeling about that child." "What feeling?" She smells like a cannibal. But also, feels like Brother Yu. What? Lijuan was stunned. She smells like a cannibal. But how can she also feel like a Yu? Lijuan looked carefully at the little girl riding on the back of a monster in the distance. And the little girl has been looking at her. She looked for a long time. The more Lijuan looked, the more surprised she was. It really is. The more I look at this little girl, the more she looks like Chen Yu. The feeling between her eyebrows, her expression, and sometimes her unintentional frown, are really similar to some of Chen Yu's little movements. What's going on? Could it be? Lijuan suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Dan and whispered in surprise, "Is it Suya's daughter?" "Oh, yes. Professor Liang mentioned it. Suya is already pregnant with Brother Yu's child. But this child is a little big. This is not surprising. The daughter of the cannibal leader. Who knows how she grew up? What should we do?" Chu Dan frowned and said, "If she is really Brother Yu's daughter, we can't do anything. If she dares to mess around, I will kill her without hesitation." Lijuan's expression was cold. This little girl could actually control so many monsters that failed to mutate, which meant that she was a monster herself. If she dared to attack me, would I still keep her? So many monsters are not vegetarians. If I am not careful, I will die easily. So who cares about who she is? A child of a cannibal queen. Isn't she still a cannibal? Lijuan's murderous aura has not diminished. And she was on full alert. The little girl stopped in the distance, weighing for a long time, and never approached a single step. All the mutated monsters following her stayed where they were silently. A group of monsters formed a circle and surrounded the little girl in the middle. She looked a little cold, but she could stay in the severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees with her flesh and blood until now, which was already quite abnormal. In this way, the two sides confronted each other. The little girl did not move forward or communicate, just huddled in the monster pile. Her big eyes blinked. She kept staring at Lijuan, and Lijuan did not dare to neglect it at all, because at least 3 or 4 of the monsters in the group brought her a sense of threat. Very powerful. Not easy to deal with. Therefore, it is better not to conflict now. It will be convenient when the eldest sister and the youngest sister come up later. Time passed by minute. Chu Dan looked at the group of white pigs in the deep ocean from time to time. They were also approaching at a very fast speed. Almost 40 minutes later, Lu Shuyun and Jiang Shanshan suddenly jumped out of the ice and came to Lijuan and Chu Dan. "Big sister. 4th sister. What's going on?" Lu Shuyun looked at the mutant monsters in the distance in astonishment. Lijuan quickly told her about the little girl's situation. At the same time, the little girl in the group of monsters also stood up. She stared at them cautiously. Lu Shuyun stared at the little girl in a daze, and after carefully looking at her for a while, she murmured, "It really looks like Ayu. That should be right. And she smells like a cannibal. She's probably a little cannibal." Lu Shuyun pondered for a moment and asked casually, "Dandan, when will the white pigs arrive?" "According to their speed, it will probably take about an hour and a half." "Okay." Lu Shuyun jumped off the ice and said loudly, "I'll go get in touch with the child." "Big sister." Lijuan was startled and quickly jumped down to catch up. Although Lu Shuyun has abilities, they are mainly capable of controlling magnetic storms. The mutant monsters on the opposite side don't have any weaknesses for her to exploit, so it's better for her to follow. The two girls slowly walked towards the direction of the mutant monsters. The group of monsters immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. One of the mutant creatures, which looked like a giant spider, directly blocked the little girl, and even began to emit dark green mist. As soon as the mist came out, it was immediately frozen into small ice beads by the cold air. Lijuan grabbed Lu Shuyun and said, "That thing can also use cold air to attack. It is the most terrifying. You can't go forward." Lu Shuyun stood still slowly after hearing this. The little girl suddenly reached out and patted the spider monster's head. The spider monster stopped, just as the two sides were testing each other's intentions. Chu Dan behind them suddenly screamed in fear, "Big sister. 4th sister. No. Get out of the way. There are supersonic missiles." Before she finished speaking, a black shadow flashed in the distant sky. The next second, boom! The group of monsters where the little girl was hit by the missile. The huge explosion power directly set off a violent shock wave. Lijuan and Lu Shuyun were blown back by the shock wave and hit the ice behind them hard. A small mushroom cloud rose slowly. When the shock wave dissipated, Several angry roars came from the center of the explosion. And then dozens of figures rushed out madly, rushing towards the deep sea and the ocean. Lu Xuyun jumped up. A trace of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the distance in surprise. And the little girl fell on the ice, motionless. Most of the monsters who protected her before were dead. A few of the remaining ones fled. And some went crazy and rushed directly to the direction of the missile launch. They were probably going to seek revenge. Lu Xuyun rushed to the little girl. The other three sisters also ran over. Chu Dan kept feeling the distance. Lu Xuyun picked up the little girl, turned her over, and gasped. It was over. Half of the little girl's body was blown away. One of her eyes also exploded. The four women felt a little bit sorry for a moment. Even though they knew she was the daughter of the cannibal queen, she still looked like a child. This little face was still full of ignorance. Lu Xuyun's eyes unexpectedly turned red. Her maternal instinct burst out. She hugged the little girl in her arms and called softly, "Wake up. How are you? Girl, wake up." The little girl trembled all over. She actually woke up slowly. The only remaining eye opened a little bit, revealing a pair of dark red eyes, like rubies. Her eyes were as clear as water. She was ignorant. Strictly speaking, she was only 3 years old. It was only because of her special physique that she looked like a child of 7 or 8 years old. But she didn't understand anything. Without her mother's care, all her actions could only be driven by instinct, including killing humans. The little girl stared at Lu Xuyun blankly, and slowly raised her broken hand, trying to touch Lu Xuyun's face. When she was about to touch it, Luo Yan suddenly grabbed her hand. Lu Xuyun said hoarsely, "It's okay. She has no strength." Luo Yan looked at the little girl indifferently, and finally let go of her hand slowly. The little girl continued to touch, and finally touched Lu Xuyun's face. Gently stroked. There was infinite attachment in her eyes. Her eyes had begun to blur. Chapter 527 Dragon Ball. She murmured unconsciously, "Mom. I miss Mom. I want to find Dad. I want to find..." Suddenly, blood foam kept pouring out of the little girl's mouth. She couldn't breathe anymore. The little girl suddenly put down her hand and grabbed the air. A palm-sized bead suddenly appeared in her palm. She said with difficulty, "The Dragon Ball shrunk. If you don't give it back, it will die. If you give it back..." Before she finished speaking, the little girl's head tilted, and she died instantly. The little girl died. The body was completely cold. Lu Xuyun didn't know what happened. A deep sadness rose from the bottom of her heart, even though the child was not hers. In the distance, there were roars of monsters. There were also huge explosions. It was obvious that the mutant monsters were fighting with the white pigs. Chu Dan had been monitoring that direction, but his expression was solemn, because in her perception, the dozen mutant monsters in the past had no advantage at all and had been slaughtered. Luo Yan patted Lu Xuyun on the shoulder. "Sister, it's time to get down to business. /and yeah." Lu Xuyun took a deep breath, picked up the little girl's frozen body, and looked back at Jiang Shanshan. "Shanshan, take her with you." "Oh!" Jiang Shanshan hurried over to pick up the body. Luo Yan looked at Lu Xuyun in confusion. "Big sister. For sister. This child may be Ayu's. He will be here soon. Let him take a look." "Okay. Now let's talk business." Lu Xuyun gathered her thoughts and said to Luo Yan and Chu Dan, "Shanshan and I have reached the bottom and have seen the dragon. It seems to be frozen and seems to have no life." Luo Yan looked at the dragon ball in her hand. "It should not be dead yet. If this thing is really a dragon ball, it should be connected to the dragon. You see? The dragon ball is still shining. Although it is weak, but it still has energy. Just now the kid seemed to say that he wanted to return the dragon ball to Shenlong. Otherwise Shenlong might die." Chu Dan also nodded. Lu Xuyun frowned and pondered for a moment. At this moment, Chu Dan suddenly said anxiously, "Oh no. Those mutant monsters have all failed. Those white pigs seem to be rushing over. Retreat first." Lu Xuyun immediately gave an order. "We don't know how high the opponent's level is, but the hot weapons in their hands are not afraid of the severe cold and can be used as usual, which means that they have more means to deal with the current environment. Retreat first. Wait for Ayu." "What about Shenlong?" Chu Dan asked hurriedly. "It's okay. The body of the dragon is estimated to be at least several kilometers long. It's not easy to dig it out of the ice under the deep sea. Let's hide first. I guess those people may not only come here to target the dragon, You mean? Liu Yan asked in confusion. Are they also coming for us? It's possible. Lu Shuyan nodded and said, before Yu comes. Let's be patient. Try not to fight with unknown enemies unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, we are not real combatants. Okay. Then hide first. After the four sisters discussed it, they immediately turned around and ran wildly on the ice, starting to rush towards the distant land. 10 minutes later, Chu Dan, who was running wildly, said anxiously, Sister, the group of white pigs are really coming for us. They also turned and chased us. Humph. I knew it. Lu Shuyun's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. The four sisters accelerated and ran wildly again, and soon rushed to the land and hid in the ruins of the broken city. In the Doomsday world, men are more likely to survive than women. So in the end, there must be more men left. However, most men are animals whose lower body dominates the upper body. So they need women. Especially Westerners. Isn't the entire history of Western conquests like this? Invasion, plundering supplies and women. Therefore, women like Lu Shuyun, especially those with special powers who can survive at this time, are even more precious. At the same time, Chen Yu, who passed through the land of Sichuan and Shu, has now turned on the complete mutation mode. Activate the muscle control power to the maximum. He ran wildly on the land at the speed of his physical body. Anxious. That speed is comparable to that of a high-speed train. Sometimes, when he encounters an obstacle, he is too lazy to take a detour, and just kicks the ground. With a loud bang, the whole person soars into the sky, jumping 100 meters high, just like the Hulk. At night, the blue sun has set. The earth is dark. There are no clouds in the sky, so the stars can be seen clearly. In such a doomsday world, there are more scenery. In a deserted city by the sea, in a dilapidated and collapsed building, the four sisters set up a tent. Several small crystal core energy converters support several electric blankets. Although they are not afraid of the cold, they still have to eat. Food needs a warm environment. Otherwise, it will be frozen hard and inedible. At this temperature, even the fire cannot be lit, because no one can burn smoothly at this temperature. Therefore, their heating method is to use crystal cores to convert energy to warm food. Life is difficult, but the four sisters still feel that the future is promising because they have concerns in their hearts. Chu Dan has been monitoring those white-skinned pigs. There is one thing to be thankful for. That group of white-skinned pigs should only rely on some electronic scanning equipment to determine their location. But once Lu Shuyun uses the power of the magnetic storm to disrupt the surrounding geomagnetic field and expand the area a little bit, those people's scanning equipment will fail. Lost their location. So, the white-skinned pigs are still searching in the ruins of the city. From time to time, they also use rockets to destroy the city's buildings, as if they are determined to get the four of them. The four women were already lying on the warm blanket. They ate something and whispered to each other. The little girl's body was placed next to them and had never been discarded. Chu Dan was monitoring and muttering, if I had known that I would encounter such a powerful white pig, I should have called a few more sisters over. That way, we don't have to wait for Brother Yu. We can kill those bastards. It doesn't matter. With a Yu's speed, he should be here soon. Lu Shuyun sighed. What I'm worried about now is the group of people from the Shillong sect that you mentioned. Judging from the situation, that group of people must have died. Brother Yu seemed to say that there was a classmate of his in that group. Yeah. Alas, with 2 nuclear bombs dropped, there are no survivors. If it weren't for our special physique, we wouldn't be able to come here. But that little girl is quite amazing. Everyone looked at the body of the little girl at the same time. If this girl is Suya's daughter, even if she is a cannibal, she is not afraid of the harm of nuclear radiation, which is also quite amazing. What a pity. Chapter 528 Sending a Letter. Bombed to death by a white pig. I wonder if you will go crazy when he comes. Suddenly, there were loud rumbling noises in the distance. Another dilapidated building was completely blown down. Moreover, the distance was a bit close. All 4 women were silent. Chu Dan silently sensed everything outside. Suddenly, she jumped up from the bed and said in surprise, I saw a woman. What? Lu Shuyun was stunned. A woman? Yes, a woman. She is running towards the side. It seems an ordinary person. No, definitely not ordinary. She is wearing ordinary warm clothes. But she is not afraid of the cold at all. It's just, she was in a panic. like she was running for her life. Liu Yin and Chu Dan also jumped out. What a mess. How could a woman run for her life in this kind of weather? Just then, the dragon ball in Liu Yin's pocket suddenly lit up a faint light. Huh? Liu Yin was stunned and took out the dragon ball. The women watched the changes in the dragon ball, which was getting brighter and hotter. The woman who ran for her life had something to do with the dragon ball? More than 10 minutes later, Chu Dan shook his head and frowned and said, "It's over." The woman was caught. Damn it. Lu Shuyan clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination. And she whispered, "Go save people. That woman has a connection with Dragon Ball. We can't just leave her alone. And she is our compatriot after all." Okay. Liu Yin put on her coat without saying anything. Chu Dan and Jiang Shanshan also began to prepare. But Lu Shuyun shook her head. Dan stays. Ah? Chu Dan was stunned. I stay. Yes. Your ability is only in mental remote sensing. And your combat power is too weak. It's dangerous to go. And someone needs to guard this place. Including the child's body. Lu Shuyun quickly formulated a strategy. Fourth sister and youngest sister come with me. Maybe Shanshan's camouflage ability can allow us to catch the person without conflict. If it doesn't work, my fourth sister and I will fight. If we all fail, at least someone will stay to send a message to Ayu. Sister. Chu Dan was anxious. Listen to me. Lu Shuyun touched Chu Dan's head. Then smiled, and what I just said was just talk. After all, that woman is not our companion. We can't lose our lives for her. That's just the worst situation. Understand? Okay. Chu Dan breathed a sigh of relief. I feel relieved when you say that. Don't fight hard. It's not one of us who is caught. Don't worry. Lu Shuyun looked at Liu Yin and Jiang Shanshan who were ready to go. Turned around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." 3 figures quickly disappeared into the darkness. Somewhere in the city. In a military tent. 4 white strong men in eagle sauce military uniforms were busy. They installed small heat dissipation devices around the tent. As the small device was turned on, a circle of heat dissipation walls immediately formed around the tent, directly isolating the cold air. The natural temperature inside the tent returned to normal. About 20 degrees above zero. Quite advanced small equipment. The 4 strongmen took off their equipment one after another, revealing their scarred bodies. At this time, another man walked in from outside. It was the superpower warrior named Owen. He had been wearing a black mask on his face, and his eyes were as dark as ink. After entering the tent, he glanced at the woman slumped in the corner and strode over. The woman shrank back a few times with a look of fear on her face. Owen walked closer and squatted in front of the woman. "Do you understand English?" The woman was terrified. Owen asked in broken Chinese, "What's your name?" The woman was still terrified. Owen casually pulled out a saber and nailed it directly to the ground, saying coldly, "What's your name?" "Sun. Sun Ling." Owen nodded and said indifferently, "Tell me, are there any other survivors in this city?" "No. No more." "No. We followed 4 women here. Where did those 4 women go?" Sun Ling shook her head in horror. I don't know. I don't know what women are. Our people were killed by monsters. The place where we live was also wiped out by nuclear bombs. There is no one else except us." "Owen." A sturdy man behind him said casually, "Captain, those 4 women should be outsiders." "Yeah." Owen stood up and nodded. Then he ignored Sun Ling, walked to the corner, started moving equipment and instruments, and quickly assembled a portable scanning device. After connecting the power supply, a sturdy man looked at Sun Ling with a lewd expression and asked casually, "Boss, can I play with this woman?" "No." Owen said without turning his head, "She is a cannibal." "What?" The strong man was shocked. In the West, cannibals are also a terrifying race, and their power is expanding very fiercely. To this day, bald eagles are still fighting against a small number of cannibals. So the strong man was really shocked, and subconsciously picked up a saber and asked in surprise, "She is a cannibal?" "Yes." Owen said casually while debugging the equipment, "Don't be nervous. She just smelled that smell. She must have eaten her own kind in order to survive." "Oh." The strong man breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly went over and kicked. Bang! The big leather shoe kicked Sun Ling on the head. Sun Ling didn't even make a sound. She fell to the ground and was kicked unconscious. Owen looked back, frowned and said, "Be gentle. She is going to take it back for research." If you kick it, I will turn you into a cannibal. The strong man stood at attention and apologized. Sorry, boss. Go prepare some food. I have to report to the headquarters. We were caught off guard by the group of mutant monsters. And there are only 4 of you left. Yes, boss. The people in the tent began to get busy. Owen was debugging the equipment. After debugging for a long time, it still didn't work. It's very strange here. All the equipment is not working properly. It's all meaningless electromagnetic noise. The scanning system is directly paralyzed. Even the satellite phone can't be dialed. And all you can hear is distorted noise. What's going on? After more than 20 minutes of tossing and turning, I came to a conclusion. The geomagnetic field here is disordered. And it's very disordered. Owen was confused. Why is this happening? There is no way to contact the headquarters. What should we do next? The 4 women are hiding. The scanning system is not working well. And they can't be found at all. If it doesn't work, let's go and complete the mission of Shalong. Owen gave up. So, the 5 of them ate some canned food and compressed rations in the tent. After the meal, a strong man stood at the door of the tent and urinated. The urine streamed out and immediately turned into an icicle. He looked back at Sun Ling while urinating. I want to do it, because I have been holding it in for too long. Finally saw a woman. She is a cannibal. Can I do it with a cannibal? Damn. Although Sun Ling on the ground looks embarrassed, you can vaguely see that her face is actually pretty. She has a good figure too. It must be fun to do it. The strong man was a little excited. Unfortunately, the captain was there. Chapter 529 tried to rescue. The captain is a pervert. He will break someone's neck at any time. Even his own people are not soft-hearted. No way. Go and solve it yourself. Otherwise, you will go crazy. So the strong man pulled up his pants, turned around and said, Boss, I'm going to the toilet. Yeah. Owen finished his meal and continued to tinker with the equipment. Before leaving, the strong man took another look at Sun Ling, remembered her appearance firmly in his mind, and then walked out quickly. It's really cold outside. Luckily, they are all superpowered. The activation level of the body is enough to withstand the severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees. It's just that it's a bit uncomfortable to release in this kind of weather. Unfortunately, we can't do it in the tent. After all, the captain is there. I can't hold it anymore, so I can only deal with it. The strong man walked outside, glanced around, and then slowly walked into the dark ruins in the distance. In the darkness, 3 pairs of bright eyes have already stared at him. In the dark corner, the strong man leaned against a collapsed wall, with cold stones under his buttocks. A necklace was hanging above his head. The necklace had a pendant. It looked like an electronic device, with a crystal core inside. The light flickered. Just this thing dispelled the coldness around. It could generate a heat field around the strong man's body, just within an inch, providing him with a warm and comfortable environment. There was a pot of wine on the ground next to him. The strong man had a cigarette butt in his mouth. He took a couple of sips of wine to warm himself up. He recalled Sun Ling's figure and appearance in his mind, and slowly built up his emotions. These people haven't touched women for a long time. It's mainly because there are very few women left at this stage of the apocalypse. Once they are found, they must be sent back to the base for supervision. They even have to be provided with good food and drink, because those women are responsible for the continuation of the human race. Under normal circumstances, they can't be touched casually. So, these mercenaries are very hungry, very thirsty. After the strongman drank a few sips of strong liquor, he felt the alcohol rising up, and his blood slowly boiled. Almost done. Start taking off his pants. He was halfway through when he heard a sound behind him. He turned around abruptly and pulled out a saber from his ankle, while his muscles instantly swelled up. He was a superpower. He felt a strong sense of oppression, but he couldn't see anything behind him. Fuck. The sturdy man cursed in a low voice and casually stuck the saber into the ground. He cursed himself for being suspicious. He had finally cultivated some emotions, so he didn't waste them. So he continued to take off his pants. When he completely took off his camouflage pants, a strange sound came from behind him again. The man turned around casually. There was a buzzing sound in his head. WTF? When did a woman appear behind him? And she was a cold and beautiful woman. She wore a black windbreaker and had long hair. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and she was cold and stunning. Oriental women, with a mysterious beauty. made people's hearts flutter. There was a moment of blankness in the strong man's mind. The next second, puff! A light and shadow swept across his neck. The strong man's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Then, his head rolled off his neck. Before he lost consciousness, he saw two more women behind him. Two women with different styles, but sexy and charming. So many women. Plop! The strongman fell down without even making a sound. Lu Shuyun silently put away the dog-leg knife in her hand, reached out and searched the strong man, taking away all the things that could prove his identity, then began to strip his clothes. Luo Yin raised her hand and took off the necklace. After carefully checking it, she said softly, "It is indeed a crystal core creation. It is a very strange way to carry it with you and provide heat. This thing seems to be more advanced than our technology. The white pig should have a lot of good things in his hand." Lu Shuyun put all the things in front of Jiang Shanshan. Jiang Shanshan did not say anything. After silently looking at the strong man for a few times, her body began to change rapidly. Her body became larger, and her muscles expanded. Her face shape and eye sockets all changed accordingly. In less than 2 minutes, her image became that of a strong man. Then she quickly dressed up. After being armed, she looked flawless. The only problem was that Jiang Shanshan only had a high school education. Although she had learned English, she was not proficient in conversation. Therefore, her mission was to confirm whether the woman was dead or not. If she was not dead, she would try to rescue her. The rescue method was also very simple. First, Lu Shuyun used her ability to control electromagnetics to blow up all the equipment in the tent of the group. Create some chaos. Then Luo Yin will show up outside. Attract the leader out. Jiang Shanshan will secretly move the woman away. As long as the woman is saved, the mission will be accomplished. For the time being, don't confront those white pigs head-on, because their masked leader has a very strong sense of oppression. He may not be an ordinary superpower. Before, more than a dozen mutant monsters around the little girl rushed over to cause trouble for them. But they were killed by this group of people. Their strength is self-evident. After making a plan, Lu Shuyun looked at Jiang Shanshan and said very seriously, "Just confirm whether they are dead or alive. As long as they are still alive, make a gesture to the outside. I will be responsible for creating chaos. Understand?" "Yes." "Whether you can understand what the other party is saying or not, just answer okay. The rest will be handled according to circumstances. If you are really found out, then fight with all your strength." "I know, big sister." Jiang Shanshan took a deep breath, then turned around and left in a hurry. Behind, Lu Shuyun and Luo Yin looked at each other. "For sister, prepare for the worst." "Yes. I'll go over. If the leader of the other side really comes out, remember not to fight him head-on, so as not to suffer losses." "I know." The two also quickly separated in the dark. Outside the tent, Jiang Shanshan walked to the entrance and went in without hesitation. "You can't hesitate at this time. Hesitation will only make things worse." After entering the tent, Leader Owen just looked back at her and didn't say anything, and continued to debug the equipment. The other two team members sat together and whispered. No one paid attention to her. Jiang Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, she immediately found the woman lying on the ground in the corner. Looking carefully, it seems that she is still breathing, but she has passed out. Jiang Shanshan quickly stopped and stretched out her hand at the entrance of the tent and gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, Leader Owen looked back at him again. "What are you doing?" This sentence is very simple. Jiang Shanshan understood, but how to answer? A light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, and she quickly said, "Wipe your hands." Owen was stunned. He lowered his head and glanced at her crotch. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, and he stopped talking and went back to tinkering with the equipment. Jiang Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief again. But at this moment, one of the two team members inside said a lot of nonsense to her. Jiang Shanshan was stunned instantly. "Oh my god!" Chapter 530 equipment suddenly exploded. That guy didn't speak English. It was like the language of Indian monkeys. "It's over." Jiang Shanshan's scalp was numb, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Could it be that the person she disguised as could speak Indian language? Seeing Jiang Shanshan a little dazed, the leader Owen looked back at her again. The expression on his face had turned cold. The two team members also looked at each other, both with doubts, and then slowly stood up. The atmosphere began to become tense. Just as Jiang Shanshan's heartbeat accelerated, The equipment in front of Owen suddenly exploded. Bang! Boom! All the instruments were filled with dull explosions. One after another. They exploded into pieces. Owen roared and quickly stepped aside. In less than 10 seconds, all the instruments and equipment exploded. The people in the tent were shocked. Zhang Xiaohua also had an idea and showed a confused expression. Fortunately, her performance of inspiration dispelled the doubts of the other 3 mercenaries about him. At the same time, outside, suddenly, a strong wind raged and strange noises continued. Owen rushed to the entrance of the tent and immediately saw a graceful woman with her hands raised not far away. A biting cold wind was blowing around the tent. In the air, countless huge ice cones were suspended. Owen's eyes flashed. Xiaohua's superpower? And a woman? Owen was excited. He ignored the ice cones outside, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Then his muscles began to grow, and his body became bigger. The whole person was like a bald gorilla, growing bigger and bigger. The clothes on his body were torn, just like the Hulk. During his transformation, he waved his hand without looking back. Tim, JK, come with me to deal with that woman. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. You, stay here. Zhang Xiaohua nodded quickly. She understood this sentence. It's very simple. High school English level. And it was just what she wanted. The next second, Owen roared, suddenly exploded from the ground, and jumped out. The other 2 team members also rushed out at the same time. One was very fast and turned into a shadow. While running wildly, the other was fiddling with some tools in his hand, which looked quite scary. Zhang Xiaohua was worried about Luo Yin, so she rushed to the tent entrance to take a look. Oh my god! That Owen jumped out 100 meters away. When he landed, he smashed a deep pit on the ground. Countless ice cones in the sky had already been blasted down. As a result, he was not harmed at all. That person's skin was really like the Hulk's, with super strong defense. When the ice cone 380 hit him, it would make a bang 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 sound. There was a gap in strength. The 4th sister was in danger. No. We had to save her quickly. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and rushed inside without saying a word. Picked up the woman, turned around and rushed out of the tent, and ran into the darkness. She knew that the sooner she left, the sooner her 2 sisters could get away. So, she really ran as fast as she could. Although she didn't have any special running ability, she had the power of nuclear fission in her body after all. And her running speed had long surpassed that of ordinary people. While running wildly, there were constant loud noises and roars behind them. It continued all the time. There was even a huge magnetic storm. It seemed that the 2 sisters had fought with the 3 people. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and carried the woman all the way to the shelter, where she met up with Chu Dan. Sister Dandan, how are the elder sister and the others? As soon as she put the woman down, Zhang Xiaohua shouted anxiously. Not bad. Chu Dan closed her eyes. She was always sensing the situation of the battle. If it really didn't work, she would have to go out and fight. Even if she didn't have actual combat means, she had the nuclear fission physique. And even if she used brute force, she was not inferior to a level 1 superpower. Fortunately, 7 or 8 minutes later, Chu Dan's face lit up. He opened his eyes and said excitedly, the eldest sister and the 4th sister have escaped and are hiding. Don't worry. Huh? It's okay. Zhang Xiaohua immediately let out a long sigh, sat down on the ground, and said weakly, the leader of the White Pigs is very powerful. Just like the Hulk. It's terrible. I suspect he is already a level 3 superpower. Oh my god. Chu Dan was also frightened. Then this action is too risky. After saying that, he looked back at the woman on the ground and murmured, I don't know if this woman is worth our risk. Sister Dandan, do the eldest sister and the 4th sister need us to pick them up? It's okay. It seems that the 4th sister was slightly injured. But it's not a big problem. Let's hide. At least it's not so easy to be discovered here. Let's go and see that woman first. Yes. The 2 came to the unconscious woman. The woman was dirty, and the wound on her forehead had frozen. From her appearance, she didn't seem to be too old. She was wearing a strange black robe. Moreover, she didn't wear much. But she didn't freeze to death outside. Chu Dan could sense the fluctuations of the dragon from her, and also the feeling of the cannibal. But it was very light. The 2 sisters looked at each other. Then, they slowly squatted down. Chu Dan casually took a bottle of water and poured a little water on the woman's face to stimulate it. The unconscious woman suddenly trembled all over. She slowly opened her eyes. Chu Dan and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly took 2 steps back. He even took out a gun and pointed it at the woman. The woman slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead in a daze. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. And then she blurted out in surprise, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'm pregnant. Whoa. I'm pregnant. Don't hit me." Hearing this, Chu Dan and Zhang Xiaohua were shocked. Pregnant? Chu Dan hurriedly took another step forward, looked at the woman and said, "Don't be nervous. We have rescued you from the group of foreigners. Don't shout yet. Besides, who are you?" The woman was stunned when she heard that she was rescued. Then she looked around and saw that the environment had changed. She immediately hugged her legs and cried. The 2 sisters looked at each other and slowly put away their weapons. Zhang Xiaohua tried to go over and whispered, "You'd better stop crying. We are also hiding from that group of people. If they hear the sound, it will be troublesome." The woman stopped crying immediately. She just sobbed softly. She calmed down for a long time before slowly looking up. Looking at Chu Dan and Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes, "Thank you. My name is Sunling, and I used to live by the sea." "You have been living by the sea?" Chu Dan's heart moved, and he quickly asked, "Do you know the dragon sect?" "Yes, I am from the dragon sect. My husband is the current great elder of the dragon sect. His name is Chen Yu. He may be dead." "Your husband is called Chen Yu?" Chu Dan looked strange, looking back at Zhang Xiaohua. Her husband is Brother Yu's classmate? Is it such a coincidence? Zhang Xiaohua blinked, suddenly squatted down and whispered, "Do you know Chen Yu? Chen Yu? Do you know him?" Sun Ling's expression immediately became excited, and she said with red eyes, "He is my husband's classmate. Do you know him? Please, take me to find him." "Okay. No need to look for him. He is already on his way." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "We are all his people, and he notified us in advance, so we rushed here to help." "Really?" Chapter 531 Camp. Sun Ling's tears flowed down with excitement, but she didn't dare to cry out loud, so she bit her arm and sobbed. Chu Dan reached out, gently touched her hair, and whispered, "You said you were pregnant?" "Yes, I am pregnant." "Then you can't cry anymore. Otherwise it will be bad for the child." Sun Ling sobbed, "I don't even know if the child is still alive." "Woo. It doesn't matter. We will find a way to send you to our camp. We have a camp in Tibet. There are doctors there who can help you." "Thank you. Thank you." Chu Dan kept comforting Sun Ling. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down slowly. She survived the disaster. But the danger is not over yet, because the eldest sister and the 4th sister have not come back yet. We have to be careful. Fortunately, Chu Dan can use mental telepathy. That group of white pigs seems to be crazy, because they have found their killed companions and the missing woman. I hope they can't find this place for a while. A few hours later, Lu Shuyuan and Luo Yin sneaked back. Luo Yin was injured, but it was just a superficial wound. The 4 sisters reunited, and all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Sun Ling wake up, Lu Shuyuan was relieved. As a result, when she knew that Sun Ling was the widow of Chen Yu's friend, she was even more glad that she made the right choice. Fortunately, she was saved. Otherwise, when Chen Yu comes, he might be sad to know these things. The 5 women took advantage of the fact that Owen's group had not found this direction yet, and began to move quietly, as far away from them as possible. That Owen is very scary. He is definitely a level 3 superpower, and the strength of his physical strength is almost the same as Chen Yu. Once the muscles swell, it feels like the Hulk in the movie. So it is not a match for the time being. Hide first. Wait for Chen Yu to come and deal with those white pigs. After finding the shelter again, Lu Shuyuan wrapped Sun Ling with an electric blanket to keep her as warm as possible. Then, she looked at Sun Ling and asked softly, "Have you eaten human flesh?" Sun Ling was stunned. Her face turned pale instantly. She slowly lowered her head, nodded after a long while, and then told her about the slaughter of the dragon sect and her husband's failure to activate his supernatural power and his transformation into a monster. When they heard that she had survived in the bronze tripod with the dragon ball in her arms, the 4 sisters looked at each other. It's not her fault. It's a miracle that she survived. If she hadn't had a baby in her belly, she would have given up. No wonder she not only smelled like a dragon, but also like a cannibal. Perhaps she was not afraid of the severe cold of -80 or 90 degrees because she had drunk the water drops from the dragon ball. A few people asked about other situations. Half an hour later, the situation on the beach was roughly understood. The dragon cult was gone. Now the dragon was also targeted by the white pigs. Without the dragon ball, the dragon might have lost most of its power. So it was frozen to the bottom of the sea and was bombed by 2 nuclear bombs. Now it is dying. Therefore, we must not let those white pigs succeed. We must find a way to return the dragon ball to the dragon. I don't know how long it will take for Chen Yu to arrive. Let's wait. In the ruined city, from time to time, huge explosions can be heard. Owen and the remaining 2 companions have been searching for Lu Shuyuan and others. However, due to the magnetic disturbance, all their scanners failed. So searching for a few people in such a large city ruins was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Irving was furious. He wreaked havoc on the ruined buildings from time to time. There were constant explosions in the ruined city. Unfortunately, no one could be found. After a day and a night, Owen slowly calmed down. He was not a fool. If this continued, the general might lose his temper. General Mike was also a scary guy, even more perverted than him. So, it was better to solve the problem of the giant monster under the sea first. Now all the communication equipment is out of service, and we can't contact the general. So we just go and get the big guy on the seabed. Thinking of this, Owen immediately called his 2 companions back to the camp. Simply pack up. Then the 3 of them hurried to the beach. In the shelter, the 5 women were resting. Suddenly, Chu Dan's face changed, and he said in surprise, "Oh no, that white pig went in the direction of Shenlong." "What?" Lu Shuyun stood up quickly. "It seems that they have given up looking for us. But they must have gone to harm Shenlong. What should we do? Stop them?" Lu Shuyun remained silent. The cost of stopping those 3 people is too high. If the 4 sisters go together, they may be able to defeat him. But there may be casualties. Now, the sisters of the 13 Hairpins women's gang get along like real sisters, and they can't accept any of them getting into trouble. So, I'll go. Suddenly Jiang Shanshan stood up, looked at Lu Shuyun and said, "Sister, I seem to be able to teleport to the nuclear explosion point. So, I should be faster than those 3 people. Are you sure?" Lu Shuyun's eyes lit up. "Yes, sure. As long as I can sense the energy there, I can teleport there. I still have a little feeling now." Jiang Shanshan looked at the dragon ball in her hand and said softly, "I don't know when brother you will arrive. If we wait any longer, the dragon might really be killed. I don't want it to get into trouble. It's too dangerous." Liu Yin frowned and said, "If you are intercepted by those 3 people, you will definitely die. You can also teleport me over." "No." Jiang Shanshan shook her head helplessly and said, "Poor sister. The energy there feels too weak. I can only barely feel it. Therefore, I can't support a large protective shield. It's a stretch to teleport myself over." Liu Yin. Chu Dan looked at Lu Shuyun. Lu Shuyun hesitated. Jiang Shanshan smiled faintly. "Sisters, don't worry. Even if I don't have any fighting ability, I'm not a fool. I will escape. I have unlimited energy anyway. Don't worry." "Okay." Lu Shuyun gritted her teeth, looked at Jiang Shanshan and said, "After you leave, I will try to gather electromagnetic energy here. Once you encounter danger, try to teleport back. Don't worry about the dragon. Understand?" "Yeah." Jiang Shanshan nodded firmly. Liu Yin and Chu Dan could only agree helplessly. So, Jiang Shanshan took the dragon ball. Under the attention of the 3 sisters, he felt it silently for a moment. And then the protective shield was propped up on his body, and then disappeared from the spot. Sun Ling, who was wrapped in an electric blanket, was shocked. "So this is the superpower. It's really powerful. Alas. Unfortunately, my husband failed to activate his superpowers and turned into a monster. Now maybe he is dead?" Nuclear explosion point. Chapter 532 Soul Resonance. Just above the dark ice cave, suddenly a halo flashed. Jiang Shanshan appeared in midair. In the distance, 3 figures were running wildly on the ice. Among them, Owen was running while observing the nuclear explosion site in the distance. As a result, he suddenly trembled all over. His face was ecstatic, and he blurted out, "That woman appeared again." right at the nuclear explosion site. After saying that, he grew up regardless of anything. The muscles all over his body burst and twisted wildly, and the whole person expanded rapidly, and instantly turned into a huge strong man. He roared and suddenly kicked hard on the ground. There was a bang under his feet. The man rose from the sky like a cannonball and rushed towards the nuclear explosion point in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua, who had just appeared, also heard the roar behind her. She looked back. She saw a black shadow rising into the sky and rushing towards her. Oh my god! So fast? Zhang Xiaohua had no time to prepare and plunged into the ice cave below. The ice cave was very deep, at least 500 or 600 meters deep. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the broken ice layer to gain strength and descend at a high speed. Fortunately, she had gone down once. She was familiar with the route. And this time, because she brought the Dragon Ball, she could hear a series of terrifying low hums when she was about to approach the bottom. The sound was soul-stirring. It was like it could resonate with the human soul. It was very scary. Zhang Xiaohua was timid to begin with. At this moment, she was so scared that her scalp was numb and goosebumps were falling all over her body. But there was no way back now. The white pig had blocked the way up there. She had to go down. Above the ice cave, a sudden roar came down. Oh my god! That white pig had caught up with us. Too fast. In her busy schedule, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a huge monster running rampant on top, causing the ice to collapse continuously and huge ice fragments to fall continuously. Damn it! Zhang Xiaohua tried her best to speed up and finally landed at the bottom. Below was a huge depression in the shape of a half bowl. Under the depression, the body of the giant could be vaguely seen. Just as she landed, the ice beneath her feet broke again. The ground around her shook and creaked. The solid ice beside her kept cracking, especially under her feet. Not far away, a dark golden light was faintly lit. That was the dragon head. The dragon seemed to have awakened. Moreover, the Dragon Ball in Zhang Xiaohua's hand was pulled out by a force. She quickly let go of her right hand. The Dragon Ball, which was already as small as a glass ball, shot out and dived into the ice layer, then drilled into the ice in front at a very fast speed, and quietly disappeared behind the light. Zhang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. Long Yu should have gone back. Right? Just then, there was a roar from above, and the huge figure punched the ice wall hard. Kaka. Boom! The ice layer weighing more than 10,000 tons collapsed and fell directly, hitting her head. At the critical moment, Zhang Xiaohua instantly opened the protective shield. Prepare to move. But what she didn't expect was that there seemed to be an inexplicable force underneath that blocked all energy fluctuations, so that she couldn't feel Lu Shuyun's electromagnetic energy fluctuations at all. Oh no! There was a loud bang. The ice collapsed and fell on her, and she was buried underneath in an instant. Owen finally jumped to the bottom. He looked at the dragon still under the ice with surprise, and then looked at the woman buried by the ice, and suddenly laughed wildly. Perfect! The creature below is still there, and they caught a weird woman. This woman has an extremely strong nuclear fission reaction in her body, just like a human-shaped nuclear warhead. It's hard to imagine how this mutant was formed. Xiaohua is really weird. How can there be such an exaggerated superpower? In the future, I'm afraid that ordinary superpowers will not be their opponents at all, including myself. If I want to improve, I have to swallow the crystal core. Moreover, I have to solve the problem of not destroying the brain. But these women don't need to devour crystal cores at all. They can slowly evolve their abilities by relying on the energy in their bodies. Cool. Catch her and make her your woman. You can play with her and study her. It's just, what's going on? The temperature is rising? Suddenly, Owen was surprised to find that the ice around him began to flow. It seems to be thawing? Good guy. This is a temperature of -80 to 90 degrees Celsius? Just as he was surprised, a strong red light suddenly shone from the place buried by the ice. A strong radiation burst out from it. In just a blink of an eye, Owen's skin began to blister and rot. He was startled. He was a level 3 mutant. The defensive ability of his skin was so great that even artillery shells could not penetrate it. But he was actually injured by radiation. He quickly jumped up and jumped onto the ice layer several dozen meters high. The next second, there was a loud bang. Zhang Xiaohua's body was glowing red, and it seemed as if there was a layer of lava flowing under her skin. And her eyes were also strangely red. She screamed sharply. She suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned into a fire shadow, and sprinted madly towards the ice. Want to run? Owen was angry. He also jumped up and followed closely. The two figures quickly rushed out of the ice cave like meteors. After Zhang Xiaohua escaped from the ice cave, she was in midair, and immediately tried her best to feel the energy fluctuations. At the same time, Owen also jumped out. He even jumped higher than Zhang Xiaohua, roared in the air, and punched hard. At this moment, a figure passed by in the distance. A sharp and piercing sound came into Owen's ears, as if it cut through the air. What? Owen was startled. He looked back in a hurry, and saw a woman flying in the air, holding a sword. The tip of the sword actually emitted a 30-meter-long light and shadow. Fuck. The skin was cut. Owen was so scared that he turned around in midair, and avoided the terrifying light and shadow. And at the same time he missed Zhang Xiaohua. Light and shadow. Owen! Zhang Xiaohua. At the moment when the three crossed each other, a huge energy shield suddenly expanded on Zhang Xiaohua's body. This energy shield unexpectedly covered Owen and Luya, who was rushing over. The next second, swish, the figures of the three people disappeared without a trace. And the sisters of Lu Shuyun, who rushed over at high speed on the ice, were completely stunned. Oh no! Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? She actually sent Owen and Luya away. Several sisters stopped. The one who just rescued was Luya. She came with the eighth sister Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, after Lu Shuyun left, the sisters and Chan Chung discussed it again, and felt that it was not safe for Lu Shuyun and the other four to go alone. So after the four of them left, the second sister Ding Kaiyun asked Luya and Zhang Xiaohua to go with them to help. Luya has a terrible ability to simulate martial arts moves, and her current strength is unfathomable. Chapter 533 Haokwa. Zhang Xiaohua's atomic-level blasting ability is also quite terrifying. If the two sisters go, they will definitely be able to help. So, the two of them chased after them. The reason why they came so quickly was because Luya had learned the Lingbo Weibo from the movie. She used the nuclear fission energy in her body as internal force, holding Zhang Xiaohua and using the Lingbo Weibo. It was like shrinking the earth into an inch. So they came very coincidentally. They happened to meet Lu Shuyun on the ice. And Luya also saved Zhang Xiaohua at the critical moment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua's transfer ability suddenly activated, turning them all away. I have no idea where they went. Chu Dan couldn't sense it either. Lu Shuyun, Liu Yan, Chu Dan, and the newly arrived Zhang Xiaohua stood on the ice, with a look of bewilderment on their faces. At this time, Owen's two companions also caught up. When they saw Lu Shuyun and the other two girls, they rushed up without thinking, all activating their special powers and preparing to catch them. However, Liu Yan was anxious. She was extremely angry and was attacked again, and suddenly went berserk. A terrifying cold air instantly spread from her body, and she stomped on the ice. In a blink of an eye, a large piece of icicles on the ice arched up, like tentacles, directly pinning the two people to the ground. Then, Zhang Xiaohua flashed. She circled behind the two at a very fast speed. One of them touched it. When she ran back to the sisters, the two white pigs exploded into mincemeat. Without Owen, these white pigs were no match for the sisters. Killed instantly. But where did Shan Shan and Luya go? I couldn't sense them. After 3 hours, Chu Dan finally gave up. She couldn't sense the whereabouts of Zhang Xiaohua and Luya at all. Is this a ghost? Where are the people? Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? The four sisters stood on the ice, a little confused for a moment. Suddenly, the ground shook. A series of dull roars came from the bottom of the sea. Chu Dan looked down in surprise. The dragon has completely awakened. Get out of the way first. Lu Shuyun immediately led her sisters to get out of the vicinity and hide 100 meters away. Slowly, the ice layer continued to crack. Not long after, a huge monster slowly climbed up from under the ice. Looking quite weak, Lu Shuyun and the other four girls were all shocked. Miracle! So shocking. It really is the kind of dragon in myths and legends. It's just that its length is less than 10 feet now, and it seems to have shrunk. However, the claws of the dragon have actually been formed. 4 claws? It looks quite domineering. What is particularly amazing is that there is a faint cloud of mist around the claws of the dragon. The dragon that climbed onto the ice nodded to Lu Shuyun and the other 4 girls, expressing its gratitude, and then slowly floated up. It seemed to be getting used to this state. A few minutes later, the dragon suddenly raised its head and roared. Then suddenly leaped into the sky and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The four girls stared blankly, watching the dragon disappear into the sky. Their minds went blank for a moment. It was so spectacular. Although it just left like that, it was still a miracle. The end of the world may not be the end. Maybe it is another beginning. Although the entire Earth is now extremely cold with a temperature of -80 to 90 degrees. It has also spawned a group of supernatural beings who are not afraid of the cold. Are people with special abilities considered new humans? So the future belongs to new humans. Just as the four sisters were staring at the sky, the roar of a fighter jet suddenly came from afar. Chu Dan was shocked and blurted out, "There is a fighter jet coming. And it seems that the target is us. Go!" Lu Shuyun shouted softly. The four sisters turned around and ran at the same time. But the speed was still too slow. The figure of a fighter jet had appeared in the sky in the distance. It was a modified supersonic fighter jet. And it actually fired a missile from a long distance. Critical moment. Lu Shuyun suddenly turned around and used all her strength to remotely control the missile. No matter how the missile was modified, its core must still be an electromagnetic device. As long as it was of this structure, it could be controlled by Lu Shuyun. Sure enough, when the missile was about to fly over the heads of the four girls, it suddenly disintegrated in the air with a bang. Lu Shuyun's face turned pale. If it was a little later, the thing would have fallen down. Although the four sisters were all mutated, it was hard to say whether they could withstand the missile. At this time, the fighter plane in the sky was past the heads of the crowd in an instant, turned a corner in the distance, and came back. It seemed that there was still ammunition. Lu Shuyun protected her three sisters behind her and decided to go all out. She must find a way to destroy the fighter plane. Just when she was about to increase her strength to the peak state, there was a roar from the distance behind her. A figure was like a cannonball, booming from the seaside into the sky, and rushed towards the fighter plane at a very fast speed. Before the two touched each other in the air, the figure grabbed in midair. The fighter plane exploded with a bang, and the cockpit was blown open. The pilot inside exploded into a bloody mass. The plane also lost control and crashed into the ice 100 meters away. A huge fire started in a series of huge explosions. But the fire was quickly extinguished by the extremely cold temperature and frozen into ice. Bang! A figure hit the ice. His face was full of murderous intent. His body was covered with skeletal armor, and even surrounded by a black halo, like a demon. But the four women were excited and ecstatic. They screamed almost at the same time and rushed towards the figure frantically. It was Chen Yu who arrived. Finally, they arrived at the beach at the critical moment. He quickly removed his skeletal armor, only maintaining the level 2 supernatural state, and hugged the four women together. Flesh and blood. The fragrance is fragrant. Chen Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are fine. These women are all his. Chen Yu does not allow his women to get into trouble. Everyone was very warm. The four sisters are used to being intimate with Chen Yu together, so they don't feel shy or embarrassed with each other. Anyway, everyone's feelings of missing are similar. After a while, the four sisters finally stabilized. Lu Shuyun looked at Chen Yu affectionately and said, "You saved us again. Hee hee. Even if I don't come, that thing can't hurt you. I know you have the ability to destroy that war machine." Chen Yu hugged her slender waist and kissed her gently. This big sister is actually very good. She can grow from an accountant in a foreign company to the leader of the women's gang today. She is definitely a genius. Perhaps the peaceful world has buried her talent. Chen Yu looked at the four women and suddenly wondered, "Where is Shanshan? Didn't you say Shanshan is here too? It seems that Luya has also come. Where are the people? This is a bit complicated." Lu Shuyun sighed helplessly. "Now, Shanshan and Yaya are missing. Let's go to the beach first. I will tell you slowly. There is another person on the shore. And, you may have to be mentally prepared." "What's wrong?" Chen Yu frowned. "You, and Suya's daughter. Dead." Chen Yu was shocked. Stupefied. "Dead? I am still a step late?" Chapter 534 Searching for the Lost Child. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the shelter in the ruins of the city. Chen Yu saw Sunling. He also saw the body of the little girl who had been frozen hard. The moment he saw the body of the little girl, Chen Yu's heart twisted fiercely. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Since I opened my superpowers, I have rarely felt this much pain." Chen Yu's eyes even turned red unconsciously. Although he had never seen this child, and although he had not participated in the growth of this child, but with just one look, Chen Yu knew that she was definitely his daughter. Chen Yu slowly walked over and squatted beside the little girl. That little face was completely frozen, pale and pale, because the temperature was low enough. There was no sign of corpse spots or decay on her body. She looked just like she did before she died. Beside, Lu Shuyun whispered the whole story. When he heard that his daughter was killed by the missile of the white pig, Chen Yu unconsciously exuded a cold murderous intent. This coldness lowered the temperature around him again. Even though Sun Ling already had the physique of a cannibal, and even had some power from the dragon ball in her body, she still couldn't stand it. The biting cold made her shiver. Lu Yin saw it, and quickly wrapped her up with a warm blanket, and helped her away. Stay away from Chen Yu. Chen Yu looked at this strange daughter silently. Lu Shuyin's words echoed in his mind. The last moment before his daughter died, she said two things. One was that she missed her mother. The other was that she wanted to find her father. So, it might not be Suya who lost her, but the little girl ran away from home and wanted to find herself. So she got lost. Strictly speaking, she is not even 3 years old. Suya also said that this child was strictly educated by her since she was a child, and only ate ordinary people's food, and was not raised in the way of cannibals. What a pity! Chen Yu felt heartache and slowly reached out to touch the girl's head. As a result, as soon as he touched it, he was suddenly shocked. This girl has a crystal core? Chen Yu tried several times. Finally, it was confirmed that there was a crystal core in this child's head, and it felt like a space crystal core. Chen Yu was stunned. Suya did say before she died that this child seemed to have a space. If it is true, then it must be a congenital inherited supernatural space. In other words, supernatural powers can be inherited. Chen Yu almost had a hunch. If he swallowed his daughter's crystal core, he would most likely inherit her space storage, and even have the possibility of upgrading his own space supernatural power. Is this a gift she left for him? Chen Yu looked at his daughter silently. Finally, he leaned over and kissed her forehead gently. Decision made. Take out her crystal core. Then send her body into space. Let her stay with him forever. This is his first child. Although he had never been with her, and had no deep feelings for her, Chen Yu still felt distressed about her death. It was a feeling that could not be deceived. After making the decision, Chen Yu looked back at Chu Dan, Dandan. How are the white pigs moving? They are coming. Chu Dan said helplessly. Their large forces have already arrived. And their leader is terribly strong. More powerful than me? No. Chu Dan shook his head. He should not be as good as you. But he is stronger than all of us. Okay. Chen Yu nodded. Turned around and continued to look at the little girl's body. Protect this body. I'll go and destroy those white pigs. Brother you. You stay here. Chen Yu stood up and walked out, saying coldly as he walked, I want to avenge my daughter. I may be very irritable, so none of you should go over. After saying that, the level 3 supernatural power was activated on his body. At the same time, the violent and sinister murderous aura lingered around his body again. When the four sisters rushed to the door, Chen Yu had already rushed to the south in an extremely violent manner. Lu Shuyun stood at the door, looking a little solemn. After a while, she murmured, the murderous aura on Au seems to be getting stronger and stronger? Yeah, I feel the same way. Chu Dan nodded. Brother Yu's temperament is also much colder than before, and the sense of oppression is getting stronger and stronger. I am a little afraid of him. Maybe it's caused by superpowers. Lu Yin frowned and said, Au has more and more superpowers, and his level is getting higher and higher. Although he has a way to protect his brain, no one knows where the limit is. Alas, what should we do? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious when we met again this time. It seems that brother you didn't like to laugh as much as before. If this continues, sooner or later he will become someone we don't recognize. Don't worry, Lu Shuyun said thoughtfully. Au is not a murderous person by nature. Now he is just forced to do so, especially now facing the 6th disaster. The pressure is understandable. Maybe we have to think of a way. What way? Luo Yin asked hurriedly. Sister, if you have any other ideas, just say it. Lu Shuyun suddenly blushed and said embarrassedly, my method may be a little absurd, but this is the method I think can help Au regain his mind. What is it? Chu Dan said anxiously. We, each of us, Stay with him for a few days, Lu Xuyun said slowly. Several sisters were stunned. It's that simple? What's the point of staying with him for a few days? What will be improved? The careful Chu Dan blinked and asked in confusion, Big sister, please tell me in detail. How do we stay with him? When he comes, we will definitely stay with him. When I say stay, I mean the four of us sisters. Stay with him together at night. Lu Xuyun's face became redder and redder. And the three sisters finally realized that what she meant by stay was that the four sisters would sleep together at night to serve the man. Right? For a moment, all the sisters blushed. Together? Too shameful. Isn't it? Too embarrassing. Isn't it? The sisters have always been devoted to Chen Yu. They are willing to do anything for him. Whenever Chen Yu has time, the sisters will rush to accompany him. Even for one night. Even for a few hours. But they are alone. No matter how good the relationship between the sisters is. They can even sleep in each other's arms. But they have never served Chen Yu at the same time. No one has mentioned it. They are too embarrassed to speak up. Who wants other sisters to see her whimpering and acting like a spoiled child in front of Chen Yu? It's so embarrassing. So, for a while, the four sisters were silent. Each of them blushed. They couldn't help imagining that scene in their minds. Awkward. Their toes were almost digging out of the three-bedroom apartment. How could it be possible? Behind the four women, Sun Ling, who had been wrapped in a warm blanket, looked at these four charming women and was actually envious. They all loved the same man. The same powerful man. How great. When the man was around, they could serve him. When the man was not around, they could comfort each other and even form a powerful fighting force. They could also protect themselves. In comparison, I was so weak. Sun Ling felt sad, seeing the four women fall into an awkward silence. She suddenly whispered, Your idea is actually very good. To be honest, Chen Yu's ferocity is too scary. Chapter 535, Changing Fate. The coldness in his eyes is even scarier than those mutated monsters. If he is allowed to continue like this, he may lose his nature sooner or later. But Sister Lu's suggestion just now is actually very good. No matter how strong a man looks, he still has a soft spot in his heart. That is the woman he loves. I can see that Chen Yu cares about you very much. So, if the four of you accompany him together, I believe he will quickly get out of that negative state. Really. One of the natures of women is that they can turn steel into soft silk. Sun Ling's words made all four sisters look back at her in amazement. Is this what a bystander sees clearly? They actually think what she said makes sense. Moreover, after others said this, it seemed less embarrassing. It seemed that this was what they should do, since they chose Chen Yu as their man, and they didn't even care about competing with other women. They should abandon all their self-esteem. Accompany him. The four sisters accompanied him together. They must turn the steel into softness. Let him become the gentle man he used to be. So, the four sisters looked at each other. They nodded at the same time. It was decided. I don't believe that the gentleness of four women can't dissolve the darkness and murderousness deep in Chen Yu's heart. On the endless ice, a group of modified vehicles were driving at high speed. Looking around, there were at least 30 vehicles. The last truck even carried a huge nuclear warhead. On the armored vehicle in the front, General Mike was dressed in military uniform. With a cold face, he lowered his head and looked at the information in his hand. Thinking silently, Owen was already the strongest superpower warrior under his command. But he never came back. Completely lost contact. Could it be those women who did it? And just a short while ago, the huge monster below the place where the nuclear explosion occurred also disappeared. General Mike was furious. This trip cost a huge amount of manpower and material resources. But in the end, it was all in vain. And wasted 2 nuclear bombs. This is simply absurd. How many people are left in Dongfang Xia country? How many magical superpowers are there? Just as he was thinking, the car suddenly braked suddenly, and he quickly stretched out his hand to hold the front. What's going on? General Mike shouted angrily. General, there is someone in front. What? General Mike was stunned. He looked up and looked outside. About a kilometer ahead, the sky and the earth were white, and there was a person standing on the ice. He was wearing a very ordinary white long cotton coat. His arms were open. He had no weapons in his hands. He just stood in the distance, motionless, not afraid of the cold. General Mike frowned, opened the door, and got out of the car. Behind him, all the vehicles stopped. All the superpowered people got out of the car and gathered behind General Mike. Some holding weapons. Some activating superpowers. Showing their claws and teeth. Someone came up behind General Mike. General. It's a Xia countryman. Yes. Do you want us to catch him? General Mike was silent for a moment. Turned his head and shouted, Sophia. Here she comes. A lazy woman's voice came from the car behind. Then, a jaw-dropping figure came out. A group of soldiers hurriedly made way for them, as if they didn't dare to approach her. The woman who came out was different from everyone else. She was wearing a very sexy long skirt and a pair of long boots. Her blonde hair was wavy. Her face was delicate, like a blonde angel. Looking at her outfit, I thought I was in Hawaii. The blonde woman didn't feel cold at all. Her long legs were white and straight. Her slender waist twisted as she walked. And she slowly came to General Mike's side. Sophia. The person in front should be a superpower from Xia country. He may be related to the disappearance of Shenlong and Owen's loss of contact. Go and catch him. Okay. Sophia's mouth curled up. She licked her sexy lips twice, and slowly pulled out a small dagger from her thigh. Then she looked into the distance. The next second, her figure suddenly disappeared. And in the distance, Chen Yu stood indifferently. Suddenly, the space beside him twisted. Then a dagger pierced through the air, and pierced his collarbone in almost the blink of an eye. At that moment, a thought flashed through Chen Yu's mind. It was not a method of teleportation. It seemed to be a space-based ability. Chen Yu did not move at all. He just looked back strangely. His eyeballs seemed to be glowing, and his pupils turned into black holes, emitting strange and distorted light. Sophia, who had just exposed her head from the space, happened to meet his eyes. And it was just a moment before the dagger could pierce the collarbone. The hand stopped. The blonde froze, not moving. The next second, Chen Yu reached out and grabbed her head, and then shouted angrily, Zzz. Crackling. His lightning control ability, which had already been promoted to level 3, broke out, and violent lightning and lightning spread out from his hands, electrocuting the blonde to black and charred. A shrill scream. Sophia was finished. She was unable to support the transfer of space, and the space window opened next to Chen Yu closed instantly. Puff! Sophia's head and one arm were cut off by space. The remaining Sophia's body suddenly appeared beside General Mike and collapsed on the ground. The sexy body that was still warm and fresh just now turned into a burnt mess in the blink of an eye. Even General Mike was stunned. Others were even more horrified. You know, Sophia is already a level 3 superpower. She is extremely skilled in the use of space windows, and can be said to be the Nanboan of the assassination world. She is the only invincible person under General Mike except Owen. But she was killed in an instant. How did he do it? General Mike was furious. An uncontrollable anger slowly burned from his body. And with a loud bang, it actually burned out. The people around him retreated in fear. A raging fire ignited on General Mike's body. The color of the flame slowly changed from red to white and blue. And the flame also changed from soft to hard. Just like the blue flame in a welding gun. The danger index in everyone's heart soared. The general was angry. General Mike was a strongman close to a level 4 superpower. Among the remaining survivors in the Eagle Sauce country, he was definitely one of the best. In the distance, Chen Yu also frowned. The leader of this white pig was very powerful. Even at such a distance, he gave me a very strong sense of oppression. A strong enemy. Chen Yu took a deep breath and activated the level 3 superpower to 180% of the full power state. At the same time, he played all his cards. Today, we must destroy this group of white pigs. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Chen Yu's murderous aura also became fierce. Standing on the ice in the distance, he was surrounded by black air. Like a demon from hell. The flesh on General Mike's face trembled. He was not a weakling. Of course, he could feel the horror of Chen Yu. Chapter 536 Returning in Victory. But now, he is in a difficult situation. Especially since Sophia is the only woman who can withstand his violent attack. She died just like that. That was his forbidden fruit. Whoever touches it will die. So, it is unforgivable. General Mike could no longer bear it. And roared suddenly. His whole body turned into an afterimage on the ground like lightning. And instantly collided with Chen Yu in the distance. Bang! Crack! Rumble! The two lights collided with each other. Colliding wildly, the huge explosion smashed deep pits on the ice surface one after another. The white pigs were shocked. Oh my god! That Xia countryman is so terrifying. The fierce battle at sea began. The women hiding in the ruins of the city by the sea were all worried. Chu Dan had been keeping his eyes closed and sensing remotely. His hands were unconsciously clasped tightly. The others looked at the sea from afar. Actually, he couldn't see it, but he always hoped to see Chen Yu return victoriously soon. Time passed by minute by minute. At sea, Chen Yu relied solely on his level 3 physical ability to fight General Mike. He was already at a disadvantage. Even if his level 3 ability was developed to 180% of the maximum power, it was slowly suppressed. The ability of this white pig should not be underestimated. The green flame on his body was so strong that it had burned his entire body of bone armor to deformation. If it weren't for the strong recovery ability of the body, I'm afraid it would have been cooked by now. However, Chen Yu also tried it out. General Mike only has this one ability. He is not like me. So far, he has gathered 11 superpowers. Are you kidding? Reborn once. Everyone activates superpowers in advance. Is that fake? Even if the white pigs evolve faster, they can't surpass him in superpowers. It can be said that Chen Yu is the only human in the world who has multiple superpowers. And even the highest level is about to break through to level 4 superpowers. After testing the limit of General Mike, Chen Yu's murderous intent surged. After resisting a wave of violent attacks, he suddenly activated the level 3 superpower mental piercing. His terrifying mental power was instantly compressed into a physical mental cone, which instantly shot through General Mike's brain. Suddenly, General Mike felt a splitting headache. It was as if a super-nuclear explosion had occurred in his mind. With a loud bang, the next second, all memories were shattered. All rationality was out of control. The brain was blank. There was a crack in the center of his eyebrows, which quickly spread from the center of his eyebrows to the whole face. Ah! General Mike suddenly jumped out of control into the air. His body twisted in pain, his hands covering his head and screaming miserably, resounding thousands of miles away. The white pigs were terrified. What happened? They were fighting well. Why did they suddenly scream? The general had the upper hand. The white pigs even relaxed, and were even thinking about how to celebrate their victory when they returned. The result? What the hell? Orientals can use magic. The flower growers use magic again? It must be like this. It must be like this. The white pigs began to get agitated, and General Mike's spirit was completely torn apart by the terrible mental attack, which made him fall into a state of chaos. Chen Yu fell to the ground. He took a deep breath. Then he raised his hands, and the annihilation energy formed a huge black halo, which directly covered General Mike. There was no energy to resist the annihilation effect, so in less than half a minute, the flames on General Mike's body completely dissipated. In the distance, the white pigs panicked. Although they were afraid, they would not be spared if the general got into trouble. So, the remaining dozen or so superpowers activated their superpowers desperately, and suddenly rushed out to try to stop Chen Yu's attack. A group of little kami. Chen Yu once again condensed his superpower of mental piercing, turning his mental power into several tiny mental cones, and shooting them out directly. The white pigs who had not yet rushed to the place suddenly had a splitting headache. They fell to the ground one by one. Only a dwarf was unaware. But he was scared and turned around and ran away, disappearing in the distance without even leaving the convoy. Chen Yu glanced at the man in surprise. That guy should be a psychic. He actually avoided his mental piercing. Forget it. There is no time to deal with him now. Chen Yu looked up at General Mike, who was tied up by him, and stretched out his hand to grab him. The space attack directly annihilated General Mike's neck. His head fell off. He fell to the ground. His face was twisted and hideous. His eyes turned blood red, and he died with his eyes open. In the distance, the remaining white pigs scattered. They drove desperately to escape. Chen Yu was full of killing intent at this moment. So how could he let them escape? He turned into a residual shadow and chased them madly, starting a killing feast indiscriminately, regardless of men or women. Almost all were slaughtered. Beach. The four sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. When? It seems that Chu Dan's mental remote sensing ability is very accurate, and there is basically no deviation. Although that General Mike is very strong, he is definitely stronger than any one of the women's gang. But compared to Chen Yu, he is still far behind. Now, the crisis is resolved. The four sisters turned around and sat down. Sun Ling quickly asked, "Is it resolved?" "Yes." Lu Shuyun nodded, "A1. cleaning up the battlefield. Huh? It's okay. Sun Ling let out a long breath and murmured, he is really an amazing man. Yes. Chen Yu is a magical man. Lu Xuyun felt sweet in her heart. She was already several years older than Chen Yu. But she could still be favored by him. This life was really worth it. If the Earth's crust had not collapsed, Lu Xuyun would have wanted to have a child. She wanted to give Chen Yu a baby. She wanted to carry on his family line. Why did she suddenly have this idea? Think about it carefully. Maybe it was because Su Ya's little daughter died unexpectedly in front of her. No matter what the little girl was, she was just a child. She didn't understand anything. Before the adults could guide her, she left this world. Alas, Lu Xuyun became worried again. Especially now. Jiang Shanshan and Lydia didn't know where they were. Chu Dan couldn't sense them at all. Are they still with Owen? How dangerous. More than an hour later, Chen Yu came back. With a murderous aura. He was covered in blood. Like a devil from hell. Looking at Chen Yu like this, the four sisters became more determined to use their bodies to warm Chen Yu's heart. We can't let him become cold-blooded like this. We must restore him to the gentle, affectionate, calm and wise man he was 2 years ago. At night, everyone moved to another place in the city. A residential building that has not collapsed yet. The room is a little old, but not too badly damaged. Chen Yu took out 4 necklaces that he had seized from the white pigs and hung them in the 4 corners of the room. The temperature in the room immediately rose. This little thing is pretty good. So the white pig's creativity is pretty good. Chapter 537 Telepathy. Can you make such a high-tech and portable warmer? I have to let Murongzhen see it later. Study it. After the room was tidied, Chen Yu took out a lot of daily necessities from the space and made the house as warm as before the disaster. Not only are there electric lights, but also gas stoves. There is also a small refrigerator. Put out a few thick mattresses and take out some blankets. Rest here tonight. Chen Yu has a lot of things to deal with. For example, his daughter's crystal core. But more importantly, the 4 sisters secretly decided that tonight, let him enjoy the ultimate gentle land. Be sure to warm his increasingly cold heart. Sun Ling also knew what the 4 women were going to do tonight. So she took the initiative to rest in the next room at night so as not to disturb them. Chen Yu couldn't persuade her, so he arranged a small room for her. Looking at the warm residence, Sun Ling felt like she was in heaven. She felt more and more that Chen Yu was amazing. It turned out that there were so many good things in his portable space. At night, Chen Yu planned to cut open his daughter's head and take out the crystal core in her head. This crystal core is very important. This is the 3rd space crystal core that Chen Yu has encountered since he entered the apocalypse again. It's too rare. God knows how he happened to get that space crystal core in his previous life. Therefore, this crystal core is very important. Maybe it can help his space ability evolve. As a result, when Sun Ling was arranged to the next room and everything was ready, Lu Xuyun returned to the room and dragged him directly into the bedroom. The bedroom was warm as spring. There were white pig-like modified necklaces hanging all around. The big bed was also decorated very comfortably. It was like the peaceful times before the disaster. Lu Xuyun was behind him and whispered in his ear, "Ayu, don't work tonight. And don't think about anything. Tonight, have a good rest." Chen Yu didn't know what to say. Yui is passionate. No wonder Sun Ling insisted on living next door. Even if she was not feeling well and was pregnant, she did not worry about encountering danger and insisted on going alone. After all this time, Lu Xuyun had this plan. Moreover, he vaguely guessed why Lu Xuyun would accompany him regardless of everything today and not let him do his work. Maybe it was because his murderous nature was too strong recently, since he went to the unmanned base in northern Tibet and wiped out Suya. Chen Yu found that his murderous nature was becoming more and more difficult to control. I don't know if it was influenced by Suya, because in theory, he and Suya have a kind of telepathy. Until Suya completely wiped out that telepathy, it also left a gap in Chen Yu's mind. It was like the originally balanced scale suddenly began to tilt. The result of the imbalance of the mind was that he became colder and colder, and more murderous. Chen Yu himself felt it. But in fact, he didn't care much, because every moment, he was in a tense state, and there would be a fight at any time. So that mentality was not a bad thing. Maybe it was a bit scary for his relatives. Chen Yu guessed Lu Xuyun's thoughts to some extent, so he was happy with it. She was his real supporter. She could even sacrifice her life for him. Therefore, Chen Yu also developed a kind of love for all the members of their sister gang. Tonight, take a rest. It's not so cold tonight. At the same time, Eagle Country. In the town of Island Park in southeastern Michigan. In an underground base of a farm. General Grady, one of the few 4-star generals who survived the bald eagles, touched his big bald head in distress. General Mike, his most outstanding general, lost contact. Everyone lost contact. Like Owen, Sophia. These powerful superpower warriors have all lost contact. Crazy. In such a doomsday world, it takes a huge amount of resources to train any third-level superpower. Even though the United States is the most powerful country in the world. How many resources are left after experiencing such a terrible natural disaster? All the crystal cores that can be collected nationwide are used to cultivate these superpower warriors. As a result, dozens of them were lost on this trip. The most powerful level 3 superpower General Mike has lost contact. What on earth did they encounter? The behemoth under the Eastern Sea also disappeared. Who did it? Is there any survivor in Xia country? Or even more powerful superpowers? Grady has a splitting headache. Why are those flower growers so difficult to deal with? No matter whether it is a peaceful time or a disaster. Why do they always suffer losses? Now, Grady guards one of the only 3 remaining large bases. In the town of Island Park. This place cannot be lost. In the prosperous times, the base here was actually built to monitor the Yellowstone volcano group. That is the Achilles heel of the Eagle Sauce country. Once it is hit, it is very likely to directly destroy the entire Eagle Sauce country. So there has always been an underground base nearby. It is very secretive. It has been studying the geological conditions near Yellowstone. After the catastrophe, when the global temperature is extremely high, the underground lava layer is very active. It almost erupted. Fortunately, it was just a little bit away. Later, the seawater backflowed. The virus broke out. And until the advent of the Ice Age, the entire Earth's crust was frozen. So the Yellowstone volcanoes were also frozen. Many people breathed a sigh of relief at that time. They thought that they would no longer have to worry about volcanic eruptions. But who would have thought that not long after, scientists detected changes in the Earth's crust. The 6th disaster is coming. The Earth's crust is cracking. If it really happens, it will be completely over. The Yellowstone volcanoes will erupt completely. Once the geothermal lava that has been suppressed underground for several years gushes out, it will be useless even if it is extremely cold outside with temperatures of -80 or 90 degrees Celsius. The entire geological plate of the United States will be affected. At that time, like dominoes, thousands of volcanoes of all sizes on the American plate will not be spared, and almost all of them will erupt. In addition, the Earth's crust will tremble violently, causing landslides and cracks. A super earthquake will bury the entire Eagle country. At that time, no matter how powerful the remaining superpowers are, it will be in vain. And there will be only one way to go. Even if some superpowers can escape, what's the point of surviving only 1 or 2 people? The bald eagles will completely disappear from the Earth. Therefore, Grady is now guarding the base, and dare not leave at all. He has to monitor the situation in Yellowstone all the time. At the same time, he has to urge those good-for-nothing scientists to find a way to solve this huge problem. Therefore, General Mike died in vain. All the dozen nuclear warheads he brought disappeared. This mission was a complete failure. Admiral Grady, a former admiral, was an experienced general. He was also one of the first artificial superpower warriors after the apocalypse. Don't look at his age. He is very capable. He is definitely at the peak level of a level 3 superpower. Because he is old and has no worries. He dared to resolutely participate in the superpower activation project. Almost all the people who were in the same period as him died. He was very lucky. Chapter 538 failed. So he gradually became one of the few superpowered warriors in the United States. There was a long silence. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. General Grady said hoarsely, "Come in." After the door opened, a brown-haired white man in military uniform quickly walked in and reported loudly, "General, the latest information. Those scientists failed again." Failed again? General Grady turned around and glared at the guard. The guard was so scared that he lowered his head and said cautiously, "According to their survey and the data we have obtained in the past, there is no such condition to drill through the Earth's crust now. First, there is not enough time. And second, we simply do not have the tools to do this." Grady fell to the ground. He looked hopeless. Is he just waiting to die? Grady hurried to the laboratory of the underground base and met the surviving chief scientist, Professor James. Before he could ask, Professor James ran over in panic, blurting out, "General, we have received a signal from the observatory at the border of Europe and Asia." Oops. Something big has happened. What's the matter? Grady frowned. Is there anything worse than the collapse of the Earth's crust? Professor James looked horrified after analyzing the observation data over there. It can almost be concluded that the crust of the Asian plate has been drilled through somewhere. What? Grady was shocked and asked in astonishment. The Earth's crust was drilled through. Yes. It should be in Xia country. Probably in the northern Tibet area. Didn't you say that this kind of project is impossible to achieve? Grady's murderous aura surged, looking at James and wishing he could twist his head off. James hurriedly explained, "General, we really don't have the ability now. And we don't have the tools at all. First of all, we can't find a suitable drilling probe. And we don't have time to make a harder probe. Then why can the Xia people do it? Maybe they have some kind of supernatural power." Grady, I'm speechless. Superpowers are the most unreasonable thing in this apocalypse. The combination of ancient viruses and modern genes has actually produced a thing called crystal nucleus. And this thing can also stimulate the potential in ordinary human bodies and form superpowers. Who can I go to for justice? Superpowers are all kinds of strange. Some are useless, while others can turn the world upside down. So it's reasonable for you to say that people use superpowers to drill through the Earth's crust. But isn't this a good thing? Why does the old professor look like he's about to face a disaster? Grady suppressed his anger and asked, "According to your previous settings, once the Earth's crust is drilled through and the geothermal heat is released, can't the problem of crustal collapse be solved? Why are you still panicking?" Alas, General, that's not the case. Professor James looked helpless, although the entire crust is now frozen. It looks like a hole. But the Eurasian plate and the American plate are still far apart. If we drill through the crust first, the geothermal heat will naturally be released. But once the geothermal heat is released, the flow rate of the geothermal lava under the crust will increase. And the geothermal heat under the Asian plate far away from us will accelerate. By then, the crust will still collapse. It's just that we will be fine. And the entire Asian continent will collapse into ruins in advance. The opposite is the same. Grady was stunned. After a long time, he muttered, "You mean they drilled through the crust and caused the geothermal activity below us to intensify?" "Yes, that's what I mean." Grady's face turned completely black. "So, the process of crustal collapse in our country has been advanced?" "That's right." Holy shit. Grady was also dumbfounded. "This is the end of death?" At this time, Professor James hurriedly said, General, it's not the last moment yet. We still have a way." "What way?" Grady was overjoyed. Professor James hurriedly said, "If we still have powerful weapons, such as nuclear weapons. If we can locate the location where Xiaohua drilled through the crust, then throw all our weapons over there." Grady was stunned. "What are you doing?" "General, this is the only way to save yourself." James had a crazy expression on his face. Xiaohua Tibet Bay drilled through the crust, which is also a double-edged sword. As long as the drill location is attacked by a large enough force, it can cause that part of the crust to vibrate and crack. Now, geothermal activity is intensifying. If the crust over there vibrates and cracks due to external influences, it will be directly broken apart by geothermal energy at that time. In this way, that side will crack first, as long as the Asian plate cracks first and the geothermal energy is released. Our country will be peaceful. Hearing this, Grady suddenly laughed, slapped James on the shoulder, and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. Good. The country has not raised you in vain. This method is good." James also laughed crazily and quickly asked, "So, General, do we have any powerful weapons?" "They must be nuclear bomb level." "We don't have any." Grady's smile faded, and he shook his head directly. All the nuclear warheads were taken out by General Mike, and now they have lost contact. The smile on James' face froze instantly. No, you are laughing at your mother?" James was about to cry, but Grady smiled cunningly and patted his arm. "We don't have any. But I know there are 2 places that still have them." "Where?" "Indian Monkey and Big Hair." "But they..." Grady's eyes gradually showed a crazy murderous look, and he said coldly, "Don't worry about them. This time, I will go in person. You just need to find a way to locate the attack target point in northern Tibet. Okay. Okay. Humph. If you make a mistake again this time, you will be of no value. Do you understand what I said? I understand. Professor James nodded honestly. Then Grady turned around and left in a hurry. He was going to the territory of the Indian monkey. Just passing through the Pacific Ocean. By the way, see what happened to General Mike and the others. The whole army was wiped out. Are there still such powerful people in Xia country? No words for the whole night. The next day, Chen Yu was woken up by Lu Shuyun. He really relaxed last night. He relaxed completely, both mentally and physically. And he experienced the kind of extreme pleasure that he hadn't experienced for a long time. He himself could feel that the coldness in his heart melted a lot. 4 sisters. 4 angels. All his angels. He wanted to stay a little longer. Because the quilt was too warm, too fragrant, and full of human touch. Unfortunately, Lu Xun woke him up. Because he actually received a satellite call from the Tibetan North Base. It's not easy. The satellite signal is very poor now. It's a blessing to receive a call. It must be something important. Chapter 539 Fatal Trouble. So, Chen Yu quickly got up to answer the phone. The caller was Murong Zheng. The first thing he said was, Xiao Chen. The Earth's crust has been drilled through. Geothermal heat has come out. But I suddenly thought of a fatal trouble. Murong Zheng's words scared Chen Yu into a cold sweat. Now, if Murong Zheng can describe it as a fatal trouble, it must be a huge trouble. So Chen Yu quickly asked, what trouble? Tell me. When we drilled the Earth's crust before, the nuclear explosion in the south had not happened. So I didn't consider this fatal threat. But this nuclear explosion has brought a new trouble. There are still survivors in the West. And they also have super technology that allows nuclear weapons to be used under extremely low temperature conditions. If once the Westerners know that we have successfully drilled through the Earth's crust, they will definitely come to attack us. It doesn't take much. As long as a nuclear bomb falls and hits the Tibetan base in northern Tibet, the entire Eurasian continental plate will completely collapse. Hearing this, Chen Yu was stunned. Why is this? Murong Zheng hurriedly explained. In short, the current Earth's plates are almost all frozen by the extreme cold. But it's not too reliable. If there is no external threat, drill through a piece of the Earth's crust and slowly release the geothermal heat. The risk of crustal collapse will gradually be eliminated. But the current situation is that there are still people in the West. This presents a problem. We have drilled through the Earth's crust, causing the flow rate of the underground lava geothermal layer to accelerate. The geothermal flow rate under the Western American plate has also accelerated. In theory, the Earth's crust over there will still collapse. And it will collapse in advance. But it will not affect us. Do you understand now? As long as there are still people in the West studying the disaster of crustal collapse. As long as they have a little knowledge of relevant geological structures and structural mechanics, they will come to a conclusion. Then, if you want to break this situation, the best way is to throw a few nuclear bombs in advance and blow up the holes we drilled first. Chen Yu. Damn. So scary. Whether there are such amazing scientists in the West or not, we have to assume that they do. Moreover, they have nuclear bombs. Although I have snatched a few, who can guarantee that they don't have them anymore? So, how to deal with this problem? Chen Yu frowned. Professor Murong, do you have any good suggestions? No suggestions. There is only one way, which is to eliminate all potential threats. And as soon as possible. Because we must assume that someone has discovered this situation. Erase all. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, let me think about what to do. In addition, has the manned rocket been sent to Changcheng? It's still on the way. But it should be here soon. Dong Qiulei and Su Jian went together. Okay. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. Make preparations for both situations. I'll solve the problem in the West. Yes. It must be as soon as possible. Because I always have a bad feeling. Okay. Chen Yu hung up the phone. The 4 girls on the side gathered around at the same time. Although they didn't hear all the content, they also heard part of it. From Chen Yu's expression, it felt quite scary. Lu Shuyun looked at Chen Yu and asked softly, is it serious? Yes. It's very serious. Is it troublesome? A little. Lu Shuyun frowned. If you need to arrange a task, leave it to us. No need. Chen Yu glanced at the 4 of them. You still have tasks. Someone has to send Sun Ling back to Changcheng. Stay there for the time being. In addition, Dandan has to continue looking for Yaya and Shanshan. Luo Yin hurriedly said, I'll stay with you. In this icy and snowy place, my ability is just right to be amplified. Let me think about how to deal with this problem first. Chen Yu rubbed his temples and murmured, if we want to solve this problem completely, we have to wipe out all the remaining Western talents. Otherwise, there will always be hidden dangers. Can this be done? Chen Yu didn't say anything. Theoretically, he can do it, but it's not easy to do it in practice. After Chen Yu was silent for a moment, he stood up and looked at the four women. I'll be quiet for a while. I have to deal with my daughter's crystal core first. Well, let's go see Sun Ling. The four women left sensibly and obediently. After they left, Chen Yu came to his daughter's body. Although he was a little reluctant, her crystal core might be the only contribution of this little life to this world. Chen Yu had a hunch. This innate crystal core, inherited from his own space-based supernatural power, might allow his space supernatural power to rise to the sky in one step. It was an indescribable intuition. It was as if everything was so logical. So, Chen Yu no longer hesitated. He slowly stretched out his finger and gently drew a circle from the little girl's forehead to the back of her head. He used the space power to directly cut open her skull. He opened the skull. The brain inside was frozen hard. Chen Yu slowly decomposed the skull with space technology and took out a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg from the brain. Colorless and transparent. Pure without a trace of impurities. And the texture is round and crystal. 100 times better than the crystal core of the national treasure giant panda. Chen Yu slowly took the crystal core in his hand. Turning around, he sat down on the ground and looked at the crystal core silently. A very strange emotional fluctuation grew in his heart. Daughter? This word is too unfamiliar. Even in his previous life, Chen Yu lived for 5 years. But he didn't have a child. Not to mention a daughter. Anyone with a little bit of rationality would not have a child in the Doomsday world. Did you bring children to this world to let them experience disasters and pain? So Chen Yu would not deliberately have a child. This little girl was purely an accident. What a pity. I didn't even get to see her when she was alive. Moreover, according to Sun Ling, this little girl should be the mysterious person behind the scenes who drove those mutant monsters. It was she who taught the dragon cult to slaughter. Alas, Chen Yu sorted out his emotions. There was not much time left for him, so he could not be sad here. Let's try. Finally, he came across a space crystal core. Chen Yu took a deep breath and swallowed the crystal core without hesitation. 3 or 4 seconds later, suddenly, a strange feeling came to his heart. It was as if time and space had changed around him, and he instantly entered a very wonderful space. This is, in the daughter's portable space? Chen Yu looked around in surprise. This wonderful space in front of him was filled with various sculptures of different sizes. They were all human figures, and basically only the head and neck. From the outline, it vaguely looked like himself. Is this carved by my daughter? Chapter 540 Sadness. From the very rough and simple sculptures at the beginning to the very detailed sculptures that seemed to have emotional fluctuations at the end. They were so lifelike. There were tens of thousands of sculptures of all sizes. Chen Yu's eyes were unconsciously moist. Is this my daughter's longing for him? This wonderful space in front of me was filled with almost childish things. Various sculptures. There were also some simple portraits, many toys for children to play with. You could almost see the process of a child from 1 to 3 years old. Among these toys, at least 60% of them have portraits. And without exception, they all look like me. It can be speculated that the daughter must have heard some descriptions about her father from her mother, and then made these things with her super imagination. It's amazing. And it makes people sad. Chen Yu suddenly felt sad. Even if he had never seen this daughter. Even if this daughter was a cannibal. Even if her hands were stained with blood and she slaughtered countless innocent people. But she was just a child. Her behavior, because there was no adult guidance. All her actions were natural. The daughter grew up in a cannibalistic environment, and she couldn't tell what was good and evil, right and wrong, black and white. She only knew killing. However, putting aside these factors, from a purely emotional perspective, her love and pursuit of her father was very pure, not contaminated at all. What a pity! At this moment, the wonderful space around Chen Yu suddenly collapsed and gathered, shrinking into a ball of light at almost the speed of light, and directly merged with his body. Chen Yu was shocked. Here it comes. It is the feeling of the activation of the space power. There is no discomfort when the space power is enhanced, because it is just a kind of portable subspace attached to the body that is expanding and changing its composition. Therefore, Chen Yu slowly fell into a state of confusion. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly I heard someone calling him. Ayu? Ayu? What's wrong with you? Ayu? Chen Yu trembled all over and suddenly woke up. Shit! I actually lost consciousness. It's weird that the space-related ability can make me lose consciousness. Chen Yu quickly sat up, looked at the 4 women around him, and shook his head. I'm fine. Then he immediately felt the portable space. As a result, when his consciousness entered the portable space, he was shocked. What the hell? What is this? So big? Now the portable space is no less than a wild world. The size may be more than twice that of the Earth. And the space is full of vitality. Unlike before, it was dead silent. This feeling is definitely upgraded to level 2. Or even level 3. Chen Yu couldn't tell, because space-related abilities are too rare. In the previous life, I had never heard of anyone being able to upgrade their space-related abilities. Theoretically, if you upgrade to level 2 or 3, you can put living things into the space. As for how people feel when they enter, no one knows. Chen Yu had a very intuitive feeling that he could definitely send living people into the space now. And they wouldn't die. Especially after the space ability was upgraded to this level. It was no longer a chaotic mess like before. And everything was suspended. Whatever you want to take, you can take it out with a single thought. Now, the space seems to have levels. It looks like the sky above. It looks like the earth below. There are mountains and rivers on the ground. Of course, the mountains and rivers are fake. But the rivers are real. They are the water from the 3 freshwater lakes that were absorbed at the beginning. And the sky above is fake. It is just something like a mirror image. The previously stored materials only occupy a small part of the space. Most of the rest is empty. Chen Yu was happy. He wanted to try it himself. But it didn't work. He could only enter the space with his consciousness. The body couldn't enter. I don't know if the body can enter the portable space after upgrading in the future. After a careful inspection, Chen Yu stepped out of the space, looked at the 4 women around him with concerned expressions, and nodded with a smile. It seems to have worked. Has the space skill improved? Lu Shuyun was immediately delighted. Yes, it has definitely improved. I think it should be possible to put living things in it. Chen Yu smiled. When the 4 women heard it, they almost simultaneously said in surprise, "Send me in to have a look." Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the 4 women and smiled. I can't guarantee it, because the space skill has improved. Living things can be put in. This is just an idea I had from the beginning. But I have never had any reference in this regard. So I really can't guarantee whether it is definitely possible. Do you still want to try? The 4 sisters shook their heads at the same time. I can't guarantee who will go in. What if someone dies in an accident or can't get out? I still want to grow old with Chen Yu. Let's try someone else. The 4 women had the same idea. Chen Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. I'll find a way to find someone. Or a mutant animal to try. Let's try it first, and make sure there is no danger. Yes, it's better this way. Lu Shuyun also nodded. What should we do now? According to the original plan, let's do this. Sister Lu and Xiaohua will send Sun Ling back to Changcheng base. Dandan and Luoluo will stay with me. Dandan looked for Shanshan and the others. And Luoluo helped me find a way to solve the problem mentioned by Professor Murong. Yeah. I don't want it. I want to go back too. Yeah. Great. I can stay. The 4 women had different reactions. Lu Shuyun and Zhang Xiaohua looked resentful. But Luo Yin and Chu Dan were extremely happy. What a pity. They didn't dare to disobey Chen Yu's decision. So it had to be like this. So, Lu Shuyun and Zhang Xiaohua simply packed up and immediately left the shelter with Sun Ling. Chen Yu gave them a modified car. It was the equipment of those white pigs. The modification is quite good. The performance is not affected at all under such extremely cold conditions. So, they left. The remaining Chen Yu, Luo Yin, and Chu Dan stayed where they were. Murong Jing's idea is to destroy all Westerners directly. The more the old professor's brain evolves, the more terrifying his ideas become. Just like this decision. In the past, he would never do such a thing of slaughtering so many humans, whether they are Westerners or from anywhere else. After all, it is against the harmony of nature. because among the surviving humans in the West, there are also ordinary people. But now, without even thinking about it, he directly let Chen Yu exterminate all Western survivors, so as to eliminate the hidden dangers to the greatest extent. Theoretically, this method is more scientific. Chen Yu doesn't care about genocide. However, it is too difficult. Among the surviving humans, there are many people with psychic abilities. Just like when he slaughtered General Mike's group before. A dwarf ran away. That guy can avoid the attack of mental piercing. Chapter 541 Cancer. So even if Chen Yu has a mental map that can sweep the world, there is no guarantee that there is a mental shielding ability somewhere. Especially in some bases of the Eagle Sauce country. They can't fail to think of this. Therefore, it is too difficult. Chen Yu needs to think of a perfect plan to eliminate the entire Eagle Sauce country's manpower in one fell swoop. What is the way to wipe out those cancers in the West indiscriminately? In the shelter, there are only 3 people left. Chen Yu and 2 women who are obsessed with him. Liu Yan and Chu Dan. These 2 women, one mature and the other pure, have different characteristics. Being with him, it is easy to be happy and forget about home. Unfortunately, it is not the time to enjoy now. The crisis is imminent. Chen Yu needs to dissolve the hidden danger that Zhang said in the shortest time. So, he has been closing his eyes in the room, using his spiritual power to search the world, extending from the South China Sea area to the Pacific Ocean, looking for every opportunity inch by inch. And Chu Dan is in the living room, also remote sensing around. Although she can't explore the world like Chen Yu, the distance she can remotely sense is at least hundreds of kilometers, according to Jiang Shanshan's current ability. Unless a very large energy source, like a nuclear explosion, can make her aware of it, she should not be able to transmit hundreds of kilometers away. How strange. I can't sense her existence at all. Where did she take Luya and Owen to? It can't be outer space. Right? Chen Yu and Chu Dan were busy all the time, while Liu Yan took on the responsibility of a young wife and cooked in the room. No matter how busy they were, the 3 of them had to eat. When Chen Yu was not around, these people just ate to get by. They just made do with what they could. They didn't really care much about food. But once Chen Yu was around, every woman could become a cook. They all wanted to make something delicious for Chen Yu. So, Liu Yan was busy and happy. Time passed by every second. At a certain moment, Chen Yu, who had been scanning to the west, was shocked and suddenly found a place. There were many shining spirits there. The approximate location was not too far from Yellowstone Park. What was that place? It looked like the base of the Eagle Sauce, because that space was underground. And so many shining spirits were clearly superpowers. With so many superpowers, it must be the base of the Eagle Sauce country. Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly thought of a movie. Disaster movie. 2012. What impressed Chen Yu the most was the scene of the eruption of the world's largest active volcano in Yellowstone Park. Damn. Right. Isn't that a ready-made fatal weakness? So the base just discovered is definitely the secret base of the Eagle Sauce country that survived. Why is there a base there? It must be to protect the Yellowstone Park volcano. Right? If I find a way to throw all the nuclear bombs I snatched 2 days ago into the Yellowstone volcano, can it trigger a volcanic eruption? It's been more than 5 years since the apocalypse. How many people are left in the Eagle Sauce country? I'm afraid that a Yellowstone volcano eruption can completely wipe out the entire Eagle Sauce country. When he thought of this, Chen Yu immediately became excited. He quickly took out the satellite phone and tried to dial the northern Tibetan base. I have to find Zhang and confirm with him whether this method has any sequelae and chain reactions. After 10,086 failed attempts, he finally succeeded in getting through once. After the call was connected, Chen Yu quickly told Zhang about his plan, and finally asked very seriously, Professor Zhang, is my idea feasible? Are there any sequelae? Or will it affect us? There was silence on the phone for a moment. Then Zhang sighed slowly. Xiao Chen, you are really ruthless. The method you think of may directly exterminate the race of bald eagles. So, it has no effect on us? Not only has it no effect, but it is also very beneficial. Zhang's brisk voice came from the phone. Attacking the Yellowstone volcano will inevitably cause the volcano to erupt. Once the Yellowstone volcano erupts, it will trigger a very terrifying chain reaction. That will cause the entire American volcano group to erupt completely. The final result is that the crustal plate over there will collapse first. After that collapse, the crust of the Asian plate will stabilize. It will take who knows how many years before the next geothermal accumulation. Hearing this, Chen Yu immediately laughed. So, this is a permanent solution? Yes, a permanent solution. Let's do it. Xiaochen. Eliminate the cancer for the earth. Okay. Chen Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhang asked again, Xiaochen, do you know how to activate the nuclear bombs you seized? Chen Yu. Damn. It seems that I don't understand. Awkward. Chen Yu scratched his head, thinking about whether to go back directly. Zhang should be able to handle it. Just then, a terrifying spiritual body suddenly appeared on his mental map. It was heading from the Pacific Ocean to India at a very terrifying speed. Chen Yu's heart moved. This level of spiritual body must be a level 3 superpower. Moreover, it came from the other side of the ocean. In other words, this guy should be a white pig. Right? He must be with General Mike. He came alone. So confident? Maybe he is General Mike's immediate superior. He will definitely use their own nuclear bomb activation method. Right? Chen Yu made a decision immediately. Capture him alive. As long as he can be caught, Chen Yu has the means to hypnotize him. At that time, let him find a way to activate the nuclear bomb and help him. With this decision, Chen Yu immediately said goodbye to Zhang and got up and walked out of the bedroom. Ayu, is there a way? Lijuan hurriedly got up to greet him. A powerful guy is coming this way. Chen Yu looked solemn. Powerful guy? Is it a white pig? Lijuan asked in confusion. Yes. I suspect it is General Mike's boss. He is now approaching the country of Asen. The country of Asen? Lijuan was stunned. Why go to the country of Asen? If he is here to find General Mike, or to seek revenge, shouldn't he come directly to Xia country? I don't know. Maybe he? Chen Yu stopped talking halfway. Then his face changed drastically. Oh no! What happened? Lijuan asked hurriedly. Chen Yu said anxiously, do you remember how you became like this? It was the nuclear bomb of India. That white pig went to India. Maybe to get a nuclear bomb. What's the use? Does he still want to bomb Shillong? Or bomb us? Bomb us. Chen Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Sure enough, Professor Zhang guessed it right. The white pig should know that we drilled through the crust. So they want to use nuclear bombs to bomb the northern Tibetan base. Chapter 542. Go meet him alone. Ah? Lijuan was startled. Bomb the Tibetan North base. There are tens of thousands of them there. At this time, Chen Yu no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice, I will go to meet him. This person must be captured alive. We will help you. No. Chen Yu shook his head and said slowly, this guy may be more terrifying than General Mike. I'm afraid you will be killed instantly. So, I will go to meet him alone. Chen Yu resolutely set off. Without Lijuan and Chu Dan, the spirit of the white pig is very rare and very powerful. More powerful than General Mike. Although he should not be at the level of a level 4 psychic. He is already at the peak of level 3. To fight him head-on, Chen Yu may have to use all his cards. However, there may be other ways. Chen Yu has come up with a bad idea. Need to give it a try. If it succeeds, he may not need to do anything to catch him. So, Chen Yu set out alone. He kept jumping on the blue ice outside. Jumping 10,000 meters. In the mental map, that powerful psychic has entered the territory of the Asen Kingdom. He is definitely looking for a nuclear bomb. There are not many survivors left in the Asen Kingdom. They don't have any powerful infrastructure. Nor do they have a super base that can accommodate many people. So those who can survive are basically all superpowers. There are no more than 100 people. They are concentrated in a corner of the capital. That white-skinned pig seems to have some kind of telepathic ability. Because he went straight in that direction. Chen Yu was a little anxious. He stimulated his superpowers to the peak state and rushed madly in that direction. He was afraid that the white-skinned pig would find the nuclear bomb first and successfully release it. That would be bad. Now is the time to race against time. The bald eagles and the flower growers had an unprecedented showdown in this world for the last time. Whoever hits the opponent's weak spot first wins. There is a garden next to the train station in the new city of the capital of the country of India. Under the garden is the largest air raid shelter in the city. At this moment, there are about 40 to 50 people surviving in the air raid shelter. All of them are superpowers. No exceptions. The worst is also a level 1 superpower. More than 30 of them are soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Special Forces of India. The leader is a big beard. He is tall and strong. He has a dark complexion. His eyes have evolved into ice blue. And his whole body is cold. It seems that he has activated some kind of ice-attributed superpower. And he is also the only one who is still wearing ordinary clothes. It seems that he can't feel the cold at all. The bearded man is called Singh. He is a lieutenant general of the Special Forces. He used to be a high-ranking figure. Unfortunately, in this world, the entire country of Asen has so many people, which has surpassed the population of Xia and become the world's most populous country. Now there are only a few dozen people left, and they are all superpowered. No ordinary person can survive to this day. Singh is helpless. But there is no way. There is still hope if you are alive. There is nothing if you die. So, you must live if you can. Fortunately, the Asen people have a strong ability to survive. Their stomachs and intestines are comparable to cockroaches. They can eat anything. So the survivors hunted some mutant animals from time to time and gradually stabilized their living standards. They didn't plan to go out anymore. They decided to live here. They would live as long as they could. After all, most of these people were soldiers. The rest had neither scientists nor doctors. And they were incapable of doing anything. They could only hold on. Today, Lieutenant General Singh felt his eyelids twitching when he woke up in the morning. He felt panic at his heart. He always felt like he had a bad premonition. They had also witnessed the nuclear explosion in the southern waters some time ago. These people knew that there were survivors of the bald eagle and the flower planters. And it seemed that they had started fighting. This is a good thing. Let's fight. It's better to fight until both sides are defeated. Maybe he can benefit in the end. So Lieutenant General Singh has been paying attention to the situation in the southern waters. Unfortunately, there was no movement afterwards. I don't know if there is no one left to fight. Just when he couldn't bear the panic and was about to go out to get some food, there was a loud bang outside. The walls of the entire underground air raid shelter were constantly cracked. Lieutenant General Singh was frightened. At the same time, dozens of people in the air raid shelter were in chaos. Some shouted nuclear bomb attacks. And some shouted earthquakes. Singh roared angrily, "Stop! Shut up!" The air raid shelter was instantly filled with chill. The survivors who were frightened like frightened birds finally quieted down. The air raid shelter was completely silent. The walls and the ceiling of the cave cracked a little. And then, there was no more movement. It didn't look like a nuclear attack. How could a nuclear attack be so weak? It didn't look like an earthquake either, because the shaking came from above. It was as if a huge monster had hit the ground of the park above. Everyone was quiet for a while. There was no movement. Lieutenant General Singh breathed a sigh of relief, gestured to everyone to keep quiet, and then slowly walked out. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the air raid shelter, the door suddenly made a loud bang. A huge force actually smashed a huge dent. Singer was shocked. You know, the ultimate door of the air raid shelter is designed to prevent nuclear explosions and other large-scale disasters. The alloy steel plate of that door must be 20 centimeters thick. As a result, it was smashed into a dent. This is not over yet. When Singer was shocked, there was a loud bang. Another one. Then, the heavy metal door of the air raid shelter was directly smashed out by the violent force and embedded into the wall with a bang. A cold wind swept in. Singh's face was ashen. Then, a majestic figure walked in slowly. Step by step. He was a white man. He didn't look very strong. But he was terrifyingly strong. The oppressive feeling on his body was simply terrifying. Lieutenant General Singh was only at the level of a level 2 psychic. When facing such a powerful psychic warrior, he was naturally suppressed. How could he resist? The remaining psychics were even more doomed. Everyone was trembling with fear. They all hid in the innermost. The person who came and walked up to Singh step by step looked at him with a cold face and said, "My name is Grady, a 4-star general of the Eagle Sauce country." Singh bowed carefully and hurriedly. "Hello, Mr. Grady. I am Singh, Lieutenant General of the Special Operations Brigade of the Indian Army." "Old sir, it is an honor to meet you." "Yes." Grady was satisfied. No matter in terms of ability level or identity, he was inferior to himself. Not to mention that this is the end of the world. Even in peacetime, if I come, he will have to lick my ass. So Grady looked proud. The old face flashed with contempt. Walking 2 steps inside, taking a look at the survivors who were living like animals, Grady was too lazy to look at them again. Looking back at Singh, he asked in a deep voice, "General Singh, I came here to know if you still have nuclear weapons in your hands. Nuclear weapons? Singh was stunned. Then shook his head. It's gone. A few months ago. There was the last one. Our few remaining engineers wanted to activate it. But it was snatched away by the Xia people. What? Chapter 543 Doubts. Grady's face was dark. Has it been taken away by the Xia people again? Are the Xia people monsters? Specialists in nuclear bombs? Fuck. How many nuclear bombs does Xia have now? Grady was furious. He came all the way here, but ended up with nothing. Isn't this a waste of time? He was furious. He didn't think he had made a wrong choice, but instead poured his anger directly on Singer. Seeing this bearded Indian monkey looking stupid, like a sand sculpture, Grady suddenly rushed over in anger, grabbed his head with both hands, and then hit him with a headbutt. Poof! It's hard to imagine that his headbutt has such a terrifying force. Singh's level 2 psychic body was completely unable to withstand Grady's blow. His head was smashed like a watermelon. Grady's face was covered with red and white things. His face was full of murderous intent. His expression was distorted, and he glared at the dozens of Indian monkeys who survived inside. And a crazy killing impulse arose spontaneously. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the underground air raid shelter was cruelly crushed to death. Grady is worthy of being the most terrifying leader of the existing Eagle Sauce country. His superpowers are extremely violent. His strength is simply terrifying. None of the dozens of surviving psychics in ASIN could block his blow. It was like hitting a watermelon. If you hit one, you'll explode. So 10 minutes later, Grady walked out of the underground air raid shelter with murderous intent. Back to the ground. He calmed down. There was no other way. Now he could only change his route to Damao's place. Grady also had doubts about the bare land in the far north. It was cold there to begin with. The extreme cold would at most make the people there 20 to 30 degrees colder. If there was a country in the world with more people left, Grady would definitely believe it was Damao. So, there must be people with superpowers there. They might even be very strong. Whether he could fight back was unknown. But for the last chance of survival, Grady had to bite the bullet and go. Just when he made the decision and was about to go north, he suddenly heard footsteps from far behind him. Grady turned his head suddenly. He saw a Xia countryman walking towards this direction 100 meters away. He was obviously coming towards him. Grady narrowed his eyes. His aura surged again, and the sense of oppression slowly spread out. For him, the Xia countryman must be killed. Soon, the distance between the two sides narrowed. The person who came was Chen Yu. He smelled the blood in the air, and with the blood on Grady's body, it was not difficult to guess that the Indians had been killed by him. That's good. It saves me from doing it myself. And judging from his character, it is obvious that he didn't get the nuclear bomb. Chen Yu smiled. Standing 10 meters away from Grady, Grady was in doubt, because he also sensed the terrifying deterrence of Chen Yu. Very complicated. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, Chen Yu has many kinds of superpowers. Are the Xia people so powerful? Can any one of them be so powerful? Grady was a little confused. Chen Yu was relaxed. Watching Grady waved his hand generously and greeted him in fluent English. Hello. Sir. What's your name? Grady. What's your name? My name is Chen Yu. A Xia person. Chen Yu smiled and said, as if he was familiar with others, Mr. Grady is very powerful. I admire you. You're not bad either. Grady stared at Chen Yu cautiously, a little confused about his intentions. For the Eagle Sauce Chinese, the scary thing about Xia country is not how fast their technology is developing, nor their advanced weapon systems. The scary thing about Xia country is its cultural heritage. With a history of 5,000 years, every Xia country person has a very rich historical and cultural heritage. In other words, every Xia country person may be a master of power. Unlike Westerners, with hundreds of years of history coming and going, there is not even a decent power struggle. They just rely on their strong ships and powerful guns to invade and colonize. However, once the enemy's technological weapons slowly catch up with them, or even start to equalize, they panic. Everyone has the most powerful weapons. They are all used as the finale. Whoever uses them, the world will be destroyed. So those most deterrent weapons are useless. The rest is to play tricks. In this regard, the bald eagles are really sand sculpture level opponents. Westerners rarely play with the tricks of the Chinese. Grady knows this very well. So even if the other party looks like an ordinary Chinese, Even if he is already the highest level 4-star general in the Eagle Sauce country, he is still very cautious. The current situation is that he can perceive that the difference in the ability level of the two people may not be that great. Fighting to the death will only result in a loss for both sides. That will not be conducive to his plan. Therefore, he has to deal with it. At least find out the purpose of this Chinese man coming to him. What does he want to do by coming all the way here? Grady looked at Chen Yu cautiously. Mr. Chen, are you here to see me? Yes. Chen Yu nodded directly. I am here to see you. Mr. Grady, I want to talk to you about cooperation. Talk about cooperation? Grady was stunned. Talk about what cooperation? I am collecting crystal cores. Collecting crystal cores? Grady's heart moved. Could it be that he wants to exchange crystal cores with him? Chen Yu smiled and said, I have the ability to know that Mr. Grady is at least close to the level of a level 4 psychic. Right? Humph. Grady snorted and did not comment. Chen Yu did not care and continued to smile. With such a high level of psychic, I believe Mr. Grady also knows that ordinary crystal cores are completely useless to you. So, I want to exchange crystal cores. I can exchange with you the most powerful weapon. For example, a nuclear bomb. As soon as the voice fell, Grady's heart was shocked. Nuclear bomb? He used a nuclear bomb to exchange crystal cores with himself? Grady was instantly ecstatic deep in his heart. This person must not know the secret of drilling through the Earth's crust. After all, he was in the Pacific Ocean, and the place where he drilled through the crust was in the uninhabited area of northern Tibet. This person couldn't possibly know that the purpose of his coming out was to find a nuclear bomb. Isn't this God's help to me? Grady couldn't help but tremble on his face, because it was easy to get. However, he had to be reserved. He couldn't show a too complacent expression. Otherwise, he would arouse the other party's suspicion. If he didn't change again, he would have to spend a lot of effort to fight him. Although this person is powerful, he is a strong enemy. But Grady can also sense that this person's strongest supernatural power is definitely not as strong as his. The sense of oppression is much worse. It's just that the other party has more types of superpowers. So, let's get the nuclear bomb first. Once the Asian plate collapses, even if he can still survive in the end, he will not be his opponent sooner or later. So, Grady looked at Chen Yu with a deep look. Do you have a nuclear bomb? Yes. Chen Yu nodded. Chapter 544. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Where is it? Of course it's hidden. Mr. Grady, tell me if you're interested first. Grady hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it can be considered. Although the nuclear bomb has no substantive strategic significance, but converting it into nuclear energy can still provide protection for many survivors. That's fine. Chen Yu smiled and said, then be honest. Let me first state that I still have 6 nuclear bombs. Conventional strategic nuclear weapons. I wonder what Mr. Grady's crystal core looks like. Crystal core. Grady hesitated, then took out a crystal core the size of an egg from his pocket. Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. It's really fucking big. And it's definitely top-notch. I didn't expect that I just made up an excuse and actually encountered such a good treasure. Chen Yu laughed. Not bad. Of course it's not bad. Grady curled his lips and smiled. He thought to himself, only a fool would exchange this kind of treasure with you for a nuclear bomb. When I see the nuclear bomb, I will strike first. The two people hid their thoughts from each other. And in fact they knew that the other party was hiding their thoughts. So they smiled at each other like two old foxes. Chen Yu stretched out his hand, intended to shake hands. Grady didn't care, and didn't believe that Chen Yu could do it in this state. So, he also reached out his hand. Happy cooperation. Chen Yu smiled. He smiled like a fox. Cooperation. Grady's hand was shaking with his. And just halfway through, his face suddenly changed. And then the whole person disappeared. Chen Yu was ecstatic that Grady was really sent into his personal space. And he was not dead yet. Chen Yu immediately realized and entered the space. In the empty and void space, Grady looked terrified. He had no idea where he was. Looking around, it seemed like another wild planet. The land was vast and boundless. The sky was filled with mist and the sun. Moon and stars could not be seen. Seems to be able to breathe, but actually not breathing. Feels like being alive, but not really alive. Damn it! Orientals can use magic. Xia people can use magic. Where on earth have I ended up? Grady yelled frantically. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the air. It was Chen Yu. He was suspended in the air, looking at Grady's excited face. Grady was furious. What did you do? Where did you end up? Hee. My personal space. What? Grady was stunned. Your space? You actually have space-related abilities? And you can even put living creatures in it? It worked just now. So I'll try it with you. Chen Yu smiled. He was completely relaxed. It seemed that a living person could be put in. At least, this Grady was alive and well. Seeing Chen Yu's teasing expression, Grady was furious and immediately activated his superpowers, ready to fight to the death. But the result? He tried his best and only farted. There was no change in his body. Grady was dumbfounded. He looked up at Chen Yu in horror. Why can't my superpowers be activated? Why? How could this happen? What kind of magic did you use? Superpowers can't be activated? Chen Yu was even more surprised. I didn't expect that the portable space would have this effect. It can actually suppress other people's superpowers. So, humans put into the space will return to the state of ordinary people? It's so awesome. Otherwise, Chen Yu would still be worried. If he put his own people in the future, wouldn't he have to fight with this Grady? After all, this old guy is definitely a strong man. Now there is no need to worry. It seems that, to some extent, he has really become a creator-like existence. So, Chen Yu made a prompt decision. His consciousness slowly fell to the ground. As soon as he reached the ground, Grady rushed over like crazy and punched him with a wave of his hand. Of course, it was an ordinary person's punch. But even so, his fist still penetrated Chen Yu. That was just a consciousness. It was an illusion. It couldn't hit him at all. Grady was dumbfounded. At this time, Chen Yu suddenly came in front of Grady, and his eyes instantly turned into a rotating black hole, with a fascinating light. That was his new hypnotic ability. Level 2 ability. It is certain that in space, his consciousness can use mental abilities. So, Grady was stunned for a moment. Chen Yu stared at his eyes for a long time, and then slowly said, "Take out your crystal core." Grady took out the crystal core in a daze. Chen Yu casually took the crystal core in his hand. Damn. So cool. Then, with a move of consciousness, he brought all the nuclear bombs in the space to Grady and said slowly, "Activate them. Set the target to the Yellowstone crater in Eagle Country." Grady immediately started to activate the system without saying anything. Enter the password. Enter the coordinates. He is the highest commander there. So how could he not know the password and coordinates? Everything is done. It only took more than 20 minutes. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the task assigned by Zhang has been completed. Chen Yu's consciousness withdrew from the space, and then released the nuclear bomb in the space. The nuclear bomb has been activated. All the coordinates have been set. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and waited to see the fireworks. At this time, the entire crust of the American plate should be completely broken. Right? Will the bald eagle become history from now on? As time counted down, Chen Yu's mood gradually became a little strange, because he never thought that the history of the bald eagle would end in his hands. Chen Yu turned and went into the air raid shelter, wanted to see what supplies the Indians had not left. As a result, he came out in less than 2 minutes. MB! Even if the Indians left any supplies, he was not going to take them. Disgusting. Why are the Indians' food always the same as poop? It makes people sick just by looking at it. However, they don't really have anything interesting. Chen Yu was too lazy to do anything. At this moment, the big guy on the missile vehicle started up. There was a hissing sound. All the missiles began to slowly stand up. Then they were ignited. With a few deafening explosions, 6 nuclear bombs rumbled into the air, shooting towards the sky with fire tails. Chen Yu watched all this silently. After the 6 missiles completely disappeared in the sky, he turned and walked towards Xiaohua. At the same time, the mental map unfolded, monitoring the entire United States, especially the Yellowstone crater. 10 minutes later, a few bright fire tails fell one after another over Yellowstone Park. After landing, the whole ground rumbled loudly. The terrifying white light illuminated the sky. The huge blast force directly caused the entire Yellowstone Park to collapse and sink. The earth-shaking explosion shock wave was like a cosmic storm, sweeping in all directions. Wherever the destructive shock wave passed, there was a cloud of ashes. Chapter 545 Cancer. The nearest underground base collapsed and shattered in the blink of an eye, turning into nothingness. The more terrifying thing is yet to come. Before the impact of the nuclear explosion was completely over, The geothermal molten flow, which was already accelerating and surging, could no longer be suppressed, and directly opened the Yellowstone crater. The world's largest volcano erupted in the heart of the nuclear explosion. The power was amplified hundreds and thousands of times. Then, the Earth's crust began to vibrate, from the slight shaking at the beginning to continuous tremors. Starting from the local area, it slowly expanded to thousands of miles away. Trembling upon tremor. Trembling upon tremor. The chain reaction gradually spread across the entire American land like dominoes. More than 40 million square kilometers of ground began to crack, as if some giant thing had cracked out from the ground. Even the ice surface in the deep sea and the ocean was cracked and collapsed. The strange sound shook the sky. Geothermal discharge. The pouring hot air met the cold air outside, forming a rare cold and hot mixed flow. And a rare hurricane blew over the American land. Hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes, nuclear explosions. The terrifying celestial phenomena shocked the survivors around the world. Even Chen Yu stopped in shock. And not long after, he was horrified to find that the ice surface of the Pacific Ocean also began to break. Damn! Has the power spread here? Is it so exaggerated? Will it affect the Asian plate? But even if it really has an impact, there is nothing we can do now. Who can stop it? Chen Yu was very anxious and rushed to the Guangdong seaside station immediately. He hurried back to Tibet with Luo Yin and Chu Dan. If there is really an impact, they must be put into the space before the impact spreads to their own people. After a day and a night, Chen Yu rushed back to Tibet at a terrifying speed. He was afraid that the sequelae of the Yellowstone volcanic eruption would affect Tibet, so he had to rush back as soon as possible. Fortunately, the collapse scene that almost spread across the Western Hemisphere was blocked when it spread to the Kunlun Mountains. The majestic Kunlun was like a fairy weapon that was pressed on the earth. It blocked the shattering wave on the west side. Tibet was not affected. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He rushed back to the lakeside community as soon as possible and met everyone. Then he went to the northern Tibet base without stopping. When he saw Zhang, he was about to smile and high-five him to celebrate the perfect solution to the problem of crustal collapse. He even eradicated the cancer on the earth. But what he didn't expect was that the underground base began to tremble slightly for some reason. Even the smile on Zhang's face froze instantly. What's going on? The momentum of crustal collapse in the Western Hemisphere seems to have stopped. Moreover, the geothermal lava flow observed from below the northern Tibet base has become slower and slower. And there is no sign of collapse and explosion. But where did this vibration come from? Is there another crisis? This time, even Zhang was a little confused. I have no idea. While everyone was shocked, the tremor in the underground base did not stop. Instead, it was getting more and more violent. Soon, the nuclear energy area of the base began to alarm. Zhang ran to check the alarm information and the situation in the area, and looked back at Chen Yu in shock and said anxiously, "Oh no! The nuclear energy furnace can't hold on. There is a danger of hydrogen explosion. Retreat, transfer, and execute the escape plan immediately." Chen Yu made a prompt decision. So, after hearing the broadcast warning, all the survivors in the entire underground base began to gather frantically towards the largest space in the base. Chen Yu had just decided on this escape plan yesterday, and he asked Zhang to spread it in the base. The specific method was to let all the survivors gather together in just 10 minutes. And everyone held hands. In this way, Chen Yu could send everyone into the space in one go. Desperate countdown. 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. The tremors in the underground base were getting stronger and stronger. Huge cracks began to appear in the base. The vibrations became more frequent. The alarm of the nuclear energy furnace was also on the verge of explosion. But the personnel were still gathering. When the countdown reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds, the nuclear energy warehouse at the bottom suddenly contracted violently. And then, there was a loud bang. The terrifying power of the explosion created a terrible energy storm at the bottom core, which instantly spread upwards. Almost all the buildings were destroyed in an instant. Chen Yu was shocked. It was too late. He immediately grabbed Zhang's hand in front of the crowd. The next second, more than 30,000 people who had gathered were instantly transferred to his space. However, there were still tens of thousands of people left who had no time to gather. The devastating power of the explosion had already overturned the ground. And even Chen Yu had no chance to escape. He was torn into pieces by the dazzling light and the terrible energy flow, and instantly exploded without leaving any residue. The Tibetan North Base was completely destroyed. Liang Qiuying, who stayed in the lake bottom community, screamed, scaring everyone around. She blurted out, "A was blown to pieces." "Ah!" Fang Jing's head buzzed, and she fell headfirst. Fortunately, Xiaohua next to her quickly reached out and supported her. Liang Qiuying hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. You forgot that A was like me. Even if his body is blown to pieces, he will not die. He has an immortal body." "How is he now?" Zhang Yang asked anxiously. "He can't sense it yet. However, the Tibetan North Base must be completely gone. The terrain there has been completely turned upside down." Zhang Yang stamped his feet anxiously. "Why is this happening? Hasn't the problem of the Earth's crust cracking been solved, Apf?" "Ah, it seems there is still. Wait a minute." Liang Qiuying suddenly looked around in surprise, then stared at the ground under her feet and said in surprise, "Oh no! We are shaking here again." The square of the hoodie community suddenly became quiet. No one dared to speak. Everyone felt the ground carefully. Sure enough, waves of subtle vibration stimulated the nerves in the soles of the feet. "Oh my god! The Earth's crust cracking has not been solved yet?" Seeing that all the houses around began to emit subtle tremors. For a moment, the people in the community all looked ashen. There are still mostly ordinary people down there. Once the ice breaks, all ordinary people will be frozen to death instantly. Only a few people with special abilities can survive by chance. It's over. This time, there is really no way out. At this moment, Liang Qiuying suddenly screamed, and the whole person was pulled up by a strange force. And gray nano-machines began to spread rapidly from her body. And the particles of those nano-machines were slowly changing their shapes. In less than 5 minutes, they actually formed the appearance of Chen Yu in midair. He fell to the ground with a plop, panting heavily, and at the same time caught Liang Qiuying, who was also falling, with a look of shock on his face. The two looked at each other. They had never expected that the nanoparticles in their bodies would have such magical abilities. They resurrected Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu was surprised by the magical functions of the nanoparticles, he had no time to say more. He shouted to his confused family members around him, "Everyone gather in the square. We will move immediately." Chapter 546 survived. Transfer? Zhang Yang was shocked. Yes, the problem is not the geothermal, but Kunlun Mountain. For some unknown reason, Kunlun Mountain began to collapse. That's why the entire Tibetan crust was unstable. Everyone. Kunlun Mountain collapsed? Oh my god! Since ancient times, Kunlun has been the bone of the earth and the source of dragon veins in Chinese illusions. Now, even it has collapsed. So, the earth is really over. Chen Yu didn't have time to explain more, and asked everyone to gather in the square immediately. There are few people here, so it's not difficult to gather. Just 5 minutes later, everyone practiced together. At this moment, the lake bottom community was shaking more and more violently. Chen Yu made a prompt decision and transferred everyone to the space. Then immediately broke through the ice and rushed towards Changcheng frantically. The collapse of Kunlun Mountain will definitely cause the Earth's crust to rupture. So all the things done before were meaningless. Chen Yu must rush to Changcheng before the Earth's crust collapses. Let Murongzhen get the man rocket, and then escape to the space station by rocket. In this way, all humans can survive. Otherwise, once Chen Yu is in danger, those people in the space will die without a burial place. That's tens of thousands of lives. I hope it's not too late. Kunlun Mountain is really in trouble. Its collapse was not caused by the collapse of the American plate, but a collapse effect caused from the inside. Inexplicable. Unfortunately, there is no chance to investigate now. One day and one night later, the entire southwest land was shaking. Chen Yu rushed into the Changcheng base with a violent storm, and took the remaining members of the women's gang and mathematics teacher Zhang Yong into the space. The manned rocket has been transported. In order to avoid accidents, Dong Jiolei and Su Jian were also taken into the space. Only Mirongzhen was released. Under his command, Chen Yu appropriately released the superpowers to assist in the preparation of the manned rocket. Everyone was racing against time, because the tremors of the earth are getting more and more violent. In the direction of Kunlun Mountain in the distance, a strange arc of light shines in the sky, and it looks like some monsters are about to be born. The entire Asian plate is already very unstable. Although the geothermal heat has been released a lot, it is not stable, but relatively stable. So now, there are constant small earthquakes. If the launch pad in Changcheng had not been stabilized by the brute force of several sisters before, it would have collapsed long ago, after a group of people fought for more than 4 hours. Under the command of Murong Zheng's increasingly perverted super brain, and with the support of countless power resources in Chen Yu's space, the manned rocket was successfully prepared. Chen Yu sat in. However, someone had to ignite the fire from below, so this one had to stay on Earth. So, Liang Qiuying deservedly took this candidate. The main reason was that she and Chen Yu had a magical way of rebirth. Even if she was blown to ashes on Earth, she could rely on Chen Yu to revive in space. So, she stayed. Everything was ready, and the manned rocket was ignited and started. The manned rocket, which relied on the huge crystal core group energy transformation, was powerful and slowly rose into the air with a huge roar. When the rocket left the ground, Chen Yu saw that the ground below began to crack. There were constant rumbling noises. Huge cracks visible to the naked eye cracked on the ground. Chen Yu stared at Liang Qiuying below, feeling distressed. Liang Qiuying also jumped up and down, looking for a foothold on the rolling and rising boulders, and kept waving to the sky. Although I knew she might come back, I still felt distressed and sad. Just like that, the rocket took off. When the rocket rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Asian plate completely collapsed and shattered, and the huge earthquake cracked all the land. The ground fire was released. The lava flow burst into the sky. It was like the earth was setting off fireworks. Chen Yu, who was in a state of weightlessness, silently looked at the broken earth with mixed feelings. Finally, I couldn't hold on. I finally stepped into the sky. But what should I do in the future? Do I really have to live in the space station forever? What about those people in my own space? Can I live in my own space forever? I haven't studied it, so Chen Yu doesn't know. Anyway, for the time being, they survived. Slowly, the rocket flew higher and higher. After the separation of booster, stage, fairing and ship rocket, Chen Yu slowly entered the outer space. During this period, he also released Murong Zheng. Murong Zheng was already dressed neatly, so he floated in the space capsule excitedly as soon as he came out and began to check all the data. He did not show any sadness. Instead, he was excited and enthusiastic. The light flashing in his eyes was definitely not human. With him controlling the flight cabin, Chen Yu could rest assured. So he floated to the window and stared at the direction of Ursia country, looking very intently. 20 hours later, the flight cabin docked with the space station very smoothly. Under Murong Zheng's guidance, Chen Yu followed him and officially entered the space station from the ship interface. This was once where Liang Qiuying lived and did research. But at this moment, the space station was dead silent. The energy in many places stopped, due to the abnormal changes in the sun. The solar panels that received energy in the space station almost lost their function. In addition, the explosion and destruction of a certain part also indirectly led to a shortage of energy in the space station. So they only entered the main control room. If they want to live here, there is too much work to do later. So, there is no time to be sad. Chen Yu began to follow Murong Zheng to repair the space station. Murong Zheng is like a madman, changing her personality from one moment to another. Although he is omnipotent and can solve all problems, but it tortured Chen Yu crazy. He had to adapt to his changing personality all the time. In this way, the wonderful life in space began. 3 days later, the energy interface of the main control room was modified. A set of 9 top-grade crystal cores, modified energy converters directly replaced the energy of the entire space station, no longer using solar energy. According to Murong Zheng's calculations, the energy provided by these 9 crystal cores can last at least 100 years. 15 days later, the main control room and the rest cabin were all modified. 1 month later, 1/3 of the space station was repaired. 3 months later, 2/3 of the space station was repaired, except for the part damaged by the explosion. All the remaining space was repaired. During this period, in order to maintain the functions of various parts of the entire space station, Chen Yu released 7 or 8 highly educated intellectuals one after another. Among them were Professor Zhong and Dr. Dong Zhou from the Institute of Virology. So, the space station became more lively. When Chen Yu had nothing to do, he often sent his consciousness into the portable space to see the living conditions of those people in the space. It was amazing. After entering his portable space, everyone's superpowers disappeared. Just like Grady, everyone was an ordinary person. And these people could live normally in the space, and even use the supplies and water he stored in the space, as long as he agreed. So, the people in the space were more down to earth than those outside. Although the space looked like a different world. There was no sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Chapter 547 Return. Dead silence. Except for this, everything else is fine. Most people have accepted their fate. Except for a few who are not used to it. For example, Zhang Xiaohua and the sisters of the women's gang. They actually want to stay outside to help Chen Yu. In this way, time passed day by day. The days became dull. The living space in the space station is limited. So there are always only 7 or 8 people who can come out. Chen Yu would watch the Earth every day. He was waiting for Liang Qiuying's return. He could feel that Liang Qiuying was not dead. But she just couldn't come back. I don't know what happened. At the same time, there were 2 people who became his concern. One is Lu Ya. The other is Jiang Shanshan. These 2 people were transferred with Owen. And no one knows where they went. Whether they are alive or dead is unknown. And are there any survivors on Earth? Time flies, and more than half a year has passed. Chen Yu gradually got used to the silence and depth of the universe in the space station. During this time, he and Zhang learned a lot of new knowledge. All of which were first aid knowledge needed in the space station. He even went outside several times in a space suit. Repairing the space station. To be honest, the feeling in outer space is really not very good. Some people also boasted that looking back at the Earth from the space station is a beautiful and romantic enjoyment. Romantic shit. Chen Yu had only one feeling. Horror. Floating in the space. Looking at the dilapidated Earth. The only feeling was horror. A feeling of despair. Fortunately, after more than half a year of repairs and renovations, the broken parts of the space station were slowly connected. The space area has expanded a lot. Therefore, some people are often released to live in the space station. Everyone meets each other. The days of 400 passed day by day. 2 months ago, Jing locked himself in a small studio, saying that he wanted to think about his future life. Chen Yu was terrified, because Jing is very scary now. His body is weak, but his head is surprisingly big. His brain is constantly evolving. Chen Yu doesn't know how much it has evolved to. Anyway, it's very scary. There is no knowledge that Jing doesn't understand now. And the computing power of his brain has exceeded the fastest supercomputer on Earth. So he said he wanted to think, which made Chen Yu a little scalp numb. He can only keep an eye on him at all times. Once he sees abnormal behavior, he must be sent into space immediately. Suppress his superpowers and stop him from evolving. If he can come up with a future survival plan before that, it would be even better. This day, Chen Yu had to go outside to repair the space station again. He let Chu Dan out and let her monitor all the data. Chu Dan was a college student after all. Teach her new knowledge. She is very receptive. After Chen Yu put on the spacesuit, he went out of the safety door, hung the safety lock, and slowly floated to the damaged part of the space station. When he arrived at the place, he prepared to repair it. Looking at the damaged part, Chen Yu muttered helplessly, "Alas, the space station may not last for many years. If only there was some way to build a space base." As soon as the voice fell, the nano-machines in his body suddenly swarmed out and instantly drilled through his space suit. Chen Yu was shocked. Damn! Oxygen leak. Space suit alarm. Chu Dan, who was monitoring the data in the space station, screamed in fear, Brother Yu, come back quickly. Your spacesuit is broken." At this moment, Chen Yu was like a leaking rubber doll, spraying oxygen all over his body. The oxygen data on the display was falling straight down, and the body inside was about to be frozen stiff in an instant. Chen Yu quickly activated his superpowers, and activated all his superpowers to the peak state. Still no use. The temperature in the outer space has reached the extreme value of -degrees. He was less than level 4. And the level 3 peak physical superpowers were not resistant to freezing at all. In a hurry, Chen Yu also spread the power of annihilation and protection to protect his whole body, and activated the fire control skill at the same time. His whole body was ignited with a raging fire. Something strange happened. In theory, there is no oxygen in outer space, and it is impossible to form a flame. But Chen Yu's body was indeed burning with fire. It was the kind of flame with a red core and a black outer flame, which wrapped his body and even isolated the cold air close to absolute zero. Soon, the spacesuit was burned to ashes. But Chen Yu was fine. He was also shocked. Awesome. If you don't try, you will never know that your superpowers have reached this level. It can actually withstand the coldness of the universe. But, damn, I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. However, the safety lock on my body has been burned by the flames. What can I do? Look back. I'm still some distance away from the space station. Moreover, if the flames on my body touch the space station, it will be burned to ashes within a few minutes. Chen Yu held his breath. He thought of all the ways he could think of. And at the same time his body slid unconsciously, trying to see if he could swim back. As a result, when he pushed his hands back, his ability to control the flames increased. The black flames pushed his body towards the space station like a jet flame. Huh? An image instantly appeared in Chen Yu's mind. The fireman from the Fantastic Four. Damn. That's right. I was so nervous that I forgot even this method. Chen Yu immediately adjusted the flame control power of his whole body, slowly adjusted his body posture, and then slowly increased the flame spraying force of his hands and feet. Sure enough, his body was moving. Fuck. Cool. Chen Yu almost wanted to scream. Luckily he held it in time. Otherwise, if he opened his mouth and exhaled the last breath, he would really suffocate to death. So, Chen Yu slowly approached the safety door. When he was within reach, he immediately extinguished the flames on his body, grabbed the safety door, quickly opened the door, and swam in. Then the door was closed. Oxygen supply was restored. Chen Yu rushed into the second safety door in a very embarrassed manner and left the escape module. Brother Yu. Chu Dan rushed over. He hugged Chen Yu and choked up and shouted, "You scared me to death. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly destroy the space suit?" Huh? Do you think I wanted to destroy it? Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, hugging Chu Dan's moving body, feeling quite happy after surviving a disaster. Not bad. Although it was a bit dangerous. But through this incident, he mastered a new skill. He can fly. He can fly through the skill of controlling fire. The only trouble is that he can't breathe in outer space. If he could solve this problem, he wouldn't have to worry about the space station being damaged. He could even go back and forth to the Earth at any time. Wait, Brother Yu. What is that? Suddenly, Chu Dan's voice was filled with fear, and he pointed outside with a dull expression. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that an alien creature was approaching? He quickly turned back and rushed to the observation window to take a look outside. He was also stunned by what he saw. What the hell? A huge metal corridor had grown out of the place where I was about to go for repairs? The metal corridor was spreading. Chapter 548 Infinite Splitting. Although the speed is very slow, it is spreading all the time. Spreading towards the direction around the space station. It is a nanomachine. A part that just escaped from the body. But, this thing is actually splitting infinitely. Chen Yu was shocked. Is it building a space base? It is building a space base because it heard his mumbling. This nanoparticle has its own consciousness. It can even distinguish his own words. In the past, it was controlled by consciousness. For a moment, Chen Yu was also stunned. Time flies. 3 months later, the periphery of the space station has undergone earth-shaking changes. The infinitely split nanomachines generated a huge, strangely shaped space base outside. At first glance, it looked like a huge Tai Chi Bagua formation extending outward from the space station, supporting the side of the space station and the abyss of the universe. The area of the Tai Chi Bagua formation is conservatively estimated to be as large as a prefecture-level city. The thickness is about 2 kilometers. There are many densely packed spaces inside, and there are channels connecting the upper and lower parts, which feels more like an alien city with high-tech civilization. It took 3 months to build this building. Until today, Chen Yu finally couldn't feel its changes. The structure inside has been completed. At this moment, Chen Yu and Murong Zheng, as well as Zhang Yang, Fang Jing and other leaders of the original community, plus some technical experts from the Tibetan North Base, all crowded in the space station to observe the building. They were discussing whether to go in and take a look, although Chen Yu repeatedly assured that there was no abnormality at all. But most experts took a cautious attitude and conservatively suggested that they should observe for a while before going in, because this thing was generated too strangely. The nanomachine in Chen Yu's body was not created on Earth. Now such a strange building has been automatically generated. Could there be something fishy inside? After discussing for a long time, there are still many different opinions. Chen Yu kept frowning and sensing. After the others still couldn't reach a consensus, Chen Yu said directly, I've decided. Let's go and take a look. Zhang frowned and asked if it's really a trap. You might have destroyed everyone with you. Professor Zhang. Trust my intuition. Chen Yu left without looking back. Zhang sighed. He shook his head helplessly. He always likes to take risks. If it's safe there, everyone should come out of the space. After all, not everyone likes to take risks with him. Everyone. No one dared to say anything. Now, Zhang is the head of the whole team. He has established supreme prestige. Except Chen Yu. No one dares to disrespect him. However, no one dares to comment on Chen Yu. Because these people can survive. It is all thanks to Chen Yu. Their lives are saved by others. Who can say anything about taking risks or not? Besides, there is nothing to do now. There are more than 30,000 people in Chen Yu's space. And there is no place to put them all. We can only follow him and take risks. If that huge building can really survive, it would be an excellent space fortress base. So, everyone's eyes are looking outside. Soon, Chen Yu's figure appeared in outer space. His whole body was burning with flames. He looked like the fireman in the movie Fantastic Four. But his fire was black and red. Soon, he flew in front of the strange building. When he stopped, a portal opened directly on the surface of the building. So casual. At least no one could tell that there was a portal there before. It seemed that they sensed Chen Yu's appearance. So they specially created a portal. Chen Yu turned around and waved to everyone. Then walked in directly. Chen Yu went in. He walked into the huge building. As soon as he entered, he was surprised to find that there was oxygen inside. Breathable? Chen Yu breathed in the oxygen greedily, and could feel that the oxygen concentration was much higher than that of the space station. Shit! A bit drunk on oxygen? Dizzy? Chen Yu adjusted for a moment, and immediately began to wander around the building. Shocking. The lights were bright inside. Countless large and small spaces were generated. I don't know what kind of blueprint this nano-machine used to plan the layout here, but it feels very much in line with Chen Yu's taste. Moreover, the appearance generated the shape of Tai Chi Bagua, which is very similar to the planning of the lake bottom community in Tibet. There are living areas, large squares, high-rise buildings, and bridges. You can imagine the planning blueprint of the 7 or 8,000 square kilometers of prefecture-level cities in Xiaohua. That's what it looks like. Chen Yu got more and more excited the more he looked at it. He suddenly activated his superpowers in the space, and soared into the sky. This place is really magical. Not only can he activate his superpowers, but he can even withstand his own flames. You know, almost all the known metals on Earth can't withstand the burning of Chen Yu's red and black flames. But there is nothing unusual here. Chen Yu flew at high speed in the air, roughly scanning all places, and finally landed in the center of the base, which is the location of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. There is a huge palace building there. It looks similar to the Xia Kingdom's imperial palace. Finally, Chen Yu smiled. You can live here. The space transfer plan and space migration plan that he had been pursuing with great effort were unexpectedly realized by the nano-machines in his body. At least for now. The living problems of the survivors can definitely be solved. Relocation. Just decided. So, Chen Yu hurriedly flew back to the space station. Then, he pulled everyone into the space. And his own consciousness also entered the space. And held an extremely solemn meeting with a group of leaders and responsible persons. Discussed the issue of relocation. Chen Yu described everything he saw in detail. Then let everyone vote for themselves. In the end, should they continue to stay in their own space? Or go to that mysterious space fortress? The decision is up to everyone. Of course, those who like to live in Chen Yu's space. He doesn't object. Anyway, there are 000 places in the space. You can live there. It's just a little boring. In this way, an unprecedented voting meeting began. More than 30,000 people participated. 10 minutes later, the noisy voting ended. The final result was surprisingly consistent. Everyone agreed to the plan to move to a new home. Everyone wanted to live in that sky fortress. As for danger? In fact, there are dangers everywhere. Chen Yu himself is a great unstable factor. So, is there any difference? So, Chen Yu made a prompt decision. Only Zhang was left in the space station, which was also respecting his own opinion. Take all the others to the space fortress. There is enough space there. More than 30,000 people can live comfortably, and even have the chance to reproduce. As for living supplies, Chen Yu will temporarily release some of the supplies in the space. Enough for these people to live for a year or two. Of course, we must find a way to cultivate in the space fortress. That is Donggo's job. As long as they can be self-sufficient, it will be the last home of mankind. So, more than 10 minutes later, Chapter 549 Space Fortress. When Chen Yu returned to the space fortress again, when he released more than 30,000 people at the same time in the big square, thousands of people cheered at that moment. A tsunami of applause. This new home looks so cool. The wonderful space life has begun. More than 30,000 people have officially started living in the space fortress from now on. Although there are no sun, moon, stars, bird singing and flowers blooming here, the space area of the fortress is large enough. And more surprises that can be developed are waiting for them. Therefore, everyone is very excited, including Chen Yu. In this way, the survivors of the Earth formed a new home. The space fortress is called Tiangong. The entrance and exit gate is called Mansionman. In the Heavenly Palace, most people radiate out to all directions around the Imperial Palace in the center of the fortress, looking for their own suitable home. Chen Yu does not restrict them. But there is an iron rule that does not allow them to fight for any reason. Otherwise, he will definitely take action. However, this iron rule is just talk. Among these more than 30,000 people, 90% are soldiers. Some are from the Tibetan North Base, and some are from the Sunlight City Air Force Base. So there is only courtesy between them, and there is no time for dispute. The early days of space life were an extremely harmonious era. All the survivors were close to each other. Everyone got along like a family. And the head of this big family was Chen Yu, who had unlimited power. With such a true god guarding here, who dared to act rashly? No one. So life in the sky became completely comfortable. 1 month later, everyone found a place to settle down. Another half a month later, the first scientific and technological team in the Tiangong was born. It was named Tiangong Research Institute. Murong Zheng was the dean. People like Zhang Xiaohua and Dong Zhou all held important positions in the research institute. They will continue their work. As for the laboratory, it was originally the most difficult part. But now it has become the easiest. As long as Chen Yu thought about it, all the experimental environments and equipment were generated by nanomachines, which was quite convenient and simple. And the items generated were very advanced. Dong Zhou also got a planting base of thousands of acres as he wished. Hydroponic planting. As long as there is water, it will be fine. As for where to get water, it was originally a very troublesome problem. After all, there were only 3 freshwater lakes in Chen Yu's space. It looks quite big, but compared with the Tiangong fortress, it is really not worth mentioning. But now it is in outer space. This water is easy to get. How to do it? The simplest way is to condense water. According to the suggestions provided by Murong Zheng, Chen Yu directly expanded the interlayer on the outer layer of Tiangong. Use crystal core to provide heat. This interlayer is relatively thin. The outside is an absolute low temperature of -270 degrees. And the inside uses crystal core to provide heat. Condensed water will be generated in places where cold and hot alternate. These condensed waters are diverted in the interlayer with fixed pipes, and slowly form water supply pipes, which lead to thousands of households. So the water problem is solved. As long as the survival resources are temporarily solved, the rest of the other aspects, food, clothing, housing and transportation, are just a matter of time. More than 2 months later, the Tiangong fortress slowly returned to peace. People began to live a normal life, because there is no need to resist foreign enemies anymore. And everyone is very harmonious with each other. It is temporarily decided that all soldiers will be demobilized and returned to the fields. All weapons were put into storage. Temporary social order was maintained entirely by self-discipline. Chen Yu believed that everyone could do it. At the same time, Chen Yu also found a place to live. Originally, the Imperial Palace in the center of the fortress was actually his residence. That was recognized. No one would think it was inappropriate. But Chen Yu felt that it was too big and empty. In addition, he had to deal with some things in a short time. So he did not live there, but found the farthest corner and lived in a very remote bungalow similar to a courtyard house. Just by himself. He did not force those women to live with him, because that kind of situation gave people a bad impression. He was like an ancient emperor. It was totally unnecessary. Anyone who wanted to come to him could come anytime and anywhere. In the long years ahead, wouldn't there be plenty of time? Moreover, if the life in the Tiangong fortress could gradually stabilize, perhaps Chen Yu would also consider having a child. He believed that there should be many women who would like to give birth to his children. There must be at least a dozen. Right? This day, Chen Yu sat at home, thinking silently. He was thinking of a way to solve the problem of breathing in outer space. If he could overcome this difficulty, perhaps he would be truly free. He could even freely travel between space and Earth. In this way, he could return to Earth at any time to see the current situation. Even look for Liang Qiuying. I don't know what this woman is doing. She never came back. But since entering space, it seems that the empathy between Liang Qiuying and me has disappeared. Or maybe it was blocked. So Chen Yu wanted to find the reason. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to go back now. With the current technology of human beings, if we want to go back to Earth, we must have a guidance signal from Earth. So, how can we solve this problem? If we don't breathe, we will definitely die. But, how can we breathe in outer space? Wearing an oxygen tank is definitely not an option. Because once we fly, the red and black flames will burn everything. It's useless. After thinking for a long time without any solution, Chen Yu simply picked up the phone and called the space station. The phone here can be connected to the space station through nano-machines. Very convenient. Voice and video calls can be realized through the function of nano-machines. Soon, the call was connected. A virtual video window appeared in front of Chen Yu. Zhang appeared in the video screen with a huge head. Shaking. He looked a little worrying. The speed of brain evolution seems to be slowly getting faster. He even said that he seemed to have developed telekinesis. It is a very powerful kind. It is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the telekinesis obtained through the crystal core. It's just that he never uses it. Ning's eyes slowly turned light green. There seemed to be a lot of data streams flashing in his green eyes. It looked a bit scary. The reason why he didn't come to the Tiangong fortress was not because he was worried about problems with the nano-machines, but because he was worried about problems with himself. Once there was a problem, he would immediately cut off the passage between Tiangong and the space station. Then self-destruct. This was his own choice. And Chen Yu did not intervene. But when he was needed, he had to ask for help. Chen Yu told Zhang about his thoughts. After listening, Zhang was silent for a long time. Then he looked at Chen Yu and said lightly, "Xiaochen, do you know how humans transport oxygen and eliminate carbon dioxide before they are born? Do you know the umbilical cord?" Zhang nodded, "Yes. The umbilical cord and the placenta. Strictly speaking, the umbilical cord and the placenta are bridges. The blood circulation system of the mother is the real one that transports oxygen and eliminates carbon dioxide." Chapter 550 Complete Cycle. Chen Yu asked in confusion, "So? Be more specific." "Xiaochen, the human body is a very complex machine. In fact, the human body has its own treasure house that can meet all human survival needs. You need oxygen to breathe and expel carbon dioxide. These behaviors can actually be completed by the human body. However, this requires a prerequisite. That is, your cells must evolve advanced enough." Chen Yu blinked. "Can I do it myself?" "Yes." Zhang said very seriously. "Oxygen enters the heart and lungs, and carbon dioxide is exhaled. Carbon dioxide then combines with water to synthesize energy-rich organic matter through light energy, while releasing oxygen. If you are strong enough, you can find a way to complete this cycle between your physical body, and then you will never need to breathe again." "Damn! It seems like I have discovered a new world." Ning's words opened up a new world for Chen Yu. As long as the physical body is strong enough, this complete cycle can be achieved. However, my physical body is definitely not strong enough now, so I still need to evolve my superpowers. So, Chen Yu thought of Grady's crystal core. That crystal core is definitely a physical body. And it is very, very high quality. Now, Chen Yu's physical body superpowers have reached the peak state of level 3, which is almost 180% higher than the level. Therefore, Chen Yu believed that as long as he swallowed Grady's crystal core, he would definitely be able to break through to the 4th level of superpower. Level 4. A height that no one could reach in the previous life. And according to the speculation of many experts, the 4th level of superpower has almost reached the realm of splitting mountains and filling the sea in ancient mythological novels. At level 5. It is the realm of the real creator. So, Chen Yu wanted to try. The only worry now is that his annihilation and protection power is only level 2. This is the power to protect his brain and heart from damage. What if the power of annihilation and protection is not enough after reaching the 4th level of superpower? Now there is no artificial inhibitor that can protect the brain. And who knows how long it will take. So, this is also a risk. Chen Yu hung up the phone and weighed it carefully. The safest way is to use the crystal core to improve the spiritual ability and increase the power of annihilation and protection. However, there is no chance to get the crystal core now. 807 although there are still many in Chen Yu's space. The number of spiritual ability crystal cores is scarce, and those are probably not enough to improve the ability. Otherwise, take a risk. Improve the physical ability first. If the brain is not damaged, it's okay. If it is really damaged, then we can talk about it later. Just when Chen Yu was hesitating, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. Chen Yu called out casually. His door was not locked at all. Soon, the door opened. A graceful figure walked in. Looking around as she walked, oh my god. Why do you live here? Is this built in the style of a courtyard house? Fanya? Chen Yu looked up. He was stunned for a moment. It was Fanya. In his memory, it seemed that he had not talked to her for a long time. Mainly because in the past 2 years, Chen Yu rarely stayed still and was often fighting outside. And Fanya was just an ordinary girl. She did not activate her superpowers. So, she had been protected in the base. Therefore, the two met less and less. After a long time, Chen Yu almost forgot about this girl. Fanya walked in openly. She looked at Chen Yu and smiled faintly. Hey, are we almost becoming strangers? Hee hee. It's okay. Chen Yu stood up and smiled. Why? You came alone? Where's Xiaoyun? She's at home. Fanya bit her lip, put her hands behind her back, walked around the room with a smile, and said in a greasy voice, Why? Can't I come to you by myself? That's not what I meant. Chen Yu smiled. Sit down. Do you want some water? No. Drinking water is boring. I want to drink. Ah? I want to drink. Fanya looked at Chen Yu deeply with her big eyes, walked slowly to him, and sighed softly. Chen Yu, I have been waiting for you for almost 5 years. I am almost 30 years old. So, I don't want to wait any longer. I confess that I have fallen in love with you a long time ago. But I never had a chance. I am too ordinary. I don't even have the courage of Xiaoyun to become a superpower and follow you. But, even though I am so ordinary, I am willing to keep this body that I think is still pure for you. I want to give it to you. I even want to have a baby for you. In this life, I don't have the courage to try to use the crystal core to become a superpower. Like Sister Jing. I just want to be an ordinary woman. So, will you give me a chance? Chen Yu, I am now as mature as I can be, both mentally and physically. Will you accept me? Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, because I haven't contacted her for too long. I seem to have forgotten her original intention of following me. Unexpectedly, she also. Chen Yu scratched his head and then smiled. I'm a little embarrassed, because I haven't contacted you for too long. I feel like I've become a stranger to you. You suddenly come to me and say these things. Why? Are you going to reject me? Fanya's eyes instantly turned red. She was already nervous, because now, there are too many women who are better than her. Especially the 13 women gang. Those 13 women. Each of them is evolving and mutating to become more and more beautiful. More and more breathtaking. But what about her? Just an ordinary girl. As time goes by, she will slowly grow old. If she can't realize her wish now, I'm afraid she will really die alone in space in this life. Chen Yu certainly knows her state. He can't bear to see the woman who is in love with him crying. So, Chen Yu suddenly smiled and said, Don't be so sensitive. Didn't you say you wanted to drink? Let's have a few drinks first, so I can relax. Okay. Fanya pouted and nodded somewhat aggrievedly. So, Chen Yu immediately got a bottle of 6-digit classic red wine from the space and cooled it with ice cubes. Then he waved to Fanya. Come. I'll take you to a place. Why did I choose this place? I just like to see the scenery here. Fanya's eyes lit up. Gradually she felt his thoughtfulness. So she handed her hand over openly. Chen Yu took her little hand and brought an ice bucket and a wine glass to the back of where he lived. A building that looked like a rockery. Climbed to the ground. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. The place that originally looked like a wilderness in the mountains suddenly spread out a dark sky. It was like watching a movie. And beyond the sky was the deep universe and starry sky. Fang Yu was stunned. This place is too beautiful. Chen Yu pulled her to sit down and said with a smile, I just developed this place. And you are the first guest invited up. Really? Fang Yu smiled. Chapter 551 Minister of Literature and Art. She whispered coquettishly, if you don't describe me as a guest, I might be happier. Uh-huh. Okay. Looking at her appearance of being ready to be picked, Chen Yu was somewhat moved. The longer he was in contact with her, the more memories of his initial encounter with her and Li Xiaoyun came back. At that time, Fang Yu was very romantic. And she was also beautiful. She was the Minister of Literature and Art of the school. She was definitely a versatile school beauty. Chen Yu was proud to have her following him until now. In the past few years, many soldiers in the base had pursued her, but she politely declined them all. In her heart, there is only one Chen Yu. Mu Chang. After the two sat down, drinking, chatting, and looking at the stars. This feeling is so wonderful. As they chatted, Chen Yu no longer treated her as an outsider, and told her about his most troublesome thing. After listening, Fang Yu asked casually, Ayu, I am very curious. In fact, the nanomachines in your body are already very powerful. Why do you have to evolve your body? Can't you use nanomachines to produce oxygen? Or eliminate carbon dioxide? Even, can you use nanomachines to protect your brain? Chen Yu. The picture here is not static. Chen Yu was stunned. Damn! Isn't this a wake-up call? Why didn't I consider nanomachines as a means from the beginning to the end? Almost every time it was a passive evolution. Good guy. Chen Yu suddenly realized it when she said it today. It's like the person in charge is confused, while the bystander is clear. It's not the true face of Mount Lu. Just because you are in the mountain. Ayu. You, what's wrong with you? Fang Yu was startled and thought Chen Yu had some problems. As a result, she saw Chen Yu slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes were unusually bright, and then suddenly hugged her and laughed wildly. Ah! What's wrong? Ha ha ha. Fang Yu. You are really my lucky star. Hey! Why are you hugging me? Where are you going? You're asking. I'm going to have a baby. Ah? You made your own choice. My Minister Fang. Let's go. On the bed, Chen Yu hugged Fang Yu, who was already asleep, and stared at the ceiling. He had no sleepiness. The cause of his union with Fang Yu was actually planted many years ago, and today was just the result. This once romantic Minister of Arts and Literature on campus unexpectedly remained chaste for many years, and finally fell in love with Chen Yu. One night of pleasure. Fang Yu felt at ease. She also felt that this life was worth it. In the future, she could openly look for Chen Yu to hang out with. If she could have another child, it would be absolutely perfect. The experience of this life is actually very magical. From the prosperous times to the end of the world. From the Earth to the space fortress. If she had a child in the future, she could even tell her child about this legendary experience. Ask yourself, which generation can have such an experience? Impossible. So Fang Yu fell asleep very contentedly, hugging Chen Yu's arm, very at ease. And Chen Yu, on the other hand, has been thinking. He has solved the problem of breathing in outer space. The answer is nanomachines. If Fang Yu hadn't reminded him inadvertently, Chen Yu would have almost forgotten that he had such a heaven-defying tool. The simplest example is this space fortress. After it is generated, it is full of oxygen, and the purity is quite high, similar to the natural oxygen bars on Earth before. So, it has been proven that nanomachines can produce oxygen, no matter what its working principle is. Anyway, it can, because the last survivors have already moved in. What are they hesitating about? In particular, this nanomachine is the only special substance that has been proven to be not afraid of the flames in its body. Therefore, it is entirely possible to let the nanomachine generate a layer of protective armor on the body surface when flying in the fire. Just like the combination of Pyro and Iron Man in the Fantastic Four. It's a very good idea. Find some time to go out and try it. If it works, Chen Yu will be free in the future. The sky is high and the birds fly freely. However, Chen Yu still cares about the method Zhang said. No matter what, the truly safest thing is to improve your own strength level. Nanomachines are foreign things after all. So far, even Zhang has not figured out what level of technological products nanomachines are. What is certain is that it is definitely not created by the earth. Who knows if there will be problems one day. Therefore, we have to find a way to reach the level that Zhang said. Try to improve the strength of the physical body. Therefore, Grady's crystal core must be swallowed. Try to improve the level of physical ability. It's decided. Chen Yu was in a good mood. Turned over. And fell asleep with Fang Jing in his arms. Midnight. In Zhang Yang's residence. After Xiaoling coaxed the child to sleep at night, she was in a good mood and took Zhang Yang to make love all night. It was hard to get a stable environment. So now, everyone feels at ease. Only when you feel at ease can you feel happy. After the lingering, the two of them lay in bed. Both of them had endless aftertastes. It's been too long since I felt this way. However, after a while of aftertaste, Zhang Yang suddenly whispered, Lingzi, I still want to be a superpower. What? Xiaoling was startled. She was still immersed in the beautiful aftertaste. But her temper cooled instantly. She turned over and got up and asked anxiously, What did you say? I still want to become a superpower. Zhang Yang looked at the ceiling and said very calmly, Lingzi, don't get excited. Listen to me. Don't say it. I don't agree. Xiaoling immediately refused. Lingzi, are you crazy? Now you have a stable residence. And you don't have to fight. This is not the Earth. And there are no mutant animals. What are you doing? You still want to become a superpower? Are you looking for death? Listen to me. I won't listen. Xiaoling got up from the bed in anger, ran to the living room naked, and started crying. Alas! Zhang Yang sat up helplessly. He seemed to have spoiled the mood a bit. He shouldn't have said this at this time. Looking at the infinitely beautiful back in the living room. He was lucky to have found such a wife in his life. She was very good. She always took good care of the children. In fact, he shouldn't have let her down. But Zhang Yang always had a hidden worry. This mentality came from many aspects. The first was this space fortress. It was generated inexplicably. And it was not even generated under Chen Yu's monitoring. Moreover, no one can understand these nanomachines. This thing can actually generate oxygen. How can it generate oxygen without green plants and sunlight? This kind of technology is simply beyond the reach of Earthlings. So, is it safe here? Not at all. Others don't want to think about these things. But Zhang Yang can't help thinking about them. In addition, he doesn't believe that everyone will live in outer space forever. Will Earth never return? Or, what if alien creatures suddenly visit here one day in the future? Danger is everywhere. Chapter 552. A strong warrior. But he is still an ordinary person now. Even if he is a special elite. So what? What use is his skills in the face of alien creations and technological civilizations that surpass the Earth? It is useless. He can't even beat Dong Xiaolei now, the little apprentice who used to run around him. So, Zhang Yang is uneasy. Now, his wife and son have a stable residence and their lives are gradually guaranteed. So his desire to become a superpower is alive again. Even if the attempt fails, his wife and children will be taken care of by someone. So, Zhang Yang really wants to try. He doesn't want to be a weak person who is always taken care of by others. He was originally a strong man. He was the strongest warrior in Xia country. Unfortunately, Xiaoling could not understand these feelings. How could he convince her? Zhang Yang was depressed. This night, he failed. In another room, there was another person who was very depressed. That was Sunling. Her belly was already very big. After arriving at the space station, more than 10 months had passed. But the child was still motionless. She had asked Li Dehuzi to confirm many times that the child must be alive and should be doing well. But there was no sign of labor. This made her a little panic. What was going on? Was it because she had eaten human flesh? Had she become a cannibal? It shouldn't be that serious. Since being brought back to the community by Chen Yu's people, she has resumed a normal human diet and has not completely become a cannibal. Could it be because of the Dragon Ball? Because she drank a lot of condensed water formed on the surface of the Dragon Ball in the bronze tripod. She survived by relying on that. Could it be that something has gone wrong with the child, and it has mutated? Midnight. Sunling was worried and prepared to go to bed. As a result, as soon as she lay down, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, and it began to tighten. Oh my god! Could it be a contraction? Is it finally time to give birth? Sunling was so scared that she quickly slapped the communicator next to her and shouted loudly, Dr. Li, Dr. Li, come quickly. I'm Sun Ling. I think I'm going to give birth. In a blink of an eye, everyone in the space fortress knew the news. So, a large group of people crowded into Sun Ling's house. Today, a new life is about to be born. Screams kept coming out of Sun Ling's house. Shrill screams. People who heard it were panicked. Li Dahuzi was in charge of delivering the baby. There were 2 medical staff from the Northern Tibet underground base assisting beside him. Unfortunately, the original doctors of the base did not survive and died in the final hydrogen explosion. So, strictly speaking, Li Dahuzi is the only serious doctor in the space fortress now. Fortunately, he is a combination of Chinese and Western medicine and knows everything. Although it is embarrassing, he has to be the one to deliver the baby. Outside, a group of people were guarding. Chen Yu also woke up and stood in front of the crowd. Sun Ling was Chen Gui's wife, and Chen Gui was his old classmate. Although their relationship was average when they were in school, there was also a sense of friendship between classmates. Chen Yu still hoped that Sun Ling could successfully pass on Chen Gui's bloodline. However, the sound was a bit harsh. Could it be a difficult birth? Now, the medical equipment in the space fortress is not sufficient. If a major operation is really performed, there may not even be enough manpower. These are all big problems. Now, there may be only more than 30,000 humans left on Earth. If you want to train medical and scientific talents from these people, it will probably take more than 10 years. Alas, Chen Yu walked back and forth. Time passed by minute. Fang Jing behind her heard the screams inside, and couldn't help but muttered with a tingling scalp, "Is childbirth so painful? I'm a little scared." Li Xiaoyun couldn't help but hug her to the side, and laugh softly. "Sister Ya, you got pregnant in one night? You're thinking about giving birth so early. Go. You don't want to give birth? Hee hee. I'm not afraid of pain. As long as I give birth to a child for him, I'm happy to die in labor." As soon as she finished speaking, someone slapped her on the head. Li Xiaoyun said ouch, turned around, and saw that it was Chen Yu. He saw him with a fierce face, and said angrily, "Nonsense." Hee hee. Li Xiaoyun giggled. She looked sweet instead. Just then, a roar like a dragon's roar suddenly came out of the room, shaking everyone's body. What the hell? What's going on? Did she give birth to a monster? Soon, the 2 nurses in the room ran out with pale faces. Frightened, Chen Yu hurried forward and asked, "What's wrong?" A female nurse trembled with fear and said, "The woman gave birth to a monster." "What monster?" "A monster with horns on its head." Chen Yu. Shit! Could she really have given birth to a dragon? Chen Yu turned his head to take a look, and simply rushed in. Then several women followed and rushed in. The man could only stand outside and wait. Entered the room. He saw Li Dahuzi cutting the umbilical cord and tying the knot in an orderly manner. Then he dealt with the aftermath and had to sew up the episiotomy. After hearing Chen Yu come in, he just said lightly, "Mother and daughter are safe." Chen Yu was stunned. The nurse just said, "Mr. Chen, you forgot that superpowers can be inherited." Sun Ling's previous experience. She had contact with Dragon Balls, so it is normal for her to give birth to a different species. Although this girl is born with a different appearance, she is definitely a healthy baby girl. After saying that, Li Dahuzi stood up and took the child out. In the swaddling clothes, bloody, the child was also wrinkled, like a monkey with wrinkled skin. There were 2 small tentacles on his head. Actually, they were the horns of the dragon he had seen before. Fortunately, the child had no scales. Otherwise, he would be scared to death. Just as Chen Yu looked at the baby curiously, the baby suddenly opened his eyes. Chen Yu got goosebumps all over his body. Damn! A newborn baby opened his eyes? And such beautiful red gold eyes. Oh my god! After the baby opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Chen Yu. As a result, the corners of her small, red mouth actually curled up. Laughed. Big Beardly laughed. "Miracle. This is a miracle. This child may have a better fate with you in the future." Chen Yu. At this time, Sun Ling inside had slowly regained consciousness and immediately shouted weakly, "Where is my child? Where is my child? Let me see." Big Beardly quickly took her in. At the same time, he said without looking back, "Mr. Chen, everyone go out. Call the health workers in. I need their help to sew the episiotomy." Chen Yu quickly turned around and left the room. He came outside and called the 2 health workers in. Then, he slowly walked away. For some reason, the pair of magical red gold beast eyes kept appearing in my mind. Chapter 553 The Desire is Stronger. The lingering image A. What does that child look like? Suddenly, Fang Jing came to her side and asked. That child should have inherited some genes from the dragon. She has tentacles on her head, and her eyes are red gold animal pupils. Oh! Fang Jing murmured, sure enough. The mutated genes can be inherited. Well, so this is also a big problem. Chen Yu let out a long breath, looked back at her and said, maybe. My future children may be more terrible. I don't care. Fang Jing also looked at him and said affectionately, no matter how terrible it is. It's my child. Hee. I'm afraid you won't be able to give birth at all. After saying that, he looked at Sun Ling's room and said, look at how terrible Sun Ling's childbirth is. Her genetics are still very basic. Then I'm not afraid either. At worst, I'll have a cesarean section. Silly woman. Chen Yu smiled and pinched her cheek. At this moment, a shocking dragon roar suddenly sounded again in the space fortress, scaring everyone. This time, it was not in the room. Chen Yu looked outside at the first time and said in surprise, outside? Wouldn't it be that dragon? It's possible. Chen Yu suddenly jumped up, and when he was in the air, his body's surface burned with red and black flames with a rumble. And then he quickly rushed to the observation room of the space fortress. Behind him, many people flashed. Almost all the superpowers followed. Looking at those backs, Zhang Yang's desire became stronger. Soon, Chen Yu came to the observation room. When he turned on the huge monitoring screen, his eyes widened immediately. There was a huge dragon floating outside the space fortress. Damn! It looked like the one I saw in the southern sea area. But it seemed to be getting bigger and longer. Is this thing coming for the baby? Outside, the giant dragon swam slowly, not caring about the absolute low temperature of the outer space, and even didn't need to breathe. It could swim freely. Soon, the huge dragon head slowly moved to the observation window of the observation room. The dragon's eyes stared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu instantly felt a spiritual body connected to his spiritual world. It was like a kind of thought was affecting him. It was like communicating with him. Chen Yu knew that the giant dragon was communicating with him. It was a very strange feeling. The man and the dragon stared at each other across the barrier of the heavenly palace for more than 10 minutes. Chen Yu understood. The giant dragon wanted him to go out. It seemed to be guiding him in a direction. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to go out and take a look. Anyway, he could fly freely in the universe now, without being restricted by temperature and oxygen. So what was there to be afraid of? At least the dragon was not coming to attack him. And what made Chen Yu feel strange was that the dragon did not seem to be surprised at all by the huge space fortress of Tianyong. It was as if it was already very familiar with it. So, Chen Yu immediately turned around and said to the group of superpowers behind him, I'm going out for a while. The dragon seems to be guiding me to do something. You stay here and be alert. Dong Qiulei hurriedly said, Brother Yu, why don't you take us into the space and take us out together? If there is any danger, we can still help you. What help? Chen Yu reached out and rubbed her head. Outside is the universe. You have no ability to go out now. How can you help? Just stay here. Don't worry. I will be fine. I have a hunch that it has no ill intentions towards us. Linghua also nodded. I can also feel that the dragon has no ill intentions. Look! Chen Yu smiled and said, Linghua has a say in this regard. So, stay and be vigilant. I'm leaving first. After that, he jumped up and disappeared in the distance in an instant. A few minutes later, in the outer space, everyone saw a cool figure burning with flames in the dark space, covered with strange armor, flying over the head of the dragon. The proportions of the man and the dragon were very different. However, everyone felt that Chen Yu's momentum was not inferior to that of the dragon. Super cool. Little fans like Dong Qiulei and Li Xiaoyun were already drunk. The man she had chosen was really powerful. Outside, in the starry sky of the universe, Chen Yu came to the dragon. The dragon seemed to be quite satisfied with his reaction. It flicked its huge dragon tail, turned around, and slowly swam towards the distance. It can fly normally in the universe. Surprising. Chen Yu thought that the dragon was a species on Earth, but it disappeared in ancient times. But now it seems that it is very likely an alien species, because it does not need oxygen. It can even fly freely in a vacuum without any substance. Perhaps it is a cosmic creature itself. The dragon led the way in front, and Chen Yu followed behind. Now that the correct use of nano-machines has been developed, he feels like a tiger with wings. Awesome. This feeling is too exciting. Slowly, the dragon began to speed up. The cruising speed became faster and faster, and Chen Yu also accelerated immediately. The power of the flame control on his body gradually increased, and the speed increased sharply. This direction seems to be the moon. Is the dragon leading him to the moon? Could it be that it lives on the moon? Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. After flying for nearly 40 minutes, the man and the dragon really flew to the moon and slowly landed on the surface of the moon. This feeling is a bit strange. I actually stood on the moon, looking at the earth in the distance, whose color has slowly turned gray and white. There is no more vitality, no more green, and this mood is somewhat depressed. Chen Yu turned back to look at the dragon, thinking of one thing in his mind. Why did you bring me here? The dragon landed with 4 claws. The dragon's head was powerful, and its body was winding for hundreds of miles. It seemed to be born with pressure, and the huge dragon head swung twice, and then slowly walked away. There was nothing he could do. Chen Yu could only follow. If only there was a supernatural power that could communicate with wild animals. After walking for a while, Chen Yu was suddenly stunned, because the other side was the back of the moon. That is, the side that can never be seen on Earth. Could it be that there is something on the back? Soon, he reached the critical point. Looking forward. Damn! What a big moon crater. Its area may be half the size of Xia country. The depth is at least several hundred kilometers. Moreover, the lowest part of the lunar crater is actually piled with a mountain of bones. There are also shiny, crystal cores. There is a big groove. There are densely packed crystal cores underneath, and they are huge in size. It looks like the crystal cores of some behemoth. Chen Yu was surprised. He turned his head to look at the dragon. The dragon motioned him to go down. Chen Yu immediately jumped down and rushed to the bottom at the fastest speed, standing on the surface of those crystal cores. Oh my god! There are no less than 1,000,000 crystal cores of all sizes down here. The largest one is like a small mountain. The smallest one is about the same as gravel. There are bones everywhere in the distance. Chapter 554 High-Tech Products. The skeleton looks a bit like the skeleton of a creature in the deep ocean. Chen Yu suddenly realized. Oh! These may be mutated aquatic creatures in the ocean. Almost all of them were eaten by the dragon. All the crystal cores were left by it. But why did they bring these things to the moon to eat? Chen Yu was puzzled. At this moment, he noticed that there seemed to be a strange thing in the skeleton. Like a metal creation? Chen Yu walked over slowly. He dug up the surrounding bones and crystal cores and took a closer look. It really is a metal creation. It is deeply buried on the surface of the moon. What is this? How could there be such a thing on the moon? It even looks a bit like a high-tech product. Chen Yu looked back at the dragon. The dragon flicked its tail and used its claws to grab 4 palm-sized crystal cores and press them into the metal objects. The next second, the 4 metal objects actually emitted a fierce fluorescent light. Bursts of electric currents emerged. Soon, a misty area appeared between the 4 metal objects. Chen Yu was shocked. Then, he saw the dragon leisurely walk into the misty area, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Where did it go? Chen Yu searched everywhere. He even opened all the mental maps. Still no trace of the dragon. Just when he was wondering, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly came from the direction of the earth, shaking the sky. Chen Yu was shocked. He suddenly soared into the sky, rising to a height of 10,000 meters, and looked towards the earth. Damn! Slowly, a light and shadow came out from the earth's atmosphere again. The whole body exuded a clear and misty light. Damn! It was transmitted to the earth? So, there is a portal hidden on the back of the moon? Can it be transmitted directly from the moon to the earth? Who did it? What is the purpose? Chen Yu's heartbeat accelerated, because he thought of the nano-machines in his and Liang Qiuying's bodies. This thing, the level of technology is far beyond the level of the earth, and it is suspended in the atmosphere. But no country can find it. So, what is hidden on earth? The dragon flew back again. It seemed to signal Chen Yu to go in and try. Chen Yu looked at the portal that was still flashing with a halo, and took a deep breath. Let's try it. You can't get the tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. If you don't figure out all this, you will feel uneasy. Now, more than 30,000 people live in the Tiangong, which is built by nano-machines. If there is something fishy, it will be really depressing. If there is really any hidden danger, It is really impossible to build another shelter on the moon and move everyone to the moon. Anyway, there are plenty of crystal cores here. Some crystal cores are ridiculously large, which can definitely help his ability break through level 4, or even reach level 5. Therefore, Chen Yu resolutely walked towards the portal. Buzz! Bang! Chen Yu was thrown out by a huge recoil force. What the hell? He stabilized his body slightly in midair, and slowly flew back. The dragon shook his head as if mocking him. Then the huge dragon claw stretched out in front of him, and scratched him lightly with a nail. As a result, the nano-armor on the surface of his body disintegrated instantly. All retracted into the body. Sure enough, Chen Yu looked up at the dragon in surprise. This thing is indeed related to the nano-machines in the body. Shenlong can actually disintegrate the nano-machines in his body. It's over. There is no way to produce oxygen. Chen Yu can only hold his breath. It seems that wearing nano-armor can't enter the portal. Shenlong should mean this. So, Chen Yu stepped into the portal again. This time, there was a sudden flash of light in front of his eyes. I can't tell what it feels like. Anyway, Chen Yu only felt a trance. And suddenly his body sank. This feeling seems to be the gravity of the earth. Then the image in front of him solidified. Chen Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and was immediately shocked. Shit! He has been teleported to a cave. There is also a set of portals in this cave. But there is no crystal core here. So after the dragon was teleported here, it still flew out of the atmosphere and returned to the moon. Chen Yu was excited. This must be the Earth. I just don't know which mountain it is. Feeling the long-lost gravity of the Earth, Chen Yu suddenly stomped his feet and flew out of the cave directly into the sky. After flying up 1,000 meters, he looked down again. Hey! Isn't this Kunlun Mountain? The place where he just came out should be the Yuzhu Peak of Kunlun Mountain. There was a big gap in the mountain. The ground was cracked and divergent. It felt like something was crawling out of it. Chen Yu was surprised. Could this be the reason why Kunlun Mountain collapsed? Something came out of Kunlun Mountain? From Kunlun Mountain to the east, you can vaguely see the direction of Tibet. At this moment, the earth was in a mess. The land was overturned by the collapse of the huge plate. As if a prehistoric giant had returned the land. It was shocking. Just as Chen Yu was secretly surprised at the extent of the crustal collapse. Suddenly a sharp breath burst out from the collapsed mountain in the distance, piercing the sky. Then, a figure shot out from the mountain. A slender figure was chasing closely behind. The two of them were chasing madly. One in front and one behind. Chen Yu suddenly widened his eyes, and his hands were shaking with excitement. The long-haired girl holding a long sword in her hand, who was chasing closely behind, was Luya, the 10th in the women's gang? And the person who was chased by her was Owen. So they were teleported to Kunlun Mountain by Jiang Shanshan? No wonder Chu Dan couldn't sense them. Chen Yu was ecstatic, and suddenly activated the flames in his body, rushing towards the two at the fastest speed. Between the mountains, Owen jumped wildly. He cursed almost all the dirty words he knew. If cursing can kill people, Luya would have been killed countless times. At the beginning, Owen was actually stronger than Luya. So Owen had always been chasing Luya. But after she escaped several times, after a while, this increasingly beautiful and graceful woman seemed to have turned on cheating. She had more and more moves. Her energy was also becoming more and more violent. Before, the sword energy could swing 30 meters. Now, the sword energy can surge for hundreds of miles, and even form a network. Owen was only a level 3 superpower, and his superpowers were only physical. So he gradually lost his luster in front of Luya's advanced martial arts. He found that his skin, which could not be penetrated by missiles, was slowly being cut by the sword energy. He found that his jumping ability, which he was proud of, was gradually inferior to the woman's ethereal and agile body movements. More and more crushing. So there was no choice. And in the end, he could only flee. The situation reversed. It became Luya who was chasing him all over the world. Today, he was found by her again by accident. So, when Owen was shocked to find that the sword was coming from the west, and the fairy from the sky descended on his head, he was so scared that he ran away, almost running away with his head in his arms. I hope I can escape successfully today. As long as I wait a few more days, and figure out the mysterious box in Kunlun Mountain, he can leave this plague place, and leave that plague-like woman. Just when Owen was desperately encouraging himself. Just when he jumped up from the mountain again, and was about to jump into a canyon to hide. Suddenly, A strange whistle sounded above his head. Chapter 555 Flying Kick. Owen was shocked. He looked up quickly. Before he could see clearly, a big foot kicked him on the head. Bang! There was a loud noise. Owen's head suddenly shrank after being kicked. There was a cracking sound on his neck. His head was almost stepped into his chest. Fortunately, he was also a level 3 mutant, and his strong body was almost the strongest human on this planet. But it still hurt terribly. He screamed and was smashed into the valley like a meteor falling from the sky. There was a loud bang. A huge deep pit was shaken out in the valley. Luya, who was chasing closely behind, was startled and stopped suddenly. Then, she saw a scene that she would never forget. In midair, a handsome man like a god, bathed in flames, descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of her. A gentle call, Luya. It's me. Brother Yu. Brother Yu? Luya was stunned. Her eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up and began to fall down. Then she screamed, rushed over regardless, plunged into Chen Yu's arms, and burst into tears. Whoa. Brother Yu. Is it really you? Brother Yu. Whoa. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Brother Yu. I miss you so much. Brother Yu. Chen Yu hugged her tightly. He kept comforting her. He was also very excited. He actually loved the 13 women in the women's gang war, because the combination at the beginning was originally a beautiful mistake. As a result, the 13 women not only didn't care at all, but even collectively devoured the crystal core for him. How could Chen Yu leave such love? So, when he found Luya, his heart was twisted and hurt. In the future, he would never let them leave him again. Chen Yu hugged Luya and let her vent. She cried hard. Mainly, she was almost desperate during this period. Chen Yu and everyone else were missing, and Jiang Shanshan was missing. So she almost wanted to end her life. The earth was broken like this. What was the point of her living alone? Fortunately, she was still thinking about Jiang Shanshan and was looking for her like crazy, which prevented her from having a mental breakdown. She herself didn't know how many days and nights she had prayed to God to let her see Chen Yu again, even just once. Unexpectedly, today her prayer was successful. This man actually came to her like a god, as powerful as ever, and as warm and affectionate as ever. Luya cried for a long time, and suddenly there was a roar of anger and the sound of earth and rocks cracking in the distant valley. And then she saw Owen jumping up from below. He was in a mess. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His neck was completely crooked and never straightened. That was because of Chen Yu's kick. Owen was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. But when he saw clearly that the person coming was Chen Yu, the ferocious expression on his face disappeared immediately. What the hell? How did this man 387 appear? He didn't die. The entire Asian plate collapsed. How did he survive? Is his ability so strong? You know, even if Owen is a level 3 ability user, if he wasn't in the belly of Kunlun Mountain, he would probably die. Owen was scared. Chen Yu kept staring at him, stretched out his hand to pinch Luya's slender waist, and whispered ya. Where is Shanshan? Where is she? When she heard Shanshan, Luya's mouth flattened and she said aggrievedly, he caught her. When Chen Yu heard this, he was furious. He slowly pushed Luya away, and the aura on his body spread out like a raging sea. Owen was startled. He waved his hands excitedly. Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore. Why do you have to chase me? The country is gone. Do you have to kill me? You caught my friend? Chen Yu asked fiercely. Who? I caught your friend? Owen was stunned. Luya said angrily, don't play dumb. Didn't you catch the girl who teleported us here? Where did you take her? Owen shouted immediately. I didn't catch her at all. It wasn't me. I don't know where the girl went. You're lying. There were only 3 of us in the mountain. If you didn't catch her, how could she suddenly disappear? Did you kill her? Shit. Owen looked helpless. I don't know her whereabouts at all. And I didn't kill her. If she really disappeared, it must be related to the strange temple in the mountain. Wait a minute. Chen Yu was stunned and frowned and asked, what strange temple? Brother Yu, there is a very strange temple in the mountain, which is very magical. At the beginning, Shanshan actually felt a very terrifying energy fluctuation bursting out from Kunlun Mountain. So she was teleported here. Chen Yu was stunned and said, in the belly of Kunlun Mountain? Yes. How did Shanshan disappear? Luya said helplessly. This is a long story. Maybe I need to find a place to tell it in detail. Okay. Then tell it in detail. But take him with you first. After saying that, Chen Yu suddenly dodged. Owen was so scared that he quickly activated his supernatural power. He roared and jumped up from the ground without fighting, ready to continue to escape. Unfortunately, his current strength is far inferior to Chen Yu. Before he could get up, he was attacked by mental piercing. He fell to the ground with a scream. The next second, when Chen Yu passed by him, he wiped him with his hand and stuffed him directly into the space. Luya was shocked. Brother Yu, did you kill him? Uh-huh. I put him in my personal space. Chen Yu laughed. Ah? Luya looked at him in surprise. Your space can already hold people? Well, after you and Shanshan disappeared, a lot of things actually happened. I will tell you slowly later. Let's go. Take me to see the temple first. Brother Yu, the temple has also disappeared. Luya spread her hands helplessly. It disappeared inexplicably. Now the belly of Kunlun Mountain is empty. Nothing is left. Oh! Yes. There are also some strange metal pillars. Okay. Let's go check it out first. Yeah. Chen Yu went over and picked up Luya. Then used nano-machines to wrap the two people in armor. Then ignited a raging fire and flew into the sky. A fire shadow shot straight into the belly of Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, there was also a bit of chaos in the Tiandong fortress. Because Chu Dan could not feel Chen Yu's presence. Disappeared? Everyone was shocked. Could he be eaten by the dragon? It shouldn't be. That dragon didn't look like it would set a trap. Where did the person go? For a while, everyone in the Tiandong fortress was in a panic. Fortunately, Murongzhen suddenly connected to the Tiandong fortress and informed everyone. He sensed Chen Yu's spirit on Earth. So, Chen Yu went to Earth. Everyone was relieved. They could not believe what others said. But no one dared not believe Murongzhen. Moreover, almost all the superpowers were shocked. Murongzhen's brain must have developed terribly. He could actually sense Chen Yu's spirit on Earth on the space station. This was too outrageous. Chapter 556 Comrades. Anyway, Chen Yu is fine for now. This made everyone feel relieved. Everyone went home. Yong followed Xiaoling back with a lot on his mind. As they walked, Xiaoling suddenly whispered, I won't stop you. What? Yong was stunned. I said, I won't stop you from trying to become a superpower. Yong was stunned. Why? No reason. Xiaoling turned her head and looked at him. Like you said, it doesn't seem to be too safe here. I didn't expect that the dragon could appear in space. It seems that there are too many things in the universe that we don't understand. You finally figured it out. Actually, it's not that I can't figure it out, but I don't want to think about it. Xiaoling looked at him with red eyes. I just can't accept the possibility of losing. Alas. Yong sighed. If I wasn't afraid of losing you, I should have tried it a long time ago. I should be the first one to try it among everyone. Because I was the first comrade in arms with Chen Yu. Go ahead and try it. Xiaoling took a deep breath and looked at her home in the distance. If you fail, I will raise my son alone. When he grows up, I will explain everything to him. And then, I will also try to become a superpower. If I succeed, I will continue to protect my son. If I fail, I will go find you. Zhang Yang's heart was boiling with passion. He hugged Xiaoling. Both of them felt their noses sore. In fact, they didn't know whether this choice was right or not. Zhang Yang didn't go home. Instead, he separated from Xiaoling at the door. He had to make a decision immediately. If he hesitated for a while after going home and looking at his son again, his decision might be overturned again. It's not safe here. That dragon didn't appear outside for no reason. For humans, space is a place more dangerous than natural disasters on Earth. Because we know too little. Especially the current home, which was not built by them at all. It was like settling down in someone else's nest. It was not safe at all. For Zhang Yang, only as a warrior could he have the confidence to protect his family and others. But now, he was too weak. So, Zhang Yang found Dong Qiulei and Su Jian. He also found Lu Lin and Lisa. With these four masters monitoring, he could try the crystal core with confidence. In the fortress, a remote and uninhabited place, Zhang Yang had made all preparations. The four masters were by his side. Dong Qiulei looked at him nervously, and finally asked, Master, you must. Qiulei, you have confirmed with me 36 times along the way. Don't ask any more. I have made up my mind. Remember? If it mutates, don't be soft-hearted. Dong Qiulei pouted. I'm afraid I will be soft-hearted. Lu Lin on the side smiled. Don't worry. I won't be soft-hearted. I promise to twist your head off. Zhang Yang. This cat demon is really a headache. He looked at Su Jian and Lisa again. Then, he swallowed the crystal core prepared in advance without hesitation. Everyone became nervous. Dong Qiulei took a knife. Su Jian took out a gun. Lu Lin stretched out his claws. And Lisa condensed lightning directly at the fingertips of both hands. For pairs of eyes stared at Zhang Yang. And Zhang Yang's heart was beating wildly. He was also afraid. He was also scared. But the persistence of a soldier forced him to choose this path. So, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1.5 minutes. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's whole body was shaking violently. A feeling familiar to the four masters slowly grew. It was the feeling of superpowers. He started. Dong Qiulei prayed silently nervously. You must hold on. You must hold on. You must. Suddenly, the veins on Zhang Yang's forehead jumped, and his mental fluctuations began to spread rapidly. And the disturbance became larger and larger. At this time, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in the air. Murongjing's face flashed on the screen. He looked serious and frowned as he asked, What's wrong? Why is Zhang Yang's mental fluctuation? What is he doing? Dong Qiulei said anxiously. He swallowed the crystal core. What? Murongjing said angrily. Why swallow the crystal core at this time? There is no need to fight in the Tiandong fortress. What is he doing? Oh, Professor. Please stop yelling. I think the master doesn't look good. Dong Qiulei was anxious. Murongjing was also a little anxious. He is not only not good. His mental fluctuations are extremely unstable. As if he is about to disappear. What? When everyone was shocked, they saw Zhang Yang, who had lost his mind, suddenly shrink his body. And then he disappeared in an instant. The four masters were stunned at the same time. Hey! Where is he? Where did he go? Su Jian looked at Murongjing immediately. Professor Murong. Where is he? Murongjing also looked suspicious. I can't feel him. He seems to have disappeared completely. Not on the earth. Nor in the Tiandong fortress. I can't feel him. Everyone looked at each other. This situation is unprecedented. How could he disappear out of thin air? What kind of supernatural power is this? Dong Qiulei turned around and said anxiously, I'll go to Chu Dan to ask if she can detect the whereabouts of the master. After saying that, the figure disappeared. The remaining 3 people were confused. One by one, they lost their strength. They could only wait in place. He might come back. Unexpectedly, they waited for a day and a night. There was no news at all. Chu Dan could not sense Zhang Yang's whereabouts. When Xiaoling learned the news, she burst into tears. This was the most unacceptable outcome. No one saw him alive. And no body after death. If he died or mutated, maybe it would be more acceptable. After all, we saw him. But now? Where is he? Zhang Yang disappeared. But Chen Yu didn't know. At this moment, he and Luya returned to the place where the 3 of them were teleported. The belly of Kunlun Mountain. Right at the foot of Yuzhu Peak. This is also the source of the collapse of the entire Kunlun Mountain. Because looking down from the sky, the entire earth is cracked like a chrysanthemum. It's like being blasted. The belly of the mountain is empty. But there is always a strange smell lingering in it. Like blood. It's smelly and fishy. And Luya also slowly told Chen Yu about her experience. It turned out that when Jiang Shanshan broke out of the ice during the battle in the southern sea area, she accidentally sensed a very terrifying energy fluctuation. She was in a state of running for her life at the time. So she activated her transferability without thinking. Unexpectedly, the size of her shield was completely determined by the amount of energy she sensed. So the shield she released was a bit too large. Not only did it cover Luya who came to rescue, but it even covered Owen. As a result, the next second, the 3 of them appeared directly in a pitch-black cave. Chapter 557 Shocking. XXX Owen, who was teleported here, was dizzy and had no time to chase Jiang Shanshan. He quickly retreated far away and observed the surrounding situation. Luya and Jiang Shanshan also took the opportunity to escape from Owen's attack range. The 3 people were confused. Look around. There were strange stalactite structures everywhere. The cave was empty and spacious. There seemed to be a faint flickering light in the center. But because it was too dark, the three people couldn't see clearly. Luya whispered in Jiang Shanshan's ear, Shanshan, where are you teleported to? I don't know either. Jiang Shanshan shook her head. I just noticed a very obvious energy fluctuation. And I came here to escape him. But I didn't expect that he would be covered. Luya. I'm also drunk. What to do now? We still have to figure out where this place is. Otherwise it's too dangerous. The two sisters looked at Owen. They are not Owen's opponents now. So how to scare him away? Just when the two sisters were thinking about countermeasures, Owen seemed to have noticed something and suddenly rushed towards the center of the cave. He jumped 1,000 meters in the air and rushed straight to the place where the light was flickering. In a blink of an eye, the light there was extinguished by him. The next second, the whole earth began to tremble violently. The mountain shook. A series of loud roars came from underground, which was simply shocking. Luya and Jiang Shanshan were both terrified, but they had nowhere to hide, so they could only rush in the direction of Owen, because there was more space there. When the two sisters rushed over, the whole cave began to collapse. The three people hit the fallen rubble frantically. Then, they saw a shocking scene. The whole mountain cracked from the top of the head, and it felt like watching a foreign science fiction blockbuster, where a flying carrier was about to take off from the mountain. The earth shook, and the mountain cracked. Countless boulders fell one after another. No matter how powerful the three people were, they would eventually make mistakes. So they didn't hold on for long. And all three were knocked to the ground by the boulders and fainted completely. When Chen Yu heard this, he felt a chill. Damn! After all this time, Kunlun Mountain collapsed. And it was Owen who did it. This bastard. Kunlun Mountain collapsed. Yuzhu Peak cracked from the ground to the top, and completely broke into two halves. In the belly of the mountain, under a pile of rubble. At a certain moment, there was a sudden roar, and rubble exploded all over the sky. A figure rushed out from below, fell to the high ground, and panted heavily. It was Owen. He held a metal box in his hand. It was still flashing fluorescent light. At the same time, he stared at the belly of the mountain with a dull face. With the blue light from the sky, he actually saw a strange-shaped temple in the belly of Kunlun Mountain. Yes, it looked like a temple. This was too incredible. Who could hollow out such a large space in the belly of Kunlun Mountain and build a strange-shaped temple? The temple was similar to the ancient temple of Xia, but the whole thing was shining and colorful, and it looked like it was made of crystal. There was a faint arc of light flashing inside, similar to an electric current, which looked quite magical. Owen observed for a long time on the high ground, and after confirming that there was no danger, he jumped down the valley and slowly walked towards the crystal temple. As a result, before she could get close, a wave of air suddenly exploded from under a pile of rubble in the corner. Luya jumped out. She saw Owen at first sight and was shocked. When Owen saw that Luya was not dead, he changed his target and rushed towards Luya frantically. He planned to deal with this woman first. Luya had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. Owen is now a level 3 mutant, which is already a very powerful human. With Luya's current strength, it is not enough to hurt him, so he was injured after a few exchanges. Luya had no choice but to use the Lingbo Weibo body movement and desperately escape from the mountain. Hard fight is not good, but Owen couldn't catch up with her means of escape. Although he looked like the Hulk, he could jump hundreds of meters with one leap, which was quite exaggerated. But he couldn't stand Luya's light and ethereal body. She disappeared between the mountains with a twist and turn. Owen was furious when he stopped chasing Luya and went back to study the ancient temple. Luya came to him again within 2 days, just desperate. In this way, the two fought for a long time. At the beginning, Luya was often injured, but she could escape. But as the fight went on, Owen panicked. Is this woman crazy? Every time he saw her again after escaping, she became more terrifying. She even got a long sword from nowhere, and her sword energy was hundreds of meters long, which was terrifying. Some small mountains were cut open by her sword. Her proud hard skin could not bear it anymore, and slowly began to be cut open. So, the reversal began. From then on, Luya began to hunt down Owen. Why was she so crazy? It was because she couldn't find Jiang Shanshan's whereabouts. Obviously, the two were hit by the boulder together. But Jiang Shanshan was not where she escaped. There was no body either. In addition, Owen had always occupied this place before, so Luya naturally thought that Owen had captured her. This is what Liya experienced before. The specific reason for the recent encounter between the two was that the belly of Kunlun Mountain was shaking again. The two went to see at the same time. They found that the original crystal temple had disappeared miraculously. No one knew how it disappeared. When Liya said this, she still felt hairy all over. Fortunately, Chen Yu kept hugging her and giving her warmth, so she felt more comfortable. In short, the things in Kunlun Mountain are weird and inexplicable. It doesn't matter if you say it is technology, or it's something from gods and ghosts. Anyway, Owen and Liya didn't figure it out. And in the end, they didn't find out where Zhang Xiaohua went. After hearing everything, Chen Yu was completely confused. The only conclusion that can be drawn at the moment is that the vibration of the Asian plate is purely caused by the changes in Kunlun Mountain. Something ran out of the belly of Kunlun Mountain. I don't know what it is. Now, Zhang Xiaohua is missing. By the way, Owen should have a strange thing in his hand. Chen Yu immediately entered the portable space and came to Owen. This guy was furious in the space, because he himself discovered that his supernatural power had disappeared. When he saw Chen Yu coming, he was so scared that he immediately stepped back several steps and looked at him in horror. What did you do? What did you do to me? Where is this place? Where is my ability? What did you do? Hee. I ate you. You are in my stomach now. Owen looked horrified. His face was twisted. Being eaten? Chen Yu walked up to him with a smile on his face. Are you scared? You, don't come over. You can't stop me. Chen Yu smiled and stood still, looking at Owen, and said lightly, hand over what you robbed in Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 558. No tears until you see the coffin. Owen's eyes turned, and he suddenly sneered, you lied to me. You didn't eat me at all. Eastern Chinese people are full of lies. Humph. If you want my things, come and get them yourself. TSK. Chen Yu sneered. You white pigs really don't cry until you see the coffin. Okay. I'll get it myself. After saying that, Chen Yu suddenly flashed in front of Owen. The eyes instantly turned into a rotating black hole. Hypnotic means. It works every time. Owen was immediately stunned. Chen Yu asked softly, where is the thing you robbed from the belly of Kunlun Mountain? 2 kilometers to the west, buried under a huge rock in the shape of a lying cow. Chen Yu frowned. What exactly is that thing? Have you studied it? No. I haven't studied it clearly. What is it probably? Owen said dully. It's a metal box, which can't be opened. It seems to have something inside, but it needs a password. Chen Yu. Metal box? Need a password? Then it's still a high-tech product. Chen Yu immediately exited the space and took Liyu to the west 2 kilometers at the fastest speed. He saw the huge stone almost at a glance. It looks like a lying cow. Chen Yu dug out the metal box from the bottom. It's square. It's about half a meter square. It really looks like a technological creation. But there are strange symbols on it, which is definitely not a product of Earth civilization. Gently shake it, and there is movement inside. There should be something. Chen Yu casually stuffed the box into the space. This thing is the key to finding Zhang Xiaohua, so it must be protected. For now, let's send Liya to the Heavenly Palace first. She has suffered a lot down there. Moreover, the Earth is in a mess, and it is impossible to stay for long. Chen Yu directly picked up Liya and was about to leave. But Liya suddenly said, by the way, brother Yu, it seems that there are still humans surviving on Earth. Ah? Chen Yu immediately stopped again. There are still humans surviving? Well, it seems that there is one in our country. The extent of the crustal rupture varies, and in some places it is just equivalent to a major earthquake. Who told you that? Chen Yu looked at him in confusion. It was Owen who said that. He said that the satellite phone he carried with him received signals from Siberia and Harbin. Xiaohua. Chen Yu blinked. He still has the mood to tell you this? Liya smiled sweetly. Later. He couldn't beat me, and I was chasing him so hard that he begged me to let him go. He said that there are very few humans left in the world now, and we can actually live in peace. Anyway, he always said a lot, just to ask me to let him go and stop chasing him. Chen Yu, laughing and crying. However, are there really any surviving humans on Earth? Chen Yu immediately unfolded the spiritual area and swept across the world. After a moment, he suddenly shook all over. Damn! There is really a spiritual body in the northeast of Xia country. Chen Yu was a little surprised. There are really surviving humans. These people are awesome. They actually survived the 6th disaster. And not only in the northeast of Xia country. There is also a spiritual body in the distant Siberia. Like the hairy race. There are also a small number of survivors in Europe. America is basically extinct. The most outrageous thing is that there are actually some more spiritual bodies in the South Pacific. The ice in the Pacific Ocean had already broken apart in the previous collapse. But there were still people who could survive in that situation. Chen Yu hesitated. He could ignore the others. But he wanted to go to the northeast to see the survivors. If possible, he should take them away. But he thought again. First of all, his choice did not mean it was correct. The Tiangong fortress did not mean it was safe. So it was better not to do such a saintly act. Secondly, since these people could still survive the sixth disaster, it meant that they should have a special way of survival. Then don't disturb them for the time being. No one knows which kind of people are more suitable for survival in the future. Maybe their way of life is more scientific. Chen Yu decided to take it slow. First send Liya back to the heavenly palace. Let her reunite with her sisters. At the same time, we have to collect the treasures on the moon. So many crystal cores. Obviously, Shilong doesn't need those things. So they are all his. With those terrifying crystal cores, he can definitely break through the evolution of his physical body and become the top superpower. So, Chen Yu hugged Liya tightly. Once again, he spread the nanomachines all over his body and wrapped the bodies of both of them with armor at the same time. Then, his body ignited with a roar. With the protection of nanomachines, Liya will not be burned by the flames. Chen Yu suddenly kicked his feet and his body soared into the sky, shooting into outer space like a rocket. Liya screamed excitedly. This feeling is so cool. At the same time, on the outskirts of Harbin, northeast of Xia State, more than 700 kilometers away, on the side of the original Greater Xing'an Range, there is a stretch of wooden houses for miles. The structure of the wooden houses is peculiar, but they all emit white smoke without exception. Obviously, there are people living inside. One of the wooden houses is 9 stories high, standing out from the original forest land like a crane among chickens. The top floor of the wooden building. A young man was shocked, looking at the worn-out instruments on the table, and then shouted in fear, "Teacher Fan! Teacher Fan? I'm here! What's the matter?" A middle-aged man in his 40s, with untidy beard and messy hair, hurried up the stairs behind him. He said angrily, "Xiao Song, I warn you. If you use these devices to observe those useless mutant animals again, I will report to the Science and Technology Department. You are wasting resources." Teacher Fan. I detected energy fluctuations in the southwest. The young man ignored the middle-aged man's warning, but was shocked and said anxiously that energy fluctuation at least exceeded the extreme value of our strongest superpower warrior. And it exceeded it by more than 10 times. What? The middle-aged man's face also changed greatly, and he rushed over and kept debugging the equipment, looking at the energy spectrum on the equipment soaring. The middle-aged man was suddenly surprised. It is indeed so. So, in addition to us, there are still humans alive. And there are other humans alive. Xiao Song, hurry up. Report to the Science and Technology Department. Yes. The young man turned around and rushed downstairs. As a result, he stepped on empty air and rolled down. The middle-aged man shouted, "Be steady." "It's okay." The young man ran away. The middle-aged man had an excited look on his face, opened a notebook, and began to record various observation data and dates on it. Finally, he marked it heavily below. There are still humans surviving in the world. Humanity has not completely perished. We are not fighting alone. After writing, the middle-aged man looked up outside and muttered to himself, "How can we contact other surviving humans?" This place was built by a powerful superpower. Chapter 559 Mutated Animals. When the Earth's crust collapsed, the superpower sacrificed his own life and used his spiritual magic power of life and wood elements to create a shelter, and protected the last group of soldiers and researchers who were originally in Harbin Institute of Technology. This wooden house is extremely powerful. Perhaps it was fused with the life of the superpower, and the whole wooden house seemed to be alive. So when the crust of the Greater Xing'an Mountains also collapsed, almost all the trees were affected by the wooden house and spontaneously formed a defensive force to block the strong earthquake and the cracking of the ground. In the end, 126 people were protected here. There are more than 30 superpower warriors here. There are also ordinary survivors. The self-aware wooden house will continue to devour the frozen trees and daxing anling to iterate and update its own protective capabilities. It even resisted the severe cold weather outside of -80 to 90 degrees Celsius. The survivors survived in the wooden house. Among these people, there are some smart scientific researchers who have also mutated and developed superpowers. So they used the limited tools at hand to build an energy detection system. The people here are always looking for survivors. But except for the energy echo detected in Siberia, the entire Xiao land is dead. There was no response at all, even if there were occasional ones. After analysis, they were found to be mutant animals that survived the catastrophe. Therefore, the people here were almost desperate. Humans are always gregarious creatures. They need social groups. If there were only 100 or so people left, it would be difficult to survive, or even reproduce. Fortunately, they observed the echo again today. And that kind of energy fluctuation was simply terrifying. Even more terrifying than the strongest superpower warrior here. Definitely a powerful superpower. Therefore, there must be survivors in other places. The only question now is how to contact the survivors outside. At this moment, Chen Yu had no idea that his appearance had brought ecstatic expectations to the survivors in the northeast. He had already flown out of the atmosphere with Luya in his arms. Luya was shocked when she first came to outer space. The dark starry sky. The solitude that made people a little crazy. Is this the universe? Especially the huge monster in the distance. Is that the new home? Luya was shocked. But this is not over yet. Chen Yu actually turned directly and flew towards the direction of the moon. Brother Yu, where are you going? The moon. Ah? You want to go to the moon? Yes. Romantic? So romantic. Can I dance on the moon? It's up to you. As long as you're not afraid of flying. Oh my god. I don't want it then. But, what are you going to the moon for? Haha. To collect treasures. On the moon. Luya finally stood on the ground full of cosmic dust, with a look of surprise. Oh my god. In this life, I have never thought that I could go to the moon one day. Today is really worth it. Not only did I fly in outer space, but I even went to the moon. Luya turned her head and looked at Chen Yu beside her and murmured, so, is there Chang'e up there? There's a ghost. Chen Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are there any traces of Apollo's moon landing? Yes. Of course. Chen Yu cursed angrily. Then said seriously, but I saw the remains of the U2 lunar rover that our country landed on the moon a few years ago. Okay. Luya sighed helplessly. It's a pity that the Earth is destroyed now. Otherwise, I really want to know what the situation on Earth would be if I suddenly appeared in front of the monitoring probe of the lunar rover. You are really naughty. Chen Yu smiled and took her hand, turned around and jumped straight to the dark side of the moon. A few kilometers. That feeling is quite amazing. Luya giggled in surprise. Soon, the two arrived at the huge crater, and Chen Yu was a little surprised. The dragon disappeared. It was not here. Moreover, the halo on the portal also disappeared. It seems that the crystal core can only support for a period of time and cannot provide energy for the portal permanently. It can be seen that the energy required for the portal is extremely large. Maybe the crystal core is not something that provides energy for the portal. Seeing the skeleton and the huge crystal core under the moon crater, Luya said in surprise, is this the place you said the dragon guards? Yes. The one in the middle is the portal. I was directly transferred to the Earth from here. Wow. So cool. Luya looked longing. It feels a bit like a science fiction movie. Haha. Now you are the protagonist. There is a chance for you to teleport. That feeling is quite amazing. Okay. Wait here. I will collect all the crystal cores. All? Wouldn't the dragon be angry? Chen Yu smiled and said, why should it be angry? It doesn't need a portal. You don't know that the dragon should be a cosmic creature. It can live freely in the outer space, and does not need a portal at all. After that, he jumped directly to the bottom. He began to harvest the crystal cores. These treasures are so precious. It is estimated that all the aquatic creatures in the entire deep sea ocean should have been eaten by the dragon. Not all mutant creatures have crystal cores. But once a crystal core is formed, it is very precious. What's more, there are crystal cores as big as a hill among them, which shows that there should be more terrible mutant aquatic creatures in the deep sea. As a result, they were all destroyed by the dragon. They must be very depressed. Originally, they were the overlords of the sea. Who would have thought that a dragon would be released on the Earth? More than an hour later, all the crystal cores were swept away. Those giant skeletons are left alone, leaving them here as decorations. As for the portal, unfortunately, it can't be moved. Otherwise, Chen Yu wanted to move the portal to the Tiangong fortress. After finishing everything, Chen Yu immediately returned to Lu Ya's side and took her to fly into the dark universe again, flying towards the Tiangong fortress. When Lu Ya saw the Tiangong fortress, which was as big as a city, up close, she was shocked beyond words. So big? It seems that people can really reproduce here. Soon, the two entered the portal. Chen Yu also took back the nano-armor. He took Lu Ya back to the core residential area quickly. When the members of the 13 women's gang knew the news and ran out, there was laughter and tears of joy around them. Many people were shocked. It was a good thing to find Lu Ya. That meant Chen Yu was really omnipotent and could travel back and forth between the universe and the Earth without any obstacles. So, everyone cheered. But before Chen Yu could be happy for a while, he was dragged away by Dong Qiulei. What? Zhang Yang disappeared? Chen Yu was shocked. This bastard. He still wanted to devour the crystal core at this time. Tired of living? Dong Qiulei quickly told the current situation. And finally looked at Chen Yu helplessly. Brother Yu. No one can find the master. Even Professor Murong can't sense his spiritual body. Chapter 560 successfully activated the superpower. What the hell? Chen Yu frowned. He also expanded his spiritual body. His spiritual map is very vast, even covering the entire Earth. Unfortunately, after searching in a divergent manner, with the Tiangong fortress as the center, Zhang Yang's figure was still not found. What happened to this guy? According to Dong Qiulei's hint, Zhang Yang must have activated his superpower. And now he just disappeared. Not died. So strictly speaking, he should have successfully activated his superpower. What kind of superpower does this guy have? Did he teleport to a parallel world? Or did he teleport out of the solar system? Oh, right. Dong Qiulei suddenly remembered something and said sadly, there is another thing that is quite depressing. The math teacher Zhang Yong is also dead. What? Chen Yu was stunned again. How did he die? I don't know. Dong Qiulei shook her head. When someone found him, he was already dead. In his own place. And what is particularly strange is that his room is full of derivation formulas. Which is simply scary. Chen Yu. Dong Qiulei continued. What is even more strange is that Li Dehuzi said that the time of Zhang Yang's death seems to be the same as the time when my master disappeared. Chen Yu's heart moved. Something feels wrong. Zhang Yong died inexplicably. Zhang Yang disappeared unexpectedly. It feels like something went wrong. Qiulei. Let's go to Zhang Yang's place to have a look. Okay. The two quietly left the crowd and quickly rushed to Zhang Yang's place. He lived far away from the crowd, because Zhang Yong seemed to be obsessed with cracking the positive integers that could exist between 3 and 4. He was a little crazy. He didn't like socializing. He didn't want to communicate with anyone. Every day, apart from going to the cafeteria to eat, he would go home to derive formulas. Or he would think hard. Therefore, he really didn't have any friends in the heavenly palace. He didn't even know he was dead. After the two rushed to his residence, they pushed the door open and entered. Teacher Zhang's body has been taken away. It was temporarily frozen by Sister Luo's coldness. We all want to wait for you to come back and see. Because we always feel that his death is not normal. Yeah. Chen Yu looked around the room. This room is really scary. On the wall, there are formulas everywhere. What's strange is that computers can be used in the heavenly palace. And there are even papers. Why does he have to derive formulas on the wall? Does it feel better this way? Chen Yu followed the formula he derived and looked down. From the living room to the bedroom. And then from the bedroom to the bathroom. Finally, he looked out the window from the bathroom. Suddenly, Chen Yu's eyes were fixed on the ceiling outside the window. At the end of the formula derivation. He didn't finish it. However, Zhang Yong drew 5 exclamation marks after the equal sign. What does this mean? Chen Yu went to see Zhang Yong's body again. After being thawed by Luo Yin, Zhang Yong's body lay on the cold table. There were no wounds on his body. After examination, there were no wounds on his internal organs. He died inexplicably. The weirdest thing was that there was no black eyeball in his eyes. Only white. It was like he was possessed by evil spirits. No one could figure out how he died. A few minutes later, Chen Yu left the morgue. Let Luo Yin continue to freeze the body and not destroy it for the time being. After leaving the morgue, Chen Yu signaled Dong Qiulei to comfort Xiaoling first. and he needed some time to think about the current problem. In this way, the matter between Zhang Yang and Zhang Yong was kept secret for the time being. At night, Luya stayed at Chen Yu's residence without any surprise. She was too eager to be comforted, and Chen Yu missed her very much. So this night was very beautiful. What surprised Chen Yu in particular was that Luya's ability was very strange. Even though her ability was always level 1, she now simulated more and more martial arts moves, and even began to integrate them, creating her own ability system. Moreover, the nuclear fission power in her body slowly changed, and the power form was different from that of other sisters. It seemed to become something similar to an internal skill. It could even circulate in her body endlessly. This was why her fighting power became stronger and stronger, even surpassing Owen, and finally killing him and making him flee in panic. Luya had already embarked on another path, a path of proving the truth through martial arts. As described in the novel, Chen Yu liked her very much, because she was also a college student, about the same age as Chen Yu. She was also cheerful and lively. That night, the two of them really enjoyed themselves. The next day, Chen Yu first went to Zhang Yang's house, took a look at Xiao Ling and the child, and after making sure that there was no major problem with the mother and daughter, he immediately left in a hurry. He still had a lot of things to do. First, he had to pick up Zhang once. He had to let him see the things Zhang Yong derived. Zhang Yong once said that once an integer between 3 and 4 is found, the door to the 4-dimensional space can be opened. This thing is okay to talk about. I have only seen such a statement in movies before. But when Zhang Yong was on Earth, he was always talking nonsense, always deriving formulas, and the things he wrote every day were like heavenly books. After arriving at the Tiandong fortress, he became even more serious. He almost forgot to eat and sleep. And what do the 5 exclamation marks at the end of his last deduction in his room mean? Did he really deduce it? This kind of thing. I'm afraid only Zhang can understand it. In addition, Li Dehuzi speculated that the time of Wang Yang's death was almost the same as the time of Zhang Yang's disappearance, which made Chen Yu feel heartbroken. I always feel that something is wrong. So, it doesn't hurt to let Zhang take a look. In addition, Chen Yu has to continue to look for the whereabouts of Jiang Shanchen and Liang Qiuing. At the same time, he has to take into account the improvement of his own supernatural powers. Now that there are a large number of large crystal core resources, there is no need to hesitate. Relying on nano-machines is not a solution after all. We still need to evolve ourselves. The last point is that there are still surviving humans on Earth. Chen Yu wants to observe. If there is no problem, it is best to take them to the Tiandong as much as possible. Who knows if there are still 7th and 8th disasters on Earth? After making a decision, Chen Yu rushed to the space station as soon as possible and explained the situation to Zhang. After hearing this, Zhang immediately decided to come to the Tiangong to take a look. He also became curious. So, Chen Yu took him directly into the Tiangong fortress through the portal and quickly rushed to Zhang Yang's residence. As soon as he entered, Zhang was stunned. He only glanced at it for a few seconds, then waved at Chen Yu. Xiaochen, I have to stay here for a few days. I really haven't had much exposure to mathematics, so I need to learn it all over again from the beginning. Just give me a week. Okay. Chen Yu nodded and turned away. This old professor is too modest. Not exposed to much?